Many people wonder what the human soul is and what its essence is, but in order to understand it, it is necessary to go to the roots. It all started with an idea. At some point, people realized that an idea is the first step of creation. They succeeded in that. One ordinary-looking guy had a huge long sword as the embodiment of the idea. People can reflect their thoughts through words that are formed into sentences, and then turn them into matter. The guy with the sword asked his comrade about his idea, and the latter thoughtfully said that he was creating bricks from the earth. The ideas could be many different, and based on their kinds, people created a soul rank. This in turn led to the emergence of class inequality, which led to enmity. Members of one class refused to interact with others, and thus communicated only with their own kind. This is how labels came into being. At Haeun School, this was also common, and the teacher's cards also had information on what class the teacher belonged to. On the playground, a bunch of guys were trying to catch a guy who didn't like them, but the young man was not afraid of the attacks, and he deftly dealt with his assailants. He had a triumphant smile on his face. After a short melee, the guy held a huge metal axe that seemed to grow out of his hand during the fight. Raising his weapon behind his head, he smiled and said caustically that his opponent's resistances were pathetic and not even worth his attention. His opponent was unarmed and now saw a real threat to his life looming over him. Light tonfas appeared in his hands, and now he tried to confront his assailant. He had successfully deflected the axe strike with his weapon, and now he had a chance to stay alive. The battle continued, and each of the participants tried to take the lead now and then. At one point, one of the young men called out to a guy who was standing modestly near the fence and was in no hurry to take part in the battle. The young man's name was Park Jin-sung. He wasn't the type to rush into battle. Moreover, he claimed that he was of no use at all in such events. The struggling man shouted loudly upon hearing Puck's refusal, and threw himself headlong into the fray again. Later, the boys found Chinsun at school and decided to take revenge on him for not supporting them during an argument. They assured that he was the reason they had failed to take the championship, and now he had to pay for it. The boys resented the fact that Puck was on the same team with them because he was of no use to them. The boy pleaded and began to apologize, explaining his behavior by his low rank, which did not match the status of his comrade. But the ringleader of the bullies was not satisfied with such an answer, and began to laugh at the pathetic attempts to justify himself. Puck thought that his words had had an effect, but suddenly the guy started hitting him while shouting loudly and insulting him. He had managed to dodge the blow and was now panting, suggesting that his opponents disperse peacefully. One of the guys said they were all tired and offered to take 10 punches from each team member. Puck didn't understand why he had to keep doing this when everyone was tired anyway, and if he didn't dodge, the whole team would be punished. Taking advantage of his classmates' confusion, he decided it was time to get to his feet before they made another decision to beat him up. Other classmates saw Puck dashing down the hallway trying to get away from the pursuit, but no one wanted to help him. After a short run through the corridors of the school, the bullies had surrounded him, and now he was trapped. They reminded the young man that he could not use ideas on campus and promised to deal with the fugitive. His classmates threw him on the floor and started kicking him, shouting that the F-class guy should not have gotten into their group. The other guys who weren't involved only sighed and confirmed the guy's words that Puck was of no use at school. The young man corrected his glasses and smiled, saying that he wasn't really the reason their team lost. Enraged by the words, the classmates became indignant and now were going to beat up the offender even harder. But to Puck's delight, the classroom door opened and in walked a teacher who assured him he had great news. The hooligans went to their places pretending that nothing had happened, but promised to finish with him later. The classmates were surprised by such a lively and energetic mood of the teacher and began to tease him. Puck sat down at his desk, and the thought flashed through his mind that the teacher's cool news didn't bode well. He tapped on the blackboard to calm the boys down, and now loudly said that the government appreciated their school. Bayun Gyeong, known as the usual school bully, nerdedly suggested that it all had to do with some new idiotic system. The guy didn't want to participate in any experiments and decided to find out if there was a way to get away from it. The teacher began to convince the young man that he would quickly get used to the changes for which the 12th graders were to be commended. Finally, he came to the blackboard and announced that from today the school had a military system where everyone would be ranked according to ability. The class did not share the enthusiasm of the teacher, who was clearly excited about the coming changes. According to the new rules, they must now forget that they were classmates and get used to the status of military comrade. In addition to this, teachers have also received a change. From now on, they should be called platoon leaders. Pyong yawned unhappily and decided to ask again, because according to the teacher's logic, they were now the 10th platoon. The commander stopped the unnecessary talk and said that the school had now introduced the military salute, and also warned that the leadership might come to see them. After such a speech, the former teacher proclaimed his students to be the soldiers of the 10th platoon. Puck didn't like it all, because he didn't want to belong to the military system, and decided to find out how to get rid of it. The commander was surprised by the question, and calmly said that in case of refusal, the young man could transfer to any other state-supported school. The teacher understood exactly why Puck had asked that question, and suggested he think it over again. The new soldiers also had questions. They wanted to know the reason for such a decision, but the commander gave the same reason I mentioned before. It was all about the 12th graders. They were the ones who contributed to this decision, and were now being promoted to the rank of sergeant. The teacher assured that the boys have been recognized as a national treasure and can be a real jewel of the best minds of the country. The teacher said that only a few 11th graders succeeded and got the rank of corporal, while everyone else was just a private. But to improve rank, any student could take a special test from the commander to increase rank. The teacher was telling about the fact that insignia are not attached to the uniform, when suddenly he was interrupted by Puck, who wanted to ask a question. The guy said he didn't get the special military badge that all the students in the class had. Leaving for the board, the commander said that in the whole school, there is only one student who has not received any rank. Puck quickly realized that it was probably about him, but in his heart, he prayed it was just a hunch. The commander turned on him and voiced his verdict. Chinson was to begin his journey with the status of a new recruit. The young man turned pale at what he heard. He sincerely did not understand why he had caused such a special attitude to his modest person. A little time passed, and Puck was summoned to the teacher's lounge for a serious conversation regarding his fate at school. When the teacher saw the boy, he hurriedly tried to finish his business so that nothing else would distract him from his dialogue with the student. The commander decided not to beat around the bush and asked the young man directly if he had thought about transferring to another school. Such a question put Puck in an awkward position. He knew he was disliked at school, but he wasn't ready for the teachers to offer him a transfer. The teacher opened the boy's academic diary and thoughtfully said that it was already hard for the young man to cope, and with the new rules, it would become impossible. Pack insisted that history knows of instances where students have abruptly become honors students and reached their maximum potential. These words made the teacher laugh. He sincerely thought that the boy was just trying to make fun of him and didn't even take them seriously. This offended Puck Chilson because it was the first time his mentor had ever looked at him, and that was only to laugh. He said that with the new system, the guy would have a hard time, and the young man concluded that the commander knew that he was getting a lot of trouble. Looking at the smiling teacher once more, Puck realized that it was all about his F-class affiliation. He quickly considered his further thoughts that the guy would be of no use in the future and had to be gotten rid of sooner rather than later. Puck decided to ask the teacher for curiosity's sake if there were classrooms in the showers. At the question, the mentor laughed again and assured the young man with an affirmative answer. But Puck himself did not share his teacher's enthusiasm and clenched his hands into fists with anger. He decided that everything the teacher had said was not true, and this was his way of getting rid of the annoying student. After a while, the bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom, telling us that the new commanders would now report on attendance. One of the students looked around his group and said that the first squad of the 10th platoon was in place with 10 men. The second in command said that the second squad also has all 11 men in attendance for the class. Puck looked at the seriousness of the boys and didn't understand how they could enjoy such army games. Not waiting for an answer from the third ward, the teacher hurriedly asked himself about attendance. Byung-Gyeon lazily raised his hand and asked if he necessarily had to participate in all of this. Looking around his ward, he said 8 people were present, but one of them had better be absent along with the other 2. They all laughed at Puck, and he thought about how stupid the commander was for not realizing that there were 9 of them. The guys were pointing their fingers at the guy and shouting that recruits should not be counted as they were of no use. Finally, ignoring the attacks, the teacher picked up the book and declared the roll call over. Wiping the writing off the board, he said that today instead of class, they would attend an event on the sports field. The boys rushed to the designated location and whispered about their school having government agents watching. The boys believed they were here to assess how the school had embraced the new changes. Finally, the teacher announced that all high school students would participate in the ward battles. He also revealed that the government agents have already paired everyone up, and things will start soon. The class took the news uneasily as they realized that it would be damn hard for them to fight the 12th graders. Puck exhaled. He was no good at fighting, so he figured he could just watch from the sideline. The teacher turned to Byung-Yong to clarify whether his idea belonged in the C class. The boy took his time answering and turned to ask the teacher why he cared. Later, he demanded the name of his fighting ability class, but the young man again waved off the answer, assuring that he could handle any. Now the commander came close to his desk and said that the first battle would be between his squad and the first squad of 12th graders. The boy jumped on the spot in horror. He was well aware that his opponents were the best in the whole school. While the boy was terrified, the teacher ordered the others to go to the playground while the fighters were given time to prepare. As the guys left, they laughed and wished the 3rd unit good luck, and Pak Chinsen in particular as a recruit. Pyong grabbed his head, not understanding how he could win with such a squad, where one of the members was F-classed. Puck wasn't happy either. He was looking forward to a vacation, but a battle with the best class in the school was on the horizon. The squad leader went to Chilson wanting to say something to him before the battle began. Puck looked up and in a new manner answered the young man, wanting to know what exactly he wanted. But instead of talking, he started punching a guy who had no clue about anything. Pyong yelled that he didn't like the student and continued to insult him and throw more punches. Grabbing his victim by the neck, he growled that the young man would be beaten long before the fight even began. The commander was most afraid of the first platoon leader, An Seong-ho, who was notorious in the school. Pyong assured that it would be difficult for them to deal with such an opponent despite all their trump card. Puck smiled and said that there was no difference if the outcome of the Battle of Woes was predetermined. Grabbing the young man by the tie, Pyong insisted that there was a difference between a worthy loss and a dishonorable one, without trying to do anything. He assured that Pol would be responsible for the deterioration in the commander's grades that would inevitably occur after their failure. The young man was not eager to fawn before the commander and said that his grades already left much to be desired. This made the guy furious, but he didn't touch his victim so as not to waste his strength before the upcoming fight. For Puck, it didn't make any difference who beat him, because he realized that such an outcome was inevitable. The indignant Pyong decided that if that was the case, he could give his authority as squad leader to the guy to pay for what he had said. But Puck was sure his opponent was joking, so he shrugged his shoulders and decided to trust the will of fate. Holding him by the scruff of his neck, Pyong said that from now on, the young man would become his personal shield and receive instead. Already on the site, the guy realized that the commander was not joking, and this time, he will really do what he said. The teacher's voice rang out and all the students began to quiet down, listening to what he had to say. He approached the squad leaders and asked if they were ready to begin the battle. The teacher turned to 12th grader An Song-ho and asked him to show his best as he was being watched by the government. The blonde-haired boy declared that he and his squad would fight to the last man, not to let his mentor down. The command to take their seats was given, and the students scattered to their sides and waited for the battle to begin. Now they were all facing each other, and there was an opportunity to properly assess their opponent. Bayon shoved off Puck, who was trying to listen carefully to the information from the teacher. Before the fight, the guys received special bracelets that protected them from strong attacks, and Pyong gave his to the new recruit to keep him standing as long as possible. He didn't let the young man break free and he dangled helplessly, realizing that the words about the shield weren't a joke at all. The teacher said the 11th graders were given an advantage. They only had to last 5 minutes of the battle. The thought flashed through Puck's mind that if they managed to win, then his mentor's attitude towards him should change as well. The instructor gave the last minute for preparations and finally announced the start of the battle. Pyong snapped out of his seat and began pulling his victim aside without giving any explanation as to his actions. Still, Puck was comforted by the thought that in 5 minutes, he'd be off the hook and this would all be over. The 12th grade began to attack, but their opponents still hadn't decided who would take what positions and how they would build a line of defense. The team members resented the fact that their commander didn't say anything specific and left them all to be beaten by their opponents. Hiding behind his group, Pyong told them to take a defensive position and try their best to protect himself, but the 12th grade did not hesitate to attack and began to brutally beat their opponent, showing their superiority. Pyong saw that the most bloodthirsty member of the enemy team looked at him unkindly. Gaining speed, she lunged at the guy who kept covering himself with Puck. He demanded that the young man stop her and protect him, as the battle shield intended. Puck didn't understand exactly how he was supposed to act, and only watched as his opponent approached him. At a loss, the young man offered to at least try to save their skins by fleeing. At that moment, Puck remembered how, not long ago, his teacher had hinted to him about transferring to another school. Seeing that the girl was quite close, Pyong pushed his victim towards her and hurriedly moved away to a safe distance. At last they crossed their eyes and Puck got goosebumps, either from the beauty of his rival or from the usual fear. The girl didn't care about her opponent, and decided to use the armor technique, which made her body dressed in an unusual costume. When Puck saw the young lady, he marveled. In his opinion, her outfit was the true embodiment of beauty and practicality. But the girl was surprised and didn't understand how at such speed the simpleton managed to react to her attack. But instead of making excuses, Puck turned to his rival and pointed out how their commander was running away. Taking advantage of the pause, he saw that they had only lasted 2 minutes and there were still 3 more to go. Chilson felt that enough time had already passed, and he was extremely annoyed that they still had to try to stand. He decided that he had to stall at all costs to wait for the coveted signal to end the battle. That was why he became anxious to speak to the girl, starting his conversation by letting him call her Nuna. Seeing her dubious reaction, he remembered her real name and said he would address her in Sunbenum. The young lady assured him that he would not be able to brainwash her and demanded that he show her his idea immediately. But Puck played dumb and said their meeting was fate and he'd like to start by introducing himself. With a snap of her fingers, she interrupted him halfway through and said she could roll him without waiting for an idea. Recognizing his weakness, he raised his hands in front of him and stammered, asking her to wait at least a moment. The girl was getting angry at the idle chatter and was no longer listening to what the young man was trying to tell her. Finally, he said he realized that joking with her was bad and he was ready to show her his idea. When he counted to 3, a very ordinary dagger that had no special abilities appeared in his hand. He victoriously raised his weapon, showing it to his strong opponent, and smiled radiantly. But it had no effect, and the girl finally realized that in front of her was the one who was the object of school ridicule. She realized she was dealing with the one and only representative of the F class. In defense of his weapon, Pat clarified that he could credit it to the ES class. The girl turned around and began to walk away, resenting the fact that she thought the guy was capable of something if he could dodge her attack. Puck was upset that the Yunal lady wouldn't look at his idea after that and started trying to stop her. He finally gathered his courage and shouted back that if she didn't turn around, he would attack her stealthily. But the threats had no effect because the young lady didn't want to waste precious minutes on someone from the F class. Seizing the opportunity and taking his weapon, the young man set out to show his opponent that he too was worth something. She spotted the guy, which made him a little upset because he had hoped to remain unnoticed. The dagger was quite close to her, and now despite her attacker's questionable combat abilities, she was in danger. But Puck merely poked his dagger at the armor and playfully said it was as tough as it looked. The guys were watching the couple closely and couldn't stop laughing at the fact that the guy couldn't take advantage of such a great moment to attack. The girl turned away and concluded that despite the young man's good reaction and speed, his idea was a lousy one. Leaving, she kindly asked him not to waste his powers on attacks, since he couldn't do her any harm anyway. Puck scratched the back of his head and decided that he had accomplished his task and still managed to stall a bit of precious time. He immediately hurriedly looked at his watch and saw that they had 2 minutes to hold out, and then victory would be in their pocket. Finally, Pyong appeared in Sonbenim's field of vision, trying his best to hide and praying that she wouldn't notice him. She immediately informed the commander that during the battle, she had only seen him cowardly running away and hiding behind the backs of his comrades. He immediately tried to justify himself by referring to the masculinity thanks to which he gave the girl a head start. But that didn't impress the young lady, and she came close and said that just being capable wasn't enough to defeat An Seongho. Pyong paced backward, wanting to hold back the beauty who was stepping on him as long as possible, but suddenly he felt a stone under his foot. He smiled and rejoiced because during his escape, he was looking for a huge boulder to realize his plan. The girl turned to her opponent with a bored look and asked when he would finally show her his idea. Pyong didn't hesitate and reached for his find and shouted that everything was going to happen right now. The young lady had not expected such a development and watched her opponent's actions in surprise. Puck realized that his commander belonged to the A class and apparently had been hiding it from him all this time. Realizing what was about to happen, he rushed to Sunbenum to warn her of the danger. Pyong touched the stone with his hand and immediately began to pull it out using his unique abilities. In a matter of seconds, he was towering over the girl on a rock that had grown out of the very rock he had gotten under his feet. Now he himself believed in his own strength and was going to give his rival a worthy answer. Looking at the size of the stone, everyone began to doubt that a 12th grader could withstand such a blow. Sunbae smiled, realizing that her opponent wasn't running out of cowardice and had been looking for a suitable weapon to use against the enemy all this time. Pyong laughed and now proudly confirmed the guesses of the young lady who had figured out his scheme. Taking the stone in his hands, he threw it at the girls, assuring them that this victory would show who he really was. The young man rejoiced at his brilliant plan and teased the senior class without noticing that someone had quietly crept up behind him. The stranger apologized, and in that voice, Pyung recognized someone very familiar to him. Behind his back was An Seong-ho, who with a single blow had laid the young man face down in the dirt. Byun was indignant. He thought that it was completely unfair for the 12th grade to attack from behind with all their strength. At this time, Sunbanim tried to stop the stone flying at her, and at that moment, she realized that the opponent was really strong. To the last, the girl believed that her idea should definitely be enough to withstand the attack. An Seong-ho rushed to the girl's aid and used his weapon to smash the stone into small pieces. But instead of thanking her, Sunbanim grudgingly muttered that the commander never gave her a chance to show off. But the guy said he couldn't stand by, as he realized that such an attack would have dire consequences for his fellow soldiers. The answer also did not satisfy the young woman, who believed she could handle such an attack herself, and beast that he had not the slightest doubt that she would not have been able to hold the stone. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Pyung, who had armed himself with a bat beforehand, began to sneak up on the boastful commander. But no matter how hard he tried, it didn't work, and the 12th grader put the kid down again. Puck watched as his commander too was caught in the act of failing to properly assess his forces. Finally, An turned around and saw a young man standing to the side, who was not actively participating in the battle. He was the only one left. Noticing his opponent's interest and not wanting to get any more, the guy threw his hands up and started shouting loudly that he was giving up and didn't want to fight anymore. But instead of aggression, the enemy commander approached him and asked why he had warned the girl of the impending danger. He stammered and said that it was because Pyung was very cunning and could be expected to do anything. But that answer didn't satisfy Anna. Without wasting time, he lunged at the young man using the same technique he had used against Pyung. Without any difficulty, he knocked the weak dagger out of the hands of his opponent, who tried in vain to beg for mercy. But it was an illusion, and all the while the real weapon was still in Puck's hands as well. Taking advantage of his commander's confusion, he decided to strike back to protect himself for a while. His scheme succeeded, and his opponent actually moved a few steps away from him, without realizing how. Despite his low grade, An realized that things were not as simple as they seemed, and began to demand explanations from the young man. Finally, Puck proudly introduced himself, indicating that he was an F-class representative and a recruit of the 3rd Squad. Taking advantage of the moment, he didn't miss the opportunity to glance at his watch and see how much time he still had to hold out. An noticed that something was wrong and immediately rushed to find out what it was. Puck had only a minute to hold out, and that minute seemed like an eternity to him, but he didn't want to give up. He decided to try and distract the enemy with talk, pointing to the roaring crowd who were patiently waiting for the next wave of beating the scum of the school. But the young man immediately recognized the cheap trick of his enemy, who was only stalling for time in such a commonplace way. Puck shrugged his shoulders and put his hands forward in a guilty tone to defend himself, saying that there was nothing left for him to do, since he was alone. The opponent's question took the young man by surprise. The opponent wondered why the boy didn't even try to win in a fair fight. Looking at Puck, An said that government agents were watching them, and if he didn't show results, he would have to transfer to another school. Looking into the eyes of his older opponent, Puck finally said that he did not want to transfer despite the persuasive advice of his father. Now he was going to start fighting normally as his opponent demanded. He was determined, though he realized that against such a commander, he was unlikely to be able to stand for long. Suddenly, something began to happen to Puck's body. All of his characteristics tripled, and he now possessed new abilities. One was the ability to find your enemy's weak points and skillfully exploit them to your advantage. Puck's eyes lit up, and his idea class changed. Now, it was only possible to get out of this state if the enemy's idea was destroyed. Little by little after the changes, the young man began to come to his senses, trying to fight the changes that were taking place. An guessed that the F-class dagger wasn't all that his opponent was hiding. After realizing this, the high school student prepared for a new attack, using a technique where the enemy could not escape from the bearer of the idea. It was as if someone else had taken over in Puck and arrogantly said that B-class was no longer a problem for him. An was stunned. He realized that his opponent could see his idea and was surprised by this skill. With a thirst for blood, he loudly declared that he could no longer restrain himself and lunged at his opponent with his dagger. The young man himself realized that something had happened, because a minute ago he was talking to a completely different person, but still figured the guy was just cracking up comedy and trying to strike fear. Park expertly twirled the dagger in his hands and snidely asked if An Seong-ho was capable of handling it. Onlookers watched intently and didn't understand why the 12th grader was slow to finish with the local loser. Sonyo looked at his enemy and realized that his posture looked defenseless. Yet, he was difficult to approach. He remembered that Puck had been very different in his first attack, and now he reflected confidence and his eyes full of bloodlust. Sunbae-nim also noticed the scary changes, and decided that it was necessary to intervene to prevent her from losing. Stepping forward, she ordered all members of the squad not to hesitate and to attack the enemy. Everyone rushed at Puck, and after a few high-precision punches, they managed to get the guy on the ground, tucking him face down. Such interference did not please Sanho, and he rushed to his friend to find out why she did it. Continuing to hold her victim, she said she had a duty to protect her commander exactly as he did them. An was touched by the answer, but it all looked kind of shameful in the eyes of others, so he proudly declared that he didn't need any help. The commander recalled the moment when his squad was attacked by the enemy. They had not been able to eliminate the enemy right away. He was so quick to attack the sudden attackers that he could hardly be seen, let alone captured. Sonyo approached the girl and decided to share his thoughts with her regarding the young man. But instead, he changed his mind and advised the girl to shut down her idea before anyone broke it. The girl was shocked by the offer, but looking around herself saw her armor dissolve due to the guy's short attack. Other chapter members also noticed that their defense bracelets were broken and were now worn to no avail. Sonyo decided to demand an explanation from his hostage since he didn't believe the nurse's version of disabling the bracelet. Puck looked up and, as if nothing had happened, praised everyone in the squad for good teamwork. An Seong-ho scrutinized the guy and noticed that he no longer saw that bloodthirsty look in him. Now the young man looked as defenseless as before and seemed incapable of hurting a fly. The commander exhaled as he was now sure that the enemy could not do any damage to any of his team. Puck motioned for all participants to get up off of him, proudly stating that the 5 minutes allotted for the battle was long over. An was not upset with the loss and said he hoped that next time no one would be able to stop them. Before he even got to his feet, Puck assured him that the stress of the fight would be enough to last him for a long time and that he could not think about the future. Leaving, An advised his opponent to better prepare for their encounter and not to slack off in the battles he would be involved in. But the guy kept assuring me there would be no next time, and that was the end of it. The opponents began to move away from the field, and Puck, exhausted from fatigue, fell to the ground, glad that the time was so opportune. Teacher didn't believe in the outcome of the battle, but still proclaimed the third branch, led by Pyong-gi-yong, as the winner. A little while later, a meeting was taking place in the principal's office with the counselor who had come to pick up the papers prepared for him. The director smiled graciously and handed the high-ranking guest a stack of neatly folded documents. Seeing that the visitor was looking at An Seong-ho's card, the man didn't miss the opportunity to praise his favorite and say that he was the pride of the school. Guests noticed that the kid had the most ordinary grades in middle school, and all the progress only started to happen when he moved on to high school. The student clearly interested the counselor, and the counselor said that all these achievements happened only because of his B class. When it was Puck Chinson's turn, the man was surprised that there was only one recruit in their battalion with no rank. The principal began to justify that the guy was not of outstanding intelligence, but he did not want to move to another school on principle. The details did not interest the counselor. He only wanted to know details about his rank, which he didn't have as such. Guest asked to see his past training records to properly understand the situation. From the records, he learned that Puck had lost his parents and was given away by abusive relatives, as a result of which he could not materialize his idea. It wasn't until he was 10 years old that he was able to do so, and that was only after his uncle and aunt were institutionalized in a mental hospital. The idea of the F-class manifested itself immediately the same day his prolonged state of stress ended. That was the level at which Puck came to school. However, nothing changed from that moment on, and the boy remained an outsider. Reading carefully into the case, the counselor decided that probably the guy was just carefully hiding his real abilities. Finally getting enough information, he asked the director to arrange a meeting with Puck Chilson. The head was surprised by such interest, because he himself believed that the best option for the guy was transfer to another educational institution. But the counselor was confident in his decision, and reiterating his intention told the director to proceed with the military implementation. But hardly had the man had time to ask his guest why their school had been chosen, as he immediately regretted his question. Seeing the negative reaction of the counselor, he began to apologize, and said that he did not mean to offend him in any way. But the guest only said that everything that happens in the North makes them alert and prepared for any outcome. In his opinion, such a system allowed him to identify those students who could change for their ultimate goal. Puck Chilson had a very normal routine, starting at 6 a.m. with a rise. After that, he hurried to get ready for school, assuring himself in front of the mirror that today he would succeed. This practice in front of the mirror motivated him and prevented him from being exposed to the negativity of being persecuted at school. And 7:30, the lad was ready and armed with the necessary articles went out of the house. On the way, he thought a lot about the fact that he had taken on a lot of small responsibilities, including cleaning the school, which was the reason he had come so early. At the entrance, he was invariably greeted by the duty officers, who checked whether his clothes conformed to the customary uniform. The inspectors did not miss the opportunity to laugh at the young man who wore the dishonorable status of the only recruit in the school, but he was shameful only to those around him. Puck himself felt exceptional and unique. Evaluating the young man, the duty officers chuckled and talked about how the first platoon of the 12th grade had failed on the straight and narrow, and therefore lost to a loser. The guys kept pelting Park with questions about how he was able to hold out against An Seong-ho, using a normal dagger with no abilities. When he got to the classroom, the boy started cleaning up. Shaking off his sponges, he didn't understand why they hadn't been replaced with more convenient markers and whiteboards. When he was done with the board, he went to get a mop and started scrubbing the floors. The students who had come to school earlier looked at Puck and speculated that he had been helped by the time-dragging strategy. One of the guys came up to him and said he thought the young man belonged to the SS class in catching him off guard. Other classmates wrote it all off to the fact that the usual schoolboy was just lucky and there was no technique and strategy in all this. Park thought that his attitude had gotten better, but Pyong-gyun came up to him and demanded that he get up immediately. Lazily stretching, the young man recovered from his sleep and sadly concluded that he was about to get a beating from the bully. But instead of fists, Bayun ordered a classmate to go and get the math printouts for him that he didn't pick up last time. Puck didn't hesitate and was surprised that he didn't get a slap from the main bully. His classmates kept piling up the unfortunate young man with their uncompleted assignments. Puck exhaled because doing the guy's little errands was better than getting endless abuse. Finally, the long-awaited bell rang, and the teacher began to reassure his charges to pay attention to it. He reminded the students that today they were to choose and join a club. For the 11th graders, it was mandatory, and so the mentor recommended not to hesitate in making a choice. Puck decided to act on the contrary, guided by where he would be accepted rather than where he wanted to go. As if reading the young man's mind, the teacher said that those who could not join anywhere would be given special one-on-one talks. At this comment, the class laughed because they were all sure that the F-class man was not needed anywhere. Puck himself brushed it off and ignored the taunts as he continued to peruse the proposed list of clubs. But reading the flyer, I realized that all the communities were military-related and hardly any of them would have a place for him. The class was heatedly discussing who was going to which branch and had already begun to get to know their fellow members. They studied the reviews animatedly, and some, in order not to break up with friends, decided to go together. Things were complicated for Puck, as there were restrictions on the type and classes of ideas everywhere. He crossed off the list of clubs that were definitely not suitable for him, and soon found the only one that suited all his requirements. The club was dedicated to physical training, and Puck felt that because of the lack of restrictions, there would be few participants. As he approached the hall that was always being fought over, the boy wondered why this community had been given such a room. Seeing the huge crowd, he had already decided that he had come to the wrong place, thinking that he had just confused something. Sticking his nose into the flyer, the guide double-checked, and now there was no doubt that he had come to the appointed place. Finally, the guys noticed Puck and started pointing their fingers at him, yelling that the F-class wanted to join them. All the participants were a year younger than the young man, but had no respect for the older man because of his status as a new recruit. Puck felt disappointed, because in 10th grade you didn't have to go to clubs, and he didn't understand why everyone was here. Soon the humming changed to shouts of excitement. The voices shouted that the head of the club, the one the whole school liked, had come to the hall. He was the famous Paku An Seong-ho, whom he had already managed to meet in the last battle. When he saw his old acquaintance, An headed straight for him, surprised that the young man had chosen his community. Pak was surprised that his recent opponent was running the NT club he had chosen as his primary and only option for himself. Sonyo stretched out in a smile and said that his words about their upcoming meetings were coming true. When Puck heard the command to record, he decided that he had to pull himself together and try to escape from the hall. But An considered the young man's intentions and hurriedly clarified where the guy was going. Making a fool of himself was the best solution, and Puck smiled and said that he'd only mixed up the classes and come to the wrong place. But Sanho reassured him and said that for now, there was no one else in the community but him. Deep down, he was offended that his former adversary didn't want to mess with him. In order not to lose the guy, An assumed that Pak had come here thinking that this club was the least likely to get the most people. Chilson realized it was pointless to lie and agreed, saying that the number of people he wanted to get out now was influenced by the number of people. An decided not to waste any time and offered the guy a place in his club where getting in was not so easy. Pak tried to refuse, but the commander grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and prevented him from leaving the hall filled with 10th graders. Sonyo dragged Chilson to the others, on the way on telling him that he would now have to take the entrance test with the others. The door slammed shut, and the club leader scrutinized all those willing to gather to join his club. The essence of the test was that the students had to repeat the exercises after the commander. Whoever made it to the end would get into the club. But many didn't listen to the guy and only drooled over him since he was the general idol of most of the girls in the school. When Pak heard what exercises to perform and how many times, he grabbed his head, screaming that he would not be able to do the task. The commander kept track of the mission, and every now and then informed the dropouts that they were out. Some could not keep up the pace and gave up, deciding that they would be better prepared next time. Pak watched carefully as the young man performed his own program and had no idea how he managed to do it all with such a calm face. Finally, the first group finished their attempt, and the commander notified everyone to drop out. Without wasting much time on explanations, he commanded the second group to begin testing. But seeing the failure of the former, the latter were not in a hurry to see that they could expect the same unfavorable outcome. The guys pushed Pak out like an F-class carrier, and he fell right under the commander's feet. The young man smiled and began to say that he was impressed with the physique of the 12th grader, with whom he was only a year apart. But the flattery had no effect on Anna, and he said with a smirk that it wasn't Chilson's place to talk about it. He didn't want to have long conversations with his recent opponent, so he gave the command to the second group to start. Despite his complete denial, Pak still began to do the exercises with clenched teeth. He was only holding on now because of the workouts he was doing at home, to make it easier to endure the endless beating. Although he was confident in the strength of his body testing, everything still seemed incredibly difficult and barely doable for an ordinary person. Sonyo saw that the guys were doing great and still not out, so he suggested increasing the speed. Pak was ready to howl in terror, for his strength was already far beyond the limit. Participants noticed that the F-class, considered the dregs of the school community, were still holding on and had not dropped out. Now, Park and An were left alone and continued to perform endurance exercises like clockwork. Chilson himself was holding on with all his might. In spite of regular exercise, the test seemed to be difficult for him. Listening to his subordinates' exclamations, Songho said he should stop exclaiming and put his energies into exercise. The guys in the crowd were whispering. It was the 7th set that the F-class heroically endured. In the eyes of others, Pak didn't seem as much of a fool as he had previously been thought of. An was pleased that his bet had worked, and the guy was showing really great results. He confirmed his hunch that endurance in battle was not just a fluke, but this was not enough, and the young man decided to test his ward by adding again the speed of the exercises. Everyone was shocked because none of the guys did not want to give up, and Pa continued to repeat after the commander in spite of fatigue. What was happening was that the F-class was catching up with the recognized all-Korean champion, who had no equal in the whole school. Pak could now hear the guys in the crowd cheering him on, impressed with his physical abilities. Seong-ho never missed an opportunity to praise the new recruit for his excellent work, which anyone present could appreciate. Finally, he finished the last set of exercises and loudly announced that the young man had managed to pull it all off. But Pak didn't seem to hear it anymore. He was the only one in the crowd who had managed to make it to the end. The boys began to approach the winner and congratulate him on his honorable entry into the club. Already after coming to his senses, he realized that he had done something that made him respected, once he was even applauded. Sonyo walked over to Pak, lying on the floor, and extended his hand to welcome him as the newest member of the club. Chilson smiled, thanked the commander, and jokingly said he would like to get out of the community. But the manager ignored the recruit's words and said he would be waiting for him at tomorrow's practice. Pak decided that the commander didn't hear him and decided to say again that he had no desire to join the club. But Seong-ho was delighted. The F-class gave him a worthy partner who could do the exercises with him at the same pace. Chilson did not understand what was the matter and how the commander could change so much, because not so long ago, he said that he hated people like. Sonyo continued to ignore the words and was now telling how he had managed to expand his club in a year. Pak realized that it was useless to resist, and at this rate, he would definitely be finished soon. It was already later that the guy started cleaning the classroom and had a lot of thoughts in his head. But above all, he was thinking about how he didn't want to be a member of the club he had managed to join because of his good physical performance. He didn't understand how, out of all those many groups, he had managed to get into the one An Seong-ho was leading. After a short thought, he corrected himself, because in fact, only the first platoon leader of the 12th grade and him were members of this club. Despite his accomplishments, the guys still continued to bully him, without missing a moment to tease him for participating in the NT. Wanting to know the details, classmates terrorized the guy with questions and mocked him in every possible way. But he couldn't just not come to the club, because then An would probably find him and drag him to his place. Puck realized that even broken limbs wouldn't help him in his attempt to avoid training, because then the nurse would be sure to fix him. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of one of the girls who called Chinsen for something. Puck flinched in surprise and looked at the young woman standing in the doorway of the classroom he had just finished cleaning. The girl came closer and asked if the guy who fell under her arm was in this class. The young man was confused and began to mumble, trying to answer the beauty in the affirmative. The girl handed the guy her chevron and said that in these walls are most likely represented as such. Puck squinted and saw the rank of corporal the stranger proudly wore. She looked questioningly at the young man and waited for him to show the rank card in turn. Puck wanted to explain himself and elaborate on the reasons why he couldn't show the card, but the girl interrupted him and demanded his name. From such pressure, the young man was frightened and shouted loudly that he belonged to the 2nd Company of the 10th Platoon of the 3rd Squad and gave his name. The girl immediately realized that she was a recruit and was surprised that she met such a status within the school walls. The young lady held out her hand and introduced herself without listening to the guy's excuses. Her name was Kim Se-young. Park was surprised that he was the first person the girl met. Kim explained her choice by saying that she had just transferred from another school and was now looking for the right class. Now it became clear what caused such an interest in the young man, and he waved to her affably saying that he was glad to meet her. He started to get ready to leave to say that he had some more business to finish, but Kim stopped him from leaving the classroom and in a commanding voice ordered him to wait. Puck began to mumble and make excuses that he really needed to leave and couldn't linger. The girl's offer took the guy aback. She asked him to walk her out. This immediately made the guy blush. His imagination drew horrible pictures of An Seong-ho searching for him while he saw the girl off. Stammering, Puck talked about his business, but the girl was adamant and insisted that he was the one to fulfill her request. Chilson resisted with all his might, arguing that very little time had passed since their acquaintance. The girl's face changed in color and became blacker, which made Puck all the more alarmed. So he realized it was useless to resist and asked where Kim needed to go. She asked him to take her to An Seong-ho. Puck exhaled at these words because he was going to go there himself, and now it was easy to fulfill the request. Just as he was about to tell the girl the good news, someone crept up behind him. It was An Seong-ho, who was angrily prowling around the school looking for his training partner. Seeing the commander, Puck started to justify that he had forbidden him to skip classes and was already rushing to him, as the girl suddenly interrupted him. The young lady approached Anu and asked him if he was the one she was looking for. But instead of a friendly greeting, the guy started reprimanding Kim for her lack of manners in addressing an elder. She took the young man by the tie and looking into his eyes said that the older one is the one who is stronger and higher in rank. Her assumption with the commander was that they were about on the same level. But the playful attitude did not impress Seong-ho in any way, and he stated in his usual manner if she wanted to check what he had said. Puck immediately realized that such tension would not translate into anything good, and he squinted his eyes in anticipation of further attacks. Kim changed the tone of her voice, and with her usual sternness, asked the commander if he was seeing anyone. The question caught him off guard, but he realized he shouldn't show any looks and said he didn't have a girlfriend. Now, Kim smiled and didn't miss the opportunity to hint to the commander that it was all because he was being too callous. The girl waved her hands and said that in principle she did not care about the form of their interaction, whether she was a girl or a bride. Even An was taken aback by what was said, and Kim immediately went on to talk about her family, who were incredibly conservative people. She assured me that she wanted the best for the young man and was doing all of this solely for the greater good. But seeing the confused reaction, she grabbed Puck's hand and said that since Anna wasn't interested in her proposal, she would date him. Chilson could not believe his ears, and it seemed to him that all this was some bad dream that must soon end. Now the girl came right up to the guy and said that they were the same height and she just liked men like that. Puck grabbed his head and started yelling that he didn't know anything and didn't understand anything. But such a reaction only amused Kim, who began to smile and shyly flap her eyes to the chosen one. Now she wanted to know more about her new lover and asked about what class of ideas he belonged to. Puck mumbled that he was F-classed, but the girl got angry and decided the guy was lying to her. She had no idea there were people with 2 F classes. All this was patiently watched by Anne, who reminded them that today was to be the first day of their training. Finally, he decided to intervene, realizing that the annoying person would not leave his partner so easily. Soon, all 3 of them arrived at the gym, and the boys began their session with exercises on the bar. The girl to the last did not believe in the young men's sporting reasons, and believed that they were saying all this just to get rid of her. As they started a new exercise, Puck wondered why Kim had decided to join them, since she was of no use in the gym. Then Chilson decided that Kim's presence was a sign, and begged her to help him escape from Anna Seong-ho's onslaught. But the girl was in no hurry to comply with the request, and in his heart Puck resented the fact that she was trying to take advantage of him. Puck continued to whine, and Kim decided to ask the commander why he chose to study with the boys specifically. After all, he was just a pathetic recruit who was nothing. The answer satisfied Kim, because An said he didn't care about class, and physical characteristics were important to him. All this only meant that the commander himself didn't know for sure why he would use a new recruit. So Kim thought it was because An could see some potential in it. Now she had no doubt that Park Chilson had a hidden potential that not everyone could see. The girl wouldn't stop insisting that An tell her what he was hiding, but the young man did not want to say anything, and only continued to assure that he knew nothing of the kind. Kim didn't believe such words, and thought it was all just an excuse not to tell the truth. Realizing that Song-ho was of little use, she decided to get the truth from Chilson himself, who was still lying unconscious after the training session. Puck kept saying that it was all nonsense, and that he was just an ordinary student with no outstanding intelligence or fighting ability. The answer did not impress either the 12th grader or his new classmate, who were now looking at him silently and unhappily. Finally, An decided to stop the pointless conversation, and followed the boy behind him to move on to new exercises. The next day, the teacher started the class with the news that a student from another school had transferred to their class. When there was silence in the classroom, he gestured for the girl to come in to finally introduce her. Entering the classroom, Kim looked at each student carefully, trying to identify the leaders and outsiders at a glance. The reaction of the class was mixed. Some said that it was stupid to transfer when there was a shift at school, and some said that the girl was a beauty. Kim looked confidently at the teacher and asked him which seat she could take. He pointed to the first section, but first asked her to introduce herself. Without letting the commander finish his thought, she cut him short and told him she wanted to be in the 3rd squad. The lack of seats did not stop her, and despite the teacher's cries, it was impossible to change her mind. When she approached the desk where Puck was sitting, she turned to his neighbor and asked him to give her the seat. But the young man began to resist, saying that she could not dispose of the seats and do as she wished. Kim's patience was wearing thin, and to scare the young man, she slammed the desk loudly, asking him if he had changed his mind. Terrified, the guy jumped up and said he'd love to meet the new girl, then grabbed his briefcase and sat down. The situation angered Byung-young, and he proudly declared that he was the squad leader and demanded that the girl give her name and rank. Kim was well aware that her rank was much higher, and so counter-questioned the status of the commander who was below her. Ignoring Pyung, the young lady threw her things next to Puck and shouted to the teacher that this was her place now. The class commander realized that the new girl was not as easy as she looked, but for the sake of the experiment, he decided not to interfere with her and left her sitting in her chosen seat. Puck covered his face with his hands from his new roommate. Yesterday, he'd miraculously gotten rid of her, but today she loomed over him again like a nightmare. Seeing Chilson's disgruntled reaction, Kim asked if he liked her, since he sighed so heavily at her appearance. She grabbed the young man by the neck and told him that she chose this place because she really liked him yesterday and wanted it to go well. Puck stammered and excused himself, saying that his reaction had nothing to do with the fact that he might not like the young woman. The teacher interrupted their conversation and once again asked the new student to finally introduce herself. The girl stood up from her desk and grumbled that she had just sat down and was about to say her name. As Byung-gi-young started yelling that she should do it by coming out to the blackboard as school traditions suggested, the young lady immediately changed her face and said her name in the most friendly voice and said that she was going to study in this class from now on. Pupils noticed that the girl was characterized by a special impudence and began to wonder what she was in the last school. Hearing that Kim had the rank of corporal and her idea of a pearl goblin got the whole class excited, and some immediately decided that there would be no friendship with her. Kim continued her speech. So everyone found out that her parents forced her to change schools, but even so, she expects to make friends with everyone. And even the teacher was surprised to hear the details of the girl's idea, because it meant that she belonged to the Pearl Kim clan. The students could not contain their surprise either, for the young lady's status spoke for itself. The Pearl Goblin was an idea that was originally only passed down through inheritance. At first, there weren't two people who possessed such an idea at the same time, but soon there were those who wanted their ideas amplified and expanded. This idea was realized by the Kims of Kimhai, who were descended from King Suro. Legend has it that members of the family would leave their families and engage in self-education and endless training. For purity of blood, they decided to intermarry only within the clan, and as a result, were born with pearly white skin. But the peculiarity was that the Pearl Goblin was only passed down between women, and manifested once per generation. This is why the Kim family of Kinhei began to thin out, and soon found themselves on the verge of extinction. In the last generation, a child was born whose goblin was given a sword. The girl had hidden potential, and surpassed even men in strength. That girl was Kim Seyoung. She was part of the natural elite who had been tested by time and approved by heaven itself. The girl asked the teacher for permission to sit down, because now she had complied with her mentor's request. It didn't take long for a change to take place in the third squad, and the commander appointed Kim as deputy squad leader. Byung-yong was furious. He insisted that the girl couldn't just get a position like that on her first day in class. But the teacher stopped any attempts to challenge his decision, and told the boy to shut his mouth immediately and get to class. Puck looked at his roommate differently now, because she was a real star in the eyes of the class and the school. Kim was not confused, and instead of commenting on her background in any way, said it was all about her stunningness. She decided to respond to the young man by saying that he is also a unicum, because not everyone can meet an F-class recruit in class. Puck covered his head with his hands and asked his new roommate not to attack him like that, but she only waved it away. Bayun gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that the new girl was going to take his place, and he wanted to stop it at all costs. His mind was already full of thoughts on how to realize it, but it was dangerous to act rashly, so he took a wait-and-see attitude. Classmates judged that they need to change the commander, because the status and fighting ability of the guy was an order of magnitude lower. On top of that, no one had forgotten about the young man's behavior during the battle with the 12th graders. His orders were strange to say the least. Byung had heard the guys talking about how good Kim was, and how great she would be at commanding the squad. Among other things, many were delighted with the charisma that came from the new girl. No one had any doubts that soon the girl would take her proper position and drive Byung out of his seat. He himself heard all these conversations and became more and more furious, because he thought he was much better than her. The bell rang and it was time for lunch. Kim invited her new neighbor to join her, but Puck had to refuse. It was his tradition to clean the classroom after school, but the girl insisted and said she had no one to go to lunch with. Puck didn't believe it, because the neighbor was the most popular girl in school. The guy hit a big spot, and an offended Kim said she didn't want to be friends with anyone for that very reason. But even so, Puck assured her that he couldn't join her because of the large number of cases piling up on him. Hearing about what exactly Chilson was supposed to do, Kim concluded that it was too much even for a department, let alone one person. Pak agreed. He realized that his classmates were taking advantage of him, but he was willing to do it to avoid getting beaten up. Kim suggested that it's likely her neighbor does all the dirty work for more than just her department. There was no doubt about it. The whole class just blamed it on the poor guy, and used him for their own purposes. Puck began to make excuses, citing that he had decided to do everything alone, so that there would be no misunderstandings between the others. The impressed girl grabbed the young man by the scruff of his neck and ordered him to follow her. She was determined to deal with whoever had so brazenly dumped so much work on the guy. Along the way, he tried to convince the protector that he was happy with everything and didn't need to change anything in the well-functioning mechanism. When she entered the cafeteria, she immediately looked for her classmates and resolutely went to them to ask them a question. The guys looked apprehensively at a flustered Kim, who turned to the group with assertiveness. She asked the guy who used to be in charge of cleaning the 4th ward why he'd dumped all the work on a new recruit. The guy laughed and spread his hands, saying he was in the F class. The girl didn't let the young man finish his thoughts and covered his mouth with her palm, not wanting to hear any further explanation. In a threatening tone, she told him henceforth to do his own work, which had been honestly assigned to him. In her opinion, humiliating those who were weaker was at least disgusting, and she didn't want to see it in the classroom. Lastly, she threatened to deal with the guy if he tried to shift his job again. Now Kim pointed at Puck, whom she had trailed into the dining room, and demanded that the guy apologize. Satisfied that no one was outraged, she grabbed Chilson and now headed for the classroom teacher. The teacher listened to the girl carefully and put her in charge of assigning duties to the class. Seyoung was pleased with the result and happily agreed to her mentor's order. Armed with a mop, She went to the classroom to tell them about the new rules that were starting to take effect the moment they were communicated. Having fished out 2 classmates, the young lady put them in charge of wet mopping and cleanliness of the classroom blackboard. The guys didn't see what happened in the cafeteria and became indignant because they didn't understand why they should be the ones doing it when there was an F class. But the explanation didn't move Kim, and she hit the disgruntled classmates with the mop, making it clear that they had no choice. They had no more arguments left and decided that the easiest thing to do was to agree with the girl and not to incur her wrath. Seeing this, Pyong-gyun decided to intervene. First, he demanded that the new girl call him Commander. Kim's question about what the guy needed pissed him off, as he felt he had every right to address his subordinates. These words had no effect on the girl. She realized that the boy was nothing more than an empty but boastful creature. With a wave of her hands, she brought it to Pyong's attention that he pissed her off, and so it would be good for her to become a commander herself, sooner rather than later. Such insolence blew the boy's mind. He was furious that the girl had allowed herself such words. Leaving the guy in this state, she turned on her heels and started to walk away, saying she had nothing else to do. But Baeun didn't want to let it go and decided to deal with it by calling Kim to the roof right after school. Park overheard the conversation in the classroom. That's how he found out that at the meeting, Pyong wanted to discuss something about their department with his roommate. He decided to follow the young lady and followed her on the way, realizing that she was going to the agreed place. He smelled a strange odor and figured it meant the commander was having a rough day. He stood at the half-open door and listened to the conversation. Kim asked what Pyong wanted to discuss with her. The boy grinned. He thought the girl must have realized what had prompted him to talk. Behind the young man's back, other guys began to appear, as if threatening the young lady with their presence. Kim laughed when she saw what a serious team Pyong had assembled to fight her. As his subordinate, he promised that if the conversation went smoothly, he would do no harm. Kim continued to laugh because she didn't understand what kind of conversation could take place between them in front of so many people. Hiding behind the backs of his classmates again, Baeun said that his brother-in-law needed to be taught a lesson. Uneva's words surprised the girl because everyone in the school knew that the new girl was not as simple as she seemed at first glance. Pyong assured him that he would be able to teach the girl a lesson for her insolence in dealing with the commander. Kim crossed her arms over her chest and asked in a tired voice what exactly the commander was dissatisfied with. Byung assured that if Kim was lucky enough to be his deputy, she should also obey his orders without question. The girl waved her hands and asked about the young man's strength and intelligence that clearly did not surpass her characteristics. She thought that since Baeun had decided to be a tough guy, he should have lived up to his status and surpassed her in at least one way. Hearing this, Pyong ordered everyone present to activate their ideas and launch an offensive. The girl took stock of those present. All of them had the most ordinary, unremarkable weapons, suitable only for close combat. Pyong looked at the newcomer and asked if their ideas seemed like nonsense to her compared to what she herself possessed. But Kim grinned and referred to not attributing Pyong's own thoughts to her. He was not going to be ceremonious any longer and was now determined to punish the young lady for her insolence and disrespect. Looking at Kim, the guy said that there would be consequences for using such a strong idea while fighting, while their own would not be given any importance because even all and some they did not compare. He had 15 of them and realized that his prank would still go unpunished. Kim's idea only worked when using a sword, but Baeun saw that she came to the roof without one. That is, the whole group was in a more advantageous position because Se-young couldn't use all her strength and power. Looking at the newcomer, Gi-yeon assured that even she wouldn't be able to handle so many people. He was determined to attack and make the girl answer for all the humiliation she had caused him. Kim hummed and calmly reported that Sergeant An Se-young-ho was well known throughout the school. Ga-yeon didn't understand what the 12th grader had to do with this, and why the girl had decided to mention him now. She waved her hands and said that since everyone knows her idea class, that's where the main snag comes in. Upon hearing about the combat class, Pyong's followers shuddered in fear, but he himself assured that a swordsman without a sword posed no danger. Approaching almost closely, the young lady recommended the commander to encourage his fellow soldiers, especially during their last battle. The guy's reaction only added to her interest, and in an innocent voice she asked if he remembered what he had been taught in class. Now she proudly proclaimed that, all things being equal, one A-class man could stand up to 100 A-class men. A horn began to appear on her head, and she began to tell me that her class could only be obtained by those who could fight many. Kim realized that even if she fought at half strength, 15 men was still a pittance to win. Baeun, however, assured her followers not to believe her word, since without a sword, she could not apply her idea and fight back. Without missing a beat, he demanded that his fellow soldiers go on the offense to defend him like he already had. One of the guys accepted the commander's words and decided that without a sword, the girl wouldn't be able to deal with him, so armed with a bat, he went to her. Kim smiled and told her attacker that she liked his boldness, but an open attack was not what was needed in this situation. He was shocked at what he had said, for his blow could not even reach its intended recipient. Taking advantage of the confusion, she grabbed her opponent and pushed him into the crowd, knocking them over like a bowling ball. Those who had not been hit stood silently staring at the defeated, and now their confidence was evaporating before their eyes. But Se-young didn't want to give her opponents time to make decisions and struck back, dropping one of the guys and putting her foot on him. The girl let the guys know that, even without a sword, her power was great. There was no doubt that it was pointless and dangerous to fight the A-class. Kim leaned over to one of her classmates and said that their mistake is that they are quick to despair, that's why their grade is lower. But the young man began to say that she was born that way, and no amount of effort could bring him to such a result. He almost turned to crying when he said Kim wasn't destined to understand his true anguish over classiness. Then the girl snorted, because no one knew that she had started out as a D-class. When he heard that, the boy was very surprised. He couldn't imagine that a girl born in such a family could start from such a level. Pyung heard the girl's story and decided to intervene, accusing her of lying because everyone in the country knew about their family. He assured me that for psychological pressure, she should have made up something more plausible. Kim waved her hands and said that all of this was true, and that she only had an idea and that her ability to fight was the result of her labor. She said she didn't like the swords at first either, but she had to put up with it in order to fully utilize the idea. The classmates listened to the young lady's story with fascination. They could not believe that despite the status of her family, she had been through a lot. The guys didn't realize how much effort she'd put into becoming who she was now, but she wasn't interested in that. Pyung didn't want to listen to any more idle talk and lunged at the young lady to finish what he had started. Kim effortlessly took her opponent down without using any weapons in the process. Now, among all who were on the roof, there was only one commander left, who had been hiding cowardly behind the backs of his co-workers. Kim left Pyung for last. He looked at the pile of friends lying there, cursing at the fact that they were useless. Se-young walked across the roof and began to approach the guy. The situation had changed, and now she intended to teach him a lesson. But that didn't frighten him, and he humbly realized that there was no other way out, and now they were one-on-one. Pyung had no fear and suggested that the girl stand against him and finally finish what he had started. The girl assessed the determination of her opponent and decided that he must have a serious trump card stashed away if he was so confident. Kim advised her opponent to tense her abs and went on the attack. She realized she had no choice but to destroy him. Biyun noticed that the girl hadn't hit anyone in the face the whole time, so that no one would get bruises and the teachers wouldn't know about the fight. That's why he decided to frame his opponent and take the blow on himself, or rather on his face. Seeing Kim bring her fist in, he fearlessly put his head up, so it would land right on his nose. He realized that for such a thing at least, she would face serious punishment, which would be impossible to avoid. But a hand that suddenly appeared in front of his face intercepted the blow, and the young man's intended action never happened. It was Puck Chilson who had been closely following the unfolding events all along. At his commander's surprised look, he replied that he was only trying to save his beautiful nose from being hit so hard. But Bayun was clearly surprised by the outsider's interference in his flawless plan that could have helped with Kim's suspension. As if by accident, he stepped on the guy's hand and started apologizing, saying he did it unintentionally. Acting completely innocent, he fearfully asked the commander if he was all right. Byun decided that all this happened for a reason, and it was Se-young's cunning plan to bring the guy here on purpose. Pointing a finger at Puck, she was surprised and decided that he had just followed her and was now interfering for some reason. Chilson realized that he had done the right thing, and it was time to leave since no one was happy to see him. The girl appreciated the gesture. After all, she really hadn't noticed her neighbor's presence since she was engrossed in Pyung. Now Se-young was wondering how he had managed to cover the distance from the door to the venue in such a short time. To accomplish all this, he had to open the door to run, and only then make a decision and set up his fist. Moreover, Kim hit using all her strength, and yet Park managed to stop her despite the F-class. Now she was sure of her hunch, and in fact the guy was hiding his true potential from her. Suddenly she turned her attention to her hand. Something was in the way, and at first glance she thought it was pieces of plastic. The awakened classmates suggested to the commander not to wait for darkness and go home before anything bad happened. But Pyong's anger did not abate. He shouted at the young man and assured him that he had no right to interfere with the course of events in this way. From helplessness, he threatened that, as a commander, he would tell the class teacher about the incident. Puck decided to play dumb and looked at the guy in surprise, saying he should be rewarded for his defense. Kim realized that the neighbor was on her side and arrogantly said that this was his way of preventing him from performing his latest nasty. But Pyong insisted that this was not the end, and he would have the last word in any outcome. Trump really was hidden up his sleeve, because he was filming everything that was happening on a hidden camera. Now he triumphantly said that the video would show Kim Se-young hitting innocent classmates. The girl pointed downward and asked the enemy if he was talking about the camera, whose wreckage was lying on the roof. Pyong's plan was failing on all sides, and now he had no choice but to give up. Puck said he tore it off to soften the blow, and he didn't think it was the commander who installed it. The girl kicked a shard of hardware in the commander's direction and said triumphantly that all his schemes were over. Now she wanted to deal with Puck and find out exactly how the new recruit had managed to stop her blow. But Shinsen became resentful because he had helped his neighbor avoid a lot of problems that Pyong had prepared for her. The guys watched the couple closely and decided that in addition to abilities, the A class had some heavenly luck. She turned around and headed towards the gawkers without letting go of the unfortunate recruit. She set an example to her classmates of Puck, who never whined about his class and silently acted regardless of the circumstances. Kim encouraged them to always remember this and never give up, because it wasn't too late to change their lives. After the fiery speech, Kim and Park left with a loud slamming of the door, leaving Gi-young alone on the roof. The day was almost over, and the beaten guys continued to come to their senses and rethink the events that had happened. At night, Puck was often tormented by nightmares that were so realistic that more than once they drove him into fear. He recalled that he had already managed to see bloody scenes when he lived with his aunt and uncle. From the horror he saw, the guy flew out of bed, glad that it was just a dream, and in reality, nothing like that awaits him. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and Puck was now quietly coming to himself, trying to recover from the effects of the sleep that had haunted him for years. On the way out, Kim noticed that there was something wrong with her new friend. He was too pensive. Puck came to his senses and assured the girl that he was just tired and took the opportunity to ask where they were going. Se-young replied that she didn't know anything and was following the commander's instruction. Pyong approached some building and ordered his squad to stop. Some guys greeted the guys and asked if they were from Huin School for the sake of order. They smiled welcomingly, and their looks said that they were genuinely happy to meet. Pyong approached the company and asked who they were and what they wanted from his department. The young man started asking about Kim Se-young. He couldn't wait to meet the legendary girl. Guyon was furious because once again, he was ignored as commander when he heard about the girl's presence. The young man's words made the boys laugh. They were obviously confident in their abilities and said they didn't want to talk to an overconfident type. This hurt Pyong even more, and he again vehemently began to demand that the comrades introduce themselves. But the taunts continued, and the group asked who he thought they were like. Pyong was not known for his manners and did not miss the opportunity to insult the strangers by calling them obscene names. But they didn't have time to answer, because someone came up to them who said that you can't bully kids from other schools. A young man in a smart suit stepped forward and apologized for the behavior of his pupils. The people present were from Sojun High School. The guy extended his hand to Pyong and said he was glad to meet them. But instead of answering just as kindly, the commander grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and demanded an explanation as to what was going on. The stranger didn't want to escalate the conflict and suggested that everyone tone it down and calm down. Kim came to the defense and reminded the commander that the entire squad's grades for the training session depended on his behavior. The stranger and the girl recognized the legendary girl who had recently transferred to Huin School. Without missing an opportunity to think, he extended his hand to the young lady and gave his name. His name was Lee Seung-hwa. Kim explained that they came here for first aid training, but for some reason there were other guys there. That's why the girl was expecting an explanation, since the guys came first and were most likely already aware of what was going on. Lee smiled welcomingly again and said they were the first aid group the guys were trying to find. The 11th grade class of Sojun School wore the title proudly and practiced regularly. No one knew why they had chosen the bank for the class. They, like the others, simply went to the designated place and waited for further instruction. Both schools were on good terms with the organization, and most likely just wanted to boost their image that way. Lee assessed the room and noticed that everything had been prepared for their arrival, since there were no strangers there. One of the employees in a strict black suit went to the guys and pro forma asked if they were school children. The men were well built, and looking at them there was no doubt that this was the kind of men they took as guard. Kim didn't hesitate and went to one of them, telling them exactly who had come and more about their rank. The servants were surprised at such a combative assertiveness of a schoolgirl, not peculiar to her tender age. She indicated that for any issue they could contact her, and she would provide impeccable assistance. The guys laughed and began to joke that such a perky girl they would love to hire for the bank. Kim herself was annoyed that no one counted with them, and they just spent their time aimlessly trying to earn grades. An interesting idea occurred to her, and when she saw Lee, she called out to him to share her thoughts. She suggested dividing people into groups and thus creating visibility of the activity so that the bankers can evaluate it. The girl didn't believe any of the teachers were following them, so she assumed it was okay to relax. One of the employees offered the boys refreshments, and they gladly accepted. Kim realized that the discipline had finally dissolved, and their charges looked more like kindergarten than students. The boys were excited to use everything in the bank building. Finally, and Se-young gave up deciding what could go wrong, and thus could relax a little. Leaving her sword behind and forgetting everything, she rushed with the others to the drink machine. Puck watched what was happening, and didn't understand the commotion. The relaxed atmosphere made him tense. But after another look around the room, he decided that nothing bad could happen. His thoughts were interrupted by Lee. He was curious to see if he had seen him with Kim Se-young back at the entrance to the bank. Many questions immediately appeared in Chin-sun's mind as to why exactly the guy wanted to know this information. He decided to turn it into a joke and asked if, as a specialist in small errands, he needed to give something to his girlfriend. The guy laughed and assured me that it wasn't about that at all, and he was coming up on a completely different issue. Lee smiled and assured that he didn't need anything from poor Puck and had just decided to get to know him. As a reason, he said that the young man interested him, and that's why he approached him. He suggested we have a drink together and get to know each other better. He pointed to a drink machine and gestured for Puck to walk over to it. Chilson decided to agree, though. Something inside still made the guy wary. After assessing the situation, he decided not to report his departure, deciding that nothing terrible would happen. Puck picked up a can that had fallen out of the beverage machine that everyone was just talking about. He took a couple of sips and felt a pleasant coolness. Lee noticed that the young man was unusually calm. The guy suggested that theoretically, the new acquaintance could be a hidden master of the Hoyundi school, which caused Puck's surprise. Looking at the young man, Chin-sun assured that his calmness was just a pretense that was actually untrue. Lee was wary. Despite his nonchalance, he didn't understand why the boy didn't get along with his classmates. That was why he decided to find out more about his new acquaintance and asked about his combat ability class. Without any embarrassment, Puck talked about what belongs in the F class. Lee couldn't believe what his new friend was saying, and decided the guy was just lying to him. To the attacks about lying, he answered that he would have nothing to lie about, and everything he said was really true. Lee decided that, in that case, his behavior was even stranger than it might seem. Out of anger, Puck threw the can into the trash can, and it hit the wall. Lee was surprised, and asked the guy how he managed to make such a high-precision hit with an ordinary can. He assured me that it was cool, and kept praising the humble man, who clearly didn't share the enthusiasm of a guy he didn't know very well. Then he decided to try to repeat the trick to the words of Puck, who assured him that he too could easily do it. But despite the efforts made, the can flew past the urn and fell nearby, emitting a characteristic sound. Puck shrugged and decided that Lee wasn't doing as well with skill as he was. Taking the jar in his hands, the guy said that he wasn't very good with fighting skills, and that's why he decided to do first aid. When asked how Park ended up in such a ward, the young man replied without a doubt that it was thanks to Kim and his luck. Chilson decided to ask what class of idea the fellow himself possessed, since he had not previously said anything about it. Instead of answering, Lee decided to demonstrate how his hands turned into blades. This was a skill that matched the C class. Puck scrutinized his new comrade and added meaningfully that he had room to grow. The words upset the young man a little, and he added that he had heard it many times but could not do anything about it. Puck understood what the young man was getting at. He seemed to want to transfer to the combat unit himself and was making inquiries about it. Lee was embarrassed because his new friend had correctly recognized his purpose for meeting him. Chilson believed that first aid was more important than a lifetime of training to develop fighting skills. Lee didn't think of it that way. His training was also very important, because people's lives depended on it. Puck took the guy by the shoulder and cheerfully advised him to relax and finally gain confidence. The guys decided that it was time to go back, and on the way, Chilson thought about how lucky his new friend was to have such abilities. At last, the teacher, who, judging by the clock, was already very late, began to approach the bank building. The workers met the commander and suggested that we not waste any time and go inside to make the grades. The mentor didn't want to rush it, but his colleagues insisted on putting them out at least roughly. After a short thought, they decided to do so based on what they had achieved earlier. It was all just a formality. Finally, the commander gave up, and even deep down was glad that he would have to do less work than he had planned. Once the formalities were over, all colleagues headed to a nearby coffee shop for a cup of coffee. The students in the bank building were hanging around and couldn't find any interesting activity to make the time go faster. To pass the time, one of the students suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the loser would go get a drink. The boys started gambling when they noticed that a stranger was approaching them. The men wore black uniforms and showed that their visit was not entirely friendly. After looking at the uninvited guests, the students realized that something was wrong, and it was all very strange for their training. Their calm was interrupted by one of the clerks who burst into the hall and urged everyone to get out of the way as soon as possible. But the employee was clearly not going to give any explanation assuring the need to step back. One of the guests lashed out at an employee who insisted that the children leave the building using the back door. The disciples didn't understand what was going on and wondered what was really going on, assuming that what they were seeing was just a drill. The bank employee could not hold off the attack for long, but with his last strength, he still insisted on a quick escape. The guests have dealt with their first victim and now greeted everyone by saying that they are from the DPRK. The leader of the group smiled evilly and apologized for invading the bank and disturbing everyone's peace. Workers arrived and demanded explanations. Judging by the situation, it was clear that this was not a drill. The stranger began to approach the guy and tell him that he would be much more interesting and fun to deal with. The workers began to realize that it was all true, and the sudden visitors really did come from North Korea. This comment made the bandits laugh and assured that they had arrived to get some money. Saying this, they threw the bag on the floor and demanded that they fill it immediately, and then they wouldn't hurt anyone. The workers declared a general alert, and other guards began to swarm into the hall. All of them immediately took up battle positions and prepared to defend what they had so carefully guarded. The gang leader once again reminded me that the bag was waiting to be filled to the top with cash. But the guards had no intention of acting on the robber's instructions and were going to fight back with dignity. The bandit raised up his sword and said threateningly that any action against him would be futile. Kim crept up behind her and noticed that the ringleader's aura was very different from usual. After assessing the situation, she realized that to even the odds, she needed to strip him of his sword. Seeing that the attack was unavoidable, she rushed forward shouting for the battle to stop. The ringleader struck with his sword and asked the school children to get away so as not to accidentally harm them. The students watched as the guards one by one lost their lives and now lay senseless on the floor. Kim saw that the bandit had destroyed the B-class defense idea by applying only one blow. The assailant grudgingly remarked that everyone present was very much accustomed to peaceful life. Looking at the results of his labor, he assured me that the bank had hired a worthless security guard. Kim realized that the ringleader had an A grade and ordered everyone present to assemble. She insisted that everyone go into hiding immediately to save their lives. The students began to hide behind tables and beams in the hall. Seeing the guys running away in terror, the bandit taunted them and asked if they had changed their minds about working at the bank. Kim continued to take charge of the situation and insisted that everyone activate their ideas immediately. The ringleader kept demanding that his bag be filled with bills so he could leave. The guys were frightened and did not understand how such a thing could even happen in the modern world. Se-young assured them that their task was to hold out until the police arrived, and to do so, they had to remain calm and not give in to emotion. The robber kept kicking the bag, talking about how it was necessary to help his northern brothers. Kim tried to keep the situation under control, but she still didn't understand if they would be able to handle even one swordsman. The bandit kept rushing the employees, saying that everyone in this bank is totally non-customer oriented. He saw the girl and thought she looked very brave. He approached her and demanded her name. It was Kim. After receiving an answer, the man asked what he had to do in order for the employees to fulfill his request as soon as possible. The girl was stalling for time and decided to strike up a conversation with the bandit, assuming they were criminals escaping from the north rather than spies. Looking at the swordsman, she decided that they didn't want money at all, and the purpose of their visit was quite different. Giving the young lady a friendly smile, he decided it was time for him to introduce himself. That surprised Kim. She had never heard of a criminal wanting to reveal his identity before. He spread his hands and, pointing to his men, said they were representatives of the Great Plague Battalion. This organization was known as Kim. It was also widely known by the name Peste. Little was known about these people except that they didn't care about race or class or rank. This terrorist group has been committing crimes all over the world without leaving anything alive behind. The school children were terrified when they heard about the criminals. They had heard that the bandits left nothing behind. But the ringleader didn't like the short name, and pushing one of the tables said it had to do with Western influences. The guys were afraid for their lives, and in principle they were ready to fill the robber's bag with bills without any doubts. Kim realized she couldn't wait any longer, and used her idea to transform into a pearl goblin. She boldly stepped forward and told everyone to calm down so no one would harm their situation. Turning to her classmates, the girl correctly pointed out that the money she had given them did not guarantee that their lives would be spared at all. The leader admired the young woman, and looking at her transformation, he seemed to realize who it was that stood before him. Kim immediately realized this and stated that since that was the case, their conversation would be short, offering the man to fight her. She realized that if the entire group attacked, she wouldn't stand a chance, but one-on-one could make a difference. The leader realized that it was just a trick, and to support the young lady, he decided to agree. Se-young waved her hands and asked if the culprit would attack her alone with a whole squad, because that would be extremely unfair. The young lady's determination bribed the man. This was exactly how he imagined a member of the Pearl Kim family to be. The girl had no intention of having a long conversation, and suggested to her opponent not to hesitate and start the battle. He lowered his sword to the floor and proudly said he accepted the girl's challenge. The man ordered the schoolgirl to start the attack as he was confident in his abilities and had no doubts about the outcome of the battle. Kim was pleased that her ploy had worked, and moreover, she'd gotten a chance at the first move from the arrogant bandit. In the back of her mind, she tried to convince herself that the man wouldn't break his word, and that if she won, it wouldn't be hard to deal with the others. Se-young realized that the life of the entire class depended on the outcome of this battle. Aiming for success, she reached for her sword, which was at her back, but the girl was disappointed because the weapon was traitorously left at the wall when everyone rushed to get drinks. She clearly remembered exactly where and when she'd lost sight of it, and inwardly reprimanded herself for cheating on her habit. The bandit didn't want to take too long and headed towards the girl, sensing that there was some kind of trick lurking in her paws. He lunged at the young woman, deciding that if she wasn't going to make the first move, he would make it himself. Kim miraculously dodged the sword's blow and leaned backward. She was only interested in how she could get her weapon back. Looking at the aftermath of the attack, she realized that if the mugger ever hit her, once it would be over, and not just for her. But the attack came just in time, and in the girl's mind came a brilliant idea that could save everyone's lives. Armed with a huge wreck, she decided to try and attack the unsuspecting criminal from behind. But the man spotted the impending blow in time and answered the brave lady with his sword. Kim flew aside from the shockwave. The office slowly began to look like ruins. The criminal reveled in the fact that he was a head taller and that he had so effectively attacked the one that was the stuff of so many legends. From their hiding places, the students watched Se-young fight valiantly. They were all impressed that the schoolgirl was not much inferior to the terrorist. From the heat of passion, guys could not hold back the screams, and now chanted the name of the girl to at least somehow morally support her. Puck didn't share the class's enthusiasm, and understood what it took to do to help his roommate. Lee, who was sitting next to her, kept his eyes on the girl and was as surprised as the others by the young lady's incredible abilities. Park decided to open his new friend's eyes to the reality of the situation. He told him that the fight wasn't even and that Kim needed help. Puck leaned over to his ear and said that now was the time to run for his own survival in all this hell. He insisted that there must have been a hiding place on the upper floors where he would not be immediately detected. The fight was in full swing, and Se-young herself realized that her task of stalling was becoming more and more difficult. The girl was unarmed and couldn't fight on her bare arms for long. Another blow stunned the young lady again. She fell to the floor under the loud laughter of her opponent, who by the way was not tired from the fight at all. He intended to finish the battle and was already walking towards the schoolgirl to end things with a snide chuckle that she dared to challenge him. Kim was wounded, but she wasn't going to give up, so she responded to her opponent's taunts with her usual irony. The bandit was surprised that the schoolgirl could hold out until the end, because no adult would have the strength to resist. Puck grabbed his new friend by the scruff of the neck and hurled him in an unknown direction, shouting loudly to the criminals that he was heading upstairs. It didn't take long for the others to react, and they all rushed after them, wanting to stay alive. The lives of the school children depended on such an escape, so their main task was to get out of the hall as soon as possible. The robber looked at the scattering crowd with amusement and realized that they had correctly assessed the situation, something Kim herself had not done before. The terrorists approached their leader and asked him what they should do. He ordered that all the school children be caught. Without wasting a moment, the group went in search of the students who were rapidly scattering to the farthest corners of the building. Looking at the way his men were leaving, the terrorists said that all of them had failed to properly utilize the time Kim had won for them. According to his plan, all fugitives were to be caught, after which they would surely be returned to where it all began. Kim realized that the terrorist wasn't going to kill her comrades right away. So far, he had only talked about bringing them back to the common room. This meant that the girl was doing everything right, which meant that we should continue to stall and try to confront the enemy. Seeing the schoolgirl's fighting spirit, the bandit smiled. He liked her toughness, which was not typical of her tender age. Taking the opportunity, he decided to ask the girl to join him and become part of his team. The man insisted on it and assured that such an offer few people can just like that, and she was honored. Kim made the most disgruntled grimace and said she couldn't believe the words of a terrorist who was only capable of robbing banks. It suddenly dawned on the man that he had never introduced himself to his adversary. His name was Kim Il-jong. As he assured himself, he became the son of the great Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on Kim, and she was horrified to remember all the titles this man had bestowed upon himself. The man smiled and spoke wistfully about how much trouble all his titles had brought him at a very young age. Looking at Se-young, he said that he could use such a brave person as his wife. Noticing that the girl began to stare back, impressed by what he had heard, he added annoyingly that it was because of this reaction that he did not give his name. Looking at the enemy, Kim said that she knew there was a good bounty on his head because he was a world criminal. Smiling, she began to reason that the amount of the bounty would be enough for them all classes to have a nice victory celebration. Hearing those words, Chen's expression once again dissipated. During their time together, he had soaked up sympathy for his opponent. He took another close look at the schoolgirl and decided that it was no accident that he had been sent to rob a bank with schoolboys. It seems his family has long had a plan for the terrorists to deal with the family issue. Walking almost right up to Se-young, he advised her to keep still so he wouldn't hurt the girl. She kindly replied that the mugger had surprised her too, but she hadn't said everything in this battle yet, and now wanted to wrap things up soon. During the battle, the girl diligently took the enemy to where her weapon was, and now she was already a danger to the criminal. Grabbing her sword, she snidely said that she still had a lot to learn, but some things she could do now. The sword glowed in her hands, and it became clear that by releasing her idea, the battle still had a chance for a different outcome. For all this, the girl needed only a sword, which she could get using her wit and dexterity. The school children tried their best to run away from the advancing terrorists, who could not stop them from following the commander's orders. Grabbing the students, the bandits demanded that they not make any unnecessary movements, and calmly obeyed their demand. One by one, the terrorists led the teenagers into the common room without letting them seize the moment and hide in a safe place. Puck and Lee ran into the restroom and hid in one of the stalls, praying that the bandits wouldn't break in on them. Chilson's thoughts were far from salvation. He looked around in amazement and marveled at the crystal cleanliness of the bank premises. Lee was scared. He thought they were hiding too low, because everyone else had run above the 5th floor. Puck tried to calm his worried friend, and assured him that they would be fine, and that they had done the right thing. The student noticed something strange in the boy's attitude. He was worried about the nonchalance with which he spoke about what was happening. The question surprised Puck, who in his mind was trying to diffuse the situation in some way and give him confidence. Lee thought that if they were caught, they would be destroyed like the guards had been, and his friend's smile did not reassure him. He was afraid that sitting in such a place they would be found, so he had to think of something else and go to find a new hiding place. He tugged on Chilson's arm and insisted on going upstairs after the other guy. He realized that Se-young could hold on for a while, but he could hardly win. The remnants of a bright mind finally left Puck's head, and he decided that he must fight the criminals and help his girlfriend. Lee thought his friend had lost his mind. He couldn't imagine what they could do with their C and F classes against such thugs. Sitting in the stall, Puck decided to ask his comrade about whether the showers had classes. The question surprised the young man, and he gave his friend an incomprehensible look, thus demanding an explanation. Park recalled Se-young's story that she used to have a D class, but now through her efforts she had pumped it up to AO. He assured that this only proves again that class in no way characterizes a person's real ability. Lee was getting more and more tense. His friend's thought was clear to him, but he didn't understand what it had to do with the situation they were in. Their conversation was interrupted by footsteps coming from somewhere in the corridor. The boys thought they were coming for them. Lee panicked. He was afraid that the terrorists would take them and destroy them without giving them a chance to survive. The footsteps were getting closer, and Puck kept encouraging his comrade, assuring him that if he unleashed his idea, Together, they could resist. But the boy didn't want to listen to any instruction. His mind was wrapped in fear, and he was most worried that they might be discovered. But Chilson did not lose faith that he could get through. He took Seung-hwa by the shoulder and asked him to listen again. Instead of long, fiery speeches, Pa asked him to trust him and follow his instructions carefully. The terrorist had already entered the restroom area and ordered the guys to get out immediately as he could hear them talking. Inspecting the closed booths, he said that their great leader hates procrastination, and it might anger him. Puck leaned out of the booth and in his most friendly voice began to marvel at the way the terrorist spoke. But the praise did not work, and the bandit rudely said that for delay the boy could pay for any limb. Chilson continued to play dumb and say that the robber's talkativeness was due to the absence of his leader in sight. Saying that, Puck ordered his dagger to appear. It looked like he wanted to try to confront the robber under similar conditions. Armed with his dagger, he pointed it at the terrorist, making the most menacing face. But the man only laughed at the fact that the lad's idea was such a weak weapon with which he could do no harm. The bandit's legs glistened, and gaining sickening speed, he was very close to the young man, ordering him to surrender. Park ordered Seung-hwa to run away as soon as possible. It was as if the guy had specifically said this to the entire room. Hearing of the escape plan being born right now, the man rushed over to the boys to try and apprehend them and get them downstairs. At this moment, Puck reached the S-class, and a full determination to kill opponents appeared in his eyes. Now before the terrorists stood not a friendly kid who seemed weak, but a real monster thirsty for blood. The young man's physical characteristics have tripled from what they were originally. The terrorist used the speed of his legs to rush to strike Chilson, who seemed unable to dodge. But, contrary to the bandit's expectations, Pa intercepted his arm and prevented him from striking, saying that the terrorist was too slow for him. The man was surprised by the schoolboy's abilities and decided to try to overpower him once again. But no sooner had he prepared to strike than Puck counterattacked and thus got his opponent out of the way. Life was still flowing in his body, and in his last gasps, his opponent was still trying to fight back against his apprentice. In Puck's characteristic manner, the guy kept talking about how convenient it was to have an idea like the bandits, because it allowed you to accelerate very quickly. The man was surprised. He couldn't believe that an ordinary schoolboy could easily see his idea. Lee stepped out of the stall and saw a frightening sight. The friend, possessed by a lust for killing, loomed over the terrorist and threatened to inflict a painful death on him. Seeing this, the guy was startled to say the least. He didn't expect to see the guy with the C-class idea turn into a real monster in a matter of seconds. Frightened, he started to stagger toward the exit, afraid that he might fall under his friend's hot hand. Finishing with his victim, Puck finally heard his friend calling, then raised his red burning eyes to the young man. He looked questioningly at his companion and did not understand what had frightened him so much, for everything was fine in his head. Lee began pleading with Chilson to leave the terrorist's body and try to get to safety as soon as possible. But Puck was sure that they were in no danger now, because he had just dealt with someone who could really cause them trouble. The guy was like out of his mind and demanded a quick answer from his buddy, who was still scared of what was going on. There was only one person left in the room who wanted to leave immediately, and that was Seung-hwa himself. Chinson's eyes burned with the fire of lust to destroy the enemy, and he wanted to do it at any cost without hearing the words of his comrade. Puck himself was counting on his friend to be able to activate his idea and eventually come to his aid. He continued to fight the terrorist, and thus delayed the time for a comrade following his instructions to help him. But Lee did nothing. He stood and watched silently as the boy struggled with the terrorist. Deep down, Seung-hwa might have wanted to help, but his inner fear prevented him from doing so. Puck assured me that if he followed his advice, the young man's hands could become blades that could not be broken. After a second's hesitation, Lee rushed for the exit, apologizing to his former friend for his betrayal. But Puck didn't blame the guy in any way. He realized that the fear of the whole situation was stronger than reason. Now Chilson alone was going to finish off his victim and do it without being seen. Looking at the terrorist, he said he was choosing method number 13. The bandit realized that he had to report all this to his commander at any cost. In the office on the first floor, the struggle between Kim Il-jong and Se-young continued. The girl held firm against the former criminal. With a smirk, the girl noticed that the enemy was indeed worthy, and had even almost caught her once. Chen smiled at the young lady and didn't hesitate to compliment her or her weapon. But the girl had not yet had her say in this battle and was already preparing to strike again, which she thought would help her. The man was not embarrassed by her words because he did not believe that the schoolgirl really possessed worthwhile talents. He struck again with his sword, which Kim repelled without any difficulty. Looking at the opponents, it seemed that they could fight forever. because their strength was not inferior to each other. Chen was surprised that the young lady reflected his martial idea, and he realized that the girl was really good at fighting, and her strength was in the sword. The terrifying power of the enemy's weapon attacks was not related to physical strength, and Kim figured it out. The terrorist was smiling. He also found out that the main danger was the girl's sword. Looking at the cause of the problem, Chen decided that it was weakening his power and only delaying the imminent outcome of the battle. Se-young smiled and said that only the emptying of the family treasury was comparable to this sword. The weapon was legendary. It was said that the constellations engraved on the blade contained the real energy of the stars. Kim knew that, with an argument like that, she could stand her opponent in good stead. Suddenly, she snapped out of her seat and pounced on the enemy using goblin swordsmanship techniques. Chen laughed, and now his interest in the girl continued to grow, and he asked her to be his fiancée again. The Se-young family was known for their recklessness, but she would never be able to tie her fate to someone like a terrorist. Swinging his sword, Chen sadly concluded that he would then have to destroy the girl, no matter how much he wanted to keep her alive. All these thoughts only prevented him from focusing on the battle and seeing it through to the end. Se-young tried to seize the moment, but so far all her efforts had only gone to defending herself from the criminal's blows. Looking at her enemy, it seemed to her that it was all too easy for him, and therefore more effort was needed. Chen had the advantage in brute strength, and in his opinion that was going to be the deciding factor in his victory. But the young lady did not want to give up her position, and was determined to fight to the end. Once again using the goblin swordsmanship that resulted in phantoms, she rushed to attack with renewed vigor. The enemy was fast and strong, but they also had weaknesses. Se-young decided to take advantage of the Phantom's moments of attack and move in at that time, but it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to fight back. It was all due to her young age and lack of combat experience. The attacks were getting stronger, and Chen himself was doing everything to show the girl that he was a head stronger than her. But Kim herself was well aware of that. After all, her original goal had been to stall for time, which she was doing just fine so far. She decided to use stealth and play along with the proud criminal to help the attacking phantoms. Showing his strength, Chen hoped that the girl would get through to him and still agree to join his gang. In the meantime, the terrorists continued to do their leader's bidding and pull the fugitives into the hall where it all began. Looking at this, Se-young didn't understand why no one was coming to help them. She honestly expected that the military police were already waiting outside, and justified her lack of action by the presence of hostages. Chen himself was surprised that his fighters were leading the hostages from the street side, even though only recently they had all gone to the upper floors. One of the fighters explained. Their plan was to split into two groups. The first drove school children to the windows and thus provoked them to jump down, and others caught them down below, keeping the fugitives from getting away and attracting unnecessary attention. Those who were left without an assignment went to check the upper floors to make sure they didn't miss any of the escapees. Hearing this, Kim realized that there were no auxiliary forces outside, and all her time dragging was useless. Even if the terrorists had acted carefully, they would still have been spotted, which means no one knew about the events that took place in the bank building. Chen noticed the girl's confusion, and had no trouble considering her thoughts that this was all at the very least strange. He decided to give the girl an explanation. One of his men used his idea, and made sure that everything went as quietly as possible. Se-young realized that they were trapped, and had no one to help them. The only thing they could do was to rely on themselves. The terrorists talked about how well they had prepared for the attack, because outwardly, the bank did not attract the attention of passers-by. The man's words sounded like a judgment. She had missed the point of her plan. There was no one to help them. Looking for a solution, Se-young thought about getting out herself and reporting what was happening, but then the others would be left without a chance. But it was foolish to stay alone, because sooner or later, her strength would leave her, and she wouldn't be able to hold off the enemy. Chen noticed that the former fervor of the opponent was gone after learning that the reinforcements would not come, and looking at the bound classmates. In the crowd of guys, there was one guy who clearly stood out from the crowd. He looked more like a bank employee. The criminals were sure that they had everything under control and were already relaxed, waiting for new orders from the leader. Suddenly, the man snapped out of his seat and rushed somewhere toward the desks with shouts. When he got to the phone, he pressed the emergency button to notify the military police of what had happened. Getting no answer, he yelled and tried to give out all the information as soon as possible before the bandits grabbed him. But there was no answer from the tube, and the criminals remained standing in their places without even trying to stop the fugitive. Putting the phone away from stress, the man didn't understand why it wasn't ringing, and he couldn't reach emergency services. One of the robbers called out to the employee, and when he turned around, he kicked at him a huge black bag that was originally asked to be filled with bills. Seeing the disappointment in the clerk's eyes, Chen approached him and asked if he had heard what Kim had said not too long ago. He explained again that one of his men had an idea that could jam telephone and emergency communication. Grabbing their cell phones, the school children finally realized the reason why their phones didn't work, and there was no use for them in this situation. Seeing the leader approaching the employee, asked in horror why such a great criminal would attack some private bank. The ringleader didn't like the question. He said that he should not have belittled his job by saying that it was against the principles of communism. The clerk did not miss the opportunity to ask more questions. The risks of the bandits were really high, for they could be captured and punished severely. But Chen laughed and said that he had no fear of Li Xiak and was free to do as he wished. He came closer and closer to the bank employee, threatening him with his sword. The same man laughed nervously out of fear. The robber pointed his weapon at him, and he prepared to say goodbye to his life, realizing that there was no help waiting for him. Chen assured that by using it, he could teach the others a good lesson so that no one would make any more unnecessary moves. Stammering, the man begged to be let alive, but his words were traitorously confused, and he could not make any convincing arguments. But someone stopped Chen and didn't let him finish, with the employee calling him a communist puppet. It was Se-young who chose the right address to draw the terrorist's attention to herself. Smiling, she said that to teach someone a lesson, he should have fought her himself first. Offering herself as a potential victim for a show flogging, she asked for the innocent employee to be released. Chen couldn't get away from the insult. It was something new to him, and especially offensive because he thought the girl didn't understand the meaning of the word. After asking his question, he lowered his sword menacingly, adding that the girl probably didn't know what she was talking about. The employee's fate was sealed, and the frightened girl realized she had overdone the insult. Grimacing from the pain of the thug's blow, the employee begged to stop and save his life. Se-young felt as if she was living through everything he was experiencing with him. In her heart, she blamed herself for what had happened. Despite the difference in abilities, she decided to hold on as long as possible to protect the rest of the humans. At last, the criminal turned his attention to her. He also intended to teach the brave girl a lesson, as she had requested. He assured me that he would strip the girl of her limbs and take them with him as a show whipping. With his words, he tried to humiliate the girl and intimidate the others so that no one else would dare to make a peep against him. The door opened, and it became clear that not all of the school children had been caught in the chase. It was Li Seung-hwa who guiltily raised his hands and apologized for attracting the attention of the terrorists. Chen was surprised by the appearance of a harmless-looking young man who tried to show that he had no bad intentions. The criminal began to apologize to the leader and rushed to grab the guest, but Chen himself stopped him. Li continued to stand there with his hands innocently raised. No one would have thought that anything was to be expected from him, by the look of him. In fact, Seung-hwa was acting on a premeditated plan that he and his comrade had invented. Pak asked a friend to give the terrorists his whereabouts after he activated his idea. It seemed to Li that this whole scheme was doomed to failure, and at first he did not even believe in the words of his friend, who seemed mad with fear. But Shinsen assured that everything would go as it should, because he had previously asked his friend to trust him and follow his instructions. Now standing in front of the terrorists, Seung-hwa was pretty damn pleased with himself because he had done everything his buddy told him to do. Chen asked the young man to introduce himself, and he gave his name, adding that he was an 11th grader from Sojin School. Li pointed upstairs and said that the money the bandits were looking for was on the 5th floor, but Chen didn't want to believe him. Then Se-young added that everything was planned on purpose, and the money was hidden at the specified place by his friend. The words alerted the terrorists, to whom all this initially seemed to be some kind of nonsense starting from the sudden appearance of the young man. Heading to the specified location, Chen noticed that the subordinates who were checking the upper floors were still missing. He was incredibly angry that some schoolboy had been wandering around the floors during his reign over the building. One of the employees fell to his knees and began to vow that he would surely find the fugitive. He realized that such a transgression could end badly for him, so he begged him not to take his life and give him a chance. Chen came even closer and, lifting his subordinate, said he would give him a chance since he was busy, but he should return with the money and the boy. The soldier saluted the combat salute and decided to start following orders without delay. The leader sensed that something was wrong, so he ordered another group of terrorists to go to his aid. Finished with his orders, he decided to return to Se-young, who had hurt him with her insolent behavior. But before that, he decided to deal with the newly arrived young man who had been waiting in horror for developments. The terrorist menacingly asked the guy to come to him immediately. Looks like the thug wanted to talk to him. Without too much hesitation, Lee himself set off towards the man, hoping that nothing bad awaited him. Seeing that the schoolboy obediently carried out his orders, the robber smiled and praised him. While the criminals were searching for the guy on the upper floors, Chen decided to indulge his ego and play a little game. Pointing to Se-young, he said he would keep alive whoever brought him an arm or leg of the girl. He was sure that the frightened school children would like the offer and would attack their own defender. But the classmates were in no hurry to take any action. They knew very well what kind of family the girl came from. All of them were not confident in their abilities because the young lady had established herself as an experienced fighter. While some speculated about the possibility of defeating their own classmate, others insisted that they couldn't think of such a thing towards their defense. Looking at the terrorist, they went over the options of what they should do to save their lives for sure. While waiting, some people were already losing their heads because no one knew exactly how long all this had been going on. The boys were cowardly though. In their wildest dreams, they believed in the possibility of their victory. Se-young herself was no longer sure of anything. She was thinking about how to send out a distress signal. Lee stealthily approached the girl and called out to her. She didn't answer the first time, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the guy right in front of her. Seeing her distressed state, he whispered in her ear that she didn't have long to hold out. The young lady was surprised by the guy's words, and even at first thought that she was imagining it all. Looking at the young man, she caught herself wondering how he even managed to come down here by himself and not even be caught by anyone. She didn't believe the guy's words and said it would be better if he kept hiding upstairs, but he claimed he wanted to help. The school children began to listen to the conversation between the guys, and they started to approach. Some were already preparing to sneak attack their own defender, who was clearly overwhelmed by what was happening. But Seung-hwa smiled and said that she and Jin-sung would be best friends now. Se-young still didn't understand why she was being told all this. Chen watched the students bored, and to encourage them, he said that if they didn't attack, he would have to punish them all. Turning around, the girl saw the classmates apologetically coming closer and closer, and judging by their fighting stances, they were about to attack. They assured me that they had no other choice, and all they wanted was just to save their lives. Seeing that Lee wasn't going to attack, Chen assumed he would stay on Kim's side. Seung-hwa smiled nervously, shrugged, and agreed with the terrorist's assumption. Then Chen announced that the guy's limbs would also serve as a ticket to life for high school students. Inspecting the boys, he assured them that it was a generous offer, because now there could be as many as 10 people alive. Hearing that, Seung-hwa tensed up and decided to ask if the girl could stand up for him just in case. Calling the robber a puppet again, Se-young asked what would happen if she defeated everyone. The question puzzled the criminal, and even surprised him a little, because he had not considered such an option for some reason. Seo-yeon, on the other hand, insisted that she and Seung-hwa also had to have their chance to survive. After a moment's pause after hearing all the arguments, Chen laughed and agreed, thinking that he was in for a fascinating spectacle. Showing her determination, Seo-yu pointed her sword towards her classmates, who were carefully approaching her. Realizing that there was no chance against the girl, some began to beg for mercy, and to give them a chance to explain themselves. Chen kept encouraging the guys to fight Kim, saying it was their only chance to survive. One of her classmates started screaming that it was better to save their many lives than hers alone. She didn't believe that Kim would do such a thing to save her fate, because not so long ago she had thrown herself into a fight against a terrorist to protect everyone. But the arguments didn't convince Se-young, and she decided to use the goblin swordsmanship technique. Phantom rushed towards the schoolgirl and began to surround her, proving Kim's own seriousness. But the redhead didn't want to give up, and decided to at least try to stand her ground against Pearl Kim, using her striking gloves. Phantom snuck up on the girl and advised her to swing her fists as much as she could. The schoolgirl was shocked by the words, and even at one point thought it was all some kind of evil joke. But in time, she struck a blow to the phantom, from which it flew away before it could do any damage. The girl herself realized that it was a phantom only after the blow, and did not understand how she managed to do it. But before she could rejoice, a new one had already struck her, depriving her of the ability to continue the battle as easily and casually. But the terrible blow didn't happen. All of this was telling, and Se-young took advantage of the moment to talk to the girl. She pressed against her ear and began to tell her a detailed plan of action that could help her survive. After exchanging a few words, Se-young tossed her opponent toward the nearby classmates waiting for their turn. The guys rushed to their commander wanting to know if she was okay, and if she could continue the fight. Seeing the phantoms dissolve, some suggested it was due to the young lady's fatigue. Their attention was drawn to Seung-hwa, who continued to carelessly hide behind the back of his strong ally. They realized that they probably wouldn't be able to defeat Se-young, but dealing with a guy from another school seemed like a simple matter. Kim noticed this just in time and ordered her comrade to hide behind her back and not dare show his face from behind her. Chen enjoyed the spectacle. He was overflowing with emotion because he had managed to bring those who had previously sat at the same desk together. He urged those who had not taken part to do something about it, lest they be among his victims. But his attention was caught by a cola can that fell almost at his feet. His eyes immediately lit up with anger because someone wanted to hit him, and he couldn't forgive such disrespect. Turning around, he saw that the door that led to the stairs to the upper floors was open. She already had Puck behind her, whose idea was activated during the terrorist attack in the 5th floor restroom. Now he awaited his exit to destroy his opponents and quench his thirst for revenge. Chen came closer and picked up the can with interest, and realizing that the tin itself posed no danger. Ili immediately recognized the object and realized that this was his comrade's way of announcing that he had almost arrived at the scene. The angry terrorist began demanding an explanation by throwing the can in the direction it came from. He turned around and headed for the door, figuring that's where the guy Li had mentioned when he came in was hiding. But no sooner had Chen approached his target than he was suddenly attacked from the opening. He did not foresee such a development, and in a frenzy began to demand a new adversary to appear before him. He was incredibly angry that the guy had activated the idea without giving his name, and was now trying to attack stealthily. The terrorist examined the objects that had been thrown at him, and recognized them as pieces of clothing of one of his comrades from the Plague Battalion. Chen literally hissed that the assailant was clearly drunkenly assessing his strength, and didn't yet know who he was messing with. Swinging his sword, he rushed towards the stairs to punish the insolent man. But before that, he still decided to take revenge on the school children as well. With another swing, he cut through the ceiling. The stone block immediately began to separate from its base and fell on the school children, who could not move from their seats. Se-young came to their aid and summoned a phantom goblin, rather rushing to save the guys' lives. She had arrived in time and was now holding the concrete slab on her fragile shoulders. Chen liked it a lot and decided to take advantage of his protector's absence and go to confront her comrade. Gritting her teeth, the girl continued to hold the ceiling so it wouldn't crush her classmates like ants. The terrorist warned that no one should even think of going outside, because outside the situation was controlled by his men, ready to destroy the fugitives. The frightened school children were at a loss. Every new chance of rescue they clung to was completely useless. Chen glanced at Kim and reminded the boys of his offer. Being in a vulnerable position, anyone could attack the girl. He urged everyone to think about his words and not to hesitate to make a decision, because according to his plan, only 10 people were supposed to survive. Kim grinned and asked the mugger why he was the one counting on her to continue holding the stove if they tried to attack her. From the question, the bandit began to laugh, assuring that if the young lady could let go of her, everything would be different already. After these words, he jumped into the hole in the ceiling and disappeared, promising that he would be back soon. Seon and her phantoms continued to hold the slab, but their strength was not endless, for the girl was already exhausted from the battle. She turned to her classmates and asked them to get out from under the clump as soon as possible, so that no one would get hurt when her powers ran out. Lee tried to help and coordinated the guys getting out from under the rubble. Those who were in the most dangerous place had to go first. One of the school children did not understand how exactly to act, because the slab could fall at any moment. Some suggested to act on Chen's words and to survive attack their savior. The price of salvation was incredibly high, and the lives of dozens or just 2 were in the balance. Lee defended her friend and assured her that she had not originally wanted to kill anyone to save herself, because now she was also taking risks for the sake of others. Seonghwa insisted that the only true option was to break that slab and go outside. That way, there would be a better chance of survival. The first squad commander came to her senses and headed towards Se-young, who continued to hold the concrete slab. Waiting for Chen upstairs was Puck, who had activated his idea with particular bloodthirstiness to visualize their meeting. Looking at the bodies of his co-workers, he marveled that it was all the work of one harmless schoolboy. Puck proudly said that it was really him who had dealt with everyone, with the excuse that the death of their first had not served as a lesson to them. Looking at the young man, the terrorist said that he was surprised by the girl downstairs, but he could not imagine that someone else could be hiding in the building. Hearing the answer that he just liked killing the leader of the Plague Battalion, offered the guy a place in his squad. Chinslon rested his chin on his hand and said meaningfully that he should think about such a classy offer. But then he smiled and noted with burning eyes that the 9th way would be perfect for a criminal. Without wasting a second, the guy rushed to attack the most famous and elusive terrorist of our time. But he saw the young man's actions in time and took a defensive stance, anticipating a good battle. Puck felt no sense of fatigue or fear as he attacked. He was euphoric and happy that he would soon be able to quench his thirst. The robber noticed that the guy was moving in such a way that it was impossible to reach him with a sword, so he decided to pretend to be vulnerable. Using his sword again, he struck a blow and looked at the rubble, hoping that it helped to deal with the boy. But Puck was already behind him and preparing for another series of attacks on the terrorist. He decided that since the guy didn't know his idea, he must have bought his ruse and was now in mortal danger himself. The swing of the sword is unable to stop even the floor. Not that the young man, and in full determination, the bandit rushed at the schoolboy. But the man only smiled and added that the criminal's idea had a very long name, scaring him into revealing it. He could not believe his words and was now seriously puzzled, for their battle was gaining new momentum. The blows of his sword still had no effect, for Puck was very skillful at dodging them. Moreover, he poked fun at the perpetrators by asking him strange questions about the length of the name of his idea. Landing on the floor, Puck wondered how the enemy's sword had gotten so long, saying that all of this was at least unbelievable. Chen realized that the advantage was not on his side, and somehow his opponent managed to dodge his blows. He asked the young man about his ability to see his opponent's idea, and he confirmed his hunch by asking a few clarifying questions along the way. Impressed, the criminal finally decided to ask the guy his name, because he had never seen anything like this before. With burning eyes, the young man called his name, savoring every letter and enjoying the confusion of his opponent. Chen smiled again and offered the young man to join his squad, because with such an idea, they would be well strengthened. Puck interrupted him half-heartedly and began to marvel at his enemy's skills, saying he was the strongest he'd ever met. The terrorist himself did not understand what such words were connected with, because the boy obviously did not plan to be friends with him for many years. Puck squinted and scrutinized the man, then stated that he could see only 9 ways to destroy his opponent. Chen was delighted because such a skill would be useful to him, and from this his interest in the guy only grew. But after a brief moment of thought, Puck stepped up again, saying that one option was enough for him. The terrorist was even a little upset that the schoolboy did not intend to negotiate with him for a long time. Promising to destroy it and take its parts for himself as a trophy, he rushed into battle. Pyung-gyun was hiding upstairs. He had broken down the elevator doors and was sure it would be a long time before they got to him. He thought that soon the police would come and solve everything because they were in the center of the city. But in the meantime, he's decided to hole up in his hideout so he doesn't become a random target for criminals. At this time, Puck continued his attack. The activated idea kept him from straying from his pre-constructed path. Chen was impressed with his opponent. He had to try hard not to get caught by Chinsen. Despite the strong weapons that he seemed to be flawless in the fight, he could not trap the young man in any way. All attacks were pointless, and it already made the terrorist angry, who was not used to losing. He cursed that his opponent was jumping like a squirrel and didn't notice the guy getting too close. Seeing the young man's dagger right in front of his eyes, he realized that he needed to act faster and more decisively. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he managed to dodge the attack by jumping aside and leaving Puck in slight disappointment. As the criminal breathed, the thought flashed through his mind that the repulsed attack had indeed been dangerous to his life. But Chinsen didn't want to give up his position, and realizing that his victim was already at the limit, he hurried to shorten the distance between them. With a blow of his dagger, the guy managed to wound his opponent in the arm, and he didn't even flinch. Looking at the schoolboy, the robber only cursed, displeased with himself that he had set himself up for a hit. Chen realized that in his opponent's eyes, he was just a toy, and he still hadn't used his full strength. Chinsen snuck up on the bandit, and Riley asked him if he was planning to attack at all, or if he was going to continue working on the defensive. Receiving only a vicious growl in response, the schoolboy decided that it was time to end the battle and destroy the leader of the plague squad. Realizing that the situation had reached its limit, Chen decided that it was time to use special powers to avoid becoming the guy's trophy himself. His hand began to be covered in an unfriendly aura and finished its address and reached straight for Puck. When he saw the strange matter approaching, he quickly moved to another location, trying to figure out what it was. After carefully examining his opponent and his new power, he finally dared to voice the question to the terrorist himself. He did not understand how in such a short time, the criminal was able to transform his power, because now it would not be easy to defeat him. Kim Mil-chin's new skill was called the left hand of the first beast. Unfortunately, Park knew nothing about it. Looking at the terrorist, the guy assumed that he just had 2 ideas that seemed previously impossible. With an interested tone, Puck began to question his opponent about his new abilities that had put him in a quandary. The criminal was surprised at the inquisitiveness, and annoyingly noted that he had come here for a break from the chairman and not for idle chatter. Seeing that Chen's strength had increased, Chinsen caught the excitement again, and insisted that they should start their exciting game again. But leaving jokes aside, the man was in no hurry to agree, assuring that if he continued the fight, he would not be able to die a natural death. Puck assumed that the enemy simply wanted to escape, and these words hurt him, because he thought he was the embodiment of strength and power. The schoolboy looked enthusiastically at his opponent, and in his heart did not believe that he could escape. Realizing the hint that it was the guy who would prevent him from realizing what he had planned, Chen stretched out in a wide smile. He gave the boy another angry look and promised him that he remembered him and that they would meet again. After that, he swung his sword and the entire room lit up with purple light. When the light and dust cleared, the criminal was very close to Chinsen, and now he was in danger. His sword had cut through the roof and floor slabs all the way to the top, and now the building was mercilessly ruined. Hearing the noise, Pyong-gyeon ran out of his hiding place and saw the aftermath of the devastating blow. After assessing the situation, he decided that Sejong had failed, which meant it was time to think about how to escape from this hell. Chen rushed upstairs using the floors as a makeshift staircase. He was followed by Chinsen, who was not far behind him. He didn't want to give his opponent a chance to escape. To be sure not to miss it, the guy decided it was time to speed up, but Chen was sure that he could not catch up. But before he could finish his thought, he noticed something strange. The sound of the boy's voice was getting closer, and turning his head, he found that the boy was very close. The student's persistence delighted and frustrated the terrorist at the same time, who was already dreaming of how easy it was for him to get away. When he looked up, he saw Pyong-gyeon looking down at him through the hole and decided to leave his hiding place. Looking at the cowardly commander, Chen decided that his luck still hadn't turned away from him, and his chance right now was looking at him with frightened eyes. The terrorist rushed upstairs, leaving the schoolboy in silent bewilderment. He had no idea yet what the bandit was up to. Soon the commander noticed that the man chasing the criminal was someone he himself had bullied for years. Now Puck rushed toward him, saying that Perot had managed to make a discovery since he had seen him in such a state, but something prevented him from pouncing on a classmate, and his attack passed him by. It flew past with a clatter, and fell not far from the young man standing on the edge. Puck didn't immediately recover from the effects of the blow, and tried diligently to regain consciousness for a while. The commander who ran up to him was surprised by the guy's presence. He obviously didn't understand how he could chase a criminal of that level. Chen watched the guys from above, and looking at Pyong, he thanked him in his heart that he had managed to survive. When he saw the robber, he asked fearfully why he was here, and why he wasn't fighting Kim Se-young downstairs. But the terrorist did not give any explanation. Then the boy started demanding an answer from his classmate. Looking at what was going on, Jaehyun assumed that it was Seo-yeon who had beaten up the culprit, since he didn't know about Park's abilities. But the terrorist's words stuck in his head, and after weighing what he had seen with his own eyes, he realized that Kim had nothing to do with it. Looking at Chin-sung, Pyong was already hysterically demanding explanation, because the school loser couldn't stand up to a world-class criminal. But instead of answering, something strange was happening to Puck. His aura could not calm down, and it seemed as if he was reincarnating into a fearsome beast again. Chen looked down once more, and thanked the third squad leader that thanks to him, Chinsen had stopped chasing him. But Pyong didn't believe the terrorist's words, and thought that it was all some kind of nonsense that must have some logical explanation. Kim Il-jong winked at Pyong, and lastly said that he did not forget those who had done him favors without even knowing that they had helped him. He decided to give advice to the guy and advised him to get downstairs sooner, and then he might have a chance to survive. The guy still didn't understand what the terrorist was talking about, because there were still his men downstairs. But instead of explaining, the terrorist rushed away, wanting to leave the scene as soon as possible. Chen finally realized why the chairman had told him to go south, because there was something to see besides the goblin girl. Remembering Puck Chinsen, he decided that his leadership was sure to learn about the kind of thugs found in the south. Byun saw the criminal getting farther and farther away, and couldn't believe that Park was the reason for his escape. He had never perceived the young man as a danger, but if the world bandit was terrified and running away, then the classmate was definitely hiding something. Chinsen's entire apprenticeship was treated as an F class and never showed any results. Suddenly, Puck came to his senses and cheerfully headed towards Pyong, greeting him as his commander. As he got closer, he blamed the cowardly fellow for his victim's escape and said that now he wanted to play with him himself. Seeing that his classmate's eyes were crazy, Pyong decided not to get involved because from the looks of it, it was really life-threatening. Deciding not to take any more chances, he jumped through the cut-through floors to get rid of the company of his frantic classmate. He didn't fully understand what Park was capable of in such a state, so he decided to follow Kim Il-cheng's example. Puck smiled and annoyingly said he'd have to play hide-and-seek again, where he'd drive again. A sinister smile never left his face, and he darted down after his classmate, calling him cheerfully as he flew. In a matter of seconds, he managed to catch up with Pyong, who still couldn't believe that he had to fight the school's biggest loser. An attempt to attack also did not bring the commander any result, because the enemy dodged without any difficulty. All of this only continued to fuel the interest of Puck, who still hadn't met the main condition for deactivating his idea. In mid-air, Chinsen grabbed his classmate and was now intent on retaliating for letting his opponent get away. He began to choke the commander, and the latter could do nothing but hoarsely beg him to let go. But none of it worked, and Chinsen kept saying in a creepy voice that he wanted to play with his commander. Bayun shouted that the guy was out of his mind to deal with his schoolmates so cruelly. He grabbed one of the stones on the fly and fought back against Chinsen, causing him to let the guy out of his grasp. It didn't do much good, because it just overwhelmed Puck and didn't do much to stop him. Getting close to the commander again, and grabbing onto him, Puck said annoyingly that his unnecessary movements were preventing him from getting close. The frightened young man shouted for his opponent to let go of him urgently, turning to shrieks in his shouts. He began to assure me that if Puck didn't let him go, they wouldn't survive the fall. Chinsen was sure that he wouldn't die from the blow, which is more than his classmate could say. As they approached the first floor, Pyong realized that now was not the time to think about pride, and he had to do something to save himself. Realizing that doom was almost inevitable, he decided to bring along Chinsen, with whom he certainly did not want to share a similar fate. Trying to twist away again, Puck only said that the commander's actions were too slow and rash. Suddenly, Chinsen noticed that someone's weapon was flying at him from somewhere below, and he realized that there were new players on his stage. He reflected the weapon without much difficulty and tossed it aside, displeased that his attacker had used such a primitive technique. Bayun was shocked at how his attack was repulsed. In his mind, Park was still a weak brat, who was bullied by the whole school. As Pyong approached the place where he had fallen, he shouted to the people below to leave the place as soon as possible. The guys landed on one of the floors, and taking advantage of the confusion, Payon managed to escape. Puck's crazed eyes were all but gone, and he looked for a commander to continue his game. His gaze was drawn to a sword that looked painfully familiar. He hovered for a moment, remembering where he'd seen it. But the clouded mind said nothing except that they were joined by new players who were to share the terrorists' fate. Kim Se-young continued to hold the stove without paying attention to her classmates who wanted to take advantage of the situation. She admitted to herself that despite her fortitude, she was at her limit and had only a few minutes to hold on. The first squad commander wasn't going to waste precious minutes and was going to attack the one who had kept her alive. Activating her Sita, she began to give orders to her squad to get this whole thing over with as quickly as possible. The guys from the other school didn't like the girl's attitude and the fact that she didn't give others a chance to participate. Seung-woo rushed to his friend's defense, trying to appeal to the conscience of those Se-young had saved from being crushed. He shrouded the girl and assured her that he would not let anyone get to her so that no one could hurt her. He couldn't believe that the young lady could have been treated like that after all she had done to save their worthless lives. The attendees didn't listen to the guy and said that everyone had a reason why they had to survive and didn't care about Kim. The people under the slab also felt that the girl's strength was running out and a little more, and they would be crushed by the block. The red-haired girl approached Se-young and seeing her strength leaving her, sadly said that she was weakened. With a quick movement, she rushed towards Lee to get to Se-young herself, who was trapped. Seung-woo said that they leave him no choice, and in that case, he will activate his idea too. The commander once again warned the guy to get out of the way, but he didn't take a step back, so the girl decided to remove him by force. She told her squad to start rescuing people from under the rubble and to come to Kim Se-young's aid, protecting her from bad intentions. The order surprised those gathered because they were already preparing to destroy the savior, thinking that it was the only way to save themselves. Seung-woo couldn't believe his ears, but deep down, he was damn glad he'd managed to get through to the guys. Se-young asked, almost in a whisper, for the young lady from the first ward to help her get rid of the stove. But not everyone decided to act as the commander told them to. Some decided to band together and oppose her. But the redhead kept the detractors at bay and did her best to stand up to such characters. She brought her burning fist forward and said that she would attack if anyone dared to do anything. The argument worked, and a bunch of traitors retreated, not wanting to experience the full force of the commander. Finally, the first squad reported that all the people under the wreckage had been rescued, and now it was up to Kim to help. Slowly, they began to break apart the slab on the side where the real Seon was, leaving the remnants to the Phantom. As she came out from under her heavy load, the Protector exhaled. She didn't think she'd be able to stay alive after this. Lee hurried over to his friend to get the details of what had happened from her as soon as possible. Walking up to the red-haired girl and putting a hand on her shoulder, she said that to the last, she believed that her partners would not betray her and would help her. The picture of Kim fighting the girl back and asking her to pretend to be scared to mislead the enemy was still in front of her eyes. Peste's opponent was indeed dangerous. They never left any witnesses, so they had to be cunning. Then the commander, and realized that initially made the wrong choice, and now must make every effort to regain the trust of her classmate. After that very attack, she gathered her entire squad and informed them of the new plan of action after weighing the pros and cons and faithfully choosing her ally. It was at that moment that the commander realized that they should all take an example from the likes of Kim and look their fear straight in the eye. The girl managed to convince the crowd and lead them. That was especially valuable, and it didn't matter how tough she thought she was. Suddenly, the whole building began to shake, and the boys immediately ducked for fear that something from above might fall on them. Seyoung assumed it was Kim Il-jong, who went to the 5th floor on Seyoung-hwa's tip. But then Lee remembered his buddy whose plan had put him at the epicenter of events. Kim saw that something had taken the terrorist upstairs, but she had no idea it was her deskmate. Seung-woo began to convince the girl that it was Jin Sung who had done it, and distracted the perpetrator from the school children and herself. Kim refused to believe her buddy's words, because the guy was a new recruit and also belonged to the F class, which was not suitable for such a fight. Lee had no arguments left and asked Seyoung who else it could be in such a case. There was no time to explain, but in her head she went over everyone and realized that only Bayun and Park were missing. Seeing that the girl did not believe him, Lee rushed to the stairs, saying that in such a case he himself would try to come to the aid of a new comrade. Seyoung took a moment to think about it, not believing that Chen's rival could be her seemingly harmless classmate. She caught herself thinking that such a rumble had not happened, even when she herself had fought a terrorist. Realizing that Park had little chance, Kim decided not to waste time and rush to his aid, and then deal with the situation. Before leaving, she called out to the commander of the first squad, wanting to give her some words of encouragement. Before leaving the room, she wanted to ask her assistant for one favor. While climbing the stairs, Seyoung thought about the fact that in this condition, she wouldn't be able to confront Chen, and therefore whether she made the right decision or not. Together with Seung Hwa, they went to the door behind which Park Jin-sung and Kim Il-jong were supposedly. The girl boldly opened the door and saw that on the floor of the hall lay the bodies of people from the plague squad left to their fate. The guys couldn't believe their eyes, because all the members of the squad were dead and gave no signs of life. Seyoung continued to doubt her classmate and couldn't believe that he could be the cause of all this. All the walls were marked by the terrorist's sword, and the young lady could not understand how her friend managed to hold out against the robber for so long. After assessing the surroundings and looking at the cut-through floors, the hole in the ceiling on the first floor seemed nothing compared to what she had seen. Looking up, the conclusion was self-evident. The fighters had gone somewhere upstairs, leaving the ruins of the bank building behind them. Seyoung saw that something was rapidly approaching them, and without wasting time, she readied her sword to defend herself. She expected to see Chen or Park himself, but she recognized Pyong-gyong as the one approaching. After him, her roommate showed up, but the girl didn't understand how it happened and what was going on. Deciding that she and Seyoung Hwa were in danger, she quickly asked the boy to get out of the way so she wouldn't get into more trouble. After assessing the situation, Seyoung decided that Pyong was the one in danger and needed help more than ever. The girl dropped her sword and grabbed Seung Hwa's arm and began to lead him away to a safe distance. There was a deafening pop as if something particularly heavy had landed on the floor of the bank. Kim rushed over to him, trying to understand what was going on. She didn't want to answer the commander's stupid questions, and right now, she was only interested in why Chinsen had attacked him. Puck's voice broke them from their discussions, and all three of them turned in the direction the voice had come from. It was Jin-sung who was smilingly saying that he was happy to meet the handsome Sung commander and Seung Hwa. His eyes lit up with red fire again, and he happily waved his hands and offered to start their game. The guy's mood was not friendly at all. He began to approach the group of teenagers, a sinister smile still shining on his face. Seyoung didn't recognize this monster as Pei Chinsen, who was a humble F-class boy who wasn't popular in school. There was a strange aura emanating from him, and he was talking about some things completely unnatural to him. Looking at the guy, Kim asked him if he was really the Puck she knew before. The young man looked at the girl and said that she had a very pretty idea, even though she wasn't in the best condition right now. The words dumbfounded the young lady, and she didn't understand how she should react to the guy's words. She decided to try to address him as a new recruit, and thus demand an answer to her question. Byung, who was hiding behind Kim's back, called out to her and said sadly and fearfully that he was not the same guy they had all known before. The commander said that it was Chinsun who was able to chase Kim Il-cheng out of the bank building. The young man decided to help Se-young and gave her valuable advice to get away from here as soon as possible so that the monster wouldn't be able to attack her. Byun himself recalled that past such phrases had never ended well, which meant that he had to decide what to do as soon as possible. Gion didn't waste any time and hurriedly left the scene without giving his brother-in-law any concrete explanation. Looking at his comrade, Seonghwa concluded that he looked even worse than he did in the bathroom. Unlike Kim, he was aware of his mate's condition, but he still had the ability to dialogue last time. Chinsun was looking at the remaining guys and muttering something to himself about killing techniques. Hearing that he had no patience at all, Kim decided to go on a verbal attack, asking what the guy himself was going to do about his impatience. She remembered their recent conversation and snidely remarked that her husband wasn't that easy to become. But Puck kept talking about how he could destroy all the pretenders to her heart with her. The girl stepped slightly forward, protecting Jung-hwa, and ordered him to leave while she tried to stall for time. Se-young herself realized that she was in big trouble because her sword wasn't with her and she didn't have any strength left for a minute of fighting. Speaking of loving the girl, Chinsun rushed towards her with a distraught expression on his face that didn't seem to belong to him at all. Kim realized that her neighbor's idea was quick and sharp and somewhat similar to her own. Realizing all this, the conclusion itself came to her mind. The boy had experienced a lot of suffering in his life. Taking advantage of the confusion, she decided to distract her classmate by talking. She asked him about his past and how hard it had been for him. And then to his surprise, she praised him, calling him a good man. But Chinsun was unstoppable, and after answering the question in the affirmative, he said goodbye to the girl and stabbed her with his dagger. Chinsun recalled as a child one day being taken to the morgue and told that his parents were gone. Pataluga Natom informed a relative that the couple had been killed during a robbery. Back then, Puck was very young and had no one but his parents. That's why child services handed the boy over to his own aunt and uncle, who were F-class outcasts. They severely punished young Chinsun for any actions he committed by beating him to a pulp. At school, the guys noticed that the guy looked weird. He always wore a sweater even when the weather was nice. At first, his classmates tried to befriend him by inviting him to join their company, but for some unknown reason, the boy refused the company of other children. Gradually, he became an outcast because he walked around in dirty clothes and penniless. As he grew older, violence began to appear in school as well, because the boy was never able to activate his idea. The boys bullied him and billed it as a boon, as a result of which he was to gain his idea. So day after day, a very young boy was subjected to regular beatings at school and at home. To somehow postpone corporal punishment at home, Puck tried to stall and was never in a hurry to return. One day on his way home, he found a puppy in the bushes, barking merrily, attracting the boy's attention. Chinsun was thrilled to meet him. He saw himself and his friend in the yard, for he was as dirty and grimy as he was. So a friendship was forged between them, and the boy's life took on and lighter colors. He would spend hours with a friend, as one day his uncle noticed this. Fearing that his nephew would attract unnecessary attention from the neighbors, Puck tried to justify himself to his relative, and tried his best not to give his new buddy any offense. When his uncle saw the puppy, he thought it was the reason his nephew was coming home so late. Passers-by noticed that Chinsun was frightened by his own guardian, but still everyone passed by. Then the man offered the boy to take the dog with him, so he wouldn't be late after school. The boy could not believe his happiness, and thanked his uncle profusely for the honor he had received. In the evenings, they read books together with the puppy did homework and got ready for bed. Suddenly, their idyll was broken by a relative who ordered them to immediately put aside all business and go to bed. Puck obediently obeyed all orders because he knew that in the morning he would wake up and play with his only friend again. The next day, Puck went to his uncle to ask him to take the puppy outside, but he just waved him off and said he didn't care. Chinsun's life began to improve because now he had a loyal friend with whom he could spend hours of time. Wasting no time, he rushed outside to enjoy their time together. Now, the boy was not lonely and always had company to play in the playground where he was always lonely before. The puppy, unlike his classmates, did not care about the appearance of the child and valued him first of all as a comrade. The day passed very quickly and the boy did not notice how the clock showed treacherous figures which meant that his uncle would be very scolded. Realizing that trouble was imminent and taking the puppy with them, they rushed off in the direction of the house. At home, Chinsen tried to explain that he had accidentally been playing and therefore hadn't noticed how time had flown by. Puck tried to justify himself, and realizing that all arguments were useless, he decided to apologize and beg for forgiveness. The uncle slammed the soda can down on the table and started yelling that he'd been too nice to his nephew lately, which made him relax. All the man cared about was what his neighbors thought of him. The worst thing for him was the bad opinion of his neighbors. Trying to apologize, the puppy started barking at the screaming uncle, as if defending his new friend. This infuriated the relative even more, and he said menacingly that the dog just wanted to get into the soup. Calming down his friend, the boy started making excuses and begging him not to do that, and he would definitely teach him how to behave properly. But instead of pity, the man slapped Puck across the face and ordered him to get out of his way. Once again, he decided to punish the boy and ordered his wife to immediately tie him up for another beating. The woman happily rushed with the rope to the boy, anticipating the pleasure she would get from torturing the child again. The puppy tried to protect his friend and barked menacingly when he saw what was happening to his new owner. The uncle didn't like this behavior and went to him to explain more clearly what was going on. Chinsen realized that such a conversation did not bode well. A terrible picture of the beating of a puppy appeared before his eyes. Now he lay senseless, and his uncle looked at him satisfied with the result of his work. Puck began trying to break free of the ropes, not realizing what had happened to his friend, or if he was even alive. Chinsen's gaze was full of hatred. He was used to his tortures, but he could not accept such treatment of an animal. Armed with a club, the man noticed the angry look of a boy he had never seen before. Another burst of rage, and the uncle lunged with his instrument of torture at his nephew, hurting him again and again. Exhausted, he lay on the floor and continued to apologize for everything the man had listed. He assured me that the child was behaving horribly because of his parents' horrible genes that he had inherited. Lying on the floor, Puck heard that it was his uncle who beat his parents, from which they died. The woman suggested that it was dangerous to tell the child, but the uncle dismissed it, saying that no one would believe him because he had no idea so far. The torturer's words never left Chinsen's mind. Earlier, he had been told that his parents' deaths had been caused by the robbers who had attacked. The monster who was his uncle said that he was the one who beat them to death because they wouldn't give him money. But to his luck at that moment, someone who looked like a criminal actually came through the window. Now the boy knew the whole truth, including the fact that a completely innocent man was in jail. Chinsen was horrified by what he heard, because all this time he had been living with the murderers of his parents. The uncle assured me that the boy could not do anything to them, and all his rage and anger were contrived. The awakened puppy decided to attack the man and thus protect his friend by biting his enemy's hand. Puck screamed and begged the little boy to get away from this scary man as soon as possible. The enraged man swung his club and prepared to destroy the boy's protector. Finishing what he had started, he examined his wound while the boy cried over the puppy's body. He couldn't stop apologizing to the kid for bringing him to a house like this, and all he wanted to do was play with him. Puck blamed himself for everything that had happened. He was sure it was because of his stupidity, but something strange began to happen, and the puppy stood up and licked the boy's cheek, thus wiping away his tears. Then he barked and collapsed. Chinsen couldn't believe that this could happen to his only friend. The relatives laughed at everything that was happening. They enjoyed the child's suffering and said absolutely horrible things to him. Chinsen only wondered why the kinfolk were killing all those he cared so much about, and it made his eyes water with hatred and blood. A dagger appeared in his hands, with which he easily cut the ropes that enveloped. Now the boy was free and prepared to take revenge on his abusers for all the pain they had caused him over the long years. But the uncle was not frightened. He calmly asked where the nephew had gotten the knife he was walking. Realization came quickly to the man, and he decided that this was most likely his idea. The relative laughed and finally stated that the guy is just like them, F-class doomed to eternal scum status. Looking at the boy, he could not stop mocking him for repeating the fate of his family. No sooner had he mentioned Chinsen's parents than the boy used his weapon to deliver the first blow to his assailant. The woman rushed to her wounded husband, bleeding from the attack that had just occurred. Puck was happy to watch the suffering of the traitors, depriving him of all the pleasures during their time together. Chinsen had gotten his revenge, but now the adults did not laugh as before, for they were the victim. They begged me not to kill them, but Puck knew that death would be too easy a punishment for what he'd endured in that house. Chinsen had learned well the lesson that leaving his victim alive was far more difficult than destroying him at once. At last, the boy felt an incredible sense of relief that he hadn't felt in a long time. Puck woke up in a hospital room, and his condition left much to be desired. He had no memory of what had happened to him. A doctor came to the bed and noticed that the young man's eyes had opened, and he was probably regaining consciousness. Recognizing the school nurse, the guy realized he was in her office in the school building. With her hand, she stopped Chinsun, who tried to get out of bed and look around. She insisted that the guy hadn't recovered yet and still needed rest. Looking at his hand, he tried to remember what had happened to him, but horrible pictures kept popping up in his mind. Frightened by his own hallucinations, he screamed loudly and jumped up from the bed. But the nurse kept assuring the guy that it was too early for him to get up and asked him to go back to his seat. Seeing the agitated young man, she began to try to calm him down in order to make some sort of contact. But he grabbed the girl and started begging her to tell him what happened at the bank and how his classmates in Seonghwa are now. Suddenly, he remembered Kim Si-young and the last memory he had of her, which made him pale. The nurse tried her best to calm the schoolboy, but his mind was clouded with memories of what had happened. The girl assured that all the participants of the events were fine, and no one was seriously injured. Puck wanted to know what had happened to his roommate because his last memory was of her. The young man's imagination drew the most horrible, although deep down, he hoped that the girl was all right in the end. Chinsun couldn't sit still any longer and rushed to the exit to see for himself. Looking after him, the nurse remarked meaningfully that it would be better if the guy's memory never came back. On the way, the young man noticed that something was wrong with his body. He tried to remember why he would feel so bad. Because of his idea, he couldn't stop whenever he wanted to, and deep down, he cursed the ability. Se-young was walking down the road, humming a song merrily while carrying bags from a nearby mazagin. Seeing the girl, Chinsun calmed down a bit, seeing that she was visually okay. As he exhaled, he fell to his knees, relieved that he hadn't hurt his neighbor. Kim didn't understand the gesture, and asked Puck what was going on. She patted her friend on the back and decided that since the neighbor was already running, he was obviously feeling better. From relief, Chinsun cried out loudly, happy the worst had not happened. Se-young was startled when she heard the crying. She thought that something was hurting him, and that was the reason for his tears. She begged him to stop imagining that those around her might think it was all because she had offended the young man. Immediately after the incident at the bank, the management announced a vacation for Huin school students. After Kim Il-jong's escape, Byung-gyeong went outside and reported the incident to the police using a passerby's cell phone. Many bank workers were killed in the attack, but luckily all the school children managed to survive. The newspapers were full of headlines about how the 11th grade students were able to resist the terrorists, and Kim got the most glory. She visited Puck while he was unconscious and was glad she didn't have to tell reporters about Chinsun. The guy had been out for 3 days and hardly anyone could believe what had happened to him, including himself. Looking at her roommate, she remembered everything she had experienced and doubted that she had not dreamed it all. The girl remembered Puck's last blow that had deactivated his lust for killing. That blow came on the horn that was on Pearl Kim's head. As a result of the attack, the guy cut it off with his dagger. Then he closed his eyes and fell senseless, as if the attack had been made on himself. Se-young didn't immediately realize what was wrong, and for some time tried to bring the guy to his senses with her own strength. She took the crying Chinsun's hand and motioned for him to stand up, if the emotion finally left him. But the girl felt no pity, and quickly explained that her idea was fine, and he never managed to stab the young lady with a dagger. She insisted that the guy calm down and continue the conversation with a cool head. Kim was clearly unhappy with the guy's escape from the nurse's office, and was already imagining how the nurse would view their return. After the vacation, the school was not silent, and everyone only talked about how the students managed to resist Pesta himself, but Puck tried to ignore the words of those who weren't there on that ill-fated day of practice. Chinsun recalled how brutally he dealt with criminals and believed that even for such thugs, the fate was terrible. Walking through the school, he realized that he had killed many people and was frustrated that his power was uncontrolled and he himself could not stop. He decided that he absolutely had to find a way so that the idea no longer ruled his mind and he could finish in time. The guy dreamed of finding someone to help run his idea. Chinsun speculated that this man might have been An Seong-ho, who developed his idea through grueling workouts. An was surprised to see his training partner. He thought that his comrade would need some more time to recover. But Chinsun ignored the remark and moved on to what he had come to the high schooler for. Without taking a break from the tourniquet, he asked his partner what had brought him to him and what advice he could help him with. Puck started from afar and asked the guy if people's souls differed, depending on the class they belonged to. Sonyo had not expected such a question, and looked at Park questioningly, wanting to know more details. He began his story by saying that ideas were the class system of the world's souls that determined powers and abilities. When he understood the question, Songho surprised the boy with his answer. He thought that there was no difference between souls. He was sure that all abilities came from class, and it had nothing directly to do with souls. In his view, class did not define them, or divide them into good and bad. Everything was unified and differentiated according to class. Puck was surprised, and for the sake of argument said that the idea class was what determined how the man fought. An agreed, but added that class could not be a criterion for determining soul level. The young man didn't much like the conversation, and stopped Chinsun before he could finish his thought. He realized that his partner had not come for advice, but only to confirm his own thoughts. Remembering various situations, Puck was sure that all souls were equal. However, his own was different due to the class of the idea. He realized that if he recognized the classiness of souls, then the meaning of his existence would be reduced to a limitless desire to kill. There was a pause between the boys. Everyone was immersed in his own thoughts on such a philosophical topic. As he continued to practice, An said that when he first met him, he immediately realized that the young man needed to work on himself. At the time, he was sure it was all about Chinsun just not putting enough effort into realizing himself. But at the same time, despite Puck's complaints, he came to practice and came to practices that he clearly didn't like. Without complete determination, it would be impossible to continue, and An had noticed this from the start. What he liked about the guy was that he didn't want to give up and continued his hard journey no matter what. The higher the idea class, the higher the overall combat ability. This was the arrangement of the world ranking of souls. But the young man did not abandon the idea that, even with a weak idea, one could have a higher fighting ability. Remembering his fights and how he won them, and realized that this was the power of a brute idea, Seongho assured that he knew that his partner didn't just come to practice because An himself made him. Park wanted to prove something to himself, and that's why he reached out to talk to Sunho, whose fighting ability was above the idea. This is how Chinsun came to realize that ideas and souls are in fact equal, and that this is the reason for his attraction to practicing with Songho. Now, An wanted to see if he had explained his position to his partner thoroughly enough. The young man was truly an example because he was able to raise the overall fighting ability of the B class to a plus level. Chinsun realized that the guy was a really good role model, and if he could do it, he should try it too. But that wasn't all the questions Puck had left, and he asked permission to ask one more. After hearing the whole story, An concluded that on the Battle of the Divisions, his fortune and was his real idea. Puck was surprised that his partner believed him, after telling him about the victory over Peace Day and about the acquired ES class in the process of the battle. But the mentor had no doubts. He didn't think it made any sense for the boy to deceive him. Chinsun was touched and did not miss the opportunity to thank his comrade for his high trust. An also realized that his mentee's goal was to learn how to control an idea and stop it in time. The conversation was more like a confession, and Puck talked about how he thought he could end things at any moment, but that wasn't the case. In the bank, the guy really lost control of himself and felt nothing but an incredible urge to kill. He decided to ask his mentor for advice, hoping that he could shed some light on his difficult situation. But Anna's answer lay on the surface. He believed that everything came from a healthy spirit, and for that, you had to make the best effort possible. But the words only made Chinsun angry, because after joining the club, he was constantly practicing, and nothing changed. Sonyo looked at the boy and said that all those who couldn't master their ideas had one characteristic. In his opinion, all these people just didn't love themselves initially, and therefore were not accepted. The high school student saw the young man's efforts, and it was worthy of praise because he did not fold his hands but tried to solve the problem. The conversation puzzled Puck. He couldn't imagine how it was possible to love a monster killer living inside him. Seongho suddenly asked Jin-sung if he himself had tried to become an assassin. The young man was confused by the question. Seeing this reaction, the high school student advised his partner to start by loving himself. But he had to love first of all not that horrible monster who always wants to kill, but the other diligent part of him. An remembered how he himself had learned the skill. He wanted to be the best and worked hard to do so. Initially, his idea did not give him the opportunity to realize what he had envisioned. Training every day and making titanic efforts, he could not change anything and achieve his goal. In all 3 years in high school, Anu had never managed to fight a high-level opponent. His own weakness dallied on him, and every day he was angry about his idea, unable to change it. But then he realized that maybe he himself didn't know what his own idea was capable of. Guy analyzed it a lot, and as a result, he managed to set his own limits. Now he was making up for his weaknesses with the new advantages his training gave him. In this way, he was able to meet his true idea face to face and master it at the desired level. Now going out to fight, he boldly looked his opponent in the face because he knew that he was able to overcome himself. That's how the young man came to success, which for many years bypassed him and was not given as easily as others. But Anne didn't want to stop there. And so, to this day, he continued to improve his physical and mental performance. Now the boy wanted to hear the answer from Puck, who was listening attentively to his mentor's story. Chinsun thoughtfully removed his glasses as he continued to ponder the senior's words and tried to translate them into his own experience. In determination, he threw the accessory to the floor and proudly declared to his partner that he was choosing his path of perfection. Now he was aiming to repeat what Sanho himself had experienced, to jump above his head and become the best version of himself no matter the class. In one of the training sessions, they told me that firearms did not work against an enemy with an active idea. That's how most weapons became obsolete after the advent of class-based ideas. Now, the old methods just didn't work, but chemical weapons worked differently. The moment the idea was neutralized, all the benefits faded, and a person could easily be taken dead. Byung-gyong felt fear at those words. He rushed to the door, afraid that he might die in a normal school training session. He was beating his hands and feet on the door, and begging to open it, not understanding why such classes were even held. In his eagerness to leave the gas chamber, he was already shouting and crying, and he could not hear what the teacher was saying. Lilac gas was too toxic, even though it was used for training. The commanders doubted that such a thing could do any good. To teach the students stamina, the mentors ordered them to immediately start singing a hymn, to take their minds off what was happening. While the classmates banged on the walls of the cell alone, Park Jin-sung obediently followed orders, remembering his recent conversation with Anne. Finally, the door of the chamber opened, and the school children who were waiting their turn saw that the concentration of gas was indeed high. While the mentors were carrying out those who had lost consciousness and couldn't control themselves, Puck was walking ahead of everyone, proud that he had accomplished the task. He approached the teacher outside and informed that all the seniors had dropped out, and so he would introduce his squad. At the end of the task, 10 of the 11 men dropped out, and only Chinsun completed all of them. Looking at the bodies of his classmates, he finished the report, and inside him, there was pride that he was able to overcome himself. Puck was gradually becoming the best. As a result of the scouting session, he found all the hidden opponents. In the crawl, Chinsun also took first place in all types of crawls. His gap from second place was 5 seconds. In the individual battles, the kid was once again number 1. He went into each task with his mantra that he could outdo himself. The director read the report and saw that the guy's physical characteristics are really top-notch. But the teacher was still biased against the F-class guy and defended his students, saying that they also performed well. But the principal wasn't satisfied with that answer. He was angry that the other students did not achieve similar results in the standardized tests. The supervisor said that their school was caught in the crosshairs of the 998th Infiltration Education Brigade. Throwing the folder on the table, he said that they wanted to put them in a humiliating position, and it was all about getting government support. After evaluating the students' abilities, he was pleased with the success of the 12th grade, but saddened by what he saw in the 11th grade. Looking at his calendar, he decided it was a good time to move their drill forward. The teacher did not quite understand the idea of the supervisor and asked him to explain what he wanted to say. He showed his notes and reported the need for a short-term exercise to enhance combat capabilities. Crossing his arms, the director argued that they couldn't do without it and should be organized as soon as possible. The next day, the students saw that there were huge cardboard boxes near the gathering place, the contents of which were unknown. The mentor ordered everyone to participate and carry the loads to the designated area. Kim Se-young saw that her deskmate was carrying 2 loads at once while the others could barely handle 1. Chinsun explained that in this way, he decided to practice a little so as not to waste time. The girl noticed that the guy had been studying really hard lately and didn't miss such an opportunity even on his lunch break. She snorted unhappily and decided not to detain the young man with any more distracting conversations. Chin-sung noticed that the attention of his classmates was focused on Se-young, but to her it was just an ordinary part of her life. The answer did not satisfy the young man, and he noted that today everything was happening with a special force not like before. The girl turned around and said that the attention was probably directed at him rather than her. The girl's words startled Puck. He didn't understand why he was the dregs of the F-class could arouse the interest of his classmates. Looking at Kim, he joked back to the girl about how good he looked today. Se-young rolled her eyes and informed her buddy that she would pretend as if she hadn't heard those words. While carrying the boxes, Chin-sung accidentally hit Pyong-gyong, who has always tried to avoid hard work by hiding behind important commanding activities. Puck could hardly stand on his feet. He struggled to keep from falling and dropping the heavy boxes. Out of habit, he started apologizing to the guy and making excuses for not looking where he was going. Pyong snorted another round of insults under his nose and looked menacingly at the boy and turned away. Chinsun shrugged and told Kim that he'd noticed that the commander hadn't been himself lately. Se-hyun thought the question was strange, since it wasn't just Gi-yeon who had been treating the new recruit differently lately. Park thought it was because he was spending a lot of time with Kim, but the girl explained that it was because his behavior had changed. Without waiting for the young man's comment, Se-young hurriedly left so that she wouldn't have to explain anything herself. But Chilson still had questions, and he rushed after the girl to ask one of them. Looking at her back, he asked if her friend wasn't curious about the idea the recruit had. Putting the box down, Kim snorted and said there was no reason why she would care. But Chilson insisted he could share his secrets with his pal. The young lady smiled, and turning to her neighbor, told him never to talk about such things with the girls. She assured him that anyone else would have probably blown him off, but she'd try to hold back. He smiled and said that it was good to talk to guys about such things, because An Seong-ho knew everything now. From these words, the young lady was furious that the boy had told the details of what had happened at the bank. She patted her neighbor by the scruff of the neck and demanded that he tell her everything in great detail. This scene was noticed by Byung Gi-young, who still hadn't recovered from the recruit trying to take his life. He was not left with a sense of danger, and not understanding why Kim Il-jong had run away from Pak, who had not previously posed a threat. All this time, he puzzled over what could have happened there, and why the terrorists didn't destroy the schoolboy himself. The guy was determined to figure it all out, and only then consider recognizing the scum in the collective. Chinsun had promised Kim that he would tell her everything when they were alone, and right now, they could attract too much unwanted attention. After calming down a bit, she let the young man go, saying that it had taken a lot of effort for her to restrain herself. After looking at Puck's boxes, I realized that they still didn't know why they were carrying such loads in the first place. Kim said it was to prepare for a drill that Puck apparently hadn't even heard of. Se-young said they will be sent to practice guerrilla tactics. After gathering their things, the students were going somewhere. Ga-young was the most displeased, grumbling as usual, not understanding why they were doing all this. Puck was dissatisfied too, but only because he didn't take extra weights for endurance training. Seo-yeon was surprised. Previously, the guy had only talked about how he didn't like his participation in Anna Seong-ho's club. But now the young man did not miss the opportunity to exercise, and went headlong into sports achievements. The whole group suddenly stopped, and Kim tensed, not realizing what had caused it. They found themselves in front of a bank that was covered with police tape, but Puck didn't notice it, and kept talking about his partner's progress. Seeing the tapes didn't make Kim feel good. She was still haunted by the memories of that unfortunate day. She didn't understand why, out of the entire city, this particular place had been chosen as a rest stop. Seeing her friend's face go pale, Chinsun asked if she was okay, and what was even going on. But Kim immediately redirected the question, wanting to hear the recruit's explanation. Looking at the sign of the building, Chinsun realized that it was all about the bank. It was a place that brought back unpleasant memories. Se-young tried to calm down and pull herself together, trying to convince herself that there was no malice in this. Suddenly, some stranger came up to the girl and asked her if she was the Pearly Kim everyone was talking about. The crowd of gawkers rushed to the girl, praising her achievements and assuring that it is on such people as her that the future of the country depends. Kim relaxed a little and thanked those present for the support they had given her all this time. She thought it was a prank by the principal, who just wanted to publicize his school. After all, the 11th graders who survived the Peste attack were almost stars, and their names never left the pages of the media. Se-young realized that good publicity would allow management to protect itself from lawsuits that could come after an unscheduled exercise. The shopkeepers were also smiling and supportive of the guys, despite the fact that they blocked their store signs with their privy. Everyone thought that the school teachers had made arrangements with them in advance to support their wards in this way. The plan was perfect from all sides, but not from the point of view of the school children themselves, for whom it was at least difficult to remember what had happened. The teacher thanked passersby for their support and said it was now time for everyone to move out. Puck noticed that her friend never got any rest, but not to comment on it, she asked not to talk to her because of her sore throat. Chinsun stopped for a second and thought in his head that saying he felt nothing while looking at the building was like telling a lie. But soon the guy pulled himself together and once again repeated to himself that he was above his idea. Every day he kept assuring himself that the showers had no classes, and that thought calmed him down and brought him back to reality. The director was talking to someone on the phone, and judging by the conversation, it became clear that the road of the guys was specially built past the bank. He had gotten into his car and was now about to arrive at the drill site to support the students by his own example. The boys had traveled far beyond the city limits, and before the new descent, the teacher suggested that they rest and stretch. Sejong turned to her neighbor in her usual rude manner, wanting to talk to him about something. She offered Chinsen a candy bar, and he gladly accepted, teasing her with the same name-calling. While everyone was minding their own business, the car in which the director was riding was rushing to the resting place. The school children noticed the car and wondered what it could be doing in such remote places. The teacher recognized the transport and rushed to meet his superior, saluting him like a commander-in-chief. The man immediately rushed over to Sejong to ask the star if she liked the teaching. The girl assured that everything was fine, and this response pleased the director. Next to the girl, he noticed Park Chinsen, who, like the others, saluted his commander-in-chief. But the principal did not miss the opportunity to point out the guy's mistake. Initially, the schoolboy had called him wrongly, and now the commander demanded a correction. Kim smirked, for the commander didn't even try to hide the fact that he treated his students differently. The director noticed that Chinsen's demeanor had changed, and now, for some reason, he was holding himself quite at ease. The guy explained that it was because he had started attending a sports club, but to his surprise, the director wouldn't listen and asked him to open his backpack. The young man was surprised at such an order. He didn't understand what the director wanted to achieve and what he wanted to see in his thing. The principal was going to do an equipment check and asked the teacher to bring a checklist for that. It became clear that the supervisor was just looking for an excuse to nail his unloved student. Kim was more worried than Puck himself. She figured he probably hadn't put anything out, but he could have put something wrong by mistake. The mentor hastened to report to the headmaster that the equipment was in order, and the young man had everything he needed. The man laughed and said he thought there was something left in the backpack anyway, and he wanted to know what exactly. Chinsen immediately realized what the commander was talking about and hurriedly opened the backpack again to reveal what was hidden at the bottom. They were sandbags that the young man had brought with him, so that he wouldn't miss the opportunity to practice while on vacation. The principal squinted his eyes and asked if the student knew what kind of drill was going on, and Puck immediately gave out everything he knew about the planned event. Kim noticed that the principal didn't stop insisting and was still trying to catch the young man off guard. But at half a word, they were interrupted by the teacher, who informed them that the rest time was over and the whole squad had to leave immediately. He escorted the director to his car and wished him a good trip, although deep down, he exhaled that the bosses had decided to leave. The sudden arrival of the commander alerted Kim, and she didn't give up thinking that it wasn't just a gesture of goodwill. Some guy was watching the school children climbing up the mountain and reported that they would be there soon. It was An Seong-ho and his classmate, who couldn't wait to meet the Pearl Goblin in battle and test her strength. But Aeon assured that it was actually Chinsen who deserved the most attention and who no one had bet on before. Chui took a closer look at the young man and said meaningfully that she knew how much Sanho valued him, but purely visually for her, it was a blank slate that befitted the F class. She thought back to their first fight and noticed that despite his high speed and good reaction, his idea was still weak. But Seong-ho was convinced otherwise and was sure that the student would surprise everyone more than once and turn the whole school upside down. Chue noticed that the commander's attitude was indeed amicable, but still thought it was unreasonable. Moreover, Sanyo confirmed her hunch that the guy was much more important to him than everything in the department. Chue couldn't believe that an individual F-class boy could outclass their entire squad. The words had clearly struck a chord with the young lady, and now her interest was piqued, despite the commander's utter disappointment in their own abilities. Songo assured that the girl had judged the young man based on the first battle, but all along he had been working on himself and had managed to get some good results. But Chue insisted that Park had joined the club 2 months ago, and that was too short a time to see the potential. In order not to be vain, An suggested to her friend to check what the guy had achieved during these 2 months of hard training. He was confident in his assessment, and was already anticipating how Chinsen would be the best at this drill. The guys checked into a dormitory that looked more like a barracks. Puck's uniform had the number 300 on it, and he realized that he was back in the final numbers, and the attitude of the teachers and management had not changed despite his successes. Suddenly, the commander announced a general assembly and ordered everyone to report to the stadium immediately. Chinsen immediately recognized his training partner's voice. Now, he was sure that the rumors were true, and the 12th graders were here too. The other students immediately lost faith in themselves upon hearing that they would be fighting the best in the school all these days. But Puck was not afraid, and he did not give in to the general panic. He was more confident than ever, At last, all the 11th graders had gathered in the stadium and were now listening intently to the upstart. The commander introduced himself and said he would be the one to conduct the guerrilla tactics exercise. Before lunch, he informed the boys that they were being divided into squads based on room number. Each student's number corresponded to a place in the ranking for overall fighting ability, which was compiled by the school itself. The grades received in the drill were to be reflected in the semester results, and past merit did not guarantee a good result. The former excellent students were upset because the whole semester they had worked hard, and now it could all go to waste. Hearing that the school's combat ability ranking would also change, the boys began to whisper in resentment at the change. After announcing the innovations, An gave the students an hour to eat lunch and rest, after which his assistants were to give further details. The classmates were lying in their room, resenting the fact that they had gotten nothing at lunch. The squad that ate in front of them swept away all the food, leaving the others with only scraps. Now the boys were thinking of ways to get out of the drill. They were coming up with some pretty crazy ideas. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Puck appeared on the doorstep, happy to announce that he had managed to get food for the ward. The young men rushed to examine the contents of the bags and began to thank their hero happily, wondering where he had gotten it all. Chinsen joked that everything was fine, and he hadn't stolen the sustenance, then called for everyone to start the meal. In fact, Park turned to Songho, telling him that the entire squad was starving. The partner asked to be called instructor, and said he knew about the principal's inspection, which went fine for Puck. Hearing about the food shortage, Anne opened the warehouse and asked the young man how much food he needed. Chinsen decided to take care of the entire squad at once and asked for food for 15 men. One of Anna's classmates noticed him picking up packages for his partner and was surprised, but the commander waved it off, saying that his squad was not hungry because in addition to lunch, they had a snack with the teachers. The argument worked on the subordinate, and he no longer interfered in the issue of food distribution. Songo handed Park the package. He was proud of his student, who had taken care of not only himself, but his entire department. At last, the boys had satisfied their hunger, and could begin the drill as the chief instructor had ordered. The guys thanked their savior for feeding them, because now they had more strength, and with it, the spirit. Even one substantial meal was a good start. Now the classmates assured me that they would not be in Puck's debt, but Chinsen decided to talk about that very debt right away, and asked the guys to promise him something. The surprised classmates were eagerly waiting to see exactly what Puck wanted them to do, but, to their surprise, the boy asked them to give their best in this drill. The boys did not believe in themselves. They were the weakest among the parallels, and did not expect good results at all. Puck knew this, but still insisted on his request, despite the ideas in their classes. To cheer up his new comrades, he joked that it was hard to find anything lamer than his idea. But instead of laughing, the young men lowered their eyes and decided to keep silent so as not to offend their savior. The guys noticed that Chinsen had changed a lot lately, and now some of them wanted to repeat his successes. The best candidate for commander was not to be found, and classmates offered this honorable position to Pak. Promising not to give up and go all the way, he also cheerfully accepted the offer, proud of the work he had done. On the sports field at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the drill was in full swing. The instructor commanded the squads, and everyone, without exception, did what the commander said. Everyone was already exhausted, but they noticed that the F class they had competed with at the beginning of the semester had made some progress. On Songho's advice, Chui kept her eyes on Chin Sung. She wondered what it was about this guy that attracted the commander's interest. An was pleased with himself because his predictions had come true and his ward was performing better. The girl noticed that together with Puck, all the weak 11th graders became different, and now they could not be considered outsiders. All this seemed strange to her, because no one had ever noticed such eagerness in the school. Finally, to the happiness of all the soldiers, Anne announced the end of the training session. Looking at the tired wards, he said that they could familiarize themselves with the schedule of patrols in their barracks. Lastly, he decided to address student number 300, who was well known to him. Puck stepped out of the line and responded to the commander as he was supposed to, listening to the commander's address. Songo said that as he had promised, all students in his department had been awarded extra points for their efforts. The guys began to rejoice because previously no one had praised them and did not even try to motivate them to achieve any goal. They shouted loudly and rejoiced that at last, They were lucky enough to show that they were not nothing. It was getting dusk in the camp, and looking at his watch, Chinsen decided that he had gone out on patrol too early. But he was distracted from looking at the dial by a silhouette that began to emerge from the darkness. It was Kim Se-young, who was rushing to meet her boyfriend to discuss something very important. Chinsen smiled and told the girl that he hadn't waited long for her, because she had come just in time. They were at different ends of the ranking table, and the young lady asked when her friend was going to get ahead. Pak thought and said meaningfully that he expected to raise and strengthen his position after this exercise. He was sure that the new title was just around the corner, and he would achieve his goal as early as next week. Se-young didn't miss the opportunity, and joked that at this rate, Park would soon be a corporal like her. But Chinsen was sharp-tongued, and Riley remarked that with his eagerness, the sergeant was within easy reach. The girl smiled and said that it would be wonderful if all the plans came true, and the neighbor achieved what he wanted. The boy wondered if he'd just heard that, but Kim waved it off, slyly saying she hadn't said anything like that. The camp was still in the middle of a drill, and all the students were already exhausted from the grueling drills and exercises. As usual, Byung-young was unhappy about being forced to do anything, and it was all from early in the morning. No sooner had he stopped to rest a bit than someone's shadow swiftly swept past him. It was Chinsen, who easily overtook all the honors students and leaders of the school. Pyong didn't like it, of course. Watching from the balcony, Chue couldn't believe her eyes because her commander's words were slowly coming true and Puck had already overtaken everyone by 2 laps. But not all the students were happy with the good results. Even the nurse noticed that the others looked more like zombies than athletes. Yesterday's training session was a revelation because no one was eliminated from the group of outsiders. On the contrary, they showed the best result. The nurse also said that none of them sought medical attention or help with recuperation yesterday. Chue realized that all this meant that some of the guys just couldn't replenish their strength, which couldn't be said for Puck's squad. Sonyo overheard the girls talking and joked that a zombie squad would be a great name for Chinsen's squad. After the morning run, the students went on to follow the instructor's orders. Looking at Chinsen's squad that excelled in all disciplines, no one would think that all the losers of the parallel were gathered there. Moreover, the boys were so motivated that the gleam never left their eyes, and this excitement did not please one of the 12th graders. Puck approached the guy and decided to address him, but friendliness was not the instructor's strong suit. Realizing that it was impossible to show his negative attitude, the young man turned to Chinsen and asked what he wanted. Looking at Puck, the instructor concluded that the guy looked like a normal schoolboy, so he decided to talk to him normally. He assured the 11th grader that he could contact him with any question, and he would be happy to explain everything. Chinsen wanted to know what would happen if he completed the obstacle course faster than the allotted time. The young man hesitated and said meaningfully that he would not advise such a thing. Puck was surprised, because he thought that for such successes they were supposed to give additional points. The young man warned that in addition to the points they would have to return to the senior instructor, who would make them do additional exercises. The guy assured me that Pa's squad was already in a leadership position, and there was no use for them. But such a prospect did not frighten the boys in Chinsen's department. On the contrary, they looked forward to such a thing. The young man proudly declared that the sooner they finished, the more extra points they would get, and be able to practice better. The instructor looked at the guys and realized that there was something wrong with them, since they wanted to organize more work for themselves. The 12th graders watched with interest as their charges completed the obstacle course faster than the rest of the class. None of the guys dropped out, and the guy said meaningfully that he'd seen something more interesting. The young man was surprised that the whole squad obeyed the commander without asking any question. They jumped and ran and climbed everywhere only when they heard their leader's command. Finally, the guys figured out that the commander was the same 300th man who had participated with them in the Battle of the Wards. Pak was encouraging his team, and it gave the guys extra confidence. It seemed that there was nothing for the zombie squad to do that they couldn't fulfill. While passing the obstacle course, the boys cheered and supported each other. It was a great teamwork. As the instructors watched them, they were surprised, for now, the prospect of being in Anna's hands was closer than ever. But there was no fear in their eyes, and they were happy that they had succeeded and had time to practice. The instructor pulled his cap deeper and said he dreamed of another group. Day 3 came, and all the students gathered on the playground to begin practicing their ideas. Sonyo said they had originally planned to hold the class in the evening, but because of the impending heat wave, they decided to move the schedule up. After that, he promised that the boys could go back to their rooms and rest properly. On realized that the heat would not have the best effect on the training, and the guys would have a hard time. But that was the point of the exercise, for everyone to learn how to use their abilities under any conditions. Moreover, the training was to tap into the latent capacities of one's ideas, even in the case of extreme exhaustion. Undeterred students were bound to learn a lesson from all of this, and reach a new level of performance. No one wanted to drag on any longer, and An gave the command to start and remember to maximize their abilities. Songo pointed to the rocks behind his back. The point of the task was for the boys to grind them into powder. The school children did not immediately believe the words of the senior instructor. All of them, deep down, hoped it was some kind of joke. An explained the rules. Each student in turn had to go to the stones and try to crack them using all their dedication. Some people thought it was easy, but Puck was wary because his idea was only good for fighting humans. An noticed his ward's reaction and cheered everyone up by reminding them of the idea he himself had. Puck saw his mentor approach the stone. The young man thought he'd never make it because his idea was tailored to live opponents. But Songho himself did not lose confidence in himself because he knew that he would succeed. Not for nothing he had been training for so long. He summoned the idea of you not leaving and rushed towards the clump, grabbing it with both hands. Puck watched with interest, for he realized that his comrade's experience could be useful to him as well. After another moment, the young man lifted the stone and ripped it off the ground with ease. Then he finally made some effort and his eyes lit up with a blue light. There was a loud explosion and the stone block shattered into small pieces. He turned around and crossed his eyes with Shinsen, as if encouraging his comrade that he would succeed. Park was impressed and assumed the whole thing was about Sanho somehow amplifying his idea. The senior instructor shook his hands off the settled dust and began to walk away from the place where he had set the example. Some people thought it was incredible because the young man broke the stone with his bare hands without using any weapons. He walked over to the surprised students and shrugged his shoulders and said that this was just a rough implementation. The guy looked sternly at the squads and asked if everyone was clear and if there were any questions. All confirmed without delay that there were no questions and waited for the instructor's next command. Sonya was approached by Chue, and they summoned student number 1 to the stones to try and repeat. It was Kim Se-young. She drew her sword and calmly began to approach the rocks. Immediately transforming her idea, the girl prepared to strike with her weapon. Sonya watched the girl carefully, and seeing that she was ready, gave the command to start. Se-young, without delay, decided to use the goblin swordsmanship technique that had helped her out many times. The girl effortlessly chopped the stones in a very short period of time, and thus set the bar high for the others. Kim's result was admired by everyone, because it was the technique she used during the battle with Peste, which is still legendary. Chue looked after the girl, and thought that it was just an innate ability that was basically different from the others. Songho summoned student number 2 from his department to try the exercise as well. The boy effortlessly pulled a nearby tree and headed toward the rocks with it. It was Byung-gyong, who was not afraid of the task and thought he could handle it as well as Kim. Seeing as the others doubted it, he promised to wipe the smirks off his classmates' faces and took a swing. The guy began to pound the wood against the rock, loudly ordering it to break under his pressure. But at first, only branches and splinters were flying in different directions. Chue recognized the guy as the commander of the 3rd squad. The stone wouldn't budge, so Bayon thought it was just rotten wood. He tossed the remains of the tree and decided to leave the site at Sanho's words that everything would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. After seeing the apprentice off, Anne looked at the list and summoned the next one to take the test. One by one, the students came out and tried to do what was required of them. Songho wrote down the results on his slip. Soon the turn came to the last student, who was Park Chin-sung, an acquaintance of Anu's. He walked over to the rock and assessed it first, trying to figure out which side he should have come in from. The young man chose the largest stone, which confused his classmates, who obviously did not believe in his ability. But on the other hand, the guys remembered that the guy was the commander of the 10th squad, which stood out from the rest. After another moment, a dagger appeared in Chinsen's hands, which meant that he was in the process of activating his idea. The students were surprised that a classmate was going to use such a weak weapon against such a strong opponent. Puck was afraid of his own idea, so he turned to the instructor, silently asking him to back him up if he got out of line. Sonyo nodded understandingly. He was well aware of what could happen, so he was ready. The young man exhaled, and a mystical aura of red light began to emanate from his dagger, which gradually wrapped around the stone itself. Unpleasant memories came over Pyong-gyeon, who recognized in his classmate's condition what he had already seen in the bank building. Kim also tensed up and readied her sword, just in case she could take a stand against her own neighbor. Everyone got ready, and finally Sanho gave the command to start the test. Puck struggled to keep himself in check, trying not to become the monster he was no stranger to. He lunged at the rock and attacked it in seconds, causing small pieces to fly away. With a little more effort, more significant shards began to break off. But Chinsen didn't stop there. He was fighting himself the hardest, because he felt that the one he was so afraid of was about to appear. Chewie noticed that there was definitely something wrong with the guy and tensed up, realizing that this wasn't all good. Sonyo tensed and prepared to stop the young man by saying only one word. It was time. The stone gave way, and Shinsen fell to his knees in front of it. From the back, it was unclear whether the young man was all right. He held himself in check and didn't let the inner monster get the better of him, because he couldn't shut down right away. Sonyo moved closer and told his partner in a friendly manner that if he needed help, he could count on it. But Puck didn't give up. He realized that he couldn't rely on others every time and had to do it on his own. Resting his hand on the rock, he convinced himself to shut down his idea himself. The classmates were surprised. They did not see the young man's condition, but they noticed that the stone was now gone in front of him. An moved closer to his buddy and praised him, declaring that the guy had done well and was up to the task. Shinsen came to his senses and smilingly replied to his mentor that it was all thanks to his invaluable help. Puck had learned to partially harness his desire to kill, and now he was working on controlling himself because the application depended on it. He went straight to Kim to share with his roommate his joy that he had succeeded, albeit with difficulty. No sooner had she congratulated the young man than his squad rushed toward him, loudly praising him and cheering him on. They cheered and tossed their commander in the air, and Kim grudgingly snorted that her friend had gotten his own servants. But deep down, the girl was happy for him. Knowing how much he had suffered in his life, he deserved such moments of happiness. In the evening, all the boys returned to the barracks for a long-awaited rest. Puck went to the nurse's office. He knocked on her office door, but to his surprise, no one opened the door. So far, no one in his squad had needed help recovering, but everything had a limit, and so, as commander, he decided to turn to the nurse. In the dark hallway, Puck met his teacher, who was coming from somewhere carrying huge bags. Shinsen said hello when he recognized the man, but the teacher was surprised to see the biggest outsider in the school's history in the hallway. He looked at the student with a hard stare and asked what brought him here at this late hour. He added with an angry look that students were forbidden to come to this wing and would be punished for it. The words were like a trigger for the boy, but he listened intently to what his teacher was telling him. From his own efforts, the young man began to scream, unable to overcome his own efforts. But the teacher demanded silence, saying that if the guy got caught, he'd be in trouble. Something changed in the teacher, and he began to demand that Shinsen leave the room immediately. The door opened, and someone asked with interest what was going on here, seeing the ambiguous reaction of the teacher and the frightened schoolboy. The man stepped closer and peered at the intruder, whose face was in shadow. When he recognized Puck, he began to laugh that he was the only double F class holder in the entire school, and even in the country. He walked up close and wryly asked if the guy had come to ask for an exemption from the grueling workouts. The teacher did not stand by and advised the student to leave the teacher's wing as soon as possible, but the stranger waved him away and hugged the guy around the neck and began to say that such an attitude was unfair to him. He began dragging the young man to his room and offered to have something to drink with him for company. He took the student into the room and loudly introduced him to his co-workers, who were at this time dreaming of going to a Korean restaurant. The man hugged the student again and whispered that he had nothing to fear because there were no instructors at their meeting. Puck thanked him for his attention, but the young man kept up with him and kept talking about how the young man was failing at something. Shinsen didn't think it was a good idea to escalate the conflict and say something against it, so he assured them that the drill was fine. The teacher started dragging the young man out of the room, telling him that he had to leave because the evening inspection was about to begin. Finally, the man remembered that he had forgotten to ask the young man what he was even doing here and how he had ended up in the teacher's wing. Hearing that Puck had come to see the nurse, the stranger laughed and finally called out to the girl the boy had been looking for. Shinsen reassured the nurse and said he was fine, but had come to ask for help with his guy's physical recovery. The man, on the other hand, kept laughing at the F class and said that even the students in his class had already managed to drop out. Finally, the teacher saw the table with the results of the gorilla drill. Park Jin-sung was ranked first, which surprised everyone. The young man smiled as he realized that the teachers hadn't looked at the evaluation sheets for 3 whole days and had been busy with something else. Colleagues speculated that such results of the guy are based on the fact that the young man is a member of Anna Seongho's club, who definitely helped his partner. Hearing such insults against his mentor, Shinsen became furious and started shouting that his friend could not be bought. But the man doubted it, seeing that the worst was in the lead. In addition, the 10th branch was showing excellent results, displacing the former excellent students. From such words, Pa literally became furious, because all the successes they and the department earned in a fair fight. Realizing that this would not end well, the teacher stood up for the student and went with him to the exit, which did not please the indignant man. In his wake, he shouted that the outsiders had simply faked the grades and promised to personally oversee the completion of each assignment. But Chinsen's anger never waned. He didn't do anything wrong and sincerely tried to do his best, but his teachers didn't believe in him. The man still wouldn't let up and kept shouting insults back at me about how unfair the students were being. Puck tried to calm down and quiet the resentment raging inside him. And turning to the teacher, he smiled and asked what he would do if his entire group made it into the top 30. The entire teaching staff fell silent at that statement. No one had thought that Chinsen's plans were so ambitious. But soon there was loud laughter, and all present began to say that the guy has a great sense of humor and he knows how to have fun. Puck was indignant, but smiled and assured him that his words were not a joke and that he was speaking in complete sincerity. The man smiled and said that a miracle must be answered by a miracle, and if that happens, the entire squad will be promoted to the rank of corporal. Chinsen smiled, and to the loud arguments of the teachers headed for the exit, expecting the man to keep his promise. Puck's teacher became wary. Something told him that this situation had not come about for nothing, and that the young man already had a plan. The nurse went after the guy, and already on the street asked him to apologize for the scene he took part in. Puck assured her that everything was fine, and now he needed her help if they really wanted to win the bet. The girl agreed to help the guys in the 10th ward with the physical recovery process, and confidence lit up in Puck's eyes. She smiled kindly at the student and invited him to follow her to get the necessary guidance. In the barracks, Chinsen stumbled upon an unpleasant scene. Guys from other squads were looking for him and pressed the 10th squad. They beat the students and assured them that Chinsen cheated on the stone test, and that's why he got the highest grade. The guys defended their commander and assured the attackers that everything was fair and there was no trickery. They continued to beat up the 10th squad and demanded that they be told immediately where their commander was. Chinsen watched the scene from around the corner and tried to think of ways to help his team and stop the beating. He immediately realized that judging from the behavior of the teachers, they could not be counted on for help, so he had to call Ana Seongho. The school bully threw one of the guys to the side where Puck was hiding, who had no influence on the situation. The squad member spotted his commander in the dark and was about to give him up to stop the ordeal. But to the young man's surprise, he told Chinsen not to come out and to stay in his seat. But it was too late, and the bullies noticed that the 300th student they were looking for had arrived. Chinsen went to the chief and asked menacingly what they were doing here, but he only laughed in his face, showing that he was not afraid. Puck said that if the boys left their barracks immediately, nothing bad would happen, but the words had no effect. But the young man parried that Park wouldn't do anything to him without the help of Seongho, who he said was helping the guy in the drill. Chinsen tried not to react to the hurtful words, and the guy took it as weakness, continuing to taunt the Yugosha. Puck tried his best to hold back and not react to the provocation, but it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to do so. He said that Chinsen had to prove he wasn't being judged, but the kid didn't do anything about it. All this was noticed by Fyung, who angrily muttered that the attacker was obviously not brainy. Angry, he slammed the door behind him, adding that if the guy wanted to get it, he could have waited a day. The friends of the enemy began to urge him to attack and beat the guy to a pulp. They insisted that their commander show the true strength of the first squad. Chinsen struggled to hold on and tried to convince himself that he should keep control of himself. It depended on it whether his squad could improve and be recognized by all the teachers. He knew that a nurse would soon come in and would surely step in and help resolve the situation. The guy laughed and assured that he wasn't just going to let up on Chinsen, and now he's going to show who's really number one around here. The young man activated his idea, called catch at all costs, and lunged at Puck. Wrapping his arms around him, he continued his abuse and said that the loser was slowing down a lot. He wrapped himself around Chinsen like a vine, and loudly proclaimed that he was not a worthy opponent because he had just given in to him. But Puck smiled and said that the nickname Juan didn't suit him at all, and it was better to choose the name Worm. That pissed the guy off, and he started choking Chinsen to shut him up. He continued to hold the recruit in his tenacious hands, claiming that without outside help, he was nothing. Sneaking up to his ear, the guy ordered Puck to start acting up, or else he'd break a bone or two. Chinsen held on with all his might. He realized that any excessive display of emotion could lead to terrible consequences. The classmate kept taking out his anger, and the recruit had already resigned himself to his fate and decided to let him do it. Puck realized that a nurse would soon come and help him stop all this, so he didn't take any active steps. The guys in his squad demanded that their commander be released, and out of the remnants of their strength tried to intervene. But their threats had no effect. for the enemy still continued to abuse his victim. Two guys didn't sit still and rushed at the offender to get their commander out, but Puck realized he had to stop them and make sure the guy did what he intended. Then they'd all be in a win-win situation. But the bully easily fended off his attackers and knocked them out without much difficulty. Now the guys were losing faith in their own commander, who was proving to them that there was another way. One of the young men said that he saw Pyong and Park fighting on the roof of the bank. Chin Sung's eyes widened in surprise. He told me that he hid like the last weakling and stayed hidden until everything subsided. That day he believed in the strength of Puck, who despite the F-class gave a decent fight back. Another 10th Squad soldier confirmed that he was also there and saw everything with his own eyes. That day the boys made a big mistake and submitted to the brute strength of Pyong Gi-yong, afraid to stand up to him. That's when the guys realized that the pack was much stronger than each of them individually. But the words of the 10th Ward did not impress the bully, and he once again hit the guys. He assured that they all remained the same weaklings, and in fact, the commander had taught his classmates nothing. Puck clenched his teeth, and an unfortunate thought flashed through his mind that he was wrong. Looking at his charges, he remembered that he himself had taught them to never give up and never give up. But Chinsen knew that if they started a battle, they would not get new ranks and would lose their own argument. Remembering the conversation with the nurse, Puck realized that the ranks were of interest to him, and the squad didn't know anything about it yet. He managed to instill confidence in the squad, and they no longer doubted their abilities. All his changes only ruined his image in the minds of those who believed in him. There was no more doubt, and a dagger appeared in Chinsen's hands with which he began to activate his idea. The bully noticed this, and began to wriggle around the young man, saying that he couldn't do anything to him anyway. He turned to his zombie squad and told everyone to listen to him and obey his orders. He said that if they fought only on their own ideas, they would not be able to fight such a cruel worm. The bully continued to mentally pressure Chinsen, who was trying his best not to lose his fighting spirit. Puck looked him in the eye and began to tell him that the enemy relies only on his idea. Chinsen tossed his opponent aside and added that he should have trained his body to stand up to him. He also added that a cool idea meant nothing to him in this case. The bully was surprised that he got a fight back because he didn't expect the F-class to have such power. Chinsen began to attack and advised his attacker to shake his legs to enhance his abilities. He threw a series of blows and managed to wound the bully in the leg, causing him to fall to the floor and writhing in pain. Puck looked menacingly at his opponent and added that his opponent was so pathetic he couldn't even tolerate pain. The terrified bully pleaded to stop the attack and leave him alone, admitting his guilt. The recruit assured that the attacker definitely needed to work on his morale. Now he found himself in the most foolish position, and his confidence evaporated. Puck looked at his subordinates and said that they, as well as himself, might have enough power alone. Now he wanted to ask for an answer for all the words the bully had said about his failure to teach the boys. Puck calmly continued to attack, and now the opponent had no strength to resist. He stood up from his opponent and was surprised that the enemy had lost consciousness and was no longer launching attack. Chinsen shook off his hands and now decided to address those who had come along with the worm. He smiled, and with a glance at his defeated enemy, asked his minions to remove him. During practice the next morning, Byun Gi-yong was as unhappy as ever with the excessive exertion. Once again he was overtaken by Chinsen, who was following all of his instructor's instructions without much difficulty. He looked at his squad and thought that not only were they unable to catch up with him, but they were seriously behind him. Chie, Nurse, and Seonho watched another training session, and each looked at it and drew their own conclusion. Chue was alerted by student number 7, who looked somehow not chipper during class. The nurse explained that his psychological health left much to be desired, and he would most likely not be able to continue with the drill. The 10th squad was patched up, but their injuries prevented them from continuing to participate safely. Songo was watching everyone closely, but he was in no hurry to comment. He called Puck over and asked if he knew what the senior instructor had approached him for. On said that he decided not to suspend the guy from the competition, but as a punishment to remove some of his points. Thus, Chinsen once again found himself at the bottom of the ranking list in an embarrassing 300th place. Now Songho told the whole squad to go to lunch. The boys were very upset by the instructor's decision. For Pak, the most important thing was that he wasn't suspended, and he realized that someone vouched for him. The guys from the squad rushed after the instructor and began to convince him that Chinsen was not guilty of anything, and he was just protecting his squad. Sonyo gave a stern look and told everyone to calm down and head to the dining hall as he had previously ordered. But the frustrations didn't stop, and already Puck was trying to somehow contain the tension of his zombie squad. Sonyo decided to punish the others as well, and told them to remove all of the participants' points for disobedience as well. The guys started tearing off their license plates and yelling that they would not participate in such an unfair drill. No matter how hard they tried for everyone, they remained outsiders with no right to improve their position in any way. Songo was surprised, and before he could even finish his order, the entire squad immediately began to obey. He turned to Chinsen, who was completely uninvolved in everything that was going on, because it was his guys' initiative. Puck pushed off and humbly declared that his entire squad would accept their punishment with dignity. The guys realized that their commander was many times more offended than they were, because his class was many times lower. Finally, Seong-ho saw complete submission, but still decided to ask if the guys were angry at his decision. He added that today there will be a trench battle using ideas on which the whole squad should show their might. Mentor believed that the guys will be able to show themselves and let the whole camp know that they cannot wipe their feet on them. There were only 20 minutes left before the dining hall closed, and An began trying to send the boys to breakfast. Those finished doing their exercises and went to follow the orders of the senior instructor. An was pleased with his charges as they handled their punishment with dignity. The guys headed for the dining room, and sadly realized that there was probably nothing left for them there. At the entrance, they met the teacher who had made fun of the entire 10th ward yesterday. Puck smiled and said they were heading to breakfast, wondering if the teacher had managed to eat as well. The man smiled and said the food was bearable, but he'd rather have ramen. Puck smiled and laughed while the rest of the squad looked on and didn't understand what the big deal was. The teacher laughed and said that he knew that the squad was the last to arrive today, which meant that yesterday's words were nothing. Chinsen decided to defuse the situation with a joke and added that it was because they were exhausted from hunger. Taking advantage of the moment, the man also asked about yesterday's incident with a guy in his class. Puck thought about the fact that the student was just like his teacher, an equally vile type. The man laughed and said it was disgraceful that his honors students got trashed by the F class and its scum, but for some reason insisted that it was all a joke on the 7th, and he had deliberately given in to the 300th. Puck realized that the teacher couldn't believe his student was losing and was just seeing the situation differently. The teacher reported that he will also be participating in the next sessions to assess how honest the 12th graders are in their grades. The class teacher noticed the dialogue with his student and began to take his colleague away so that the boys had time to eat. Together with the nurse, they tried to rid the boys of the company of the annoying teacher who wouldn't let them pass. Finally free, the squad rushed into the mess hall, hoping there was something left for them. But something was stopping Puck. He'd had a bad feeling about it since this morning. As promised, teachers joined their students in the following competition. Puck's class teacher was performing well and thus delighted his colleagues. They cheered their contestant and praised his physical fitness, which was really on point. Chue watched the warm-up carefully and noticed that there was a strange atmosphere on the court that made her uneasy. Teachers volunteered to participate in the exercise, but in fact only made a mess and interfered with the working atmosphere. In addition, there was no nurse available to help students who dropped out continue to compete. But Chue was also alarmed by the 10th squad. They had clearly lost their fighting spirit and were now at the very back. The girl was surprised to realize that the zombies had a strong effect on their opponents. The zombies had a strong influence on their rivals. Chue noticed that someone had come out onto the balcony. She turned around and saw her commander and senior instructor. He realized that he had to somehow cheer everyone up so that the guys would show a good result. So, he suggested choosing one person from each ward to exercise to conserve the strength of the others. According to the terms, the winner could provide rest for his squad and save everyone's energy for further tasks. Puck stepped forward, showing his willingness to fight for a chance at a vacation for his guys. Chinsen's class teacher wanted to speak for the teachers, but his colleague stepped in and said he would fight the others himself. He claimed that he used to be an instructor too, and had some good experience in such tests. The volunteers stepped forward and listened for further orders from their instructor. Puck tried to assess the situation. He realized that if he lost, not only would he not be able to give the boys a rest, but he would also be exhausted. The teacher noticed that the boy was in his own thoughts and moved closer to him to wish him luck. Sonyo calmly continued to explain the rules of who could drop out of the race and what would happen to the whole team for that. Chinsen thought through his every move and made the decision not to save his energy for the exercises. In addition, he began to watch carefully as the other students completed their assignments. The students noticed that the teachers were as good as they were and were doing quite well. Soon-ho was naming the teams that dropped out. This is how some departments that were previously quite strong left them. The teacher still held his own and teased his pupils that they couldn't compete with him properly. He noticed that Puck didn't look tired and was surprised, because he thought that the rumors about his physical fitness were greatly exaggerated. But the man couldn't let go of the idea that he could have been beaten by an F-class, so he decided to give it his best shot. Shinsen, on the other hand, wasted no time in anger and reflection, and time after time passed the baton to the next competitor. Sejong also participated in the competition. Seeing that the teacher was in the race with them, she decided that it wouldn't be over as quickly as she would have liked. Soon the girl decided to give up, because trying to repeat the exercises for Shinsen was costly, and no one wanted to waste energy in vain. The teacher was already tired, but his inner pride did not allow him to give up, as long as his opponent was someone he considered a scum. Unlike the man, the new recruit performed the tasks without much strain, and his whole look said that he was doing quite well. At one point, the man said he was doing everything just so he wouldn't have to watch the 10th ward rest on the competition. But the strength soon left the teacher, and he slumped to the ground, admitting his defeat in front of that very F-class. Sonyo announced the elimination of the teacher team and allowed the winners to go into the shade and take a break for the rest of the practice. The guys were happy to meet their hero, who not only beat the senior team, but also earned a great bonus for all of them. Pak himself made no comment and landed next to a tree to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Soon, Seongho came out to the balcony again and announced that they would soon begin the final tests of the gorilla exercise. Seeing the discontent, he added that to some, the ordeal might seem unfair as they all worked their asses off, and argued that in any case all this would be to their benefit, because on the battlefield, there were not infrequent situations where there was no right to choose. The guy assured that thanks to such experience, the guys could learn new things and learn how to get out of such situations. The senior instructor began to explain the mechanics of the tests being conducted, as someone interrupted him. It was the principal who had come to see the final test in person. He stepped forward and said that, as battalion commander-in-chief, he would take command this time. The man praised the senior instructor for the contribution he and his boys made to the exercise, but Songho did not thank him because the director had promised him that the command would fall on his shoulders. But he only waved away, referring to the last stage, which he had to supervise personally. Anu didn't like it very much, but he couldn't disobey his senior mentor's orders. He held out a plan to the director that outlined the main points of behavior in battle. The man was proud of his apprentice because he had done a great job and really thought everything through. But still, he took the documents the teacher handed him and said that he would conduct the exercises according to his own program, drawn up by him personally. The principal looked at his students and greeted them, asking them in the process not to feel sorry for themselves and to work with full dedication. A man took the microphone and asked for everyone's attention for him to explain the rules. All tests were based on alternating states, applying your idea when needed and then turning it off afterwards. Players who are off the field and those who voluntarily surrendered are eliminated without the right to reinstatement. These were all the rules the principal told them about. The students noticed that the man was not very verbal. Sonyo didn't like this and decided to clarify what they would do about the distribution of the participants. The director realized that he had forgotten to tell this important point and took the microphone again. He said that all 300 students at once would participate in the trench battle. The point of the trial was that in battle everyone was for himself and could not act for any team. Points were awarded for time spent on the court and for students who dropped out. The nurse decided to remind the supervisor about the protective bracelets, which he didn't say a word about. He showed the students the bracelet and said that it would take the full force of the blow, and once broken, the contestant would be eliminated. After a little thought, he added that he didn't mind the guys continuing the fight even if the bracelet broke, but still warned of the risks. Chue and the nurse were shocked because the plan was really crazy. Puck wasn't scared. He decided that he would hold on until the last minute to get as many points as possible. He remembered one of the trials with the stone and reassured himself that he could control his own idea. The principal noticed the students' confusion and added that he was counting on them to be calm and deliberate. The man looked at his watch and stated that they would begin the battle in exactly 2 minutes. According to his instructions, the first thing the boys were to do was to engage in a battle of ideas. The 10th squad was losing morale from the fact that they were not actually given time to train, despite the strict rules. Puck, however, was more concerned that his mentor wouldn't be around, and now he would have to rely solely on himself. At exactly 2 o'clock, the drill began, and one of the group decided to start with Pyonggi-yeon before he could activate his idea and find a weapon. The guy clearly didn't like that idea because he was essentially the first one at risk of being eliminated from the battle. Seeing his classmates rushing at him, the young man began to take off his his feet to stall as long as possible. The students surrounded Byung and began promising to knock him out until he found a weapon that suited him. But it wasn't that simple, and Gian said with a smile that his comrades had failed to notice the main thing. His hand fumbled for the object he needed and prepared to strike those around him. The guys couldn't believe their eyes, and now they themselves were in a predicament after which they could fly out. Byung smiled, realizing that his comrades had underestimated his idea, and now they themselves were trapped. The classmates didn't wait for the commander to kick them out and rushed away trying to get away from him, but it was too late. Grabbing the iron, he ripped it out of the wall and began to attack his opponents. Kim saw that some stood idly by, as if they weren't going to do anything about it. She realized that her comrades wanted to hold her off until the idea phase was over, but this plan was destined to fail because the girl easily activated her abilities and rushed away. The 10th squad was waiting for orders from Puck, seeing that they were unharmed and therefore had a head start. Shinsen thought about the fact that if An was conducting the test, he would probably allow time to get used to the environment and only then move on to the application. His original plan was to score as many points as possible in the no idea stage. Suddenly, one of the guys noticed that someone was approaching them, and they had to make a decision here and now. One of the squads came close to them, and the commander began to say that he was sorry that the 10ths would not make it to the next stage. Puck realized that the battle could not be avoided and ordered everyone to prepare to attack. The opponents wasted no time either, and rushed at their victims before they could activate their ideas. Already in the battle, Shinsen had given an attitude. He motivated the boys to hold out until the next stage. The director watched the ordeal closely and seemed pleased with his rules and the behavior of the soldiers. But Seong-ho didn't share his joy. The disciples had no time to warm up, which was advantageous for those who had stronger ideas. The teacher approached Anne and whispered to him that the command was in the hands of the principal, and no one asked his opinion despite his position as a senior instructor. But the director intervened and began to assure his subordinate that everything was fine, and he understood the young man's concerns. The co-worker could not say anything against it, and began to agree with the supervisor, not wanting to say anything against him. The man wondered whether to give the boys a little more time, or whether it was time to move on to the next stage. But soon he took the microphone and announced that the change would happen in 30 seconds. That meant Puck and his squad had half a minute to hang on, and then he could start scoring points. He encouraged his guys and kept reminding them that there were a measly 30 seconds left. Kim scrutinized her opponents, and at a glance she thought there were about 30 of them. She stepped closer to them and apologized for not being able to just leave them where they were. In a matter of seconds, the girl used goblin swordsmanship techniques, and her phantoms rushed into battle with her. The attackers had no chance, and were eliminated from the challenge one by one. Byung-gi-young was also assessing the situation well, and realized that he needed to put down a few more people before the stage change happened. Without wasting time, he began to wield his iron and demolish his opponents from the battlefield. The principal turned to the teacher and praised Kim and Pyung for doing an excellent job. Seeing that the man was in no hurry to make the shift, Sunho intervened, demanding that he follow the rules. A signal sounded, after which everyone heard the commander-in-chief order the guys to shut down the ideas. But not everyone was happy about it, because with some, it was absolutely useless to fight without an idea. Puck assessed the situation poorly, but they managed to defend the first stage without any casualty. He frustratingly realized that his strength was running low and the battle had just begun. All students were grouped together to get as much use out of each other as possible in the first stages. The opponents of the 10th sincerely believed that the boys would not attack them at a time when it was impossible to apply ideas. The waiting plan was good, but only if you don't take into account that the students didn't realize how long the new stage was. One of the boys, on the girl's signal, ordered the second and third squads to proceed strictly according to plan. They immediately began attacking their recent allies, and now friends on the battlefield could not be called upon. Some couldn't believe that the guys were going up against their own, all those with whom they had spent time side by side on the exercises. The young ladies showed wonders of pliability and told me that they had agreed on their cunning plan as early as yesterday. The scariest thing was that yesterday no one knew the rules yet, but somehow some had envisioned such a scenario. The 10th squad prepared to obediently act on their commander's orders. Puck realized that his buddies' powers were at their limit, and so he had to come up with a plan in which they would save them as much as possible. The challenge remained the same. Shinsen realized that the time spent on the field would determine how many points they would score. But Pak was in no hurry to cheer up the team in any way, and took a pause to think. But the squad's composure was not rubbery, and the guys kept pressing the commander to help them come out of this situation victorious. The guys got together and said they knew he was wasting his energy for them, and there was only one thing to do. The word strained the young man, and he tensed up already imagining how his own comrades might have betrayed him. But instead, the guys started shouting that they would prove to the director that they were not nothing and would smash all opponents. The opponents saw that their enemies were as vigorous as ever and were surprised at this, for they thought that they had no strength left at all. The 10ths made a decision to take one of their opponents at a time and carry them off the field with no regrets. The opponents realized that things were bad for them and started trying to escape from the zombie squad, who were motivated to succeed. But it was as if the outsiders were replaced, and with full commitment they rushed after those who attacked first. Puck was impressed. He hadn't fully believed that his squad was so united and acted only in his interest. Byung-gyeong watched the 10ths closely, and seeing their fervor, he thought it was like filming a horror movie. But his musings were interrupted by Kim, who waved to the guy in a friendly manner and asked how he was doing, without an idea. The guy got angry and started yelling at the girl, saying she should get out of here. In his hands was his familiar weapon, but Kim had not come alone to defeat her opponent. He was angry that Se-young had managed to gather such an army for himself. The young lady didn't miss the opportunity to joke that the guy was just jealous of her popularity. The commander realized that a whole conspiracy had been cooked up against him, and his situation now was not the most comforting. Se-young said that it was time for Pyong to get off the field, since he had already scored enough points in the last stage. But some people seeing Kim and Gyeong talking decided that they had teamed up, so they should join forces and take them out of the field. They easily grabbed the commander and his deputy and headed off with them in the direction where the battle zone ended. The teacher noticed what was going on and went to the principal, who thought that these students were in no danger at all. Hearing that the strongest disciples were outside, he rushed to the edge of the balcony to see for himself. The director didn't understand how such a thing could happen, but Sanho confidently said that such an outcome was predictable. When the man heard this, he was surprised and thought he was just imagining things and asked him to repeat what An had just said. The guy explained that these two could easily stand up to an entire army by applying their ideas, but without them, they were just ordinary guys. That's why many participants formed alliances to take care in advance and not meet their ideas. Songo himself also approved of this tactic because it allowed him to eliminate the strongest in the early stages. The director realized his miscalculation and assured that he thought the same way, and therefore hoped that this would serve as a good lesson for them. No sooner had the principal thought about the fact that there were still many more Division I students on the battlefield than the teacher announced that they were all continuing to drop out. He shook his subordinate and could not believe what he said, seeing that all of his excellent students in reality were nothing. Sunho was pleased with the battle and suggested that it was likely that Kim gave in on purpose to give Park a chance. The principal was in a difficult situation. He called the journalists and expected them to see the legendary battle of the best students. He grabbed the microphone and announced that in 30 seconds a new phase would begin with the application of ideas. Puck was happy with his department because now it was not he who helped them, but they helped him, and it was especially valuable for the guy. The opponents rejoiced to hear that it would soon be their turn, and now physical fitness would not help the 10th. They were sure that with their ideas they would wipe out those they managed to surround. Puck suggested that perhaps it would be easier for him to control himself, since his strength was running low. The boys laughed at Puck and tried to hear what he was muttering to himself. Another group approached the guys and ordered them to get off the 10ths immediately. The guy loudly proclaimed that Shinsen was damn dangerous when he single-handedly activated his idea. He'd seen Puck beat up the worm yesterday and knew he had to avoid the young man. They expected the guy to spend all his energy defending the zombie squad, but the outcome surprised. A signal sounded allowing students to begin activating their own ideas for battle. But not everyone believed what they were told, and some were self-consciously preparing to attack the F-class. But no sooner had he spoken than Puck's fist was right next to him and struck him a blow. The guy immediately fainted from it, and the others tensed up as Puck took out the strongest with a single attack. The self-confident guys could not believe their eyes, because the one who had been beaten all his school life was now giving a worthy answer to his offenders. But their partner's experience did not teach them anything, and some still rushed to the attack trying to show their superiority. Shinsen dodged without any difficulty, and no one could do him any harm. To the surprise of the attackers, Puck did not attack himself, but worked only on the defense of himself and his squad. The opponents decided that in this way their victim wanted to escape, and decided that they should not allow him to do so. But in the blink of an eye, The commander's weapon shattered into small pieces, and now he was left without his main argument. It was all the work of Puck, who now glared menacingly at his opponent and advised him to get away as soon as possible. The boys began to raise their hands and assure the young man that they would no longer attack and were ready to surrender. A couple of one of the wards were watching and didn't understand what was even going on or how the F-class could still resist. At that moment, they realized that Shinsen was really dangerous, and if they weren't careful with him, it could end badly. Not all allies were happy with the decisions of their commanders. By agreement, they helped each other in areas where their forces were weaker. But the guy was just angry, assuring that the 300th was not in the top. He demanded his protection from his subordinates. But the argument was weak, because everyone knows that on this exercise, the recruit showed excellent results. The girl convinced her boyfriend that soon they would use their ideas, and no one would be able to resist them. But the guy didn't take it easy. He shouted that he had seen everything with his own eyes yesterday and didn't want to experience a repeat. The young man was sure that Puck was life-threatening, and neither the bracelet nor the precautions would help in a close fight with him. Puck approached the couple and suggested that they not stall for time and begin their assault without wasting precious seconds on idle conversation. Seeing the attitude of the 300 guys, realized that they were in big trouble and would hardly be able to get away with it. The young man prepared his whip and decided that he would try to repel the attack with it. But Puck wasn't afraid of any of that. His blade was always underestimated, and he used it skillfully in battles. He reminded himself that this was just a drill, and he should restrain himself so he didn't kill anyone. The guy noticed something wrong and realized that the enemy was not talking to him, but to his right hand in which the dagger was clutched. He tried to attack Shinsen using all the skill of his whip, but the blows did no good, and Puck himself remained completely unharmed. The guy was angry that he wasn't getting anywhere, and didn't understand how this could even happen to him. Shinsen laughed at the excellent man, and was displeased that his opponent was so weak. But he stopped himself in time by repeating that he must not forget to control himself. The girl noticed that her opponent was standing in a strange pose, and yet he still managed to block the whip blows. The guy didn't lose faith in himself and began ordering his team to come to his aid. The director watched Jin Song closely and couldn't even remember his name right away because he hadn't shown any results before. Songo and Chue were also surprised as their ward showed a completely new result compared to yesterday. Chue didn't understand why the senior instructor wasn't surprised by all this. He acted as if he had known this result for a long time. Shinsen wasted no time and repelled the whip attacks with his dagger. He laughed that the opponent never dared to come closer. The enemy was in no hurry to give an answer, so Puck decided that he himself should get closer. But the girl rushed to defend her boyfriend, shouting loudly that she was taking the hit. She activated the Shield of Love. The guy wanted to stop the beloved, but she waved away and said that she would take this opportunity to show the strength of her feelings. But the pack was not deterred by this, and he effortlessly started slashing the opposing defense despite the couple's loud words. The shield cracked and soon split, leaving its owner with nothing despite the rather high class of her idea. Shinsen got close to the girl and grabbed her face without giving her the chance to say anything, much less scream. He pushed the young lady away and she flew toward her boyfriend with a scream, knocking the poor guy to the ground. The girl did not believe in what was happening because the dagger did not look capable of such attacks and caused only pity. Something fell from her hand. It was a protective bracelet that meant the battle was over for her. Without waiting for a response from Puck, the guy dropped his bracelet and finally shouted loudly that he was giving up, not wanting to mess with such an enemy. He showed the bracelet to Shinsen and reiterated once again that he was surrendering and no longer wanted to continue the battle. Taking their friend with them, they began to withdraw from the battlefield, leaving their squad in utter confusion. Puck noticed that today he had no trouble with control and assumed it was because the name of the idea had changed. Two guys from the opposing team didn't want to follow the example of their comrades and decided that they could handle it themselves. But Shinsen wasn't timid. He told them to make up their minds quickly, for the stage change signal would soon sound. The principal on the balcony was furious that his best students couldn't stand up to an F-class that everyone thought was weak. The boys rushed at Puck, thinking they'd overwhelm him with numbers and he wouldn't have a chance to continue the fight. Shinsen sized up his opponent and decided that the guys were actually clones of each other, and that was their idea. But the idea seemed dubious. In his opponent's hands was an expanding beam that would set the stage for the battle. But the attack failed, and Shinsen was left standing there completely unharmed. He rubbed his eyes and said with a bored look that he had only gotten some dirt in his eyes. The other twin had the idea of an extending beam. Now it was his turn to fight the new recruit. Being at a safe distance, he used his power, and his weapon began to rise towards Puck. but Chinsen swung his dagger behind his back and broke up the enemy's attack without much difficulty. The guy was shocked because he attacked from behind and thought that his opponent was unaware of the trap being set. Pat grabbed a stick and decided to finish off his opponent with his own weapon. Staring intently at the twins, Chinsen said that since he had one stick in his hands, he could easily pick up the other one. The twin couldn't believe his ears. He hadn't realized that a F-class boy could be such a serious problem. After another moment, Chinsen began to fulfill his promise and effortlessly knocked the beam out of his opponent's hand. Now the young man had 2 additional weapons in his hands with which he quickly dealt with those who were waiting in line to fight him. The twins no longer posed any threat, but there were still those who could attack Chinsen and his zombie squad. Looking them in the eye, he added that there was no telling when exactly the principal would become hysterical, and so he should hurry. The enemies realized they were running out of time and needed to come up with something to keep from being eliminated from the final challenge. The teacher watched his pupil closely from the balcony. He had no idea that the boy would do so well in the drill. He regretfully concluded that despite the young man's best efforts, the commander continued to ignore him. The man berated himself for not being able to see in his pupil his hidden potential, which was revealed through hard training. He recalled how Puck had once tried to talk to him, inquiring about his opinion regarding the classiness of souls. The teacher had laughed that day and didn't think much of it, although there was definitely a reason to think about it. He wished it had occurred to him then to help the pupil, and then they could have achieved even greater success. At one point, the self-injury went too far, and the commander cried, asking for Puck's forgiveness in tears. Now the class teacher had become Chinsen's most sincere fan and began to support him as hard as he could. Seeing the man's condition, the principal ordered the teacher to be taken away from the battlefield immediately so that he would not attract much attention with his shouting. As his colleague tried to lead him away, he kept yelling and implored the guy to prove that souls don't actually have ranks. The principal continued to be angry because all the students he had bet on had dropped out, and now yesterday's losers could be under the camera lenses. He didn't want his school represented by the F class and decided to try to make sure the young man dropped out as soon as possible. The man began to reason out exactly how to do this, realizing that in close combat without ideas, the students had too little chance. But contrary to that, he underestimated the preparations and ran up to the microphone and ordered the ideas to be turned off. He was convinced that the rest of them would unite, and then they would definitely succeed in defeating Puck. But Chinsen wasn't intimidated by that. He was surprised they didn't give him 30 seconds to prepare, but he shrugged and decided that his predictions were coming true. His back touched the wall, and he thought of Pyong ripping one of the beams out of it, making it unusually thin. He started hitting the wall, figuring it would be even easier to deal with than the boulders during one of his training sessions. Soon the blows began to take their toll, and the first cracks appeared on the wall. And after quite a bit of time, they went the entire length and height of the structure. A light began to emanate from the wall, blinding the participants. The boys thought it was Chinsen's cunning escape plan. Puck smiled and assured his classmates that he wasn't going to run away at all, and had done it for something else. Looking at his work, the guy explained that the rift would keep him safe and take the enemies out of the battlefield. The boys were surprised. They didn't understand what Puck was up to, and the unknown frightened them more than anything else. When the guys noticed that they were in danger, they all rushed away to save themselves and leave themselves a chance to participate. Chue was embarrassed and said thoughtfully that this was all very strange because the building was brand new. The water in which the participants were struggling gradually drained away, and the commander's voice announced that 104 disciples had dropped out as a result of the liquid leaving. But Puck was not among them. He calmly took off his wet shoes and looked around for a new attacker. When he reached the group of guys, he hummed meaningfully, noticing that there were still a lot of them, and they were all against him alone. But in defiance of quick orders, the remainder could do nothing, for their feet were wet and heavy. The headmaster was still angry because so many students were completely useless against Chinsen. Songo thought about the fact that trench drills were designed to develop in students the ability to quickly team up and think flexibly depending on the situation. And now before his eyes was a scene where those qualities were dead, because the remaining men relied solely on numerical advantage. Additional complications in the exercises were introduced by the director, who randomly changed the stages depending on how he wanted to have fun. He saw that number 5 had tried to take the role of commander and go up against the pack, but he was ultimately going to fail. In such a chaotic battle, It was completely useless that the guys were focusing on any one person. In the past, no one considered Chinsun as they thought he was not dangerous because of his F-class affiliation. But the reality was different. Seong-ho thought about how all his efforts might have failed because of the principal, but thanks to Park, everyone would learn a good lesson. Ann was still pleased with his work as a senior instructor, and especially happy that he had managed to teach Puck to love himself. The guys surrounded Puck and tried to attack him, but no one wanted to go first, as they realized that the guy would easily repel the attack. Finally, the classmates noticed that the young man's strength was at its limit, and now was the best time to attack. Without wasting a second, they rushed at Chinsun, who was standing in the circle, and from the look of him, it looked like this was the outcome he had hoped for. But no matter how hard they tried to bring the young man down, their strength was still not enough to even just move him. The guys were arguing as they didn't understand how an exhausted F-class not using their idea held its own against them all. In an attempt to improve the situation, they called for help from other students who gladly participated in this assault. When the director saw that everyone was united against one, he was happy and began to encourage the guys, saying that now they were doing everything right. He was torn from the fight by a phone call from the editor of the monthly, who apparently had already arrived. He boldly picked up the phone, counting on the fact that in a matter of minutes, Puck Chinsun would be eliminated from the fight. The man welcomed the journalists to come inside sooner rather than later and enjoy the battle. Wanting to show the school in the best light, he ordered everyone to activate their ideas to produce a wow effect. He added into the microphone that the trial was coming to an end and he wished everyone to demonstrate their abilities as best as possible. But no sooner had he finished than his eyes crossed with one of the students. He was scared. The headmaster's eyes widened, and he assumed that what he was seeing was just a figment of his imagination and could not really be happening. The disciples realized that all this time, Chinsun was just waiting for the idea stage to be announced, and then he could fight back against the attackers. But the guys didn't lose their optimism and kept piling into a huge pile that they thought could stop the pack. Chinsun himself, to his surprise, began to feel that the pressure had eased, and it was easier for him to stand. He realized that if the classmates piled on with the force of his zombie squad, he would have dropped out long ago. Sensing that Chinsun was trying to get up, the guys began pressing him to the floor with renewed vigor, not letting him activate the idea. But soon he released his hand, and a red light ran along it, which meant he could manage with one hand. Feeling a surge of strength, Puck tossed his opponents aside and stood proudly erect. He now had a dagger in his hands, and the young man mockingly said that his classmates clearly lacked coordination. The headmaster was angry. Now it seemed to him that the new recruit was nothing but a zombie, since he was so stubbornly resistant to the general pressure. Journalists armed with cameras and microphones entered the balcony. They greeted the man and thanked him for the invitation. The guests said they appreciated the honor, because it was not every day they could see how extracurricular exercises were conducted. The man smiled and said that to repay the opportunity, he would try to make a report that would show his students at their best. But the director realized that he had to distract the reporters somehow, so he decided to start by inviting them for a cup of tea. But the interested journalist wasn't listening to him anymore. He rushed to the edge of the balcony, admiring the student's strength and wishing he could have filmed the whole thing from the beginning. The guy was clearly delighted and thought that such events were the most real care for his charges. Inspired, he ordered his colleagues to quickly set up cameras to capture at least the second part of the legendary battle. The reporter spotted Song-ho and rushed over to him, marveling that the young man was a senior instructor. He had interviewed the young man before, and immediately asked him who he thought was worthy of the most attention. An said that everyone was doing well, but it was a special student who deserved real attention. At this point, the principal interrupted the boy and stood in front of the camera. He did not allow the senior instructor to express his opinion, and regretfully informed that the most talented, unfortunately, have already dropped out of the trench exercises. The principal was stalling hard, counting on the fact that in those minutes his students would still manage to get the EF class off the field. He talked about the value of such lessons and what weaknesses the top should tighten up, and glanced nervously around the arena. The speech had an effect on the journalist, and he praised the leader as a sensitive and caring mentor. One of the reporters called out to the editor and pointed to one of the students who was getting great shots. The one immediately rushed to see who had so interested his colleague, and now the director was unable to hold him back. The object of everyone's admiration was Puck, who wielded his dagger to repel attacks from his own classmates. With a completely calm face, he dodged the arrows and other weapons flying at him. One of the students took the role of commander and ordered those who had ideas of close combat to immediately attack, but no one wanted to risk it. The reporter's eyes lit up with excitement, and he asked to introduce the student, figuring that he must have a B-grade idea, or maybe even a The principal wiped the sweat off his face with his handkerchief and modestly mumbled that the boy seemed to have a B grade. But his class teacher stood up for his student and didn't want Puck's merits to go to waste. He shouted that the young man had an F grade. The editor rushed over to the man and began questioning him about such a phenomenon, assuming the teacher was just joking. The man assured that there were no jokes here and that the young man had achieved all this thanks to his efforts. The director rushed to stop his subordinate, wanting to somehow silence the topic with Jin song. Colleagues began to take away the class teacher, but at last, he once again called the name and surname of the young man who was worth special attention. An enthusiastic reporter demanded the commander tell him as much as he could about this mysterious guy. The director chuckled nervously and began to choose words to somehow justify himself to the journalist. Puck continued to hold on heroically, but to his own horror, he recognized that his body and psyche were already at their limit. The fighting didn't stop, and he still managed to dodge punches in time and plan his own attacks. He thought that despite his fatigue, he was doing a good job of containing his overwhelming urge to kill. But there was no stopping the process. The guys began to feel that something was wrong with their potential victim, and he began to emanate some kind of creepy energy. The classmates realized that to continue the fight was dangerous first of all for themselves, and already didn't care about the trial. Puck saw that the opponents had already begun to retreat, and he asked resentfully where they were going. His dagger lit up and took on a new level. It could now suck the blood of its opponents as the bearer moved. In addition, the host body also gained new abilities. It could move without stopping. Puck was delighted with himself. He was sure that he had learned to control himself so that he could improve his ability. The rest of the boys crowded together and watched the new recruit's strange behavior fearfully. Sunho stood on the balcony and looked proudly at his ward. He seemed pleased with the work he had done. Kim's gaze was also fixed on the young man, and the girl looked at him with admiration. At one point, she crossed her eyes with Puck and decided to support him and told him to finish off the remaining contestant. Chinsen smiled and nodded obediently, letting her friend know that her request would be honored. Now his opponents were no danger to him at all, and he felt his boundless power and above all, over himself. It took Puck just seconds to destroy his opponent's bracelets and leave them out of the game. One by one, the classmates dropped out, seeing that Puck had even managed to cut them, despite the protective device. Chinsen stared at his dagger, mesmerized, and said thoughtfully that he had just gotten an interesting idea in his head. Looking at what was happening, the headmaster was horrified, not expecting that the trial could end with such a result. The reporter couldn't take his eyes off either, as the new recruit was fighting alone against more than 60 opponents. Songo moved closer to the editor and added that if you add up the people who had already dropped out, it would be more than 150 people. The journalist was stunned by the figure and could not believe his own ears and eyes. He had never seen such a thing before, neither in person nor on the screen. An looked at his ward and added that his final score should be over 200. It was as gloomy as ever in Kim Il-cheng's lair, for its owner did not like joyful light. The leader greeted his guest and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, while giving him the friendliest smile. The stranger grudgingly ordered the terrorist to hurry up and lay out what he wanted, so that his chatter wouldn't prevent him from finishing him off. The bandit spread his hands and grudgingly reminded the guest that they were old friends and they were not supposed to communicate in such a rude manner. The guest clearly had no sympathy for his interlocutor and assured him that he was trying to escape across the coast of the Eastern Sea. But Chen was smiling and thought his move in the last battle was perfectly planned. He claimed that in any case, all of this was just an excuse for their conversation to take place. The man's name was Li Xing, and in the last battle, Chen had attacked to report that the chief wanted to see him. He asked him to come at dawn to the demilitarized zone, where the armistice between the DPRK and the Republic of Korea was concluded. But the pretext seemed disingenuous, and Li demanded the true motive, for he had doomed dozens of his men to death. Chen said that while he was visiting his southern comrades, he managed to meet an amazing guy, and then he decided to see how their soldiers were raised. But unfortunately for him, he got hit in that battle. Seeing the incomprehension of his interlocutor, the terrorist spread his hands and said that he even had to run away to save his life. The man was surprised because, as far as he knew, his old friend never ran away in such situations. He recalled that he was aware that at the bank, the comrade had to retreat, but he had no idea that the issue was so acute. Shin clenched his fists and suggested that maybe Chen was just fooling him for another one of his nefarious plans. But Il-Chen laughed and began to beat his hand against the table with laughter that the guest did not know such details of his visit to the Southerners. He assured that Shin had never been able to lie, which meant that even he didn't know anything about the secret weapon he said he was cultivating. Tension reached a breaking point and Lee jerked up from his seat and demanded that the bandit explain everything normally. Chen smiled again and stated that the guest was of zero use and he would have to act alone again. He assured that he had managed to find out further more than he wanted, and now the guest could be free. It was the evening of the 5th day of the exercise, and the sun was already beginning to go down, illuminating the buildings with its warm light. Se-young stood over Puck, glad that the young man had finally woken up and come to his senses. She smiled and asked him to warn her next time how long it would take him to recover. Chinsen's foggy mind didn't understand anything when he woke up. He looked around, trying to remember what had happened before he passed out. He touched the girl's cheek, deciding that he was imagining things and was probably just continuing to sleep. He enjoyed the touch and couldn't stop praising the softness of his girlfriend's face. But to bring the boy to his senses and let him know he was awake, Se-young slapped him hard, causing him to fly off her lap. He began to claim that he had just fought in the last test, and then Kim realized that Puck probably didn't remember anything. She said that Chinsen actually managed to win. Then he started jumping up and down, and yelling just to her that he had succeeded. The guy thought it was all strange, and shrugged his shoulders and said he didn't remember it anymore. Everything ended favorably except for the fact that after the battle, the young man immediately passed out. Holding her friend by the cheeks, Kim said that's how he ended up in her room, and she was looking forward to starting the matchmaking. Chinsen brushed it off, but the girl continued to tease him that they could live happily ever after with it. Finally, she realized that the guy was finally awake, and his mind was clear now. He looked at his friend unhappily, noting that she was insanely beautiful, even though she never missed an opportunity to make jokes about him. Se-young smiled enigmatically, and handed Chinsen his new epaulets, congratulating him on his promotion. Puck happily grabbed the new trophy. He was happy that he would no longer have to wear the dishonorable title of recruit. Se-young added that the first place certificate will be given to him by Classrook, but that will be later. The girl saw that her friend did not feel joy from his victory, and was very surprised at this, because the guy's so hard to achieve it. Chinsen looked at the new epaulets, and thoughtfully asked why he had only been promoted to private. Kim laughed, not believing that the boy was serious. Then Park told her about an argument with a teacher from their school. Se-young was surprised to learn that if the zombies made it to the top, they would all be honored with the rank of corporal. Now she understood why he was acting so strangely. Chinsen did not have time to explain himself, because the young lady literally closed his mouth. After they both calmed down, she told him that everyone but him had actually been given the promised rank. Kim also added that it was Park's fault that the nurse had a lot of work to do, so he should have apologized. A feeling of shame suddenly came over the boy, and he remembered that he had never thought of her in all this time. He decided to urgently approach the girl and apologize for the inconvenience they had caused, and not for the first time. Se-young wanted to keep Park company, but for some reason he refused and claimed that he had to do it alone. He felt guilty for everything that had happened, and didn't want anyone to take at least part of the burden. Kim was delighted with the guy's behavior, and grabbed him by the cheeks and began to rub him, wanting to show her sympathy for his behavior. The girl still insisted on going together, and sincerely didn't understand why her friend was rejecting the idea. Puck's class teacher entered the office where a man in a military uniform was already waiting for him. He apologized to the guest and said the commander couldn't make it to the meeting, so he himself would attend. Sipping his tea, the visitor noticed unhappily that everything was out of order here, for earlier he had been received by no less than the captain. The teacher began to justify himself by explaining that he was on duty today, and so such a burden fell on his shoulders. The man laughed, saying it was his own fault for changing the system at the school, and now demanded that all work like his brigade. Classrook did not comment on his guest's words, and decided not to interrupt his sarcasm, lowering his eyes to the floor. Of the guest's brigade, he knew that it was one of the oldest, and had been raised from controlled schoolboys. To get into it, you had to go to a special school where the military elite taught. The commander put the cup on the table, and not wanting to beat around the bush, asked when the headmaster would be back. The teacher assured him that he would be back soon, and in the intonation of his interlocutor, he noticed that he felt extreme contempt for his superior. The visitor noticed the displeasure and demanded an explanation. The man was not confused and said that the visitor behaved too rudely being in another battalion. The visitor threw a disgruntled look and decided to agree with his host. After all, then apologized. He laughed and added that his behavior was too rude for a man who had come to declare war. Seeing the teacher's surprise, the commander stretched out in a smile, and realized that he knew nothing about the real situation. Classrook remembered the conversation with the headmaster that had taken place before the drill, and now realized why such a decision had been made. The man enjoyed the teacher's confusion and decided to calm him down by hinting at the famous students like Kim and On. The teacher proudly stuck up his nose and said that apparently The visitor hadn't heard anything about the new able student. He flipped through the magazine and realized it was about Puck, who had taken first place in a guerrilla drill. The guest threw down the magazine and resented it, saying it was all nonsense because the guy was an F-idea carrier and couldn't seriously be anything. Seeing that the man didn't believe, the teacher realized that the crew never got a full report on what happened in the drill. The door opened and the principal walked into the office, giving everyone his beaming smile and apologizing for his tardiness. The guest stood up and assured him that everything was fine, which made the teacher wary because he had not been so friendly a moment ago. His mission was over, so he walked out of the office and closed the door, glad that this stupid scene was over. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a second club recruitment today. With his work, he had forgotten all about it. At this time, another entrance test was taking place in the hall, and students were competing to get into the coveted club. An Seong-ho has been careful about recruiting his community, and this time around, his partner Park helped him with that. Judging by the satisfied face of the 12th graders, the candidate's more than satisfied. He squared his shoulders and loudly greeted the zombie squad in full force at his club. The guys could not believe their ears, and trying to digest what was said for a second, stopped not only talking, but even breathing. Puck was familiar with these feelings, but at that moment he was especially proud of himself, for it was his own doing too. Finally, there were shouts of joy throughout the school. The boys were happy that they were now part of An Seong-ho's famous team. The teacher looked thoughtfully out the window and imagined what was happening in the hall. Now he was counting on his F-class student. He believed the boy would be able to rub the nose of the most formidable military brigade in the world. The guest handed the director a folder and said that he knew that they had previously agreed on everything with their commander. The man opened the folder and confirmed the visitor's word. In fact, a special drill was to take place between the school and their brigade. He signed the documents even though he realized that the situation was not in their favor, but he still had no way out. The visitor slammed the door loudly and hurried away, satisfied that he had succeeded in completing his main task. The director clenched his fist at how humiliating it all was and swore in his heart that one day he would repay the favor. The reporter was carefully reviewing the material shot during the exercise in his cozy office. Looking at Puck's movements, he recognized that the F-killer was a real talent and a godsend for him as a journalist. He looked at his stack of papers and sadly remembered that the main video had been cut out and no one had ever seen it. The government's comments stated that level of pressure was present in the video. He walked thoughtfully to the window and thought that the time when readers believed the text and pictures had unfortunately passed. Without the video, really few people would believe that a retarded F-grade student could deal with 200 people at once. He sadly realized that if he were the readers, he would have behaved the same way because the video would have shed light on everything that happened that day. The editor didn't understand why everyone was hiding such talent and assumed that it was because the school received state support and didn't want to publicize its students. But in such a case, no one would have allowed an interview with Kim Se-young to be published after the Peste incident in the bank building. Remembering the terrorists, the man seemed to have an epiphany and rushed to the computer to look for something. The case file should have kept a complete list of those present that day. Having found the necessary document, the journalist smiled victoriously because everything was as he had supposed. But someone interrupted his little investigation and knocked on the door. Without taking his breath away, he invited the visitor to pass. A colleague came to report that they had received an information report about the Hound School and the paramilitary brigade. The reporter's eyes lit up again when he heard the latest news. He was pleased with what was happening and realized that he had a great opportunity at hand. Puck didn't forget to praise his zombie squad guys for a job well done in getting them to join Anna's club. The guys never tired of thanking their commander for what he did for them, even though he was in a lower rank. The guys were wondering what exactly An and Pak were doing after they left the set. One of the boys asked why Puck's wife was not present at the training today. The question at least surprised him because he had not heard of any wife. After a bit of thought, he realized that that was what the guys called Kim Se-young, who Jin-sung was friends with. He asked not to call the girl that, and explained that she had left early because she hadn't waited for him to finish his training. The boys did not support their commander. For them, Kim was like a beautiful, unattainable dream, and so they did not want to accept such an attitude toward her. The more they all talked about the beauty and strength of Se-young, the more Jin-sung became furious, because none of it was true. Outside, a man approached the zombie squad leader. It was Lee Shin, but he didn't know Park yet. The stranger's question alarmed the boys and their chief, so they stared silently at the man, thus demanding an explanation. Sin apologized for possibly scaring the guys, and apologized for coming up so suddenly and scaring them. Pak recognized the man. He was the chairman's combat advisor, and it seemed that literally everyone in the country knew him. Shinsen was delighted with the meeting and acquaintance, for it was a real honor to speak to a man of such stature. The man laughed at the schoolboy's flattering words, and pointing to a squad of zombies, asked if they were his friends. The guys confirmed the information and said they were not just friends, but Shinsen was their commander. Puck felt bad for the guys who wouldn't stop heaping praise on him and telling the man how much they appreciated him. Shin asked the boys to step back and leave them alone with the commander for one important conversation. There were no objections. Finally, the man asked the boys not to tell anyone about what they had met on the street. Hearing the agreement, Lee calmed down and praised the students' cleverness with a smile. Looking at the boys, the man said thoughtfully that Puck had great friends and a bright future awaited them. Shin suggested finding a quiet place to talk, and Shin-sung was surprised. He didn't understand what such a rank could need from an ordinary schoolboy. Lee said he was able to see footage from the exercise, and it prompted him to meet such a unicorn in person. The guy was embarrassed and started making excuses, saying that his class type didn't deserve such scrutiny. Finally, Shin coughed out a breath and asked the schoolboy how he thought the souls had classes. Puck's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't understand why the counselor was asking him such a question, and under such unusual circumstances. Seeing the confusion on the young man's face, Lee decided to start over and told him that Hongdae had become a military school thanks to him. He needed to have a student like him, who could prove himself even in the most difficult situation. He added that his bet on An Seong-ho was not justified, and from this, Park began to justify himself by saying that he owes all his achievements to him. Shin laughed and assured that he had only misspoken. Seong-ho was just a motivator that someone had to seriously grow up to look up to. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and told him that the follower of Anna's idea had been found, and it was Shinsen himself. Lee smiled welcomingly and said that he was glad to meet the famous drill winner in person. Inside himself, the counselor did not believe that the guy in front of him was the very secret weapon Kim Il-jong was talking about. He took another look at the student, and now he was sure that he had a strong fighter in front of him, but it was not certain that he would be able to defeat the main terrorist. Shin held the guy's shoulder and felt nothing outstanding about him, and it only made his hunches play out with renewed vigor. Noticing Puck's confused look, Lee apologized, saying he was only thinking. The man speculated that it could have been another trick by Kim Il-cheng to confuse the enemy, but the question remained as to why he needed it all. Shin had no more questions and thanked Shinsen for his time. Leaving the confused young man alone, he hurried away so as not to say anything unnecessary to him. He took one last look at the confused boy and decided to wish him victory. But Shinsen did not understand anything, and the words of the counselor seemed to him absolutely strange and inappropriate. The man did not bother to go into details and answer the schoolboy, and preferred rather to leave. Puck understood nothing. Now he was worried about what the advisor really wanted from him, and what kind of victory he was talking about. An Seong-ho never missed an opportunity to have a good workout, and was happy to use any time to do so. The guy looked at his new score, and concluded that it was now taking him much less time to do the exercises. He realized that thanks to Shinsen and his zombie squad, their training had taken on a new hue and was now much more intense. Sonyo looked at his abs and, admiring his body, concluded that he was in the best shape of his life. As he dressed, the guy thought about how grateful he was to his training partner, who inspired him to do new things. As he left the training hall, he was thinking about how many more students they could inspire by their example when he suddenly heard a strange sound. Someone was shouting and begging to be let go in the far corridor. An stopped and listened, trying to understand where the voice was coming from. The action took place in the street near the garbage cans, where a bunch of people were crowded together. Several guys pinned the young lady against the wall, and she begged them not to touch her and to let her go soon. But one of the hooligans laughed and said he couldn't let the girl go because he wanted to have fun with her. Sonyo went to the young woman's aid and decided to start by giving her a verbal warning and telling her to back off. At last, he appeared under the light of one of the lanterns and menacingly repeated his request, saying that it was only advice to begin with. The bully decided the guy was delusional and ordered the guy to get out immediately, saying they were all out of drama. Sonyo didn't hesitate and activated his idea, called "You Can't Get Away," and grabbed the brigand's wrists. The bandit didn't understand how the attacker managed to be near him so quickly, because according to his senses, he literally teleported. Sonyo squeezed his wrist, and he collapsed to his knees in a sudden flash of pain, begging to be released. The girl recognized the sergeant from her school and the protector, and asked if it was really him. An wouldn't let go of his opponent and ordered the young Uba to get out of here sooner rather than later to some crowded place. Thanking her savior, she agreed and ran away, leaving the attackers with the sergeant. But the second attacker didn't realize that things were bad for them and grabbed the young lady by the sleeve, shouting that he wouldn't let her leave the place. Without letting go of the first one, Sanho attacked the insolent man, laying him face down on the ground and not giving him a chance to get up. The remaining hooligans were arguing and shouting that they would not leave it just like that, because no one dared to beat their friends so brazenly. An shrugged and in a lesson to the others said that he had warned everyone before he attacked. He again made a new strike that threw his opponents out of the way, and now they posed no threat. Sango shook off his hands and ordered the boys to stop the comedy, for he realized it was all to draw him out. The voice from the shadows said his guesses were correct and slowly began to emerge from his hiding place. The guy smiled and said that his buddy had apparently noticed him, and he should have disguised himself better. In a tired voice, Sunho said that he hadn't seen the young man for a long time. His name was Kang Jino. The guy didn't come to the meeting alone. He was accompanied by a bulky friend who was hiding behind his companion's back. Khan smiled and caustically remarked that it was as if his old buddy had even grown up a bit. An kept calm and asked why the guy came here and also played such a performance. The young man was indignant and said that they only wanted to meet the girl when they and their co-workers were passing by. Looking at his old acquaintance, Songho noticed that the guy was now a member of the famous 998 Brigade. Jino laughed and said that the comrade managed to figure him out rather quickly. Recalling the facts, An said he was turned in by a schoolgirl who called him Sergeant. Kang was surprised that it seemed natural to him, but Seongho explained that the school had only recently switched to the new system, and that this kind of treatment was not common. In a real stressful situation, no student would have addressed him that way and called him most likely by his first name. Kang scratched the back of his head and annoyingly said that they were given away by bad acting, but An went on with his observation. He noticed that the interlocutor used the word co-workers, which corresponds to the military vocabulary of specialized educational institution. Now the guy realized all his mistakes and, acknowledging his blunders, raised his hand saying his buddy had figured him out. Kang said that the acquaintance had improved quite a bit since he was not very good in middle school. His eyes began to burn, and he said that now he was even more eager to stomp on his interlocutor. The guy standing with Jino scrutinized his companion and asked him if An Seongho was really An Seongho himself. Looking at the fat man, Sanho wondered who he himself was and what he was doing in Kana's company. The kid introduced himself. His name was Yuk Tongho, but Kang himself called him Hik for some reason. Without any interest, An asked the guy what exactly he wanted from him, but he waved it off, assuring him it was nothing special. Then he smiled and said he just wanted to take a swing at him. A sly smile appeared on his face as he said this. Khan added that such an opponent is just the right size for his friend to handle even without his help. Songo was surprised but did not show it, and only noticed that the young man was clearly underestimating him. Kang continued to banter and assured his old acquaintance that he could not defeat his pudgy-ass friend. An didn't wait for any action and immediately activated his idea, and with the words, "You can't get away," he rushed at the fat man. But he did not resist, but only laughed, assuring that despite the strength of his opponent, he would fulfill what he had promised. He smiled, looked him in the eye, and mysteriously uttered the phrase that he wasn't the only one with fat. The next day, Puck walked into the classroom and noticed that everything in it was somehow different. Taking a seat next to Se-young, he hurried to find out what exactly had happened that had stirred up the school so much. Kim looked at her neighbor and was surprised that he hadn't seen with his own eyes what had happened. She tilted her head thoughtfully and said that she had expected Puck to have read about everything in the paper by this morning. The boy was frightened, thinking it was about Pesty's assault, but Kim asked a classmate to show the article again. The girl looked back at Park and was indignant that he didn't know anything yet because he was in the same club as An Seongho. Puck took the clipboard the student had handed him, and without looking at it, he mumbled grudgingly that he didn't understand what his mentor had to do with it. Without waiting for an intelligible answer, he began to read the open article from the tablet screen. In the article, there was a video of An Seonho doing battle with some fat guy. Using his idea, he attacked him, and for a while he even successfully tried to confront the fat man. But at some point, his strength left him, and the weight of his opponent was literally unbearable. Under the watchful eye of his comrade, the fat man pressed Anna to the ground, and he could no longer get up. Puck couldn't believe his eyes, for his mentor was the embodiment of strength. Kim said the attackers were from the 998th Educational Brigade, and they are the ones they will face in a month's time in a friendly exercise between schools. Chue spoke in front of the class and sadly reported what happened to An Seonho. In front of her were the top 10 students selected for special counsel for the upcoming drills. The 12th graders were supposed to do the strategizing, but she was counting on others to step up as well. Puck raised his hand and turned to Chuya, asking what was known about the commander so far. The girl reported that he was now suspended, and getting into his room was impossible even for members of his department. When Shin-sung heard that, he was upset. He sincerely expected that his mentor was fine and on the mend. The guys were outraged by the fact of beating, and were also confused because they did not understand how the hooligans managed to harm the commander. They all assumed that it would be An who would take command, but now the question remained open. Chue rolled her eyes and said that because of An's suspension, she wouldn't be able to do anything even after she was fully healed. One of the guys raised his hand and smugly announced that he would now have to take over Sanho's role and command in the drill. Byung-gi-young interrupted the discussion and grudgingly remarked again that they hadn't all gathered to watch someone fight. Se-young didn't like the potential leader's candidacy either. He could hardly be responsible for himself, let alone others. These words made the young man even more angry, because in his eyes he considered himself a great commander. Furious, he ran up to the girl and only then realized that he was facing that famous pearl goblet. Se-young nodded and replied caustically that she was the same unknown new name, which made him furious. Chue slammed the table loudly and ordered everyone to calm down immediately, or else she would report everything to the school authorities. The failed commander sat back down and angrily muttered something to himself, clearly displeased with what was happening. Chue also appealed to Pyung and Kim to calm down too, or else the consequences would affect them as well. She picked up the remote and displayed the picture on the screen, while recounting the information her superiors had given her. In the rear of both teams, there was a container with a button. The rules were simple. You had to get to the opponent's button and press it. Chue tensed up a bit and added that there were 900 of them in the school, while there were about 3,000 in the brigade. When the students heard this, they became indignant because the numerical advantage almost deprived them of even a ghostly chance to win. But the commander seemed to have a plan, so she calmed the students down and said she had an explanation. Even though the enemy had a triple advantage, their school was in a better position for defense. There was also an additional condition for them. They had to hold out for 5 hours and then victory would be in their hand. Now the girl moved on to the ones who beat up the commander. The first fat man's name was Yuk Tongho. There was no detailed information about his idea, but judging from the video, he could multiply his weight to just crush his opponents. Also, nothing was known about his accomplishments. This guy was like a Trojan horse. Puck finally realized the reason why he had lost to the fat man. They had a complete incompatibility of ideas. Chue confirmed the young man's hunch. Songho's idea had worked against him the moment he clung to his opponent. But there was something about the whole story that confused Puck. He guessed it wasn't the only reason. The guy who came with the fat guy was Kang Jin-oh. He didn't do anything in the video, but he was considered the most successful in the gang. It was known about him that he had a training experience in Australia, after which he joined the brigade and won the all-Korean competition in the use of ideas. Park heard that An had fought against Kang 5 times in middle school and never won. He couldn't believe that the mentor could be defeated. There was no reliable information about the idea either, but based on some sources, his power could increase in times from anger. Shinsen felt as if he had been electrocuted and realized that he and Jin-oh were similar in some way, because the same thing was happening to his idea. The 998 Brigade used Anna's loss as a good PR move to raise their profile. Puck was getting angrier by the second, and wanted to prove that An had lost in a foul fight. In addition, we managed to find out where the shooting came from, and it was strange that the apartment was empty at that moment. At last, Shinsen had no doubt that his mentor had simply been lured into a silly trap. Chue confirmed the speculation again. After all, 2 of the brigade's strongest fighters were at the epicenter of the news. Judging by the girl's fists, she was also angry at the loss of the commander, but she could not do anything about it, because the video shows that everything was fair. Puck tried to stick up for the commander, and argued that there must have been some other trick since the guy had fallen for the setup. But the young man was interrupted by a failed candidate for commander, who reminded him that he was just an F-class trying to justify losing to Sanho. The other guys began to look at Shinsen with interest, because they did not know him by sight before. Now everyone's attention was turned to Puck, who didn't understand what was so strange about his excuses. One of the students suggested ending Anna's discussion, saying that his idea was suited solely for surprise attacks. Such disrespect for the commander angered Puck, and he advised the young man to better watch what came out of his mouth. But the schoolboy went on to say that physical strength played a major role in the Songho phenomenon, not his exceptional features. He responded to another attack by telling Puck to show him respect, because his idea and rank were above that of an ordinary private. The boy smiled at Puck and said proudly that his words didn't mean anything to him, since he himself was a corporal and a B-class bearer. Chinsun was furious and looked menacingly at the student and ordered him to give his first and last name. But the schoolboy did not calm down and continued to insist that the words of the private meant nothing to him because they were in the military system. But Pak didn't give up and continued to press for the brazen man's introduction. Chinsun's eyes lit up red, but at that moment, no one would have thought that his idea had been activated. It was as if the guy had been replaced and was now exuding an ominous aura that Pyong immediately sensed. At this time, something began to happen to the insolent man. His body seemed to shrink and he could hardly utter his rank. Chinsun was not satisfied with the answer, for he asked him to give his name, but as he did not hear it, he promised the boy to leave him narrow-eyed. He stood up and turned to Sergeant Na and apologized for being overly harsh towards the troublemaker. Puck decided to apologize to his new commander for his inappropriate behavior. The young man was surprised and shrugged his shoulders, adding meaningfully that it could happen to anyone. Chinsun now moved on to discussing what they had gathered for, and asked Chue if An had left any plan in advance. There was no detailed plan, but it was known that he wanted to distribute the forces so that 3/5 defended the center and the rest the flanks. Hearing this, one of the students became indignant, saying that the side would be the easiest to approach them. He was sure that in this way, the enemy would start hitting from the side, and, having broken through inside, would attack the center from the rear. Chinsun believed that An wanted to do this for a special reason. He assumed that the enemy would go head-on and face the center first. Chue was surprised by Chinsun's version and asked what his guess was based on. Puck explained that judging by what the brigade had already done, their goal was to win quickly in open combat to make it look as open as possible. And that was why Sanho wanted to build a defense so that the opponent would fight the maximum number of students. The classmate became angry when he heard that the young man proposed to drive the main force into the center and leave the flanks almost bare. The guy assured that none of this would work, and they themselves would have to break through the rear of the opponent in order to prevail. Chue decided to support Shin Myung-hyun because Chinsung's plan was too risky even if it was right. Puck had no arguments, but he was alarmed by the figure of Jinho in this whole affair, who had acted like a trap from the beginning. The private was comforted by the thought that their ideas were similar, and he thought he could partially anticipate the young man's intention. Park decided to propose a crazy idea whereby the button guarding was to be handled by Seano himself. Chue and Shin were surprised. They thought that it was pointless because if they lost, their morale would drop and they would not be able to recover. But Chinsun assured that this would not happen and the commander would remain unharmed. Puck assured that in his thinking, he was guided by the fact that the physical strength of the mentor was many times stronger than each individual. But Chue was adamant. She thought that such a motivation didn't explain why An had to be in the rear. To her surprise, the students liked the idea, and one by one began to voice words of support. Kim, too, decided to confide in her classmate, and said with a wave of her hands that he wouldn't just offer such a thing. Chue was in no hurry to give her answer, and decided to end the meeting since the main points had already been agreed upon. The guy with whom Pak had a conflict flew out of the office after him and started calling him loudly. Chinsun did not listen to the young man, and assumed that he wanted to explain that he had given in to a momentary impulse and therefore insulted his commander. Chue noticed the new conflict and rushed to find out the details, but Puck assured her that he only wanted to teach the guy a little lesson. The answer satisfied the girl, and she hurriedly withdrew at last, asking the private not to do anything to one of the council's slain. The apprentice shrieked with anger, for neither the elders nor the rank and file were giving him any credit and acting as if he didn't exist at all. He couldn't calm down, and shouted that he was going to become the best fighter, surpassing Kim Se-young and An Seong-ho herself. But it had no effect on Puck, and he just rolled his eyes and said he needed the lesson. The next day, the same student said that even though he was in the top, he would let the other classmates attack first. Puck looked closely at the apprentice and considered his idea. He possessed the technique of eyes catching the trajectory. Puck rolled his eyes and said that since there were no volunteers, he would attack first. The opponent was unprepared for this, and he realized that he had underestimated Chinsun, who was incredibly fast. But he had already seen how Chinsun would act in a fight with him. But in spite of that, he couldn't strike because he managed to deflect the force of inertia. But the student's joy was not long, for his abilities did not help him much in battle. He realized that Puck's actual movements were at odds with his energy, and it was far more dangerous than his physical skills. Chinsun smiled and said that the opponent was good at dodging, and then he should just increase his strength. The boy closed his eyes as he dodged another attack, and began trying to calm down to get a better look at the enemy's trajectory. He was extremely surprised when he realized that the trajectories were diverging, and his abilities were giving off 3 options at once. Before he could react, Chinsun struck again and managed to injure his opponent. Puck turned around and started to walk away, reminding him that he had started the fight and he didn't owe him anything. He looked at his torn clothes and didn't understand how this could have happened, since he was considered one of the best students. Lastly, Shinsen added that guys like him rely on the idea and forget about the physicality, and that was his biggest mistake. After arriving at the battle site, the students began to study the terrain to think things through as best they could. Puck regretted that he had never been able to convince the elders at the next meetings of the feasibility of his plan. The 12th grade was centered, and the rest of the class had to delay as long as possible so the others could defend. Chinsung allowed the thought of the plan being logical, but he was not deterred by Kang Jinho, who still posed a danger. He was sure the enemy would come straight to the 12th grade to try to smash them head on. Puck couldn't help but think that Sanho would work the bait and they would be hard to contain. He was torn from his musings by a narrow-eyed corporal who came up to greet him. Looking at the boy, Shinsen was surprised. Such politeness from a recent adversary alarmed him, but the young man began to apologize, saying that he was too stupid to see Puck's true worth because of the rumors. The guy said that there was talk about him getting first place because he was friends with Sanho, and all the hype around him was paid for. But that didn't make Shinsen angry. He guessed that not everyone would believe in his success, since he had been an unremarkable student before. Now the pupil assured that he was convinced of everything himself, and would no longer believe the idle chatter spreading within the walls of the school. A squad of zombies noticed the scene and rushed to their commander to find out what it all even meant. The guy welcomed the participants and happily announced that he was now in the same boat with them too. The guys began to praise Puck that he had managed to earn a great reputation that even the 10th graders wanted to follow him. Shinsen did his best to calm everyone down, and when the cheers died down, he turned to the narrow-eyed corporal. He explained that in order to become part of the zombie squad, he had to join Sanho's club, about which he had spoken unflattering. But the guy wasn't intimidated by this, and started apologizing, saying that his mind was clouded when he believed the rumors, and now he wanted Puck to guide him. Puck was convinced, and to understand the young man's intentions, he asked if he would be willing to come under his command. The young man assured me that he would do everything that was necessary, and would also lead the entire 10th grade, which was under his command. Shinsen put his hand on the corporal's shoulder and said that he was temporarily enlisted in the zombie squad. The young man thanked his new commander and assured him that he would do his best. So, Shinsen decided to replay the whole thing and take advantage of the advantage to rearrange the plan as An wanted. An Seongho was also in the battle, and his original plan was to guard the button container. Looking at him, it seemed that the incident with the fat man had added to his strength, and now he was a completely different person. The staffs were already active, and each student tried to take an active part for the benefit of their team. The opponents had communication problems and decided it was all about someone being able to use their idea to bring down communications. There was still no signal, and the communicator kept shouting in vain, trying to hear something from the receiver. Soon a guy came on the line claiming his name was Park Jin-sung, and he represented Haeundae High School. The liaison recognized the name and remembered seeing it in press headlines. Supposedly, he was able to single-handedly overpower 200 men. The opponents knew that Puck was incredibly fast, but they had no idea that he would be able to break through to the rear and cut off communications. From the walkie-talkie came the cries of their allies, begging for help to get out of the clutches of the F-killer. Finally, Shinsen took the equipment and informed the enemy that they could now send reinforcements, since they were now out of communication. The commander yelled and demanded that communication with the other squad be stopped immediately to properly own the situation. When communication was established, the news from the other flank was equally disappointing. On the left flank, the Hond were firing heavily with ideas of which the brigade was unaware. Byung-gi-yong participated, and by using his idea, he managed to cause significant damage to his opponents. He had one strike left to deal with the remaining reinforcements and put an end to his task. The brigade was not prepared for such attacks, and had no choice but to retreat to save as many men as possible. Realizing that in the case of a hit, no protective bracelet will not save them, they ran away from the battlefield in terror. Chue encouraged Gion and reassured him that there was a lot of work to be done with his idea in battle, and all of it would only benefit him. She looked at the wreckage and slyly noted that they didn't need them as shelters and had successfully found another use for them. Pyong was angry at first that he was the only one helping the 12th graders, but now that he saw that his talent had come in handy, his fervor had cooled down a bit. Now he was keen on the battle, and approached any order he could carry out with excitement. Chue put on her armor and said it was time for her guys to show what they could do. She ordered her squad to get ready and show who was the strongest, despite the fact that their commander wasn't with them today. Soon the opponents noticed that the school's entire advanced squad was advancing with renewed vigor on the boys who had not yet recovered from Pyung's attack. Chui jumped into the air and blinded her opponents with the light of her armor, causing them to immediately cover their eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl struck one guy in command who could no longer give orders. His deputy ordered the squad to prepare with close combat ideas and hold a line of defense from Sanho's squad. The 12th squad hid behind the debris Guion had thrown and prepared for close combat, waiting for the enemy to drop their guard. Chue commanded the squad to prepare for a tactical formation, and this way they would show who on the field had the advantage despite numbers. The result was excellent, and the girl finally announced that the enemy had managed to roll back to the next line of defense. Now she was explaining the next course of action, but no sooner had she finished than something confused her. Suddenly, someone landed behind her, and judging by the energy, it wasn't their fighter. It was Kang Jinno, who, after greeting the girl, began cursing at his men for so shamefully retreating after the first attack. He said he was glad to meet his opponents and prepared to strike the young lady. Chai put up her hand just in time, and the armor repelled the attack, but Kang continued to demand that their commander be brought to him immediately. The girl flew off into the wall, but she assured me she was fine, and her armor could withstand tougher attacks. But these words only fueled the interest of Jinno, who was determined to deal with the girl at all costs. Recovering from the blow, she turned to her opponent, saying that he looked even more violent than she could have imagined. Kang smiled and took it as a compliment, saying he liked the girl too. Now he wondered if she had a boyfriend. Chue snorted. It was new to her, and she didn't see it as cool, but as pity. Na Jinno insisted on an answer, and even demanded it, which made the young lady look bored and indifferent. She ordered her squad to take up battle positions and finally punish the rogue for defeating her commander. This didn't scare Jinno, and laughing he advised him not to mess with him, but to call the commander. Scratching the back of his head, he yawned and said that it pissed him off how the opponents were making themselves look tough. An aura began to emanate from him that kept the guys away. His idea was called Abandon Anger, and the more he felt, the stronger the wave was. The steam was really dangerous and could cause serious burns, so Chue commanded the squad to retreat so as not to lose her men. But fleeing further angered Jinno, who felt that his efforts were still not enough, despite the fact that the enemy was already retreating. Soon the steam dissipated, but the 12th were in no hurry to advance, suggesting that the attack might be even stronger after recovery. But not everyone understood this, and the two fighters looked at each other and decided that now was the time to take the initiative. Chue saw it, but did not have time to warn her comrades in arms about the danger, because the guys were already too close to the enemy. They assured me that the lost time could work against them, and now was the only opportunity to deal with Jinno. Kang became furious and shouted loudly that such attempted attacks annoyed him. A flash of light illuminated the entire field, and it seemed that at the place where the enemy stood, there was an explosion of special strength. When the smoke cleared, the boys lay on the ground clutching their arms and legs. The blow had come right on target, and now they were wounded. Chue saw all this and realized that the enemy concentrates the steam in his hands and then attacks, and even the protective bracelets can't withstand it. The girl saw that a new attack was coming and rushed to take out the wounded, for Khan was going to attack the defenseless. Jinno was surprised to see the young lady rushing towards him. Pity was not inherent in him, and he didn't understand why she was trying to save unnecessary fighters. She couldn't get any closer as Khan had let the steam out of his hand, and now there was an impenetrable zone around him. That didn't stop Chue, and she bypassed the steam and was able to get up close to her opponent. The young man laughed and said that he liked the girl more and more and would love to be her boyfriend. But Chue herself didn't react in any way to the insolent man. The words enraged his opponent, and he shouted menacingly that he was trying to treat her in a gentlemanly manner. The blow came right into the armor and failed to cause the girl irreparable injury. She was thrown back to the squad and wasted no time in ordering the wounded to be carried out and to keep her guard up, despite the fact that the enemy was alone. Kang was getting more and more frustrated and angry, as his attacks were useless and the armor easily repelled them. He looked at the young lady and squinted his eyes and said that since she was so resistant, he would have to destroy her. While the others were carrying the wounded, Chue held on with her last strength because the enemy was really strong. Seeing the girl's tension, Jinno assured that no armor could keep her safe from his true attacks. She had seen with her own eyes how his one was enough for 3 of her fighters and realized she had to buy time to evacuate the wounded. Kang shouted and offered to give him Seong-ho in a nice way so that no one would waste their precious time and health. Chue answered him that a brutal animal like him was not worthy to fight their commander. Jinno became completely furious and decided to make every effort to force the young lady to shut her mouth. Finally, one of the guys shouted to the girl that her orders had been carried out and all the wounded were in a safe place. The news was great, so she waved her hair and said she'd had enough and was off. But in spite of her efforts, she could not move. Her legs seemed to refuse to obey her. Chue was trapped in her own trap. She was knee-deep in the ground from the exertion, and now she couldn't get out. Kang swung again, but from the side. He decided to take advantage of the girl's sluggishness and attack. But Chue did not intend to give up, and bravely fended off her opponent's blows without giving him a chance to enjoy the triumph. She realized that because of her bogged-down legs, it would be difficult for her to deflect the blows. But something inside her told her that she could do it. Khan noticed that there were cracks in the girl's protective shield, and it wouldn't be long before he reached his target. He rested his forehead against the impenetrable barrier, and angrily said that everyone but her had escaped, and now they were one-on-one. He said he had two options, but couldn't decide which would be faster to drive it into the ground whole or break the armor. Chue was trapped, and the realization that there was nowhere to wait for help was getting to her, but there was no solution. She remained silent and continued to hold back her rival from getting to her with her last strength. But something from behind distracted Jinho, and he realized that now they were not alone on the battlefield. A huge rock landed right next to him, which distracted the guy from his original goal. A voice shouted for Chue to back away sooner rather than later. The sound seemed incredibly familiar to her. She could now see huge boulders from the cliff flying toward her opponents. Kane was angry that his scheme had failed, and now he himself was forced to retreat. They were now separated from each other by the rubble, and they both hurried to get away from the rocks. The rescue of the 12th grade girl was the work of Pyong, who used his idea to force the enemy to retreat. He said that seeing Chue in danger, he started throwing everything he could get his hands on, and was now incredibly tired. Chue smiled and noted that on the left flank, the guy was the best, but now he needed to take a break and recover. He snorted something unhappily in response and fell right into Chue's arms, losing the rest of his strength. The guys were joined by the rest of the fighters, who were also concerned about her condition and the ability to continue the drill. The road was blocked, but this did not prevent the enemy from crossing the debris, so it was impossible to leave the position. Chue believed that the enemy would not come this way, but she realized with annoyance that their plan to take the left flank had also failed. As for Khan, with his abilities he would have gotten out, but seeing that the commander wasn't here, he decided to continue his search. She believed that the next destination was the center, since Jinho had made sure that the front lines did not have his target. Apparently, he guessed the real balance of power, and now went to the center, and the numerical advantage did not bother him at all. Puck listened carefully to the latest news and realized that leaving everything as it was planned was a sure way to failure. He turned to the narrow-eyed corporal and asked if he could get through the enemy's front lines with his abilities. The guy guessed that the commander wanted to seize the advantage, and with a squad of zombies to go to the center for support. After a second's thought, the corporal proudly said that he would do his best and would have no trouble getting his opponents. Pak was happy that he was supported, because no one had considered him at the meetings, and now the situation was in his hand. Kim Se-young's squad also heard about Gi-yeon's feat. The girl couldn't believe that the guy would take such a risk for someone. Realizing the plan, she decided that the fat man would soon be by their side, and they needed to get rid of him as soon as possible. The opponents, along with Yuk, were already quite close and were preparing a plan on how to counter the group. The guys ordered the fat man to rather disarm the enemies and crush them using their idea. He was in no hurry to attack, because he imagined that Kim would easily chop him into small pieces. But the commander's arguments were unconvincing, because if they did nothing, Jinho would not leave them with a wet spot. The enemy knew that by then, Se-young had already knocked 200 men of their brigade out of the exercise. No one had any doubts that the opponent was serious, because they were about to go up against a Pearl Goblin. The fat man assured them that the best solution was for them to retreat and await Khan's arrival. But no sooner had he finished than Jinho appeared behind his back, startling the unfortunate Yuk. Se-young noticed that their commander, whom she had only seen in pictures before, had joined the group of enemies. He scrutinized his opponent as if doubting it was her. He smirked at the fact that the girl was called the strongest, and rushed into the attack, not wanting to waste a moment of precious time. Kang said that he was pissed off that all the wimps had a good opinion of themselves, and with those words, a poisonous vapor began to emanate from his hands. Concentrating his power, he attacked the opponent with his favorite method. Kim was thrown off despite trying to block her opponent's punch. From Se-young's first actions, she realized that Jinho also belonged to the A-class like her. Kim realized that she had to act decisively, and used a technique she hadn't used before because of the camera's attention. Seeing Se-young in armor, Jinho laughed and said that all the unreachable ladies of the school wore armor. He continued to laugh and claimed that Chue couldn't take the blows of his fists. Kim didn't mind and said that although their armor was similar, their abilities were strikingly different. Jinho couldn't wait to find out what the differences were, because he was sure that his blows wouldn't leave a wet spot on the girl. But Se-young was determined, and her opponent's pitiful words didn't scare her at all. As he tried to strike right in front of Jino's fist, a stone wall rose up, preventing him from reaching the girl. Taking advantage of the confusion, Se-young attacked and threw the young man aside. Kang realized that the stone wall was a cloak that prevented him from striking, and then he was struck with a sword. Se-young was pleased with herself because all of this wasn't invented for bragging purposes, and now it fired at the right moment. Now Jino recognized that the opponent was very strong and dangerous, so it required his greater concentration. He said that in addition to her abilities, the girl had a talent for driving him crazy. With these words, he threw himself into the fight with renewed vigor. He had activated all his energy, and now assured that the young lady's robe would not be able to contain such a technique. Kim realized that the enemy wanted to move her and take over the larger area, but if she dodged, the other guys would get hit. The girl couldn't risk her fighters and decided to take the hit on herself and try to counter it. With her cloak, she covered most of the field, and Jino's attack didn't work, shattering against the stone fabric. Seeing the confusion, Kim said that even if it worked against the 12ths, it shouldn't be relied upon to take her. The tension made the veins in Kang's neck bulge. He was annoyed that he couldn't fight back against such a celebrity. He decided to move into close combat, hoping that he would be able to prevail in it. Kim realized that his idea was fueled by anger, and if he continued to maintain his emotional background, he would be almost invincible. She squinted her eyes and began to think about how to defeat him. Two options came to her mind. The first was to temper the guy's fervor, but Se-young decided to take the second option and deal with the enemy in one blow. Taking advantage of the goblin swordsmanship, Kang was surprised that he was now being attacked by 3 people at once. The tactic worked, and now the enemy was screaming, and it pleased Kim, who told her that's why they call her a goblin. Now Jino was beside his squad and could not understand how he had been thrown so far away. He turned to Yuk and asked what their plan was at that point with the slide. Yuk said it was dangerous to install it now, but Jino didn't want to listen to excuses and ordered the preparations to begin immediately. Yuk was frightened by such anger and ran towards the team that was setting up the slide. Hearing this, Se-young realized that the enemy had a special plan, and she had to be on her guard. After looking around, she decided that the cliff was too far away to put marksmen there, but the word slide confused her. The realization came suddenly. The enemy wanted to take advantage of the altitude difference and attack with ideas using natural objects. The red-haired girl commanded the remaining fighters and ordered them to defend the entrance to keep the enemies out of the rear. Se-young looked at the mountain and saw that the opponents were sliding down the cliff very quickly. As the girl looked at the attack she was preparing, she didn't notice Jino rushing towards her. She noticed it at the last moment and decided to use goblin swordsmanship for defense. But Kang assured that the girl had missed precious minutes, and now she wouldn't get away with it. The guy decided that it was because the armor was taking too much of Se-young's strength, and now her concentration had deteriorated. He was sure that he was in an advantageous position, because by distracting Kim, his men had managed to make some progress. Kang saw that the girl's face had turned blue from fatigue, and now he was sure that he wouldn't make the victory wait long. But Se-young's mindset could not be defeated, and despite the fact that the guy had been in special schools since childhood, she decided that she could defeat him at least. She saw that the enemy was plotting something, but to her surprise, she didn't realize what was being prepared, or who it was against. The girl noticed that a squad of zombies had joined them, and Park Chin-sun must have joined them. It gave her new strength. Kang was not expecting the new guests and did not understand who they were. At the insults of the opponent, she warned the guy to watch his language because they were friends of her future husband. Jino laughed and decided that these were such high school games of adulthood and such words meant nothing. But for some reason, Jino began to cool down, and now his anger wasn't so fierce and didn't fully fuel the idea. He had assured Kim that he had discounted her for her beauty and hadn't attacked at full force, but it was all for nothing, and now there was nothing stopping him. He looked at the young lady and, gathering all his strength together, said that he now intended to finish with the local celebrity. Se-young realized that Jino had changed tactics, and now he wasn't depending on the rage feeding him. He changed his heat to cold, and taking advantage of the confusion, moved to the girl in a flash. Se-young reacted in time and used her cloak to fend off the blow. This time the enemy attacked with his foot, and Kim realized that he had changed not only his tactics but also his fighting style. Jino's strength and speed now reached a whole other level that she hadn't seen in battle before. He was calm, and in a serene voice saying that it would all be over now, and he would finally deal with the girl. Kim also blocked the new attack with her cloak. She temporarily worked on defense to find her opponent's weak points, At some point, she realized that pauses should be used as well, and took advantage of the confusion to strike back. She smiled and said that Kang was right, and she needed to practice the armor skill more often, but for now, she would use her strengths. The guy thought that the young lady was ready to surrender, but no sooner had he finished his fiery speech than something interrupted. Sejong prepared to strike a decisive blow and swung her sword, causing particles of her energy to spread across the field. A beam of light flew from her sword and illuminated everyone on the field. It seemed that even outside the field, the boys realized that it was dangerous to go there. Kang didn't believe that he could be defeated with a single blow. He thought that he could easily dodge, and then Sejong would be powerless. Kim smiled and said that her opponent had obvious learning disabilities, since he hadn't learned past lessons in confronting her. Using her favorite technique, 3 phantoms appeared beside her that mimicked herself. Jinho didn't understand what was going on, and looked thoughtfully at what was happening, not knowing how he should act. He realized that he had really underestimated his rival, and she still had trumps up her sleeves. Kim smiled and ordered him to stand still and not interfere with her finishing their confrontation. There was a bang and columns of dust began to rise up, making it hard to see what was going on behind it all. A squad of zombies rushed to Kim to congratulate her, because with one blow, she had made Jinho and all his men. But one of the guys annoyingly remarked that it was still 1 strike short. Sejong was sure that if Kang had defended himself, his men wouldn't have been swarmed, and they would have stayed in the game. She assumed that since he didn't care about his men, he probably still wasn't out and just jumped off the cliff. The zombies were shocked by this outcome, because if Jinho had been their commander, he would have sacrificed himself for his comrade. Hearing the mention of Puck, Sejong realized that he himself was not with the squad, and they had come to the rescue alone. Jinho had landed on his feet off the cliff, and was now trying to recover from his ordeal. Now he was determined to find An Seong-ho by all means to defeat him, and finally press the coveted button. He noticed Yuk, and was surprised. The guy made excuses that he had only managed to get to this point in the time he had gained. Their conversation was interrupted by a stranger who sat on a rock and said with a bored look that he was already waiting. It was Chinsun. He smiled and said that he had spent so much time waiting that he thought the battle was over. Without wasting time on unnecessary conversations, guys started to fight, because Puck did not let his squad to continue their journey. Already in the fight, Khan realized that he was facing the same F-killer who had apparently fought him to avenge his mentor. Puck shrugged and said that his guess was probably right, and that he was the one the press had been so vocal about. Jinho was impressed because the enemy had managed to figure out his plan to get behind the enemy at the bottom of the cliff. The battle was going to be a big one, and realizing that, Khan decided that since the drones wouldn't make it here, they would fight until one of them died. But Puck was not afraid of that. He had studied all the available information about the enemy, and now he wasn't going to hold back his ability. Jinho was sure that the F-class posed no particular threat to him, so he assumed that destroying the enemy would be easy. With those words, he went on the attack, and activating his hidden abilities was already approaching Chinsun. But Kang was unable to strike. His fist ran into an invisible shield that prevented him from getting close to the enemy. He flew aside, not expecting that in such a simple and uncomplicated attack, he could expect to be defeated. But even the first failures did not stop the guy, and he continued to attack with renewed vigor, trying to break the invisible barrier. Chinsun had his dagger ready in his hand. He was not impressed with the battle, because he thought Kong would be the more dangerous figure. The words hurt his opponent, who was damn sure of himself and his abilities, and did not want to endure such humiliation. Chinsun was sure that for some reason the enemy was not using his power to its fullest, and urged him not to hesitate and fight for real. The veins rose again on Jinho's face, and his rival's words only nurtured a wave of anger in him, and a goal to make Puck regret what he had said. He ordered Yuku to take a dump since he would use the 4th stage, but the boy resented it, because the instructors only allowed it to fight on. But Jinho's attitude was unbeatable. He assured his comrade that he would deal with it later. Yuk decided that there was no point in arguing with the commander, and told his soldiers that they had to leave immediately, or they might be in danger. With a bored look, Puck pointed to the stairs and said that the fugitives would be better off going in that direction. The enemies were surprised, for this road led to their rear, but Puck shrugged his shoulders and added that if they did not agree, they would stay to fight with him and Khan. There was no more doubts, and Yuk and the others proceeded to the stairs, wanting to get rid of the F-killer as soon as possible. Jinho hissed that, despite what Puck had planned, it was too late for him to run away. The guy gained a new power called Abandoned Anger. In it, all characteristics were doubled. Now his vapor was deadly, and he himself was also improved and became almost invincible. The sight of reaching the 4th step amazed Puck, but did not frighten him in the slightest. He had a violet aura emanating from him, and he couldn't stop giggling. It was like he was playing a game. Jinho got close to Shinsen and was about to strike the first blow, which in his mind was to be the last one. But Puck reacted in time and began to repel the attack from his foot with his dagger, which was still visually unthreatening. For a moment, Kanu managed to throw his opponent off, and he even began to dodge. Pak now realized that his opponent had gained a whole new strength, as his attacks had reached a strikingly different level. He didn't need rest now, and didn't think long before going on the offensive. Shinsen was not daunted by this. He was well in control of himself, and he was not going to give up his goal at all. There was an explosion, and it was clear that it was caused by the contact of two strong energies. Puck was thrown from the battlefield, but was still unharmed and ready to continue the battle. Jinho himself didn't look tired or haggard either. His body was still burning and capable of attacking. Without wasting a moment, Kang continued to press on, believing that at this pace, an ordinary high school student wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He released rays of his aura that shrouded Shinsen and immobilized him, preventing him from going on the defensive. Kang was already glad that now the enemy couldn't interfere with him, and he could easily finish what he had started. But his attack failed, and he was once again trapped in an invisible shield that did not allow him to touch a single hair on his opponent's head. Shinsen realized that he himself could not approach Jinho, even though his steam could immobilize him. A thought flashed through his mind that if the guy used him from above, even Seong wouldn't be able to overpower him. But looking at the young man, Puck also realized that with his opponent's love of subduing everything, it was unlikely he would fight her in such a state. Shinsen smiled. Now he had a worthy opponent on whom he could test his strength without restraining himself and his inner monster. He activated his energy, and a red aura began to emanate from him, which in his past battles did not bode well for his opponent. The schoolboy cut the air with his dagger, and thus easily freed himself from the steam that had prevented him from moving earlier. The guy smiled wickedly and said he'd finally found someone to play with, and their game was going to be incredibly interesting. Yuk ran upstairs with the squad and realized that they needed to intervene somehow before their friend threw something unnecessary out. The guys noticed that on the whole route they had traveled, they had not met anyone who would hold the defense, and it was very strange. When the big guy climbed to the top, he saw that right in front of them was a container that contained the coveted target. Songo saw the enemies approaching and sighed. He didn't expect them to do anything else, since the front had not collapsed yet, and they had used the secret passage. Seeing the commander, one of the guys asked for a radar scan of the surroundings, assuming that it can't be that simple, and there's probably an ambush here. Songo smiled and assured them that he was alone here, and no ambush was out of the question. But the opponents didn't believe the boy's word. He shrugged and said that faith was an individual matter, and he was the one waiting to meet Fatty Yuk. After making sure that the young man was at the container, one commander assured that An would not be able to overpower him, and the outcome of the exercise was already predetermined. Songo didn't hesitate, and immediately activated his idea, causing a blue light to emanate from his hand. His target was Yuk, who had done irreparable damage to his reputation last time, and now he wanted to set things right. An quickly dealt with the guys who came with the fat man, and now it was just the two of them on the battlefield, with no one to stop them from figuring things out. Yuk wasn't scared. He was confident in his strength and said it would be better if the button was guarded by a guy with a dagger. Hearing about his acquaintance, Shinsen was a little embarrassed, but decided to leave the proceedings for later. Yuk shouted that once he dealt with Anne, victory was in their pocket, and the guy realized that their meeting was set up by Shinsen. Activating his idea, the fat man rushed at Songho, trying to crush him with the weight of his obese body. But this did not frighten the commander, and he took the blow to give this time a decent fight to the big man. For a second, Sano froze the guy in midair, and he just hung like a huge cloud over the ground. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, Anne said he had a lot of time to think about how it was that he lost to such a fighter. Lying in his hospital bed, he went over his options, among them its fatigue and a poor combination of ideas. But these were all just excuses, and the real problem was that he wasn't strong enough. After saying this, the big guy hung in the air, surprised that his opponent managed not only to pull him off the ground, but also to keep him on the weight. Sonyo had gotten in great shape during this time, and now he was a brand new fighter, ready to take on any opponent. The guy dropped the fatty to the ground and landed a series of uppercuts, taking advantage of his advantage. In the gorge, the fight continued between Jinho and Jin Song, who were unwilling to concede victory to each other. Puck laughed and stayed in the mood, glad that he had found an opponent who was worthy to fight with his true skills. This time, the guy was glad to be out of his own control, because now he could find out how dangerous he was. He tore out of his seat at Jinho, who clearly hadn't expected such a rapid development. Explosions rang out, and each attack of the opponents left special marks on the local landscape in the form of craters. Jino was surprised and wasn't going to give up his position despite his disappointment that his opponent wasn't giving up. Pak proudly said that his opponent could not restrain himself because all these attacks meant nothing to him. With each attack, the confrontation gained new momentum, and it seemed that it would never end. Jino soared upward, and each of his punches grew more intense. All attacks failed, and the brigade guy's attack tactics didn't work in any way. Shinsen was tired of it all, and said wistfully that he was kept thinking about how he could destroy the enemy. Facing each other, they crossed each other with sizzling glances. Again, there was a loud explosion that made the accounting shudder once again. Kane lay in a crater on the ground that was left after the loud clap, and it seemed that now the outcome of the battle was predetermined. Puck showed up next. He was completely unharmed, and he looked bored, noting that he wasn't even interested in such a battle. Jino tried to gather the rest of his composure and strength to answer his opponent, but barely managed to get off the ground and stand up. Above him hovered Shinsen, who laughed in feigned surprise, saying that even the opponent's poisonous vapor had already disappeared. Without waiting for any response, Puck smiled and said that since no one wanted to play with him, that was the end of it. He swung his dagger and prepared to plunge it into Jino, who was still unable to move and only shouted loudly. Again, there was an explosion that was stronger than the ones that had gone off earlier. But Shinsen did not destroy his opponent. He plunged his dagger into the ground next to the exhausted Kang. He exhaled and said that he had handled himself, and if he hadn't found the strength to control himself, things could have ended much worse. Jino couldn't believe his eyes. He had already prepared to say goodbye to his life during the attack, but now he had miraculously heard everything that was happening. After examining his body, Kong began to scream. He had many wounds on his body, and also his own idea wasn't working anymore for some reason. Puck looked at the recovered enemy and realized that he had a memory loss when he went to the 4th stage. Shinsen looked at his opponent good-naturedly and said that he knew that the guy had beaten his mentor in the past, but he went into this battle to see what the young man was like, and to his dismay, he saw nothing supernatural. Anger ran through Jino's veins again, for he had been compared to someone he had defeated more than once in a fair fight. The young man was trembling and didn't understand what caused it. Puck explained that his body still remembered the past fight, unlike his mind. Shinsen waved it off and turned to leave, telling his enemy that he was free to go about his business. Kang rushed toward the stairs, threatening to make Puck regret not dealing with him right away. Shinsen smiled and said thoughtfully that he thought that would definitely not happen to him. Jino was running up the mountain toward the cherished button container and didn't yet know what awaited him ahead. At the top stood Seongho, who, according to Chinsung's plan, was supposed to set the stage for the battle as commander. Kang didn't expect to see such a scene. His friend Yuk was lying on the ground, and he sincerely didn't understand how Anu had managed to defeat him. The commander looked calmly at his new opponent and said that he could see for himself, for they had fought and he had the upper hand. Kang didn't believe his old acquaintance's words. He thought it was impossible to defeat his soldier. But Sanho assured that the fight was fair, and he was stronger today, which is why he won. The enemy was angry. He thought that the guy had definitely cheated somewhere, or that Yuk had made a mistake that had ruined him. Jino studied the details and noticed that his enemy's arm was all wounded. He decided that this was his chance, and now On would not be able to defeat him with one hand. The guy thought that now, the old enemy is not his equal, and their fight is initially meaningless, because his advantage is obvious. On nodded his head, and taking off his jacket, said that he really couldn't win this way. Jino noticed that underneath the clothes was some sort of vest that the normal uniform didn't suggest. The commander saw the enemy's mute question and explained that it was his training vest with sand weighting. His opponent laughed, claiming that even if the guy took off his vest, he would hardly be able to harm him. But he didn't have time to say anything before he was interrupted by a strange sound. He looked around, trying to figure out what it was. Sunho began to activate his idea. He was right in thinking that the enemy was also wounded like him, so they were on equal footing. Within seconds, On sped up and was beside Jino, grabbing him by his jacket. The young man's speed was astonishing, and with the same force he threw his opponent to the ground, causing him to bounce like a ball. Kang quickly came to his senses and began to activate his idea, as the preponderance still remained on the schoolboy's side. He rushed towards Songho and tried to attack him with his leg, putting all the hatred he felt for his longtime enemy into his strike. But the attack was blocked, and Jino just hung in the air like his friend Yuk already had. Holding his opponent by the knee, He asked him the question that plagued him. He wondered why, on the day of his defeat, Kang himself had not come out against him. But without waiting for an answer, An answered his own question, saying that all these years, he had been improving and getting stronger, unlike Jinho. Such statements made the guy from the brigade more and more angry, but he was not going to give up, because it was a matter of his honor. He made the decision to move to the 4th step as the instructors had authorized, to finally show that he was the master of the situation. But Sanho was not afraid of that, and taking hold of his opponent's shoulder, he pushed him away from him with force. Sono remained unharmed, and now realized that his opponent's entire technique was about shutting down the mind and relying only on physical strength. Jinho didn't give up, and tried to attack the guy who didn't seem to care about the strength of the enemy's attacks with renewed fervor. Seongho dodged the blows without much difficulty, and did so in such a calm and coordinated manner that he made Kana even angrier. Finally, he made a mistake, and Sanho managed to grab his opponent by his jacket without giving him a chance to break free. The commander swung around and slammed the boy to the ground, causing him to immediately rebound into the rock. Khan's mistake was that he relied only on strength and completely forgot about technique and intelligence. Sunho stood over the defeated man and loudly announced that Jinho was now no longer a threat and victory was his. Rolling his eyes, the commander turned around and told Puck to get out, because he had long ago realized that the guy was watching them. Shinsen smiled and tried to justify himself, but his mentor interrupted him and said that he knew he was following Kan. Even from his meeting with Yuk, Songho realized that this was all a setup by Park, and his abusers were not around again by accident. Puck shrugged and innocently said he only wanted to give the commander a chance to press the enemy's button. But Seong-ho said he couldn't go and assumed it was already well known to his ward. Looking at Kang's body, Aeon said that according to the rules, he should have let his opponent pass because of his fracture, but fate had decreed otherwise. The commander was confident that he had accomplished his mission, and now it was Puck's turn to close his gestalts. He smiled and wished his partner good luck, ordering him to return when he had finished what he had started. Puck played along with his comrade, and obediently announced that he was leaving to fulfill his commander's orders, promising that he would be back soon. The zombie squad held the defense perfectly, and seemed to be able to withstand the enemies for ages to come. The opponents realized that they were the biggest danger to them, so it was necessary to deal with them on the spot. The brigade group commander decided to take action and began ordering his guys to launch an offensive. But out of nowhere came Puck, who along the way neutralized most of the opposing team's men. Seeing their commander, the zombies realized that their plan had succeeded, and it gave them even more confidence and strength. The guys were holding up pretty well, and Shinsen couldn't help but praise them for a job well done. They reported the situation to the guy and told him that Sejong had dropped out and they had been holding off the enemy all this time. They only had 30 minutes left. Shinsen looked at the cluster of enemy units in the gorge and thoughtfully wondered if they could break through them. The zombies were surprised by this decision. The thought seemed crazy to them, but Park assured them that he was only following Songho's orders. He soberly assessed his forces and his charges and thought that time was really too short. Park thought back to the fight with Kang and regretted not being able to fully control his idea. Then he decided that he needed to increase the reach of his idea to somehow improve the situation. Shinsen made the decision that what he needed most was his eyes to properly and accurately assess the situation on the battlefield. The opponents were confused by the fact that the enemy was not attacking. They decided that they didn't need it, because there were only 30 minutes left and victory was in their pocket. The girl concluded that without Jinho and Yuka, who hadn't been in contact, they couldn't cope anyway, so it was best to stay where they were. Her interlocutor looked toward the school children and saw that someone was rapidly approaching them. But it didn't scare them, because only a psycho could climb alone on a whole army of professional military men. When they were able to examine the young man, they noticed in his gaze a kind of madness that did not bode well. It was turbulent in the Pearl Kim household. The family members gathered to decide on Sejong's fate. Grandpa was excited about his granddaughter's interest in F-Killer and asked others what they thought of it. One of the family members assured that if he was given the go-ahead, he could defeat the young man and thus solve the problem. He was well aware that Puck's idea was based on a blade that he could defeat without much difficulty. The words impressed the relative, and he said that only such a determined guy he could trust his granddaughter. The very idea that their ancient lineage could be connected to the F-class terrified him. The guy smiled and said he'd figure it all out in no time, since the old man had so much faith in him. At this time, Puck emerged from the brigade container and carried the coveted flag proclaiming his school the winner. Relative Sejong smiled and said that the young lady he would take over, It all started with the sneak attack by the 998th Brigade on Honde school leader Anna Seonho. But during the exercise, through their combined efforts, the school managed to defeat their treacherous adversary. But the ones who stood out the most were those who were previously known as outsiders. All of them were part of the zombie squad and made a special contribution to the victory. Puck also got his share of glory, because belonging to the F class, he managed to break through the whole army and press the button. The guy became a symbol that any student whose idea was of the lower classes could achieve more than he had envisioned. The director praised Chinsun in front of everyone and claimed it was his special program that made the underdog a winner. So a new trend appeared at school. Now everyone, without exception, paid a lot of attention to strength training. It all started with the An Seongho Club, which previously only consisted of Chin Sung and his zombie squad. The commander was pleased with this trend and thought the interest of the newcomers was a credit to his partner. Park often complained to Se-young that he dreamed of graduating from high school quietly and never thought he could reach the level of a full-fledged star like Kim. The girl often joked that after the experience, all they had to do was get married. She was sure it would be more fun for them to run away from the annoying reporters that lurked at every turn. But Chinsun was in no hurry to show his feelings. He thought that goodwill was enough, and there was no point in ruining their friendship. From anger, the young lady had already prepared to hit her chosen one, but she was interrupted by the cries of passers-by. A crowd of guys saw the couple and began to actively discuss their union of opposites. Chinsun wasn't happy about the attention. He saw it as a waste of time he could have spent on training. The young man was approached by two guys who wanted to know about the entrance test to the club, and it was clear from their looks that they had failed it. They did not understand how Puck managed to pass the first time, because even being confident in their abilities, they could not withstand the second round. The guys realized that before joining the club, Chinsun had worked hard, and they didn't even know it. They decided to apologize for years of insulting the guy. The boys assured me that they wanted to be like Puck and realized that it was pointless to ask for forgiveness for what they had suffered at their hand. Looking at Chinsun, they assured that they would do anything to get tested next time and be part of his team. They begged the F-killer to teach them how to train like he did, and were willing to do anything for it. Puck was happy that he could motivate so many people by his example, so he willingly agreed to watch everyone's training session. But Chinsun's smile somehow startled the boys, and they rushed away apologizing for the inconvenience. Kim laughed and said that apparently she was the only one who was with Puck without fear, so she advised him to decide to get married sooner rather than later. It seemed that the girl was more amused by her friend's reaction than by the real prospect of becoming his wife. One of the schoolgirls came up to the couple and asked what kind of relationship they had with Se-young, because the guys spent almost all their time together. Park smiled and said that their whole relationship boils down to Se-young making fun of him. The girl was happy with this answer and clapped her hands, satisfied that she had dared to ask. The friend's answer made Se-young angry, and with one glance she showed that everything was not as Chin-sung had said it was. Kim rushed over to the guy and, covering his ears, began to dismiss him without letting the girl continue the dialogue and waving off that they would talk another time. The young lady was upset and said that it wasn't fair because she had just gotten the chance to talk about her feelings today. The words dumbfounded Se-young, who was in no way prepared for such a frank conversation. She pulled her hands away from Puck's head and muttered under her breath that she'd gotten a little carried away. Offensively, she turned around and began to walk away, leaving the couple alone for their important conversation. Chinsun was surprised at her friend's behavior, because it was completely unlike her. But the guy quickly shifted his attention to the schoolgirl, and now asked what exactly she wanted to tell him. But to his surprise, the girl didn't take advantage of the situation and advised the guy to run after Kim as soon as possible. Park himself could hardly understand how he should really act, since Se-young herself had ordered him to stay for a private conversation. The schoolgirl stood still, thinking that it was impossible to talk about love when a guy was looking at Kim with such a look. There was a club training session going on in the gymnasium, with a squad of Puck zombies and other newcomers being tested. The guys noticed that something was wrong with Se-young, and this time she was practicing especially fiercely. Puck shrugged his shoulders as he caught up with the girl, but he couldn't make any sense of it. He decided to approach the girl and figure out what was causing her anger. She sarcastically asked why he didn't talk to that student. Chinsun didn't understand the sarcasm and began to make excuses that he certainly should have had a conversation with the young lady. Kim froze for a second and then transformed into a creepy monster ready to rip the soul out of Puck for calling a girl cute. She began to hit Puck on the head, saying angrily that he should have shown interest in the girl he was talking to. The young man didn't really understand anything. She was annoyed by the very fact that the guy could even look at someone other than her, because their fate together was clearly drawn in her head. She was sure that she was the perfect match for Chinsun. Smart, beautiful, and also incredibly strong. Seeing that Se-young continued to mock him in her usual manner, Park made sure she was okay and decided to continue practicing. Shinsen still didn't realize what exactly he had done wrong, but the zombie squad was surprised that the commander hadn't noticed such obvious things. Kim picked up her phone and saw that her grandfather had texted her. When she opened the message, she was already anticipating that the old man was obviously unhappy about something. After reading the message, she screamed loudly, realizing what would happen in a matter of seconds. She ran up to Puck and started screaming in terror that her grandfather was already on his way to the gym. Kim began to hurriedly pack, asking Shinsen if she could stay with him for a while. Hearing the question, the zombie team froze. They didn't doubt the guy's relationship for a second, but such a question really stumped them. As if nothing had happened, Puck shrugged and said there was only one bed in his apartment. Zombies again hovered in incomprehension, whether the young man really didn't understand or was really stupid. Kim said that if the guy doesn't help her, she's finished, because soon a weirdo will come to their school. Her rant was interrupted by a guy who resentfully said he was sad that Kim called him that. Hiding behind Puck, Se-young wished she could fall under the ground to avoid participating in such a humiliating conversation. The guy smiled and said he was glad to meet local star Puck Shinsen. Killer was surprised. He wasn't sure if he'd ever met a stranger before, and was surprised that he knew his name. The young man apologized and said that his name was Bratislav Peck, and he knew a lot about him from the Jade Goblin family. Park himself was surprised that his name was discussed so often in the Se-young family. Peck smiled and apologized in advance for being impolite, and offered Puck a duel with him. Shinsen was surprised by such an assertion, and didn't even immediately realize that the young man was addressing him. The guys from the zombie squad recognized the guest as the winner of the European Junior competition and didn't understand why he was wearing their school's uniform. Shin-sung didn't understand why Se-young was hiding from her acquaintance and didn't want to come out from behind his back. She assured me that this was not just an acquaintance, but a messenger who had come on a special errand for her family. Puck decided to take charge of the situation and suggested that everyone calm down and discuss things calmly to prevent a fight. But Bratislava didn't agree. He said he came to see Se-young and to experience the power of a F-killer. Sunho noticed that the training session had been interrupted, and his charges were busy doing other things, and went to find out what was going on. As he got closer, he recognized Pest, who apparently was well known to him. Bratislav extended his hand and introduced himself to the commander, telling him that he came from Slovakia and was honored to meet On. Without wasting time on idle chatter, he asked the young man what he wanted from the future president of the club. Pecht spoke of his desire to fight Puck, but Sanho interrupted him, saying that the use of the idea within the battalion was strictly forbidden. The lad had decided that he must have the permission of the commander himself, and was now graciously asking. The slight subservience worked, and Sanho didn't rush his answer, deciding to take a short pause for thought. He took the boys by the hands and, lifting them up, decided that he would allow the battle to be fought with one hand. Bratislav laughed and praised the commander for his creativity, for he himself had never thought of such an option. Judging by the silence from Pa, An decided that he too was willing to take such a gamble. Shinsen tried to resist, but the commander ordered him to win and dedicate his victory to their legendary club. No sooner had he thought the stakes had gotten too high than someone pinched his ear. She assured that the guy has no right to lose and must do everything possible for his victory. There was no point in resisting, and Puck finally agreed, though there was a growing feeling inside him that it wouldn't end just like that. The enemy had already begun to warm up and prepare for the upcoming fight, as if it were a serious field exercise. He turned to Se-young, and looking at her with loving eyes, said he would win just for her. The girl was both shocked and embarrassed at the same time, for she had never felt any sympathy for the old acquaintance of her family. Sunho announced that they were ready to begin and told them the rules. There was no time limit, and the guys had to hold on until the first loss. There was a strange energy emanating from Bratislava, and he stated that he only got into this venture to show what he was like. Finally, Sanho announced the start, and Pecht prepared to rather begin his much-desired battle. According to the rules, youths could not use two hands, and had only one limb to attack with. From the first seconds, Puck realized that the opponent was really serious, and he was distinguished by his blistering speed. In the fight, Pecht turned to his opponent and asked if he believed he was an absolute talent. But Shinsen waved away, pretending that he didn't understand what his opponent was talking about, so he began to explain his theory. After listening to the information, he asked his opponent a counter-question. In his opinion, talent was the 10th thing in a fight. Bratislava agreed, for he knew well that a weak idea did not mean that its bearer was weak. In the battle, he argued that there was another path that a special elite followed, Puck was getting angry and decided that after what he had heard, he had no right to lose. Having achieved the necessary effect, Peck began to say that he did not understand what caused such behavior of his opponent. But Chinsun was unstoppable. He was overwhelmed by a wave of excitement and continued to attack his opponent with renewed vigor. Now, Bratislava realized that he was facing a worthy opponent whom he had previously underestimated. Seeing his opponent's confusion, Puck smirked that he barely had time to recover from his crowning blows. But Bratislav saw Chinsun's dark aura and was even a little surprised that it belonged to him. Trying to do his best to win, Peck realized it was time to change tactics and get active. But no sooner had they clashed again than Sanho stopped them with his arm and prevented anyone from striking. He gave the boys a stern look and warned them that if they continued like this, they would both be in trouble. Bratislav turned to Chinsun in surprise, still not believing that his idea could represent such an unthinkable power. Puck smirked and said nothing. It was clear from his condition that he was still struggling with the inner monster that had come into his body during the fight. Chinsun suggested that the boys should fight again sometime. He was surprised that his opponent was not just a swordsman with a blade. Bratislav hesitated and said that after such a match, he lost all desire to wrestle him. Surrendering, he raised his hands and hurried towards the exit, thus showing that they were done for the day. But Sunho didn't let the guy just walk away and stopped him wanting to say something to him. He asked the young man if he had any place in Korea where he could train properly. The boy shook his head annoyingly, guessing that the commander wanted to call him to join the club. Sonyo said, "It doesn't make any difference whether he's a member or not, but their lounge will always be at his disposal whenever he wants it." The young man thanked for the invitation, but it all seemed strange to him because he did not consider himself one of those who trained muscles. Sonyo said he knew the guy had an incredible idea, an innate flair, and he really didn't need to study. But An was sure that genius capabilities can always be additionally pumped up, because there is no limit to perfection. Bratislav smiled as he left and told the commander that in reality, he was an even more interesting person than he had imagined. He winked and said he was sure his idea to come to Korea hadn't just popped into his head. The next day, walking into the classroom, Park saw Peck enthusiastically telling Sejong something about being exceptional and talented. When Kim saw her neighbor, she waved happily and invited him to come over to her seat, thus driving her old acquaintance away. But Puck said he planned to go to practice first and then go to class. When Kim heard that, she thumped her desk with anger. Sejong showed that the answer was wrong, and mentally began to send signals to the young man to reconsider his plan. Chinsun quickly realized exactly what was required of him, and walked over to Pesht, trying to see off the neighbor's annoying suitor. With loving eyes, he looked at Sejong and said that he still found it difficult to understand Mr. Chinsung's true thoughts. Kim couldn't take it anymore, and started yelling at her beau to get off immediately before she hit him with something heavy. A loudspeaker sounded and a voice invited Sejong to go to the military doctor's office. The girl was glad because it was the way to escape from the annoying Bratislava, who did not want to leave her alone for a minute. Flying up from her seat, she sweetly apologized to the guys and rushed away. Puck exhaled and said that he would go train then, but he was stopped by Peck, who wanted to talk to him about something. Inside himself, Chinsun cursed, for all morning he had been trying in vain to reach the hall, but someone kept stopping him. Sejong opened the military doctor's office and asked permission to come in to find out the reason she had been summoned. The nurse apologized for not calling the girl in on her break and offered to chat over a cup of tea and some lovely treats. Kim smiled. The offer confused her, but it was better than listening to Bratislava. Kim calmly sat down in the chair opposite and looked at the nurse questioningly, wanting to know exactly what she wanted from her. Looking at the mountain of sweets, Kim asked if the employee always ate like this, but she assured her that she had taken more for the two of them this time. Taking a pastry from her plate, the nurse made herself comfortable and finally decided to start the conversation for which she had summoned Kim to her room. Sejong tensed up. She didn't understand why she was so interested in her and what this friendly conversation was about. The nurse noticed the embarrassment and apologized for her pressure, realizing that the girl felt awkward since this was the first time this had happened to her. Sejong waved the woman away, assuring her that she was fine and only felt uncomfortable because she thought she didn't deserve all of this. This surprised her, and she reassured the schoolgirl in a calm voice that very soon she would become a great warrior and become famous all over the country. Finally, the nurse decided to approach what she had summoned the young lady for, and suggested that Seon join Maestri. It was a special group known throughout Korea, whose members were distinguished by their outstanding abilities. The Kim family was particularly interesting, as they have raised more than one generation of focused fighters who have kept the family secret. Maestri was formed by Lee Xing, who recruited people all over the country who were willing to stand up in defense of their homeland. The nurse assured that in such a group, Se-young would inevitably achieve great results and become a great warrior. Kim was confused. The invitation was not to her liking, for she still thought herself unworthy of the honor. Munching on a donut, the woman was telling how the schoolgirl would do well if she focused on defense and left the swordsman's path. But Se-young was adamant. Since she was a child, she had been convinced that she should excel in swordsmanship, and this thought was firmly in her mind. The nurse didn't give up on her path either, and continued to tell him exactly what successes could be achieved under Li Xing's leadership. Se-young raised her head and said that she was a sword goblin, and her sacred duty was to become a first-class swordsman. The woman was surprised by her guest's attitude, but assured her that there was nothing wrong with continuing to practice Freight Nation and being an excellent defender. Kim lowered her head. She could see that her interlocutor did not understand her, and did not want to take her position and family traditions into consideration. Se-young thought back to her childhood. No matter how irresponsible she was with her training, her idea only grew stronger, and there was no way to do anything about it. Once she started putting in minimal effort, her swordsmanship reached the level of an expert. She had no time to oppose the nurse's arguments as she read her mind and started talking about the girl's family, who would not like her decision. It was no problem for her, and she urged the girl to drop everything and leave, choosing her own path as the only right one. Kim looked at the woman and thought about the fact that, as a member of the Maestry, she must have been able to reach the pinnacle of skill. She's come a long way and didn't realize at a level of thought that not everyone is interested in reaching new heights. Se-young bowed and thanked the woman for the conversation and told her she had to leave, promising to think about everything she had heard. Already in the gym practicing with Puck, she thought that he was proving to himself and others every day that his idea was not trash and he was worth something. She thought back to the day she first got her own armor. It had been the happiest day of her life. But during the fight with Kang Jinho, Kim realized that she would lose if she chose a defensive stance with nothing to back it up. The armor served as a good addition for protection, but thanks to her sword, she was able to stop the brigade's attack on their school. She couldn't help but think that the best masters might not have shown her anything worthwhile, and it would be a new step towards pain. Bratislav once again came to Chin Sung to tell him how Se-young is no good for him, and that they should stop all communication. Puck was getting tired of being persuaded to give up something that never belonged to him. Bratislav believed that despite all the young man's accomplishments, he had no place beside Seon, who was a bird not of his flight by birthright. Puck realized that all this talk was just because the guy had misinterpreted Kim's usual behavior. But the guy didn't seem to hear him, and continued to insist that any member of the elite has his own special way. What he boiled it all down to was that Shinsen could never get to the level of making a girl truly happy. Puck brushed it off again, saying that he had a vague idea of his plans, but some conclusions he had drawn back when they were talking about the talent. Shinsen realized that Bratislav's whole problem was that he believed talent was valued above the individual. But the young man himself believed in the opposite, and with his daily work, proved it not only to himself, but also to others. Puck decided to ask his favorite question if souls have ranks. Pecht did not hesitate for a second, and immediately gave an affirmative answer, without being surprised by his interlocutor's question. Puck then asked what the guy thought those who had low rank from birth should do. Bratislav assured that high social status and power from birth obliged for great responsibility, and the young man was sure that such people should be taken care of by their kind, and guide their own in the right direction. But Shinsen didn't see it that way. He had already seen more than once that the craving for the elite played no part. He denied Bratislav's opinion, and said that the evaluation system was very outdated, and did not allow for proper development of his idea. Pecht didn't want to hear a contrary opinion, and kept insisting that Se-young would be better off with her kind. To Puck, all of this was just a limiting factor that in itself was worthless. But in general, he didn't care much for the young man's opinion. Shinsen believed that Pecht wanted to confine Se-young and prevent her from choosing her own path of development. Bratislava didn't think so. He grew up and lived in an environment where everyone was convinced that a talented person must fulfill his or her destiny. Shinsen was outraged because such statements put an end to the potential desires of people like Kim. The young man recalled Se-young's accomplishments and said that her achievements were already remarkable because of her talent, and it wasn't worth stopping there. Puck realized that they wouldn't come to a common denominator in this conversation, but he still maintained his position that Kim could be whoever she wanted to be. Bratislav assured that talent predetermined everything, and it was best for Kim not to resist and follow the path chosen by her lineage. Shinsen sighed and began to leave his interlocutor, realizing that he could not be persuaded otherwise, and they were different with him on the level of thinking. Before he left the site, he turned around and advised not to divide souls into ranks after all. Pecht resented being addressed without rank and said the guy would also pay for it. Bratislav said that despite Puck's strength and successes, he would never be able to reach the real level of gifted people. Chinsen was angry and realized that a battle with the enemy could not be avoided, so he immediately prepared his dagger for battle. Puck took stock of the situation. He didn't know for sure what idea his opponent had, but he knew for sure that he hadn't activated it fully. He rushed to Bratislava, offering to show him all the supposed talent with which he would defeat him. Pecht easily blocked his opponent's attack, and a shield grew right in front of him, preventing him from striking. He grabbed the guy's arm and, looking him in the eyes, asked where his death aura had gone. After a moment, Bratislav swung his dagger and hissed that his opponent would not be able to resist him unless he used his power to its fullest. Puck flew off to the side, and now it was clear to him that, to his surprise, his opponent outmatched him in physical strength. Bratislav was gaining strength and laughed that it would be impossible to defeat him with the hilt. Puck didn't hesitate to praise his enemy and marveled that he went to the gym. But Pecht smirked and assured him that he wasn't doing anything like that, because he didn't need to. He assured that this was the difference between talented people and ordinary people, as they had said earlier. But Chinsen didn't want to give up, even though he was physically inferior. The guy lunged at Bratislava, assuring that even despite his advantages, he would surely handle him. The opponent immediately discerned that Sejong was fascinated by Park's ability to attack and transform his idea into a class above. But Chinsen didn't want to give up, and believed he had a chance to prove his opponent wrong. In a matter of seconds, he was right next to Fest, and threatening to put him in the infirmary, he began to attack. Bratislav did not react to the loud statements, and only calmly said that he had nothing to do with it, reflecting the blow. He said he wanted to see the power his opponent was showing in the gym, but so far it hasn't happened, and that's why he didn't see the point in prolonging the battle and moved on to finish it as soon as possible. No one wanted to give up their position, and so the fight between the new student and the F-killer continued on the school playground. Bratislav was making an effort for Puck to lose his temper and show his true colors that only appeared in battle. Puck was delighted with the way his opponent reflected his blows, and his fighting style was of particular interest to him. Pecht continued the battle and still hoped that he would be able to accomplish what he had gotten himself into this for. Chinsen noticed that Bratislav was successfully copying his movements and realized that the boy had a clear ability to learn quickly. His opponent didn't want to drag out the battle and calmly said his intention to end the battle as soon as possible. Puck grabbed his head as if he had a great idea and said it would be better to end things using only his dagger. But apparently it was not meant to happen, and the guy started to activate his idea, and now he was really dangerous. When he saw that Puck had been reincarnated, Pecht was glad that his goal had been accomplished and that he was the one he had been waiting for. The guy noticed that the aura was even angrier this time than when they fought in the gym. With burning eyes, Chinsen noticed that the evil character was actually his opponent, who was copying his style. Bratislav smiled and said he did all this on purpose to provoke his opponent and see his true strength. Looking at the young man, Puck realized that he was dealing with a very confident guy who didn't want to give up what he had set out to do. Chinsen had no trouble reading his opponent's idea. It really consisted in the ability to copy the behavior of his opponent. After looking at everything, the guy smiled and said that Pecht's body was a perfect match for his talent. Bratislav was a little surprised to realize that it seemed the young man had managed to consider him and his idea quite well. Chinsen was surprised that his opponent wasn't afraid to copy his behavior, just as he wasn't frightened by the murderous aura. All that said, Pecht's life wasn't as easy as one might think, but Puck wasn't about to back down. The guy smiled and said he was ready to show his own style since his opponent didn't like the imitation game. With his sword, he split the air using a side stance technique that was meant to set the stage. Puck's interest only grew as his opponent managed to push him away after he had started his attack. But drawing something in the air with his sword, Bratislav only grudgingly said that he hadn't even started yet. He shouted the word "key" loudly and stood in a fighting stance as if he had switched some kind of mode in himself. Chinsen noticed this because the atmosphere on the battlefield had changed. He scrutinized the enemy's movements and saw nothing unusual in them. He saw that the guy was turning sideways, thus reducing the area of impact and allowing him to repel the opponent's attack. Puck compared this information to his strength and decided that even such a ploy shouldn't dramatically affect his strikes. Seeing the confusion, Pecht said that since the boy didn't want to attack, he would be more than happy to do it himself. He lunged at the schoolboy, and he barely had time to block the blow, though it was getting harder and harder to hold back the enemy's power. No sooner had Chinsen recovered than he saw that Bratislava was already preparing to launch another attack without giving a moment's rest. This time, Puck failed to stay on his feet, and the waves threw him back a few meters. Unfortunately, he went straight into the wall, hitting his back painfully against the structure. Bratislav was not going to back down. He realized that the boy was hiding something, and he couldn't wait to find out what it was. The creepy smile and the negative aura suggested to Peck that all of this was part of a chain he had yet to figure out. Chinsen finally peeled off the wall and, smiling, slowly began to move towards the enemy, saying that for the first time, he saw someone who would surpass him in everything. Smiling sinisterly, he apologized for any inconvenience caused to his opponent, but it was only sarcasm, and now the guy activated his idea in full force to continue the battle. Now, instead of the familiar Shinsen, Pecht was facing a bloodthirsty monster ready to tear him to pieces. Bratislav smiled back, satisfied that he had managed to put the enemy in a state he could see on the video. The young man assured that he would now show his vigilance to the best of his ability and not repeat past mistakes. He quickly lunged towards his opponent and began throwing punches with determination. Even the ground seemed to crack under the feet of the guys who were engrossed in the battle. Pecht was surprised because now Chinsen was able to block his attacks with one hand, which no one had ever managed to do before. Puck was flattered by all this and warned his opponent that it was time for him to use his abilities, or he wouldn't be able to stand. He was venturesome in striking his opponent and thus tried to wear him down in the defense phase. Chinsen went to the partial kill level. He realized things had gone far enough and hoped his opponent would take responsibility. It was getting harder for the infantryman to hold back the attack, and he himself was no longer so happy about fighting the enemy's inner strength. He noticed that the guy only used his right arm and realized that his assumption that he could focus on any part of his body was wrong. Chinsen marveled at Bratislav's powers of observation and said that in his assumption, he was quite close to the truth. The young man was angry, and now the preponderance was shifting smoothly to Puck, who was giving Pecht no time to think. A red aura began to emanate from Chinsen, and turning to his opponent, he said that he had something to show the young man. But Bratislava was not in the mood for jokes. He repelled the attacks, and with each new one, he was more and more surprised by the details that suddenly revealed themselves. F-Killer decided to teach his opponent a lesson and show him exactly how the side counter that he often used could turn out. It was almost as if Chinsen copied Bratislav's tactics and now started talking just like he did in their last round. Unlike Pak, Bratislava failed to get anything going, and now he himself looked more like a punching bag than a dangerous opponent. The energy that was coming from both of them literally filled all the available space. But suddenly Puck stopped, and Pecht appreciated that he had stopped his attack one step away from a potential victory. Chinsen smiled playfully and asked if his opponent could do such a trick. Bratislav smiled and said that Puck was even more interesting than he thought, and asked about the hand that kept emanating energy. Chinsen shrugged and said that holding the dagger in his hands, he was able to copy his opponent's behavior. The guy added that these abilities were not even close to Peck, who didn't expect to see similar skills to him. Puck pointed a finger at himself and said with a wink that his idea was too low to even allow the thought of absorbing it. Bratislava never ceased to be amazed, for all this meant only that he could see other people's ideas. But looking at Puck, he said he doesn't eat that kind of crap. But he had an interesting thought, but without saying anything about it, playfully remarked that until the moment of its fulfillment, there was no point in getting rid of the rival's idea. The guy was clearly up to something evil and was now unobtrusively surveying his surroundings. Chinsen didn't want to give up either, and with a new surge of rage, he reminded Pecht not to lay a finger on Sejong. But the man only waved his hands and said that such decisions are made by the heads of families in their world. The argument for Chinsen was strong because he could not really have any influence on domestic issues. But Bratislav extended his hand and said that Park was wrong, and the head of the Kim family wanted to see him, so he came here. At last, Pecht advised Puck not to cross the head, for it was impossible to change his mind. Grudgingly smiling, the guy convinced the winner that Grandpa Kim was many times worse than himself. Chinsen wondered why Pecht was so careful to follow the Kim family's orders, but the man assured him that the boy would find out today. Heat ran through Puck's body, who was clearly surprised that such a legendary encounter would happen right today. Something terrible was happening at Incheon Airport. The planes that had taken off were hurriedly leaving the harbor, trying to get away as soon as possible. Lee Sing drove up to the building and slammed the door of his car and said unhappily that he was not amused by what was happening. The huge monster on the runway was slashing machinery and wouldn't let anyone out of its clutches. Baring his huge teeth, he shouted that he had received orders to awaken by which he was to be refreshed. Shin examined his opponent carefully and realized he was dealing with a talking idea. He'd encountered people whose abilities were monster-like before, but this one was different from anything he'd ever seen. The man had no doubt that some terrorist group such as the Plague Battalion could be behind all this. When people saw Li Xing, they were overjoyed. They knew that if the man appeared in their sight, they were under his protection. The bear noticed the guest who effortlessly directed his energy at the animal. Unlike his hostages, the beast was unaware of who stood before him. The monster in an instant turned into a harmless beast, who wasn't shy about telling the stranger that he smelled strange. Shin smiled and said that this was the first time he had seen such a thing, and now he wanted to know who the real owner of this marvel was. But it was as if the beast had been switched and was screaming the same thing it had screamed during its attack on the airport. Lee realized that in spite of the monster's extraordinary ability to speak, he still had no brains and could hardly connect anything logical. Without waiting for the attack to begin, Shin activated his idea, and a yellow light began to emanate from it. Not only the Jade Kim family was characterized by an idea similar to the heroes of ancient myths, but not all families have managed to keep the original look and carry it through the long years. And such a hero was Lee Soon-shin, who was rightfully a national pride and was not defeated. His usual casual costume was now replaced by gleaming armor. He urgently summoned his weapons to his aid. At the same moment, two double-edged swords appeared in his hands. According to legend, they were used to calm the mind of the bearer. The power of the sword was so high that with a single swing, it could cause irreparable destruction and massive deaths. The bear saw that the enemy had reincarnated, and now the leper was in serious trouble, which he could only guess at for now. The animal roared at the sudden impact, so that the entire surviving building stirred. The people rushed out of the building, hoping to escape. Shin looked sympathetically at his opponent and asked him to keep his voice down, as it caused unnecessary pain for more than just his ears. The beast began to run away, screaming that it did not want to eat the poison meat that was not offered to it. Under the advice not to run to the ocean, the bear still rushed to the water to try to escape Lee. Shin was a little frustrated because he hadn't been able to find out much about the owner of such a beast. The man lowered his sword and shrugged his shoulders, for being in the water was even worse for the beast, for his wounds were stabbed with thorn. The sword swung into the sky, and the weather immediately changed. The bear dived out of the water in terror, and its body lit up with yellow light. He screamed in pain and begged Sin to stop this torture, promising that he wouldn't hurt anyone else. But the man wasted no time and rushed after the animal to finish what he had started. When he reached him, he attacked again, which made him shout and growl even louder. Lee was impressed by the way the bear resisted what could not be overcome. His resilience was impressive. Looking at the drowning animal, Shin thought that the owner's idea was very resilient, even though it was clumsy when attacking. That was exactly what he was interested in, but he didn't want to delay because every second of life of such a creature could have irreparable consequences for the civilians. Shin crossed his swords and ordered the turtle ship to come to his aid. It was a legendary battleship that was said to have saved the Joseon dynasty. It was impossible to sink, and the dragonhead spewed flames. Lee wasted no time and ordered all the court to attack using his flames that were impossible to escape. The bear was still resisting, though with each passing second his chances of escape were melting away like a graham cracker in the sun. Trying to dodge, he was hit by volleys from another ship and so on in a circle. There was no escape even in the water. Lee watched carefully and noticed that the animal was holding on too long, something he had never seen before. The bear was already weakened and did not resist much, but only begged for mercy and assured that he had to live. But Sina had no pity for the monsters who were so brazenly operating in his beloved country. He felt boundless power over the situation. He commanded the ships to form a crane wing. The enemy was thus trapped and could not move. At the same time, the effect of the purifying flame intensified tenfold, and everything in the surroundings lit up with this blaze. Soon the animal was completely submerged, and despite its thirst for life, it could no longer resist. Shin set his sights on destroying the monster and exhaled surprised at what had landed on his head this time. Transformed into a normal civilian man, he looked out at the ocean and thought about how the owner of the sunken idea would behave next. All was gloomy in Kirill Chen's lair, and the terrorist himself was heading deep into his chambers. He turned to the man who wore the robe and asked if the head liked this place. Hearing the guest approaching, the man turned around and only briefly said that Chen had finally returned. The terrorist assured the head that thanks to him, everything went smoothly and without unnecessary concerns. But the man in the robe did not share the optimism and said that the one he sent to the place disappeared and his fate is now unknown. Chen shrugged and said that such an outcome was expected since Li Xing himself was fighting their envoy. The chief said he could not sense his bear alive, but at the same time, if he were dead, his body would be found in the ocean. Kim spread his hands and smiled, saying that he hadn't expected such an outcome himself. The head assured that if their first envoy was destroyed, the same would happen to the others, and then their plan would fail. Chen shrugged and said that going head-on at Shin was an unacceptable luxury, and he would take measures to distract Lee from where the other was appearing. The terrorist assured that the bear himself was to blame for everything that had happened, because he didn't listen to the fact that he should have stayed out of the water. Chinsen found himself outside the Pearl Kim's house and was looking at the building with interest when suddenly the butler interrupted him and suggested he come in. Everything in the area surprised the young man, for he had never seen a family estate of this scale before. After entering one of the buildings and walking through long corridors, they entered a hall where a clerk announced the arrival of a guest. A voice from above told him to enter, and the man rushed on, ignoring the surprised face of his companion. Soon they found themselves in a room with a huge table on which various dishes and fruits were set. Before Puck could introduce himself, the old man interrupted him, grinning unhappily that the boy had the nerve to come to his house. Chinsen was surprised at this welcome and asked permission to come closer, for the distance between him and his host was great. But the head denied the request, and the boy noticed that there was literally hatred in the air. He sat down meekly on the table opposite the head and waited for what he had to say. But nothing happened, and they stared at each other in silence. To liven things up, Puck asked if he could eat. The old man nodded and went straight to the point. He wanted to know if it was true that Chinsen had fooled his granddaughter with foolish dreams. The boy was surprised as he ate the food he had prepared. He didn't understand what kind of dreams the old man was talking about, or what he had to do with them. But the silence only angered the owner, and hitting his fist on the table, he began to demand a quick answer. Park assumed that the grandfather was asking about Se-young's armor, and only said that the girl had obtained it through hard work. The answer did not satisfy the old man, and calling the young man an ignorant fool, he cursed that it was he who had led his granddaughter astray from the right path he had chosen. Park raised his hands and asked his host not to get angry, because he also had a lot of questions for the head of the Kim family. This information did not catch the old man's attention, and he said that the young man would be able to ask his questions only when he was done with him. But Puck ignored this, and asked why then he had been summoned to the house of the Pearl Kims for an audience with the elder. The grandfather looked intently into the eyes of his guest and said that he didn't like the fact that someone like a guy was rubbing up against his favorite granddaughter. He was well aware that during the attack, Pesty Guy was also with his granddaughter, but he wanted to know the real reason how she ended up there. Park assured that everything was just as it was reported in the news, and thanks to Se-young, many innocent people were saved. But grandfather was interested in something else. He was looking for witnesses to Se-young's massacre of Kim Il-jong. He wanted to know if his granddaughter had lived up to the title of the best and really won that terrible fight. Puck shrugged and began to defend his friend, saying that she had been fighting the terrorist for too long and thus deterring his attacks. But the answers didn't please the old man, and looking into his eyes, he demanded a clear answer from the lad. Recalling the events that had passed, Chinsen confirmed that the girl had indeed fought the bandit, but only Byung Kim and Lee Shin knew that he had actually defeated the terrorists. If he told the truth, he'd just be setting up his girlfriend. Gathering his thoughts, Chinsen said that the girl chased Chen out of the bank and thus saved him from death. Judging by the expression on the old man's face, the answer satisfied him, and he nodded meaningfully, digesting the information. Looking at the young man, he said that this is what he expected from his granddaughter, who could not lose to some plague. Park clenched his fists in anger and asked the old man if that was the right way to think about it, because Se-young could have died in that battle. Anyway, she's just a schoolgirl who finds herself face to face with humanity's most dangerous gangster. The grandfather smiled and said that the girl was not an ordinary person, and for her to be on the brink of death was a common thing. The old man's philosophy was that the best should always remain the best, despite the situation they found themselves in. Puck could not believe his ears, for the head spoke as if he were talking about a complete stranger who did not concern him in any way. The old man was furious at these words, because he did not allow even the idea that a member of his family could die at the hands of some scum. Out of rage, he even activated his idea, and a huge white tiger began to appear above his head. The animal didn't waste a moment. As if reading the guy's mind, it went straight to him. When he got close to the young man's face, he let out a loud growl that made the whole neighborhood stir. But Puck had no fear. In his calm tone, he ordered the animal to move away because it was blocking his view of the head. This impressed the master of the house, and for a moment, he even thought he was imagining it all. He couldn't believe that after expending the effort to summon his guest, he didn't even blink an eye when he saw his idea for himself. The animal wouldn't leave, and Puck pulled himself together and asked if the beast was going to attack it. The young man's eyes lit up red, which meant that he was slowly becoming alert and the tiger was now afraid. The old man was impressed because he had created the monster to be stubborn and didn't expect it to chicken out. The animal went to the owner and Puck asked if everything was okay because he was notorious for his intemperance. But the old man assured that he had seen a lot of things over the years, and it was simply impossible to scare him with a bloody aura. But Puck couldn't stop anymore, and scrutinized his grandfather with his bloodshot eyes. He tried to find out everything about his interlocutor, and using his abilities, he succeeded quite well. The old man interrupted his musings and said that he knew what he was thinking, but his main task was to raise the Jade Goblet. He himself did not manage to become one because he was born a man, but as the head of the family, it was his duty to honor the traditions of the family. But Chinsen didn't want to agree, and asked the old man if he really cared about his granddaughter's fate. But despite his evasive answer, the guy insisted and asked the following questions about the importance of Se-young in their lives. But Grandpa was negative. He thought that the family's internal squabbles were none of his business. Chinsen decided to ask the old man about whether he would have loved her if she hadn't chosen the path of a swordsman and was just his granddaughter. It was hard for Se-young to pull such a role on herself, because for generations, Kim had worked hard to manifest such a creature as a goblin. The guy remembered how reluctant the girl was to come home, and now he could see why this was happening. The grandfather realized that with such statements, the young man was challenging him and offered to fight him in a duel. Puck did not deny it and said he still had questions for the head. This time, the old man did not resist and prepared to listen. Chinsen asked about Peck. He wondered why the guy came to Korea and why he was so subservient to the Kim family. The man snorted unhappily at the sound of two questions and said that the whole point was that he himself had asked him to marry Se-young. The answer was obvious, but it was still not clear to him why he had chosen Bratislava, who did not even live in Korea. Suddenly, Chinsen realized that it was all about the family keeping outsiders out to prevent their exceptional lineage from being interrupted. But although Pecht had interesting abilities to the level of the Jade family, he didn't reach the level of the Jade family. The old man was surprised that the guy knew about it, and was even confused when he heard the question about how long he was going to wait. Finally, the grandfather gave in and said that if the girl did not reach the level he expected upon graduation, he would let Pecht absorb her idea. Now everything fell into place in Chinsen's mind, and he realized why his friend was so reluctant to talk about family. The grandfather assured that for years they had been waiting for a strong heir, and now his granddaughter had to live up to his expectation. Puck snorted unhappily, for the conversation had reached an impasse, and it was pointless to change the head's mind. Now he justified the girl's desire to run away. Such words caused only anger in the old man, and he himself already thought that the young man was getting into a fight with him. He tried to give off an aura, and said he was really interested in the guy's idea, why he decided to meet him. His spirit began to approach the boy, and the grandfather warned Puck to stay away from his granddaughter, as he would be of no use to his family. Park resented it. He had never thought of bringing anything to Kim's family. He had only agreed to this conversation because he wanted to understand Se-young better. At this moment, bloody energy began to emanate from Chinsen again, and in it, the head of the family recognized what the interlocutor was hiding. Despite this, looking at the young man, the grandfather said that such a scum like him did not belong next to his granddaughter. The old man's spirit began to approach the guest, wanting to show him the true place. But suddenly, a voice interrupted them. It was Se-young who burst into the room and started calling out loudly to her grandfather, trying to stop him. But Puck felt no relief, for he was already ready to take the fight and defend his position. But contrary to expectations, Se-young came to the head to find out why Pecht and the patrolman were assigned to her. The girl was angered by Bratislava's presence at every turn, for she made it clear that this man was repugnant to her. Puck waved to his friend in greeting. She didn't seem to notice his presence at her grandfather's table. She didn't understand what the guy was doing here, and he answered her question with a shrug and said it just happened. Se-young came up from behind and, taking the young man by the shoulder, smiled and asked him not to pretend and tell his true intention. Her anger turned to grace, and she said, a little shyly, that if Puck was thinking of getting married, he should have invited her to meet him. Chinsen said this was no time for jokes, but the girl whispered in his ear that it was all to get him away from his grandfather. Park was confused, but he had no strength to resist, so he decided to rely on Kim. The girl turned to Dudu and asked why he had put Chinsen in the middle of all this, because Pecht alone would have been too much. A woman appeared behind the guy's back and ordered Se-young to immediately stop this scene of figuring things out. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and insisted that the young lady maintain her dignity, as she was the heiress of their family. The words seemed to dumbfound Se-young, who clearly didn't expect her aunt to get involved in the scene. Grandfather nodded approvingly and asked me to get the school children out of his room before anything bad happened. Her name was Se-jin, and now the decision about the fate of both of them fell on her shoulders. But the woman was not afraid of this responsibility. Se-young realized what awaited them if they refused and advised the guy to get away from the hall as soon as possible. Already in the hallway, Se found out that the F-killer in front of her was the same F-killer who had become famous in the local media lately. Shinsen noticed that the woman's demeanor was similar to that of the head of the family. She herself was a white jade goblin from the past generation of the Kim family. The woman had ordered her niece to change and go on patrol with Pesh, but Se-young didn't like the idea. But Se didn't want to listen to the denials. She told him that a monster had attacked Incheon an hour ago, and so the whole country was on alert. The girl had no arguments against it, but Puck was surprised and shocked by the news of the terrorist attack. Se revealed that Li Xin stopped the attack, but as a result, a mental hospital was destroyed, from which several patients managed to escape. Puck couldn't find the words to explain what he felt, so he just nodded meaningfully. The woman noticed how pale the boy turned when he heard the news, and assumed that his relatives lived in the area. Shinsen tried to gather his thoughts, but he couldn't say anything, and only mumbled that he had no relatives, since all of them were dead. The woman did not ask any questions either, and told her niece to do her bidding immediately. The girl bowed her head and agreed. Puck had never seen his stubborn classmate like this, and worse, he couldn't help her. But after waiting for a while, Shinsen rejoined the conversation and said he had something to tell Aunt Kim. But the woman did not want to listen to anything, and said that the opinion of outsiders has no meaning in their family, and he should leave. Se-young grabbed the boy's hand, and in her eyes he read the boundless pain and fear of what fate had befallen her. Park looked at the woman and said firmly that he would be patrolling the area with Se-young from today. Walking down the street, the girl wouldn't stop apologizing for the scene he had witnessed, but the guy waved her off and assured her that everything was fine. The young lady was surprised that a friend would argue with her aunt knowing who she was, but Puck just shrugged and smiled. Now he knew he had done the right thing. The young lady laughed. She was flattered that her classmate was so brave, and it was all for her. During the conversation, Se-young revealed that the nurse had made her an offer to join Maestri, but not as a swordsman. The guy was impressed by such news, and didn't even immediately understand why the girl was still contemplating such a proposal. She placed her hand on her sword and sighed. The girl knew that her destiny was destined to reach her peak in swordsmanship. Shinsen winked at the girl and asked why she was so hung up on it, because judging by her reaction, she would have gladly accepted the invitation. He said that until Se-young decided what she wanted to do, nothing else made sense. The guy assured me that a girl should choose her own way, and do only what she wants, and not what her family wants. Se-young's eyes filled with tears. No one had ever been interested in what she was interested in before, since she had been convinced from birth that she should become a swordswoman. The young man was surprised at this reaction, and how gently the young lady squeezed his palms in her hand. Looking into Park's eyes, Se-young thanked her friend for the right words. It was exactly what she wanted to hear. The girl was elated by the words, and it seemed that the whole world had no meaning for her now. Shinsen himself was surprised, but did not interrupt his friend, as she really needed support now. A week later, the journalist lamented that the Hyundai article was no longer relevant because of the Incheon attack. This meant that all his labors went into the desk, and the battle between the schoolboys and the brigade remained ordinary news. He cursed at how unfair the world was, because it was not easy to find out information about the schoolboy. He managed to find out that the only relatives he had left had disappeared under strange circumstances in Incheon. Looking at the glued photos, he realized that most likely all this is not accidental, and it is the work of the Plague Battalion. The reporter realized that all of this might have misled him, and it was all from accumulated troubles. Suddenly, a suspicious woman came into his field of vision and called out to the man. He looked at Madame carefully and asked what had happened and what she wanted to tell him. The woman held out some kind of book to the reporter and asked him to accept it. The reporter thanked the woman for the gift, but decided that she was probably from some sect and it was best not to argue with her. On the cover of the book, there was a cross, and to the man's surprise, the cover material was of high quality, which is unusual for religious literature. The book had images of ancient animals that he couldn't see in the ordinary world. The man looked at the illustrations with interest and was more impressed with each page. His eyes fell on a picture of a bear. He recognized it as the same monster that had attacked the airport not so long ago. The reporter even recoiled in horror because he did not understand what this book was and why it was in his hand. He decided that he should immediately investigate and translate the book to somehow shed light on the events in Incheon. But some strange shadow loomed over the journalist, and now he could hardly see what was written in the book. Without realizing what was going on, he looked up startled and stunned. He saw the huge sharp claws that were now heading straight for him at breakneck speed. Since the day they met, Kim and Park had been patrolling the neighborhood every day for 3 hours. The girl was surprised that her family didn't interfere. Se-young stood and waited for her friend at the agreed time, but for some reason, Chin-sung was still not there that day. She finally saw the guy's silhouette begin to emerge from the shadows, and she exhaled that he was okay. But to her surprise, instead of Chin-sun, Bratislav came into the light and smiled broadly when he saw the girl. Se-young hadn't expected such a meeting, and rushed to ask the young man why Pecht had come instead of her friend. He didn't take long to explain himself, and briefly said that they were going on patrol together today. Kim suggested that it was all her family's doing, and her aunt was probably involved. But Pecht smilingly began to assure that it was not so, and her relative had nothing to do with it. The guy lowered his blue eyes and said he had to coax Chin-sun to meet her, saying he had an important conversation. Kim grudgingly said that she knew the guy had come to Korea to absorb her idea, and that he could do it right now just so he'd get out. But Pecht grudgingly said he wasn't planning to go to Slovakia anytime soon, and that surprised Kim. He leaned closer to the girl and decided to confess his feelings by saying he liked her. Se-young couldn't believe her ears, because they had only known each other for a short period of time, so she didn't believe that any feelings could arise in such a short period of time. Bratislav smiled and said that none of that mattered, and he fell in love with her from the video when he saw how heroically she fought. He was about to talk about the reason he had decided to go on a joint patrol when suddenly a phone call interrupted him. Se-young happily grabbed her phone and said she had an important call to take right away. It was a warning that all family members should report to a specified location because of a terrorist attack. Pecht got the same text message. Without wasting a moment, the school children put aside their conversations and rushed to where their family members should already be waiting for them. Puck walked into the gym and saw his dear squad of zombies who were still practicing. They were happy to see the boss coming. Looking at the young man, the guys rushed to find out how his dates with Se-young were going and why he wasn't with her right now. But Chin-sun was unwilling to discuss it and said that if anyone else dared to tease him, he would add 10 more times to the approach. But the boys were not intimidated. They tried their best to find out the details of the young man's relationship. Puck didn't hesitate and added a few more repetitions. But even now, the zombies weren't scared. They wanted answers to their questions at any cost. Chin-sun also got some sort of notification and immediately grabbed his phone to find out what happened. The boy immediately became furious and began to scream with anger. He wanted to tell everyone what had happened as soon as possible. Sonyo also received the notice and hurriedly announced that the training for today was over, hurriedly packing his things. He held out his hand with the phone to Puck, and that's how they learned that a state of emergency had been declared in the city and they needed to report to a general assembly. At the gathering place, the picture was a sad one. The soldiers were retreating and didn't know how to sneak closer to the new monster. It was a huge winged lion. The military understood that, for an effective defense, they needed to work with the defensive line and rebuild it. When the monster heard the orders, he growled menacingly and said that he was sorry for this, because he had not yet had time to realize his plan. The lion said he had to go north, and right now, his tasks did not include thoughts of hurting people. But people did not take into account the words of the animal and began to prepare for attacks to somehow stop the invasion. He growled and once again said he was truly sorry, and at this time, the guns of the military began to attack him. The arrows broke against him and fell to the ground, and the beast stood motionless as if it didn't feel the blows. He looked down on the men and realized that they posed no real danger to him. But his patience was not eternal, and with one paw he threw back an entire battalion of military men, forcing the others to retreat. Everyone was surprised that whoever was in front of them right now was just someone's idea. The Kim family had already arrived at the battlefield and were ready to provide the necessary assistance. The head turned to Seo-jin to tell her the plan of action, and she listened attentively. According to the old man's plan, the goblin was to attack the monster from the front, while the others would support her from the side. But Auntie noticed that Se-young and Pecht were still gone. He assured me that the guys must be heading in their direction and would be there soon, but right now, we needed to focus on something else. The old man saw that his family was on alert and ordered the attack to begin. Grandfather realized that the situation was not a pleasant one and would not be resolved so easily and quickly. They would have to put in a lot of effort to win. The winged lion continued to roam the streets of the city and leisurely moved towards the north. Behind him, he left destroyed buildings and battered cars, as he suddenly saw that he was not alone. C appeared on his path and moved with determination towards the villain who had disturbed the peace of the town. The animal looked at the girl carefully and sized her up. She was much stronger than the others, but not strong enough to handle him. She had not responded to the request to move out of the way, and was now in a hurry to find out where the beast's master was. The lion said his master was in another dimension, and he himself had literally stepped off the pages of the cursed records and was like the first man. Sei activated the idea and noticed that ultimately the enemy in front of her was just a terrorist tool that they must suppress. She was now on full alert and had grown jade horns on her head like those of Seiyong. The girl decided to go on the offensive and use the Eastern Dragon Step technique that gave her legs unprecedented strength. The lion growled menacingly again, saying that he was sorry that people didn't want to listen to him, and that was why they were willingly on the path of suffering. But Sei didn't want to have a long conversation. The only thing she understood were the old man's orders for her to eliminate the beast. Despite the giant dense body of the monster, the girl decided that she would start her attack by coming in from the back and hitting the eyes. But the lion spotted her before she could get close to her intended target. He sighed again and said he was sorry. Now Sei realized that she was doing much worse than she had thought, for the beast had managed to dodge her blow, even though it was out of her line of sight. The girl decided to change tactics and thus gain time. She realized that if the idea of an animal type was in front of her, it must have instinct. In her new offensive, she was determined to move silently so that the enemy could not detect her. Taking advantage of another blind spot, she crept closer and prepared to strike with her foot. But the animal managed to anticipate this attack as well, and to show it, he again uttered his favorite phrase about how sorry he was. A huge paw emitting a red light appeared in front of Esao, and the girl realized that the beast had been able to anticipate her location beforehand. With a single swing of his paw, he threw the goblin of the last generation away from him, causing it to be slammed into the wall. After recovering from the effects of the blow, Sei decided that there was more than just instincts involved. Unable to resist, she began to fall downward, trying to gather the last shreds of her composure. Already at the bottom, she was caught by the chapter tiger, without letting her hit and get injured from contact with the asphalt. But now the beast of the head was also in danger, for the bear's paw loomed over them, and now the monster was preparing to strike again. The white tiger saw the attack coming just in time, and managed to flip Sei almost out from under his claws while still remaining in place. Now the girl's savior was himself, trapped by the monster's huge paw. The lion tisked that the animal was in as difficult a situation as he himself was in. He hadn't let his captive escape, and now held him in his paws, saying how sad he was about the situation. The monster didn't hesitate, and pulled the unfortunate tiger closer to him, squeezing his paw without giving the captive any chance of escape. The old man was watching from the roof with his family, and could not believe that his pet could die so easily. He decided that he had to intervene himself, and ordered his men to bring Seijin to him immediately. As soon as the extra eyes were removed, he activated his idea, and commanded his creation to appear before him, to stand in defense of his daughter. Black energy began to emerge from the scroll, and at the same moment, it headed towards the lion. But the monster was not frightened by this, and he now turned to the old man and made it clear that he would not be frightened by such thing. But it was only a distraction, and the lion would still have to meet the real enemy. Now phantoms of various animals and birds began to appear around the lion. Each of them sought to attack the monster, but the monster in turn fought hard and did not want to give up so easily. The old man's men quickly found Sei and relayed the chapter's orders for the girl to report to her father as soon as possible. Watching everything from above, the grandfather realized that the goblin's condition left much to be desired, because his servants helped her up. With her last strength, she assured herself that she was still able to stand on her feet, even though it was so unobvious. The man looked sympathetically at his daughter and said that he would have liked to give her time to rest, but in all that time they had not inflicted a scratch on the enemy. The monster continued to fight the phantoms and laughingly said that such creatures born out of sincerity could do him no harm. The lion had deftly dealt with the entire army the old man had sent at him, and now only said he was sorry for what had happened. He turned his back on Kim's men and seemed about to leave, but finally said that everything was just as he had warned. Suddenly the animal changed color and went on an active attack, assuring that he would no longer be deterred. His powerful paw swept toward the head, in hopes that he would deal with the old man quickly. Sei was able to dodge the blow, and jumped away from the rift, thus saving her life. The girl realized that she couldn't delay any longer, and decided to use the Poison Dragon Ascension technique. The blue aura that appeared immediately rushed towards the opponent to teach him a lesson. The collision was followed by an explosion, which again with its wave threw the girl aside. As she landed, she scrutinized to see if she had any success in stopping the monster. The lion brought his muzzle close to Sei and praised her, noticing that the last blow was not bad at all, and much stronger than the previous ones. But despite this, he still decided to deal with his rival quickly, and now his paw was flying towards the girl again. Grandfather saw only a pool of blood where C had been standing and screamed in horror. His inner gut didn't let him down, and it confirmed to him that the will was no longer detected and the extermination had happened. The lion again raised his paw, but this time over the old man, pronouncing his judgment that now it was his turn. But the grandfather could not think about anything else, because just now the most terrible picture happened before his eyes, which did not leave his head. The man raised his head, and his gaze was illuminated by some sort of flash from somewhere on the bear's side. It illuminated the entire neighborhood, and now it seemed that this light could be seen even from the remotest parts of the city. It was Seon and Bratislava who jumped up to the old man in time to strike the lion, who was just waiting for his fatal blow. The granddaughter noticed that the man's condition was not at all peculiar to him, and so she decided to ask if everything was all right with her grandfather. Lion squinted his eyes and looked at the reinforcements and said that he was sorry that potentially talented young people would die because of the old men. The grandfather realized that his granddaughter's chances were close to zero and ordered her to leave the place immediately to save her life. But Bratislav came to both of them and tried to calm the head, assuring that everything would be fine. Finally, Seyoung noticed that her goblin aunt from the last generation was nowhere to be seen, and so she asked her grandfather where she was. The old man did not explain anything and ordered Peck to take his granddaughter and leave. That was his last will. But Seyoung didn't want to obey and insisted that if they all really needed to run away, they should all do it together. No sooner had Peck used force to take the girl away than beautiful blue armor began to appear on Kim's body. She assured the boy that she knew exactly what was going on, but she wasn't ready to leave her grandfather alone in this fight. The old man saw the image of his granddaughter change, and for a second even froze from the surprise of seeing such a thing in person. He sadly remarked that all his life he had despised the forces that went to protect others, but now realized that Sei's death had been in vain. Now, grandfather was determined to protect Seon and Bratislava, to give them the future each of them dreamed of. The old man began to reincarnate, and noticing Pekta's shock, he immediately pulled him back, ordering him to leave the battlefield immediately. The boy bowed his head, not knowing what he should do, because if he took Seyoung away from the battlefield, he would never get her favor. Finally making a decision, he grabbed the girl and rushed away, leaving the old man alone with the one who robbed him of his daughter. The man was full of anger and rage and was now sure that the monster would regret what he had done. But the lion was not impressed by this, and he said meaningfully that the old man would never be able to understand human hearts, even though he himself was human. The old man put the rest of his effort on his strongest work and drew Seijin and the fierce dragon, saying that it was his strongest work. The dragon immediately wrapped itself around the lion's body and practically paralyzed it, preventing it from moving. Coming off the page, Sei also helped fight a common adversary who wasn't afraid of it all at all. Lion was sure that the old man's efforts would not be enough, even if he used everything he was capable of. He grabbed the dragon's head with his huge paw and now planned to crush it like he had already done to the chapter tiger. The head watched sadly as the monster took over his creatures from the scrolls and could barely hold back the tears. He put down his brush wistfully and said that he thought he had achieved mastery in ink painting, but apparently that was not the case. Now the monster's paw was looming over him with the promise of sending him to his precious attachment. Grandfather smiled, and the thought flashed through his mind that his opponent was the nastiest lion he had ever seen. At the assembly point, the school children were literally freaking out about what little was known for sure from the scene. One of the zombies turned to Sanho and asked if he had seen their commander, since they couldn't find him anywhere. But there was no communication. Apparently, whoever was in charge of security cut off all communication. On thought it was likely that the Kim clan was already in place and fighting fiercely, and there were no Seyoung or Peta among them. Puck couldn't find a place to sit. Everything seemed unsettling and different to him. In his head, he was dreadfully going over the options that the Jade Kims might fail and remain on the battlefield like this. Songo noticed his partner's condition and turned to him and reminded him that if he left them, it would be considered desertion. But Chinsen was angered by this and wanted to argue with the commander to prove his point, but he stopped him. An said that they were ordered to protect civilians, and it was just as challenging an assignment. Puck didn't give up trying and said that since they were all out of contact, they needed a scout to find out what was going on. Sonyo liked the idea and let the boy take on such a role, saying he would notify management of his decision himself. He ordered the young man to proceed and get the most current information as soon as possible. Without wasting a moment, he rushed to find Kim and Bratislava clan, who according to the people around them were still fighting the creepy monster. Preparing to strike, the lion wondered what was so important about the old man that the younger generation so zealously defended him. Pecht had returned to the battlefield and now brazenly wondered at the animal if he could try to pierce its thick hide. He decided that if Sei couldn't resist, he didn't stand a chance, so he made the decision to save the chapter. He snatched the old man out of harm's way and explained his defiance by saying that he didn't want his beloved to weep. But the old man noticed that something had changed in the guy, and looking at him realized that he had reached the level of a Calibolgian, which was an absolute talent. The rescue of his grandfather did not frighten the lion much, and he was going to continue his attacks with renewed vigor. From the force of his blows, everyone, including Pecht, literally lay down on the ground to protect their eardrum. Pecht lunged at the monster, assuring it that it had fought unworthily, despite the fact that the humans had in fact attacked it first. The boy started trying to get the beast to talk to him, saying that he had beautiful wings. The lion liked it, but he was surprised that the enemy sympathized with him. Looking at the picture of the city, it was clear that the lion had invaded for a reason, and all his nobility was part of his pretense. The beast's eyes were filled with malice, and he assured that his ability to empathize made him far more dangerous. But the young man was not moved by the speech, because for him, the enemy remained a piece of garbage who tried to shift the responsibility for his deeds to others. The stranger assured that now their city was isolated from the rest of the world, and no one could come to their aid. He wanted to give the boy a chance to survive, but Bratislav assured him there was no need, and prepared to put his idea to use. Now there was a new Pecht in front of the lion, whose abilities were at a new level. The boy assessed his strength, and noticed that his right hand was his strongest point, since not all the new skills had been learned yet. More time was needed. The monster was getting angrier and angrier, but still asked his opponent to get away to avoid his death. Bratislava had a weapon in his hands that he thought could bring down his opponent, and now he was ready to strike. The lion was unprepared for such a sharp attack, and so it took effort to dodge the attack. Although he was able to dodge with his body, the spear hit him right in the paw and wounded the monster. Pecht fell to the ground without strength. All the energy he had gained had gone into making and throwing that very spear, but he had no time to recover, and so he decided at all costs to try to do the same thing again. The monster showed his paw to Pecht and said meaningfully that he didn't think his regeneration could handle such an injury. With his other paw, he grabbed Bratislava and looked at him with interest, saying that he had a rare talent for being able to summon a sacred weapon. Now the young man was frightened and asked if the animal's promise to let him live was still valid. But even while immobilized and helpless, there was no getting out of the young man's head Seon. He looked down and saw her holding in her arms the body of his grandfather, who was still senseless. The thought that he might escape depressed him, for in that case he would lose his beloved. Se-young herself didn't know what to do either. Her mind was preoccupied with fear, and she didn't know if she should try to escape. Finally, Bratislav made up his mind and said that there was a man he wanted to save at any cost. The boy offered the lion a deal. He promised not to resist and surrender, but then the monster would have to let the girl go. But the beast was adamant. It was sure that there was no point in letting her live, because she was of no interest to him. It was all just a distraction, so that Bratislava could recover and repeat the first strike. New weapons began to appear in his hand, and now he prayed to fate to help him create something that would lead him to victory. Suddenly, a blood-sucking dagger appeared in his hand, but unfortunately not with the most outstanding combat ability characteristics. He recognized it as the same dagger that Chinsen had fought with, and couldn't understand how it had come to be that one. The lion laughed, saying he recognized the guy's talent, even though he had to kill both Pecht and the head. He bared his teeth and began to approach the young man, assuring him that he would now take his abilities from him. The monster clenched its fangs and began to do as promised, then threw the young man's body on the ground like some kind of trash. A frightened Puck crept up on Bratislava, who had no idea that what had happened before his eyes was really true. The young man apologized to Se-young in his last breath and justified that he only wanted to protect. The girl saw all this and was at a loss as to what she should do now. The lion, seeing her reaction, said that the young lady was heartless if she couldn't appreciate the sacrifice Pecht had made for her. The monster scoffed and said that if the schoolgirl was ready to talk, she should get louder. Now she herself has entered the fray, promising that she is ready to avenge all the pain the lion has caused her and her family. A jade horn grew on her head, and in her head she was spinning the thought that all this happened because she wasn't strong enough. The girl decided that she must become stronger and defeat the monster that made her learn what suffering meant. All the problems that had been in her life before seemed like nothing compared to what she was going through. Leo sensed the girl's aura and reported what he knew of the strong will she had developed. Looking at the young lady, the terrorist realized that she had no more fear and did not intend to retreat. The monster was trying to keep himself safe, and so he decided to start attacking first. The girl dodged the blow, but it didn't affect her zeal to avenge the monster for daring to come into their town. She desperately lunged at the animal, leaving traces of her aura behind her, and now the beast was itself in danger. He himself was shocked that Se-young had managed to push him away, and thus prevent him from attacking. The girl had now gained sufficient height and swung her sword with which she intended to finish the battle. As she approached her opponent's muzzle, she put all the strength she was capable of into her attack. The girl fiercely struck and tried to do her best to make sure that there was no memory of the monster. She was possessed by a thirst for revenge, and through her rage she herself became more and more possessed. But against all attacks, her horn began to crack, which meant that she herself was about to fall without strength. Lion laughed and said that if they all joined forces, they might have a chance, but under the current circumstances, it was all futile. He insisted that the girl could do nothing and would repeat the fate of her family members. The horn began to splinter, but the young lady's rage never died down, and she knew she had to fight back. Leo, on the other hand, in a calm voice told me that it was because there was no empathy in all of them, and they didn't help each other. His fiery speech was interrupted by someone making his voice turn to the source of the sound. It was Puck who was now going to take the monster's advice and team up with his girlfriend for a common victory. Se-young didn't understand why Park had come here and decided to fight, because it put him in terrible danger. She rushed to the young man, assuring him that there was no need for him to set himself up like that, and that this battle was none of his business. Shinsen quickly assessed the situation and saw the body of Pecht, who was also in mortal danger. Things were worse than he thought, and so the guy started apologizing for his lateness. In desperation, she threw herself on his chest, crying and saying she didn't want the guy to come and see it all with her own eyes. Lion felt that the guy smelled strange and had a strange energy coming from him. Shinsen bravely responded to the monster and said it wasn't about being able to empathize, it was about being a psycho. Shinsen activated his abilities and decided that first he should learn more about what skills the monster possessed. The monster sensed this and said that the strange odor began to intensify. He noticed that the smell was the same as other creatures like the lion. He himself was just an idea. The guy annoyingly noted that for him, it was the first time he couldn't determine the real abilities of his opponent by eye, but the lion was still confused about something. He couldn't classify the boy as either his own kind or an enemy. Puck continued to joke and taunt the lion, who was still confused. Se-young didn't want her friend to get hurt and tried her best to convince the young man to leave the battlefield. Shinsen once again hugged the girl who was desperate to cry, and there was no better place than a hug. After a couple minutes, he carried the young lady behind a car standing not far away, making it some shelter for the girl. Her eyes were full of tears, and she couldn't muster the strength to resist. When she saw the young man leaving her, she tried to rush after him to convince him not to go into the thick of battle. The guy already had his dagger in his hands, and Se-young was speechless when she saw it. This meant that Shinsen had activated his idea and was now ready to attack the monster. Lion said he was disappointed, and the level of his new opponent was negligible compared to those who had fought him before. Puck himself realized that his abilities weren't enough, and he needed to come up with something else to win. He realized that in order to destroy the lion, he would have to reach the state he himself feared. His eyes lit up with fire, and he started growling like a wild beast, reaching a new level of his idea. Now the young man looked like a bloody madman who was just feeling the joy of the impending murder. The only thing that bothered him was that Se-young could see his idea consuming him, completely turning him into a monster. But soon those thoughts began to leave his head and were replaced only by a hellish desire to kill. Lion noticed that only the boy's heart remained intact, and that separated him from a state similar to his own. Puck now saw all the information about his opponent and knew who he was and where he came from. The monster was not frightened and assured that the urge to kill he felt was nothing compared to what the animal could arrange. But Puck was already out of his mind, and in his horrified state, he taunted the bear, saying that he didn't have an ounce of empathy, which he talked about non-stop. The monster wasn't out to destroy Shinsen because of the smell. He thought the guy might be connected to the second kid's disappearance. He pointed his paw at the boy, claiming it was in his power to help the young man free himself. He grimaced in horror and said that the monster shouldn't do that to him. The monster jabbed its claw at the young man, who was just waiting to take advantage of the situation. Finally, a sinister smile appeared on Shinsen's face, and he hissed that he had asked the beast not to touch him. The lion was shocked, but he tried not to show it. The odor he smelled was literally numbing his nose. At this moment, the perfect killing technique activated in Shinsen, and now he had become deadly. Lion laughed and said it was strange that the guy thought he could manage to take him down so easily, given his previous victims. He urged Puck to come closer to teach the insolent man a lesson, but he felt no fear and boldly advanced to meet the danger. The worst thing about this guy's condition was that he was obsessed with killing everything that was near him. He turned around and began to leave the lion behind, surprising the monster with his strange act. But the young man ignored him, and that made the enemy even angrier, who in a rage began to throw at him everything he could get his hands on. Shinsen turned around and saw a car approaching him, which would have destroyed him with its impact. The guy fought back and looked at the lion and asked if he really wanted to be first in line to be killed. Such insolence humiliated the beast, and he was ready to sizzle his rival with a look so that he would not be so insolent again. The lion began to attack, but the young man was not frightened and made a decisive attack right in his paw, which caused a wound on it. The beast couldn't take damage from people whose class was lower than it, but it still oozed blood from its paw. He examined the limbs and marveled that some D-class dagger had managed to leave a deep mark on him that would not heal in any way. Shinsen was enthusiastic and looked at his opponent's surprise, not knowing that this was just the beginning of their confrontation. He looked lovingly at his bloody dagger and contemplated how satisfying it was to wound a plush toy like him. Now the monster was not to be trifled, for in addition to the pain he was experiencing, a terrible odor was once again coming to him, which confused him. After a moment, Puck was right next to the animal's muzzle and called out for him to pay attention. He laughed and asked his rival if he knew what he had done to his own uncle years ago. Without wasting a moment, he began to demonstrate everything he had done in the past, but on the skin of an animal. The lion clenched his jaws at the torment the guy was causing him, but he wasn't going to give up. A terrifying bloody aura emanated from Shinsen, and he found himself very close to his opponent, who seemed to have no chance of escape. The lion couldn't concentrate. His mind was wrapped up in thoughts of the impending doom he could already feel. Now he saw that his opponent was truly insane, and to him, he did not have his famous ability to empathize. Puck walked on the monster's body and talked about how his aunt once cut his shoulder and made him walk like a dog on all fours. It was more like a confession, but the young man kept insisting that he wanted to finish his story. He used his dagger again and inflicted great wounds on the animal, which was already senseless from the mad dizziness. The guy laughed creepily and asked if the monster felt any sympathy for his horrible relative. Puck thought he had already won, but suddenly the lion stood up and assured him that he had no reason to worry about his empathy. With a sharp movement, he gave the young man a blow from which he fell from a height and fell to the ground. But that didn't stop his idea. He stood up quickly and laughed, showing his opponent that he was fine. Looking into the eyes of his rival, the lion said that for him, there was no difference regarding his odor, because after all, he was only human. The monster was sure that no ability and no super ideas could put the guy on par with himself. He licked his wound, thinking that if his first guess was correct, then, in any case, after death, the child should have returned to its master. Shinsen didn't give up and gathered his strength and rushed back at his opponent before he could move away from his previous attack. But the lion stopped him with a sudden question as to whether the lad was looking at his true self. But Puck didn't understand what the lion was telling him. To him, it was all just an attempt to stall for time. Monster was sure that his rival was clearly in trouble for revenge and should see himself first and foremost, not his uncle and aunt. At those words, Puck found himself somewhere far away from where he had met the lion, somewhere deep in the recesses of his mind. He didn't understand what was happening to him, but he felt only fear surging through his body. In this state, the guy didn't hesitate, and despite his feelings, he continued to attack his opponent. But the monster surprised the fierce young man, for he said that he was able to recognize him. Shinsen could not understand what this meant to his adversary. He paused for a second to realize the full meaning of what was being said, and the monster insisted that the boy know himself. A picture that had been in his nightmares more than once popped into his head. He saw his puppy Poppy lying lifeless beside him. The boy cried and berated himself that the death of his best friend had happened because of him. All this horror was accompanied by the voices of his aunt and uncle, who also blamed the boy for the massacre, even though he was not guilty of anything. Shinsen looked at himself, and the words of hatred he had often heard from his kin and classmates swirled around in his head. His body lit up with light, and a self-destructive skill aimed at destroying himself awoke in him. The lion was pleased with his work, but at the same time frightened by the thirst that came from his opponent. He looked at Puck, who was just saying like crazy that he wanted to kill himself. He was frightened by such manic thoughts, and so to bring his enemy out of this state, he decided to try to call out to him, but he didn't respond. The madman inside him was dialoguing with himself, and it seemed to please him. The monster was very angry about all of this, and he furiously began to shout for his opponent to pay any attention to him. Even empathy couldn't knock the young man out of his rut, and the animal understood that perfectly well. Finger bones began to emerge from the ground, reaching straight for Chinston, who said meaningfully that everything was already decided for him. But contrary to expectations, all that energy had spilled over to the lion, and now Puck watched as the lion squirmed in terror. His paws were peeling off, causing him a hell of a lot of pain. The boy decided that before he ended his life, he would take his enemy with him. By the way, the young man watched the torment of the monster with great pleasure from the fact that he was able to defeat such a rare opponent. Puck grabbed his dagger and began slashing the ground to gain support for the kill, in the process of which he could acquire new tools for his purpose. The enemy did not give up. He tried his best to resist the irreversible process even though his life was hanging by a thread. The web of bone chains that appeared above the monster immediately pinned the opponent to the ground, preventing him from moving. Puck watched it all and was frustrated that it didn't have an immediate effect, and the lion was still fighting back. The monster asked his opponent's name because he had never bet on him before and didn't even think he could hurt him. The monster realized that in order to stay alive, he had to feed the guy's thirst for self-destruction. Shinsen gave his name, but the answer did not satisfy the beast. He asked for the name of his soul. Puck immediately realized that all this talk was not out of idle interest, and thus the animal was trying to deceive him. Hearing this, the lion was really scared, because his rescue plan was now hanging by a thread as well as his life. Puck rushed to the enemy, saying that he was not so easy to fool because his uncle and aunt had often deceived him. The monster kept begging for at least a drop of empathy for him, because he was not to blame for the young man's difficult life. With his remaining strength, the enemy managed to push Shinsen away. He swore that he would be his most terrifying opponent, and their battle would go down in history. But the bone chains held the young man tightly and gave him no chance of escape and release. The guy calmly turned around and said that he had had enough of all this, and their confrontation had gone on long enough. Now, the lion prayed only that the insane enemy would not think of something else, and then after his death, he would be able to find himself again. Puck wrestled with himself and, in between, recounted snippets of his life at his aunt and uncle's house. But he interrupted and began to shout joyfully that he had found what he needed, and in his hands was a huge skeleton. This was the spine of Bihyongran, which by design was supposed to hit the chain vertebrae the hardest. The right implement had been found, and Shinsen didn't want to delay any longer, and headed determinedly towards the lion. He realized what they wanted to do to him, and begged the young man not to do what he had planned, but to take his life. When the Maestri men arrived at the site, they could hardly understand what had happened. There were huge piles of bones all around. Puck continued his brutal abuse of the monster, and obsessed with his lust for destruction. There was no way he could stop. People were making their way through the rubble, but it felt like the whole city had hardened, and now there was no end to it. While delivering another blow to the monster, Park noticed that Nurse Yoon Ah-hyun had appeared on the battlefield. The girl took off her mask and looked closely, trying to see who was near the monster and how he could know her name. Finally looking closely, she saw that it was a student from her school, Park Chin-sung, who had the most controversial fame. Her companions were surprised that the girl knew the guy, and they immediately rushed to ask her all the details about the fighter. But Puck interrupted their questioning, saying that if they did not stop, they risked being killed, just as the lion was being killed. Ignited by his sudden thought, he left his opponent alone and rushed down to where he was expected. He landed, and the first thing he did was rush towards the uninvited guests who he thought had come to share the monster's fate. Nurse Yoon pushed the companions away and warned that she would take over while they finished with the animal, but the guy ran past with loud shouts that he would save the girl from the opponents. Yun didn't understand which uncle she was talking about and why the guy had to save her from him, but the guy wouldn't stop being crazy and asked that in return for this favor, she would destroy him herself. One of the companions decided that it was the young man who turned the city into ruins, and decided to repay him for it, using his unusual power. To do this, he used a skill called overlapping fists, and passion in which the force of the blow increased depending on the hardness of the opponent. Puck was not intimidated by such a thing. To him, all attacks seemed slow, and he could easily think through his next plan of action. Shinsen had no trouble dodging punches and studying his opponent closely in the meantime. The boy decided to end it all, and set the bone he wanted to strike the lion with right in front of the man's fist. Nurse Yoon heard the loud scream that was emitted by his companion, who was writhing in pain caused by such contact. At this moment, the girl realized that in front of her is not the leader of the zombie squad, and just an ordinary student, but some madman in the body of a schoolboy. She scrutinized the young man and was horrified, for in his gaze she could read a terrible lust for destruction. The girl couldn't believe that in front of her was the guy she knew in high school. She decided to use a growth skill from which any injured body was immediately healed. There wasn't a scratch on her companion now. He was fully recovered and ready to continue the battle. Puck smirked at the miraculous healing, and caustically wondered if his opponent's arm was sore. The man again headed towards the schoolboy, and with renewed vigor began to try to attack. but unfortunately, his strike was met with bone again. No matter how hard he tried to strike it, all didn't work, and his opponent's weapon remained untouched. At last, he managed to get closer to the young man, but he cautiously warned his rival to stay where he was. Before Maesty's cock could even think about it, he was bound in a web of bone chains that prevented him from taking another step. Chinsen stepped closer, and looking his opponent in the eye, addressed him as his uncle, urging him to remember how they once fought. The captive didn't understand what was happening, or why Puck was calling him that. It was obvious that he was seeing his mental opponents everywhere. He struck the man one by one and laughed at the suffering he was experiencing. He did not allow his opponent to pass out and held his face and insisted that he listen to him. A nurse also witnessed this scene. The girl realized that her companion could not cope without her, and once again applied her growth abilities to restore the man. Seeing that her efforts were going for nothing, she continued again and again to heal her comrade who was about to give up. He turned his head toward Yoon and asked her to stop doing that because he didn't have the strength to feel pain anymore. The bloodied Puck stood in front of him and marveled at those words. The events of the past were still running through his mind. A rotten club like the one he had used when his uncle had beaten him severely when he was a child. Another blow, and his opponent finally lost consciousness and never came to it again. Yoon rushed towards the student and started yelling at him, because just now, she had just seen the F-Killer destroy 2 living beings in front of her. But the young man didn't listen to her, and only silently dragged her behind him somewhere to the side. Together, they began to approach the body of the lion, which lay lifelessly crushed by bone chains. But against all odds, the monster was alive, and looked at Yoon and said that since she didn't have a single wound on her, Chinsen cared about her. The girl was shocked by this remark, because she had never seen an idea that could speak so clearly before. Lion decided that the key to saving him was a nurse who could be used to save his life. He looked at Yoon carefully and said that the F-Killer's mercy was due to the fact that he himself planned to die by her hand. The monster calmly said that he was on the edge of 2 worlds, and right now, it was especially difficult for him to soberly assess the situation. Using another technique, the whole ground began to shake, and new bones that looked like ribs began to appear. Yoon didn't understand what was going on at all, and what exactly the young man's desire to get even with his life had to do with it. Turning to her, Puck took her hands and said it was because he had been a naughty child, and now hoped the nurse would help him with the plan. With terror, the girl couldn't stay on her feet, and without letting go of Puck's hands, fell to her knees right in front of him. Chinsen stared at her in amazement, realizing that she didn't want to comply with his little request. He clenched his teeth in anger, and grabbed the girl by the neck, saying that in that case, her existence was of no use to him. He choked the girl, and remembered his aunt's words that he had heard repeatedly. She always said that useless people should be destroyed. The boy remembered how much pain these words caused him, because with each blow, he died and was reborn again. He was prevented from completing his plan by Sejong, who called out loudly to Chinsen with her sword at the ready. The girl approached her deskmate and asked him to leave the nurse alone immediately. Chinsen looked closely at his friend's weapon and recognized it as a familiar blade. Excitedly, he threw Yoon and turning to Sejong, joyfully shouted that it was awesome. As soon as the nurse regained the ability to utter a word, she shouted loudly to warn Kim to leave immediately. Sejong recalled that during the plague attack, the young man had gotten into shape after cutting off her horn. But this time, something was wrong. She tried her best to activate her idea, but for some reason it didn't happen, and all her efforts were in vain. With a bloody hand, Puck grasped the tip of Kim's weapon and shouted with joy that he had finally found the blade. Sejong asked the young man in a completely calm voice to let go of her sword that only A-class members could use. Chinsen looked at the young lady with a loving look and suggested that she kill him with this weapon, since he couldn't do it himself. From anger and rage, the girl kicked the guy, loudly shouting that he was crazy to offer her such a thing. When Puck regained consciousness, he continued to insist that he had to die by that sword, and that one blow would be enough. Sejong prayed that the guy would return to his usual state, but by this time, Maestri had arrived and decided that he was the terrorist. Kim turned around and saw that behind her were people who would have gladly honored Puck's request, despite her attempts to protect him. Chinsen was surrounded, but there was still the question of whether people with special powers could stop him and bring him back to square one. One of the guys rushed over to the nurse, assuring her that they would deal with Puck before Lee Sin arrived on the scene. Seeing the guests, Chinsen laughed that so many uncles had come to fight with him alone. Yun tried to convince her companions not to hurt the guy and to stay away from him. The men didn't listen to the nurse's plea either, and surrounded Puck, ordering him to withdraw the idea and surrender. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, and with childlike directness, said that they had already said hello, and asked if people wanted to hit him. Hearing the warning again, he shrugged and said that in that case he would have to destroy the would-be assailant. He spread his arms and called to the dark corridor that liked darkness to come to his aid. Maestri didn't understand how such a thing was possible, and even thought that such a skill could be related to teleportation. After another moment, a cloth he himself called a cloak, woven by darkness, appeared behind the boy's back. Se-young was terrified. Not only was she unable to return Park to his normal state, but now he was using new and terrifying skills. Shinsen spread his hands again and took a deep breath, and proudly said that he didn't need his uncle or aunt anymore, and he was free to live his life. Kim realized that if things continued like this, all people would die, so she had to intervene. The young man was mad and obsessed with revenge against his relatives, who had caused him so much pain. He saw them everywhere. Suddenly, Kim ran up behind him and stabbed him with her sword to finally stop the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent people. After a moment, Puck drew his weapon and turned to his friend and smiled, saying that he had believed in her from the beginning. He looked into the girl's eyes full of tears and finally said that if she wanted to destroy him, she should have aimed higher. After that, he collapsed without strength right into the arms of Se-young, who still couldn't believe that she had decided to take such a desperate step. Resting her head against his, she tirelessly apologized and assured him that she was sorry for what she had to do. Throwing his sword aside, Puck's cloak began to dissolve into thin air, and all his madness along with it. The entire battlefield shimmered as if some incredible force was retreating. Se-young realized that the guy was returning to his normal state, and hurriedly asked him if he was all right. But with his eyes wide open, Shinsen didn't say anything, and only froze in silent repose. Kim shook his body and begged him to say a word, to make sure nothing irreparable happened to him. Finally coughing heavily and coming to his senses a little, he recognized the girl and said her name in a hoarse voice. The self-destructive killing was deactivated, but in doing so, all other feelings besides the usual lust for retribution faded, and he became dangerous again. Se-young was happy that her friend had finally recovered, and assured her that she would cure him at any cost, and everything would be as it was before. He looked at the traces of blood and bones that were everywhere, and realized that he had done it all. The horror of it made him want to fall through the ground. His mind flashed through disgusting scenes of destroying his opponents, but he didn't really want all that. Se-young tried her best to bring the young man to his senses, but he continued to be haunted by the memories of what the madman inside him had done. In Pyongyang, the Kim Susan-sun Palace was actively discussing the events that had taken place. The head reported that his first was destroyed, after which he returned home again. Kim Il-chung was tormented by the question of whether his destination was the same as the first, and for what purpose. The head explained that in this way, he provided a diversion to take full advantage of the Book of Daniel. He was sure that the appearance of such a famous terrorist would certainly divert the attention of the Southerners and misdirect. As he left, he informed the man that the third and fourth were already awake and would soon be ready to perform their assigned tasks. At last the man turned, smiled, and assured his guests that their time would soon come as well. Puck didn't sleep well after the experience. He was still haunted by the memories of the day he had lost control of himself. He could clearly see every second of the battle, and was shocked at how crazy he could be. The boy remembered the lion's eyes full of tears, and begging for at least a small drop of empathy and compassion. He couldn't forget the face of Nurse Yoon, who had seen with her own eyes how his idea had consumed himself. Unable to recall any more of the horror in his sleep, he opened his eyes wide and looked around. Looking around his room, he saw Se-young next to his bed, waiting for her friend to finally wake up. When he saw her, the young man was happy, and even tried to get up from the bed, but something seemed to prevent him. He collapsed on the pillow, and Kim asked Shinsen not to move so as not to put himself in more pain. Puck had been out for a long 3 days, and now the only thing he wanted to do was get up and feel his legs again. Se-yeon reassured her friend that recovery would take a long time, and all he had to do was not to force the situation. Lee Sing appeared on the threshold of the chamber and hurriedly entered, jokingly remarked that obedience to his wife was the foundation of a strong family. Puck had clearly not expected to see his old acquaintance within the walls of his chamber, and regarded his guest with interest. The man pulled out a chair and sat down next to Se-young, then asked about the patient's condition. Park assured him that he was feeling much better now. Kim stepped aside, but she was listening to the conversation from the corner of her ear. Shin said he had a lot of things he wanted to tell Puck. He began his story by saying that the national security system had classified him as a Class 1 disaster, which meant catastrophe. Shin said thoughtfully that both services insisted that the young man was more dangerous than the typhoon and the terrorist attack, but only the people at the top knew about it. Shin asked the boy if he understood what all this meant to him. Holding his breath, Puck waited patiently for clarification, and Lee said that he was the one who had influenced the withholding of such information. Chinsen couldn't believe his ears. He had no idea that such a high-ranking figure could stand in his defense. The man said that in the whole country, only Park owned the idea of SS while himself and Yoon only had SS. Chinsen clutched the blanket with horror and assured that he could never again use his idea and get this far. But Shin interrupted him to clarify that humanity was in the greatest danger now, because the indicators of disasters and calamities were increasing every day. The man apologized for forming his impression of him, based only on his personnel file, and said that in that case, they should decide what happens next. The problem was pervasive, and it wasn't just their country that was on this doorstep. Puck pulled himself together and tried to communicate something to the visitor, but Lee didn't let him speak. He put his hand on the schoolboy's shoulder and said that their country needed his strength more than ever. Tears immediately sprang from the boy's eyes. He couldn't believe that anyone would want the power of the mad killer he possessed. The man lifted the schoolboy's head sympathetically toward him and caught his gaze. He asked Puck to recall the details of their first meeting on the street when he was walking with his zombie squad. Se-young also heard that Shin needed people who believed in the possibility of soul growth. The girl recalled that all her life she had been taught to follow the path of a swordsman without asking her what she really wanted herself. At that moment, she firmly decided that she would no longer let her soul determine her path in life. Lee waited for an answer from Chinsen, who could not calm down and get rid of the memories that did not come out of his head. Crying, he assured Sin that his soul of an assassin should not grow, for he was capable of nothing but pain and suffering. The man rose from his chair and asked if the lad knew the total losses since that ill-fated day. The lion wiped out 12,000 people and caused unthinkable damage to the city, and the whole disaster was stopped by Puck. Chinsen hadn't looked at the situation from that angle and was incredibly surprised by the numbers quoted. Standing up to his full height, Lee said that as a counselor, he had something to say to him. The title made the young man's eyes go wide. The next phrase finally killed Puck. The man said that he was sincerely grateful to the schoolboy. All the Maestri representatives who had come with Shin bowed to the lad as a sign of their utmost respect for him. The young man kept thinking that it was all a dream, and he was just imagining what was happening, but tears kept streaming from his eyes. But when he came to his senses, he shook his head, saying he didn't deserve such honors because he was just a brutal killer. Shin insisted that despite this, Pak had protected his city and prevented it from being leveled. The man's tone changed, and he ordered the guy to stop feeling sorry for himself and finally stand up and look at the situation from a different angle. But Shinsen couldn't believe that he could protect anyone in that state. Shin pointed to the Maestri members and said that each of them would like to express their gratitude to him, and that no one had ever done so, even to him. Puck got up from the bed and looked around carefully, deciding that so many people had probably come for a reason, and there was no point in waving them off. The guy was determined that despite the experience, he would not allow himself to be stopped, and would continue to move on, but no longer without the use of the idea. Pak explained that despite this, he was not going to back down, if only for the sake of those who had suffered because of him. Shin shook the young man's hand and said that this was also what he wanted to ask him to do, because no one could handle the guy's strength but him. At last, Puck plucked up courage and decided to ask the counselor what would happen to him next and how fate would order him. Lee said he'd send the guy overseas so that everyone would forget him a little bit, and then he could come home. At the airport, Chinsen was seen off by his mentor, Seong-ho, who strictly ordered him not to slack off from training during his vacation. Se-young also came to say goodbye to her friend, and her only request was for him to call her more often. After a short thought, she added that writing every day was also a requirement. Puck smiled and agreed. He promised his friends that no matter what, he would come back even stronger than before. Pak's plane landed at John F. Kennedy Airport, where many people were already crowded into the waiting room. He recognized familiar faces in the waiting crowd, including the narrow-eyed corporal and Pyong Gi-yong, who addressed him haughtily as always. Turning around, he also saw the big guy Yuck, who had once defeated his mentor in a street fight. Lee Seong-hwa was also at the airport and waved hello to his old acquaintance. The guy happily ran up to Puck and said he looked cool, and it was all because he finally took off his glasses. Chinsen bragged about his new rank of sergeant and said that he now had every right to socialize with them all informally. With a bored look, Pyong turned to the narrow-eyed man and asked if he could tell him about their schedule. Yuck pointed his finger at some man and said that he had probably come for them, since he had been staring at them from the beginning. Puck looked at the bickering and couldn't believe that he would have to spend more than a month in such a group, because there wasn't a single bit of understanding in them. Finally, a red-haired man with the same fiery beard approached them and said with a smile that he had come to pick them up from the airport Already in the car, he told me that he would help to solve any problem arising due to the language barrier, and his idea helped him to do so. Finally, the car slowed down, and the man cheerfully said they had arrived at their destination. Before opening the doors, he once again reminded the guys to think before they said anything. Pak looked at the people present with interest. Some of them looked like high-ranking officials, while the rest looked like military officers. The atmosphere was unusual for a meeting of newcomers. Puck himself characterized it as gloomy. Suddenly, the lights in the auditorium went out, and the boys looked around frightened, wondering what could be waiting for them. The uniformed man arrogantly said that since the annoying guests had arrived, they could finally begin their meeting. The military man was talking about the crimes that had happened just a few hours ago. A map was displayed on his screen. There were similarities in all these cases, and his management assumed that there was someone behind it who was trying to confuse them by applying different ideas. Under suspicion was a Korean organization called the Thousand Heavens Sect that had already influenced the world community as a whole. Seung-hwa whispered that he thought the Kim family had destroyed the cult leader who could brainwash people with his ideas. Puck wondered how a dying cult could manifest itself in a completely different country after so long. Chinsen felt that the attention of those present was directed at the guys who were listening intently to the captain, and it made him feel uncomfortable. As if reading his thoughts, the man shouted loudly to his subordinates to stop looking at the school children with such interest. The man asked for attention, and a beautiful girl with pink hair entered the auditorium. When he saw the stranger, sparks began to flicker in Yuk's eyes, and he began to behave strangely at least. The big man explained that Vlada Tepes herself was in front of them. The mention of the woman's name made his voice shake. She was the first vampire Dracula of the United States of America, with the idea rank of SS. Finally, the girl turned to the new arrivals and greeted the students with a wide smile. With excitement, Yuk began to shake Puck, not believing his happiness that such a distinguished personality was addressing them. She was only 28 years old, but she already proudly wore the rank of Lieutenant General and commanded the Delta Group famous for special operations. Vlada pointed her finger at Pion Guillon, who certainly hadn't expected such attention to his person. She turned to the disgruntled young man and said that his expression gave away that he had something to say about what was going on. Pyong crossed his arms over his chest and said that such trash didn't belong here, and the girl didn't deny it, praising him for knowing his place. She apologized for the slanted glances from her subordinates, and said that she was only messing around with the school children because of Li Xing's special request. Puck looked closely at the young generaless, and immediately realized that she drew lines between the two of them, but the question of her coolness remained open. Chinsen concentrated and used his idea to try to find out more about her, but the information was hidden. Suddenly, the young man began to bang his head on the table, causing Seung-hwa, who was sitting next to him, to be surprised. Puck said something was wrong with his eyes, and when he finally looked up, everyone could see that they were bleeding. Vlada stepped closer and playfully asked her student what it was that he was doing that had happened to him. Looking into her eyes, Puck didn't bother hiding the truth and explained that he wanted to read the vampiress's idea. The girl did not believe such an explanation, because if it were so, it would not lead to such consequences. Puck bowed his head and said that the whole point was that the gulf between them was great, and that's why he got such a kickback. This time, the girl's eyes lit up, and she assured the young guest that if he tried to lie to her, she would suck all his blood. Wiping the remnants of tears from his eyes, Puck said he could prove his actions by reading the idea of everyone in the audience. The thought interested the girl, and now she was even glad that Shin had sent her such an interesting child to be her subordinate. The captain handed the general lady the documents and said that the cases involved people with different ideas, and that's why they couldn't determine the circle. Puck volunteered to help, saying he could do it. Vlada took out a piece of paper and a pen and agreed to give it a try. Without delaying for a second his responsible task, Chinsen began to carry out the order. After a couple minutes, he held out a piece of paper that was written on both sides to the girl. She immediately began to study the material given to her, and to say that she was satisfied with the result was nothing to say. She tore up the sheet and said she thought about giving the kids a tour and sending them back, but abilities change everything, and she's willing to take the unusual step. The boys looked at each other, not understanding what Vlada wanted to say. From that moment on, all the students were in the game. She turned her attention to Puck and demanded that he introduce himself. He promptly gave a memorized phrase with his name and rank. Vlada nodded and told the guy to report to her room at 9 p.m. sharp. Leaving the auditorium, she took one more look at the group of students and said, with burning eyes, that something very interesting was waiting for them all. At the specified time, accompanied by a red-haired man, Puck came into the room as the generaless had ordered him to do. After a short knock, the girl allowed both of them to enter, and Chinsen timidly stepped into the room. Vlada was minding her own business, and pointed somewhere to the side and said they could set up anywhere. She immediately said that the guy could call her Newman, as she was addressed by members of her squad. She wondered why no one knew about the ability to read ideas, and Puck said he had never told anyone about it, and no one had ever asked. The thought that she was the only one privy to such a secret pleased the vampiress, who had a satisfied smirk on her face. Without further questioning, she invited Chinsen to join her US-wide famous Delta Squad. Puck thought he was imagining it, because it was impossible for an ordinary schoolboy to make such an honorable offer. Vlada was angry, and repeated what she had said earlier, but in a more serious voice. Realizing that the young man was not ready to give her an answer right now, she decided to change the subject and talk about more important matters. Puck picked up the papers, and the vampiress began to tell him that they had managed to find a copycat who was now at the airport. The generaless had outlined a task. Chinsen was to infiltrate the place and identify any ideas that might seem suspicious. The guy arrived on the scene and scrutinized the seemingly most ordinary citizens checking in for their flights. It wasn't the first day the guys had watched the airport, and Chinsen himself could barely keep his eyes open. Suddenly, Vlada appeared and said that the suspect, who was the head of the sect, had been arrested, so she told the guys to continue the surveillance. As she was leaving, she turned to Puck and asked him and the translator to follow her. The girl noticed that the young man's eyes were at their limit, and said that at last he could rest a little and regain his strength. Puck said that nothing strange had happened during the surveillance, but he wondered how the cult leader could have gotten caught so stupidly. The vampiress herself doubted all of this, and said that they would have a chance to meet him in person since her group had blocked off the slums. Suddenly, the radio reported mass murders throughout the city, and those present realized that they had failed to keep a secret. The voice wouldn't stop. It was saying that the most criminals were at the airport where the boys were. Puck exclaimed in horror. But the generaless calmed him down, and assured him that everything would be fine, as she herself would take the case under her personal control. She picked up a walkie-talkie and began giving the team's orders to apprehend the criminals and block the entrances. The expression on the young man's face spoke for itself, and Vlada realized that it was necessary to support the guy to somehow let go of the situation. Finally, she jammed the radio button and said she would personally handle the attackers herself. She immediately began to activate her idea, grudgingly saying that she was once again being stabbed in the back and could do everything herself. Bats began flying around the interior of the car, and Puck jumped back in horror to try to stay away from them. The girl noticed the fright of her interlocutor and wondered why he didn't like bats. Puck began to make excuses that the girl had simply misunderstood him and that such an answer more than satisfied her. She smiled in anticipation of a good hunt and told the young man and the translator to take care of the sect leader. The fourth group was to come to their aid, but Puck tried to resist, asserting that he too needed to head to the airport where his high school friends were. But it was too late. The general's body turned into a whole flock of bats, which immediately began to disappear from the car. Yuck and the narrow-eyed corporal fought the opponents and realized that those were waiting to attack until Mrs. Tipes left the airport. The guys were trying their best to dodge the attacks because the numerical advantage was not on their side. Pyong also heard the loud cries for help and decided to act immediately. With a quick glance, he assessed the number of attackers and the whole situation, looking for a decent weapon. He was terribly angry that Yuk and the other guy weren't actively participating in the confrontation and were just standing there, not trying to help the situation. The narrow-eyed corporal continued to fight and thus set a good example to his classmates. The guys insisted that Pyong should also run away, despite his determination to confront the terrorists. But after a little thought, he realized that the words of his comrades made sense, because the number of criminals was only increasing. Pyong urgently called Yuk and told him to break the floor with his idea of increasing weight. The big guy stood on the pad and began to do his thing, breaking the concrete slabs of the airport building. Even Guion didn't expect this, and ducked just in case a random splinter of the floor didn't hit him. When it was over, the guy looked down and thanked the big guy for a great job. Because of this, he was able to find the shard he needed and activate his idea. There was a loud scream that said that the criminals were heading towards the school children. Pyong rushed forward with all his might to protect himself and his friends from the damage the opponents could inflict. Then he lowered his gaze to the body and saw that he himself had been seriously wounded, and now it was not certain that he would be able to continue the battle. The boys rushed to the commander, seeing him fall to his knees. They begged him not to lose consciousness and try to keep his eyelids open. But Pyong angrily ordered everyone to be quiet, as he wasn't going to die. Sung Hwa immediately ran over to the young man to examine his wounds. He activated his idea, and his hands turned into scissors with which the guy could sew up wounds. The young man did his best and assured that he would definitely succeed in restoring the commander. The wounds had indeed begun to heal, and Giyong watched the process in amazement despite the pain he still felt. Seonghwa warned that he could not heal the internal wounds, but the external ones were fine. He asked the boy not to exert himself so that the stitches would stay in place. The terrorists continued their dirty work, and the cries of the people did not stop. Not everyone managed to escape from the oncoming brutal criminals. Pyong realized that total peace was impossible for him, so he decided to waste no time and immediately grabbed a rock suitable for the weapon. He lunged at the terrorists despite the fact that he was still in terrible pain. Seonghwa realized that the numerical advantage of the enemies was obvious, and their chances of victory were slim to none. The guys were the only ones who could really do something to improve the situation. Seonghwa recalled Puck's words that his idea was much stronger, and if he made an effort, he would improve his abilities. The young man gathered all his strength into a fist and determined that it was he who would do everything in his power for the common safety. The boy rushed to the attack, and it was the best decision he ever made. Now he felt he was part of a larger mechanism to protect civilians. Pyong was already at the limit of his abilities, but the number of attackers didn't decrease. Suddenly, bats began to appear in the airport building, and Yuk heard Mrs. Tepes's voice. People began to rejoice that help had come, and now the Generaless would definitely save them all. Soon the girl herself appeared in the airport building, finally regaining her human form. She glared angrily and asked if the criminals thought they could get away with such an incident. The thugs saw the young lady and rushed at her, expecting to deal with her as easily as they could with ordinary people. Vlada looked at the number and decided that the criminals were in the neighborhood of 300 people. As if on cue, the mice rushed at their opponents and began to exterminate them alive. The bandits could not even get close to the girl, because at every step, they were attacked by her subordinates. They struck with their weapons and were happy to hit the target, but their joy was short-lived, for such attacks had no effect on the girl. The weapons got stuck in the invisible shield and never reached their destination, but the bandits themselves had no idea of such abilities. She grabbed the two guys by the neck and informed them that no man would be able to kill her, and all thanks to her ability. Vlada smiled and said that their terrorists would make a great meal that would give her a lot of energy. She shook off her hands and said it was the worst thing she'd ever dealt with. The dead men came out of nowhere and scared the bandits. They kept saying it was too late to regret what they had done. The zombies were ready to attack and were only waiting for the moment their mistress told them to do so. Looking at her army, Vlada smiled and said that she had managed to replenish her army quite well during her visit to Mexico to destroy the drug cartel. According to her, the criminals were not worthy to be as part of such a powerful weapon. All this time, Puck had been wondering about one thing. He wondered if the situation at the airport had returned to normal, and if his friends were all right. The interpreter assured that the mistress was a real monster, and if she took the case, the bandits couldn't stand a chance. Chinsen was ready to throw himself into the fight, but Teddy assured him that their task was to catch the leader, and only then the atrocities would stop. Looking out the window at the streets of the city, Puck caught himself thinking that everything was suspiciously strange. The man noticed it too. The voice of the fourth group came from the radio. They confirmed that Mrs. Tepes was already there. The man told them to get out of the car and turn left. That's how they were supposed to get to the playground. This area was to be the meeting place. Puck listened carefully to the message and tried not to miss a word. The car stopped and Chinsen got out, noticing that there was no response to the message. Teddy jumped out after him and told him to go back inside because he had a bad feeling about it, but Puck couldn't be persuaded. There was nothing the interpreter could do, and he could only obediently follow Chinsen, who appeared to be walking toward danger. Something about the setting made the boy uneasy. They noticed that the area was too open for a meeting place. Suddenly, the young man stopped and stared ahead with astonished eyes. He rushed toward what he saw, and the interpreter could hardly keep up with him. On the run, Chinsen was angry with himself that his premonition had not failed him, but in spite of that, he had done nothing earlier. He thought back to the words of the message, and everything about them seemed odd. First, they called themselves the fourth group of the Delta Squad. Secondly, they called Noonan Mrs. Tepes, though the guys in her squad never addressed her that way. And third, he was the target. Chinsen felt as if he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water, and realized that right now he was heading into a trap. He saw the fourth group and started trying to warn them to leave the place immediately. The warriors' experience did not allow them to evaluate the words of their mistress, for they had been under her command for years. The guy examined the stranger and immediately saw that in front of him was none other than Jack the Ripper, a particularly dangerous serial criminal. Chinsen felt that the enemies were already close, and the fourth group would not be able to deal with such a force, even if it was in the form of one single lady. The boy tried to insist that they should retreat, and the sooner the better, but no one heard him. There was no way the boys could even touch the red-headed mistress, let alone catch her and captivate her. She deftly dealt with the general's soldiers without giving them time to make decisions. Several members of the elite squad tried to attack her at the same time, but it was not successful. The young lady saw any moves that were designed to disarm her. She had no trouble dealing with elite mercenaries and leaving them no chance to exist. Shinsen saw that the Deltas had screwed up, and there was certainly nothing left for them to do now but retreat. Puck decided that the girl couldn't be allowed to continue absorbing the squad's power, and so activated his idea for an attack. He held a blood-absorbing blade in his hands and announced to all participants that he would deal with the young woman himself. She looked at the guy's weapon and realized it was exactly the same as hers. Puck continued to give orders without wasting time. He said that the criminals present were not the limit, and new ones would be here soon, but at the same time, the leader of the sect could not be missed. Unknown reinforcements came to the enemies, which also complicated the situation. The commander had no choice but to report everything to the head. There was no doubt that Puck was right, and so the man ordered everyone to retreat for further regrouping. Shinsen was happy with that at least, because if he hadn't been listened to, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the worst-case scenario. He looked at the Ripper and decided that she was the only one he had left to deal with. She shouted loudly, and from that shout, a dome formed over everyone present, preventing the others from removing themselves from under it. The whole point was that this shield was based on lust for killing, and it affected the breath of those underneath it. The girl noticed that everyone was squirming from lack of air. Puck stood silently trying to think of a way to help, because such tricks didn't work on him. He confirmed to the surprised opponent that he was fine and did not feel any ailments. She realized that the Asian guy in front of her was the same Asian guy she had heard about, and from the looks of it, he was here to interfere with her plan. Puck glared angrily with his eyes as he looked around the dome and noticed that they weren't alone. The Watcher noticed that look and was frightened. He'd never felt such a brutal urge to kill as he had in the boy. The man decided to intervene because now he himself wanted to destroy his enemy. He notified everyone of his presence during the activation of the idea, but Shinsen paid no attention to that and decided that he needed to deal with the lady first. He apologized like a true gentleman and lunged at the girl, wanting to put a quick end to their battle, but she set up her dagger in time and thus repelled the attack, preventing her opponent from harming her. No matter how hard Puck tried, it was pointless, because the young lady blocked all his attacks without any difficulty. He couldn't even touch her. She seemed to have the agility of a ninja, since nothing could defeat her. Finally, the red-haired woman decided to get out of her defensive stance and go on the offense. She managed to throw Puck back with a leg kick. As he landed on the ground, Shinsen realized he had to do something to gain the upper hand. An old man who had been watching the fight all this time appeared behind him. He asked with feigned concern how the young man was feeling. His superpower was to put people dissatisfied with society into a trance and use that to give orders. Shinsen angrily replied that it was hard to be content in such a situation, and he had always disliked those around him. The old man shrugged and added that the guy had two choices: or join him, or become Jack's toy. Shinsen sized up the old man and interestedly asked the man's opinion on what kind of killer he would be. He was surprised and, scratching his chin, realized that his opponent had just read all about his abilities and the idea in general. With burning eyes, Shinsen urged him to try Sid and assured that he himself had always wondered how far he could go. The answer satisfied the old man, and he broke out in a wide, satisfied smile. He grabbed the guy by the shoulders and began to assure him that he had incredible potential that would unfold when he let go of his morals. The man assured that he was the one to help solve his grievance and reached out to Shinsen with a glowing hand. He put his hand on his head and called for the reverse 10 commandments to come to his aid. Finishing his business and removing his hand, the man ordered the schoolboy to immediately go in search of those he would like to destroy. Puck stared mesmerized at the elderly gentleman's hand, and from the look of him, it seemed as if he was in a deep hypnosis. The man laughed and in an evil voice even decided to pity his victim, saying that he was just a poor child in a big game. But no sooner had he enjoyed his triumph than Puck rolled his eyes and cheekily asked if this was all that such a powerful head was capable of. The old man believed in what had happened, but there was hardly anyone in the world who was completely satisfied with his life. It made Puck laugh, because he wasn't one of them. Shinsen assured that there were many things that constituted his discontent now, and among them was his slowness. He looked at the old man resentfully and declared that actually he was made up entirely of that lousy feeling. The man realized that all this is not good and began to call for Jack to help him out of such an unusual situation. Finally, he loudly admitted that his plan had failed and things had taken a different path. The girl snorted unhappily as she herself was busy creating a physical aura around herself to kill her opponents. Shinsen wondered if he could do the same trick, because their ideas were similar. The only thing stopping him was losing control of himself. The bony hand was already gripping his leg, and there was little time to think. Despite his fear, he had to act. The boy had no choice. If he continued to stand like that, Jack would destroy him without a second thought. Puck remembered that back at the hospital, he had promised Shin that he would keep moving forward, and so he realized that he couldn't break his promise. The bones were already reaching his arms, but Shinsen couldn't get rid of his fear that he wouldn't be able to stop in time. Suddenly it hit him, and in his head he heard painfully familiar voices that he hadn't heard in so long. It was his parents who always convinced their child that he could do whatever he wanted while remaining calm. The voices assured that mom and dad believed in their Shinsen, even though he was just a baby at the time. This gave the young man strength, and now he was determined that he had no more excuses and he must act. A red bloody aura began to emanate from the guy, illuminating everyone in the area with that eerie light. Jack immediately recognized the energy and knew it was dangerous to stay here because it was all connected to the lust for murder. That's why the girl decided that there is no time to lose, and it is necessary to eliminate the young man before he gains enough strength. Puck, on the other hand, was just waiting for this. His aura colored black and waited impatiently for their next victim to reach them. Jack realized that her idea was losing, but there was an old man standing behind her who kept saying that she had an obligation to deal with the schoolboy. She realized that any mistake she made would cost her her life, and so her every move had to be calibrated. Puck had regained his strength and was now in his most gruesome form. There were cries from everywhere about how he didn't want to die like this. The young man himself was at a crossroads. He didn't know whether it was worth it to let his lust for killing go beyond his body. It was as if his own phantom had embraced him and was now controlling the young man's decision. Puck knew the feeling well, for it was only the thirst that consumed him and stupefied his mind. Sweat was running down his face, and now the guy was in the toughest fight, and he had it with himself. He thrust the dagger into his legs and with a terrible cry began to make a cut that made his inner self exult. But because of this, his dagger had grown into a full sword that he could now use to deal with criminals. The crowded townspeople noticed that the sky, which had been overcast since morning, was brightening. Shinsen's new weapon itself absorbed the lust for killing and converted it into power. Looking at his creation, Puck was delighted, because despite his fear, he had achieved an even better result than he had expected. In addition, he managed to pump up his abilities, and now, among them, was omnivorousness, which the young man knew nothing about. Suddenly, something happened, and the guy dropped his sword on the ground, cursing loudly at whatever was in his way. To his surprise, the dagger beeped and tried to communicate something to its owner, who had not expected that the weapon could even have such abilities. The black aura flowing out from the sword filled the entire space, and Shinsen didn't realize what he had to do. He touched what came from the sword and noticed that it was all like a black veil. In an instant, the seemingly harmless matter turned into spikes, and was now ready to attack everyone except its owner. That's what happened. Dry vines began to wrap around the criminals and rob them of their chance of survival. The head begged for mercy and insisted they had to get out of here, begging Jack to protect him himself. Shinsen still didn't realize his changes and stared in amazement at his dagger, which continued to work already without the owner's participation. He looked at the new weapon and imagined that that one might have been part of his destiny, though for much of it, he was truly ashamed. Jack noticed the young man's confusion, and she rushed to attack him while he was choosing a name for his new companion. He turned around and saw that behind his back was a dagger point that was about to hit him. The veil that protected the young man from the attack that was about to be launched at him reappeared from the sword. Shinsen was pleased and praised the sword for a great job giving it the name Gloti to somehow personalize the item. It was as if the weapon was alive and had its own reaction to the attacking girl. It shook and growled. Looking at his opponent's reaction, Puck realized that his new friend was devouring another's lust for killing, just as he had done with his own. He finally realized that this was Puck's main ability. Now, his crowning trick was revealed. The girl looked angrily at her enemy. She couldn't believe that the guy could make such progress so quickly, but she didn't want to back down, so she promised the schoolboy that he would be the next victim of the Thousand Heavens sect. Shinsen braced himself in anticipation of the blow. He had the advantage of the dagger on his side. He easily repelled the attack, and in doing so, he even managed to wound Ripper. Finally, Shinsen loomed over her, wanting to end the potential danger as soon as possible. Engrossed in the battle, he tried to think of exactly how he could best get away from the criminal. The young lady did not give up. She laughed in the face of danger, even though she was in pain from the wounds she had suffered. She pulled herself together, and finally admitted that she would need more strength to deal with the guy in this case. But it couldn't last long, and soon Puck exclaimed joyfully that he had managed to get rid of at least one problem. But Shinsen remembered that behind all of this was actually the head of the department, who was just about to have an educational conversation with him. He watched as the man tried to run away from him, but due to poor fitness, he was still in sight. Guy raised his sword, and in a friendly manner ordered him to engulf the fleeing old man. The head saw the black veil looming over him and begged for someone to stand in his defense. The surviving criminals began to fight back their fear and rushed to the head to help him. But Puck only laughed at the bandits' extra effort, for they were about to share their leader's fate. Suddenly, Jack came to her senses and sneaked up on the guy who was engrossed in the battle and grabbed his leg. Puck was surprised because he thought that the girl was finished and no longer posed any danger. He realized with horror that he no longer felt the thirst for murder that used to literally follow him around. He threw the Ripper away in a quick, sharp motion so she wouldn't interfere with his concentration. Turning around, he saw a black car at the other end of the lot. Shinsen realized that he was alone, and Teddy was no longer with him, so he needed to find Noonan. He remembered the last time he'd met him, when he'd rushed into battle without making sure he was safe. The boy wasn't sure he had survived. After a bit of grieving, Shinsen ordered himself to pull himself together to finally get into action. Puck held the phone in his hands and didn't understand how he could contact Vlada because he didn't have her number, and his English left much to be desired. A strange thought crossed his mind, and he decided that realizing it was better than continuing to do nothing. With all his might, he clutched his new weapon, thus calling for his help. The guy ordered him to scream as hard as he could, and added that he would be sure to feed his assistant afterward. Black energy began to emanate from the dagger, and began to fly out to find Noonan, as the master had instructed. Puck froze, waiting to see if his actions would do anything to alleviate his situation. He looked up into the sky, hoping that soon there would be some sign that would show him if he was on the right path. In the distance, he managed to see how bats he had seen once before began to appear among his veil. From terror and fear he even ducked, and now prayed only that Vlada would appear in front of him now. So she did, and soon Mrs. Tepes appeared in all her glory. She rushed to hug the young man, happy that he had survived. Puck hadn't expected such a reaction from such a harsh leader. The girl said that as soon as the information about the death of the fourth group reached her, she decided that Puck had also died because of her mistake. But Shinsen didn't feel joy. On the contrary, he apologized to the vampiress for the death of her boys, and for the fact that he hadn't managed to capture the head. Vlada looked at the black veil and said that although she got goosebumps at the idea of a guy, she still found the creature cute. Finally, Shinsen remembered the news about the airport and decided to ask Madam about what happened there. Vlada turned and headed away, saying that they could talk on the way, but now they had more global tasks ahead of them. Shinsen realized that the head had been released on purpose, and the girl wanted to take him at the scene. With horror, he grabbed Vlada's arm. The vampiress turned around and reassured the young man that the translator had reported to her about what had happened and described the plan of the chapter in detail. The guy exhaled, because the words of the generalist meant only that the man managed to survive after this terrible battle. The girl handed him a ring, a gift from the translator, which he could use to communicate without his help. Shinsen was surprised that Teddy's idea was so powerful because he had originally thought it was just a normal translation ability. Pak began demanding that Vlada reveal his whereabouts, and she reported that the man was now on his way to jail with his classmates. Something in all this confused Shinsen, who had finally lost confidence in the translator with the peaceful idea. All these reflections were noticed by the young lady, and she began to demand that the schoolboy immediately explain what he was thinking about. Thoughts popped into his head about how the man could have used the prisoners for his own purposes. In that prison, there were about 13,000 prisoners who together made up an army of thugs. He imagined that the head could easily use these men to recruit them to his advantage. Puck began to insist on moving urgently to the prison to stop the dangerous leader before he created an army for himself. Vlada tried to reassure Shinsen that they had planned to do exactly that without his guidance. The phone beeped and the general and the schoolboy tensed. Lately, such calls did not bode well. While the adherents of the Thousand Heavens sect were diverting attention to themselves in Beijing, there was a terrible attack. It was there that the third monster from Daniel's book appeared and terrified the townspeople. The Chinese Communist Party sent the world's strongest man named Xiaoran to deal with the monster. As a holder of the rank of SS, he managed to deal with the monster and secure his town from the attack of the mythical creature. But the calm was short-lived, and soon a fourth monster appeared at the same spot. He attacked anyone who got in his way indiscriminately. It was he who destroyed the third, but that didn't mean victory. The enemy was so strong that even Xiaoran was forced to retreat and call for reinforcement. These reinforcements were people from all over the world who carried SS ideas and represented a special force. Vlada finally familiarized herself with all the information and said they had a forced draft. Now the girl was studying whether the conditions that obliged the SS Corporation to come to the rescue had been fulfilled. She learned from the message that Shaoran was dead, and now the fourth monster was recognized as a world threat. Puck demanded an explanation. The girl could not believe what she had read and did not react in any way to Chinsen's attempts to bring her to her senses. He realized that Vlada had bad news, but he couldn't think of what kind. She finally came to her senses and questioned Puck about why he thought Teddy was a traitor who would help bring down so many thugs on the town. Vlada hadn't considered that option and now had to make a decision as soon as possible. When asked about the news she received, she replied briefly that the end of the world was coming, which would be the point of no return. It didn't bring any specifics, and Chinsen kept demanding details to own the information for all it's worth. Vlada's phone rang, and she thought it was the president. She could only guess what the politician would do in such a difficult situation. Finally, the girl came to her senses, took the young man by the shoulder, and said that she would not be able to go with the young man to the prison. Puck did not understand anything, because not knowing the situation in the world for him, the most important thing remained his friends who were heading towards danger. But the generaless let go of Puck's hand and said that she trusted him completely and he was in charge of the situation now. She gave the ring to Teddy and said she would give him her squad to help him, so that together they could stop the sectarians. Jinseon didn't understand why he was alone. Then Vlada told him that she had to leave for Beijing immediately. She promised that she would be back because she had not yet avenged the deaths of the fourth group of the Delta Squad. Puck realized that it was useless to resist and assured the general that he would not fail and would definitely cope with everything. Lastly, she smiled and said that she was sure Shin had sent her a schoolboy for a reason. She wished him luck and reminded him that not only his life, but hers would depend on Puck. The girl scattered into hundreds of bats, and now Chinsen was left proudly alone with his sword. From the outside, the prison on Laser Island didn't look like a place where something terrible was going to happen. Puck stepped inside with extreme caution, expecting to encounter danger at every turn of the corridor. He walked over to the man who was sitting silently and scrutinizing something on the monitors. He immediately stood up and greeted the schoolboy, as if they knew each other. Seeing the incomprehension on his face, the man explained that Mrs. Tepes had told him everything, and he was aware of the problem. After assessing the schoolboy, he shrugged and said he didn't understand why they shouldn't have acted before the guy showed up. To explain the situation, he pointed his finger at one of the monitors, indicating that that was where the main action was taking place. Puck looked closely, and his eyes began to widen at what he saw. On the screen, he could clearly see that the head of the sect was already there, and was brainwashing the prisoners. They as one bowed their heads and prayed, while the sect leader continued to hammer his plans into their head. Suddenly, Puck saw familiar faces on the screen, who, like the criminals, were listening intently to the chapter and praying. Among them were Byung-gi-yong and Yuk Big, who were staring blankly into the distance as if under hypnosis. Teddy was with them too, but unlike the boys, he was in his bright mind and whispered something in Pion's ear. Chinsen was shocked by what had happened, but he couldn't let it go, as he promised Vlada to take care of it. Terrified, the boy tore himself away from the screen and asked the warden to immediately show him the shortest route. One of the Delta members asked the guy if he had a plan, because the idea of a chapter is incredibly powerful and could control people's minds. Of course, Chinsen didn't have a plan, as he was used to acting on the situation, and it didn't suit the fighter, despite the fact that Tepes vouched for him. It all sounded irresponsible and reckless to him. It was hard for him to believe that he'd fallen under the command of a teenager. Chinsen, without wasting a moment, drew his weapon and, demonstrating its power, said that his friends were in danger and he did not intend to wait. The soldier was horrified. He felt what every enemy who fought Puck had felt. It was a terrible lust for killing. But the boy didn't insist that the fighters follow him. The schoolboy realized that his leadership skills were not that strong, so he gave them a choice. Looking at the young lad, Puck apologized and said he would act on his own. The young man ran along the shortest route the guards used to get to the hall on the first floor. Walking through the dark corridors, Puck lit his way with the flashlight on his phone and hardly guessed at the correct direction. He reached out and finally pushed open the door behind what had to be the very room where the head was recruiting prisoners. In the dim light of the spotlights, the young man saw the silhouette of a man standing alone in the middle of the room. It was the translator. He smiled welcomingly and opened his arms happily, saying he was happy that Puck was back. Before the young man could utter a sentence, something strange began to happen to his head. His temples had grown sharply heavier, and now it seemed he couldn't tear it away at all to look ahead. Teddy clapped his hands happily and began to tell me how much he liked Koreans. With his head lowered, Chinsung mouthed out with his last strength that the traitor in front of him was a traitor. He then thanked the interpreter for the ring handed to him and threw it at him. Thoth scrutinized his own gift and smiled. It was the crown of the assassin, John Wayne Gacy. He tricked his victims into using the image of a clown, and usually children fell for it. People younger than the owner couldn't identify him and couldn't raise their head. Puck hissed that if it weren't for that ring, he wouldn't have been able to see that hideous ability. Teddy laughed and asked the guy if he thought everything that had happened was just an overlap. The man closed his eyes and said that everything was already predetermined for the young man, but he didn't see that Puck had his weapon ready. Teddy saw this and was surprised. He hadn't expected the young man to even attempt an attack. But the attacks only made the man laugh, because he didn't count on the fact that the guy could be a real danger. Puck activated his idea and was ready to continue. In his opinion, everything was still undecided. The man claimed he'd been expecting Puck's arrival and had prepared for it well. Behind him, the zombified guys he flew in from Korea appeared. It was Byung Seung Hwa Yuk and the narrow-eyed man. Puck realized that they wanted to use his own friends against him, but it was unclear in what capacity. Teddy opened his arms and innocently said he just wanted a peaceful conversation and didn't want to do anything wrong. Puck still couldn't lift his head either, and all the words about the innocence of the conversation beforehand seemed like a deception to him. Finally, he looked up and said that whoever was holding his friends hostage was his enemy beforehand, and as a consequence, a corpse. Feeling the energy coming from the young man, Teddy raised his hands and said he was just a guide to help him meet the head. But the guy was not interested in all this because he decided to deal with the translator first and then go to the sect leader on his own. Now the man was not up to jokes and began to persuade the schoolboy with all his might not to jump to conclusions and give him a chance to speak. But instead of exercising his right, he gave the young man the middle finger and laughed loudly. Chinsun was shocked by this prank, but at that moment he was more concerned with his comrades than with the insolent man himself. Yuk and Pyong were in agony from suffocation and could barely grab a gulp of precious air. Narrow-eyed and Seungwa were also hurting themselves using their ideas. Puck had no choice but to obey to save his friends. He was well aware that the head was somewhere near, and Teddy had nothing to do with their torment. He looked at Teddy and agreed, ordering him to lead him to the leader immediately. This answer satisfied the man, and he smiled playfully and agreed with the schoolboy's words. He waltzed over to Pyong and promised him that they would see each other again very soon. As he left, he advised Puck to follow him, so that nothing bad would happen to his friend. At that moment, Chinsun decided that no matter what, he would end the head of the sect and take revenge on him for everything he had done. At last they were in a hall where the spotlights were shining very brightly. Puck put his hand up to his face to block the rays. He looked up and realized that it was more than just light, for everyone present immediately fell to their knees and began to pray to the source. Finally, Chinsun heard laughter. It was a voice that seemed familiar to him, and he began to remember where he had heard it. It was the head who now showed up and greeted Chinsun, reminding him of what they had talked about in the slums. Puck stood up and activated his dagger, saying there was no need to bring up nonsense. The head continued his sermon and told the schoolboy's friends and the prisoners that if he died, they would not achieve the result. But in spite of all the difficulties of the leader's journey, they were in the place they were in. Puck had no intention of listening to all this nonsense and pointed his dagger and said that this was where it would end for the head. The young man was sure that all the hostages of the sect would be freed exactly when their leader died. The schoolboy looked angrily at his opponent and advised him not to resist because the end for him was absolutely inevitable. The man did not share the guy's optimism and asked if he knew why he had chosen such a place for their meeting. Puck assumed it was all about adding to the collection of assassin puppets, but the head laughed and said it wasn't that simple. The real reason was that all those 13,000 people were not afraid of the guy or Mrs. Tepes. The head raised his hands in the air and loudly proclaimed that they were ready to begin the ritual. A bright flash illuminated the entire hall, and everyone present was blinded by it. Coming to his senses and seeing what was happening around him, Chinsun only wondered one thing. He looked at the criminals who were mercilessly killing each other and could not understand why this was happening and what was the plan of the head. The satisfied cult leader continued to give orders. He claimed that all murderers must die. Chinsun noticed that he was already being attacked as well, and the attacker was none other than Pyung-gyeon. The guy realized that now he is obliged to stop the chapter at any cost and thus save his friends. But his comrade wasn't the only one who wanted to strike at Chinsun. Dozens of cold-blooded killers were already coming at him, armed with whatever they could get their hands on. Thanks to his new weapon, Puck was able to successfully repel such attacks, because the black veil protected him from all sides. She helped throw the attackers back to a safe distance, and thus cleared the young man's path. Seeing the beautiful result, Puck paused for a moment and thanked his friend named Glody for the fine work. Chinson's view was still limited because he was under the influence of Teddy's idea and was still stiff in his movements. The guy realized that since he was under such pressure, the translator was just around the corner and had to be dealt with first. But the man was already standing behind her and smiling bloodthirstily whispered that he had waited a very long time for this moment. He put his arm around Puck and began to tell him in his ear that he had dreamed of destroying him since the moment they met at the airport, and now he wanted to savor the process. The schoolboy resisted with all his might, and at one point he managed to grab the interpreter's wrists. The man had not expected such a development, and now watched fearfully as the schoolboy's fingers dug into his hand. Chinson clasped his limbs and in a similar fashion asked if the man himself would like to experience the fate prepared for him. It was unusual for him to be in such a situation, for Teddy believed that his idea had completely concealed his presence. With a sharp movement, Chinson turned his opponent around and thrust his dagger in, saying pitifully what he was going to do with poor Teddy. The man clutched at his wound and started screaming loudly, not believing that some child could have injured him in such an unfortunate way. But Chinson promised that this was just the beginning, and the translator would be sorry for what he had done to him and his friend. The Black Veil began to attack him with renewed vigor, and now simply tormented the cold-blooded killer who had his own views on everything that was going on. Chinson looked at him and said he would not let anyone die within these walls except the head and the traitor Teddy himself. He grabbed his sword Glody, who immediately responded to his call and thus reported ready for action. The boy smiled and told his battle buddy that he could now eat as much as he could fit in. A black veil began to fill everything around him, converting the lust for killing into something physical and unthinkably dangerous. The head was satisfied with what was going on, because this was what he had wanted all along, and now all he had to do was to finally release the young man's thirst. Puck realized that now he had to subdue the prisoners so they wouldn't get in the way of him getting to the leader. To do that, he asked Glody for help. At this time, the schoolmates were fighting each other, forgetting that they were friends not so long ago. Chinson looked at them and exhaled, making sure they were all alive and also not hurt at all. He apologized to his comrades and hit them, after which they passed out. In that situation, rest was the best solution to prevent anyone from harming them. Chinson quickly gathered up the boys and carried them to a safe place where they were all in no danger of being mauled by the criminals. Puck looked toward the prisoners and was pleased to see that his Glody sword was doing an excellent job. The men were unconscious, and the young man decided that it was in any case better than just sacrificing lives for the head. The leader looked out from behind the column and saw that his army was almost already neutralized, and he would soon be left alone with the schoolboy. He looked at the young man and insisted through the distance that the lad had gotten enough of his thirst and could no longer hold back. By the way, the plan was flawless because Glody had eaten enough, and now it was incredibly difficult for Chinson to keep himself in control. Periodically, his look was replaced by the very smile that said his idea was taking over his personality. But in time, Puck tried to hold on and convinced himself not to lose his mind from everything that was happening. Finally, he managed to stand up and realized that only a reduction in the number of deaths could save him from an almost certain outcome. But a head appeared in the young man's path and playfully urged him not to delay and begin to fulfill what his idea so desired. Seeing no active actions, the head began to lose his temper, realizing that the guy was not going to act according to his plan. But the only thing Chinson wanted to destroy was the leader of the Thousand Heavens sect, who had done a lot of bad things during his existence. He offered the criminal to surrender, and then everything would be resolved peacefully. But instead, the man called Adam to his aid. Next to the head immediately appeared a huge criminal who was ready to rush into battle and only waited for the order. The man looked at Puck and dreamed that his thirst and Adam himself would be the main ingredients in completing his ritual. Without wasting time, he ordered the prisoner to rush at Chinson and thus prejudge the outcome of the battle. The schoolboy took a fighting stance and decided to use a side stance technique from which a black veil was thrown at his enemy. But Adam's speed was high, and within seconds he was right next to the guy ready to strike. Chinson didn't waste a minute grabbing Glody and threw a series of punches, changing his tactics to a key takedown. This had an effect, and the big guy flew off to the side, landing at his master's feet. The head laughed as he realized that Puck only needed one blow to destroy his puppet. Chinson now put his sword to his neck and smiled into his enemy's eyes and said he was ready to end their confrontation. The man was furious. He thought it was impossible to resist the ritual with such thirst. Then Puck decided that the head himself would be a part of it. The sectarian realized that he himself was now in insane danger, for the young man was going to destroy him and thus sacrifice him. Seeing the fear of death in the eyes of the head of the schoolboy, realized that something in this story is not right, and it is yet to be dealt with. But he wasn't going to tell what it was, and only resisted that Puck couldn't just end it. The young man prepared a weapon and said that it was his duty to liberate mankind because his enemy had killed many innocent people. But the head did not give up. He smiled as if expecting something to prevent Chinsen from finishing his business. He was telling the guy that there's a big difference between someone who serves as a means of mopping up and someone who genuinely enjoys the process. But Puck wouldn't listen to anything, and raising his sword assured that he had had enough of listening to idle chatter. From the last strength, the wounded head began to try to escape from the blow that was prepared for him by the schoolboy's weapon. There was an explosion from behind that stopped the young man from finishing what he had started. At the same time, the appearance of Mrs. Tipes was expected in Peking, who was rushing to the world's aid. The girl reported that she saw the city from the sky, but saw no trace of the disaster. Lee Sing radioed to the vampire that he had also failed to find any traces of the monster, and that he was dealing with those who had managed to survive. Before his death, Xiaoran had managed to save most of the people who were now in need of help, thanks to his abilities. Hearing that the hero is no longer alive, Vlada could not believe it, because he was incredibly strong, not only in defense, but also in rescue. It was still strange to the vampiress that the creature that had destroyed Xiaoran had left without leaving any trace. She also learned that the monster left the place saying it smelled blood. The girl immediately connected it to Chinsen. At that moment, the girl realized that now the danger was heading straight for the schoolboy, who had not yet suspected anything. Unable to contain her emotions, she began shouting into Lee Sin's microphone that the children he had sent to New York were in danger. The duel between Pig and Head continued, and at the time of the events in Beijing, nothing was yet clear about the outcome of the battle. The boy was surprised at the explosion behind him, and turned around in frustration to see who dared to stop him from finishing what he had started. It was a monster that watched Puck with interest and asked him not to stop, because the guy had an incredibly interesting thirst for him. The head decided that the unintentional guest could be the key to his rescue, and then he would have a tiny chance of salvation. He fell to his knees, and with his hand began to point at the watcher, assuring Puck that through their actions they were able to see God himself. His face was shining with joy, because he thought that thanks to such a thing, mankind would surely step to its next level of development. Looking at the monster, the man began to raise his hands and beg his guest to let him be the first of all to rise. The monster gave the sectarian a scornful look, not understanding what the madman wanted from him, but did not think long about his fate. The head, however, continued to gaze lovingly at the monster, and shouted that he could already feel the great power that was filling him. But no sooner had he finished his fiery speech than the guest reached down with his paw, and in one motion crushed the head, leaving only a wet spot behind him. Chinsen was shocked by such a picture, because he believed that the monster had something to do with the man, and did not think that he would hurt him. The monster said that the head was talking some nonsense, and now he wanted the guy to keep doing violence, or else he would do it himself. Puck heard the guest refer to himself as the fourth. He was already familiar with this numbering. He looked at the monster, intently remembering its predecessor and assessing his strength against such an opponent. Finally, Chinsen informed the visitor that he had already succeeded in destroying the first one, and that if he did not want to repeat his fate, it would be better for him to leave. The fourth laughed. He assured that regardless of the first man's weakness, the young man would not have been able to eliminate it. Finally, the monster introduced himself, that he was the fourth of the Book of Daniel, and that he worshipped violence. At this time, the prisoners who had been unconscious all this time began to come to their senses and looked around fearfully. Puck pointed at them and said that for proof that he was the one who dealt with the first one, he was a little tired. Such an answer did not satisfy the guest, and looking at the guys in prison robes, said that in this case he would have to deal with all of them. He pounded on the wreckage of the ceiling, and it began to fall on people to the voice of the monster, who assured that the guy should show his true level of violence. The schoolboy had nothing to answer, and without showing a single emotion on his face, he just brushed the dust off his clothes that had fallen on him after the blow. Puck pulled himself together and decided that he would have to release Glotty to finally resolve the situation. Looking at the beast, Chinsen turned to him and informed him that he had to decline his generous offer. The monster began to fill with rage and assured that in this case all that was around the young man and himself will come to an end. He hugged the building with his mighty paws and looked into Chinsen's eyes and said that they were all in for certain doom. The beast used the earth movement technique, causing dust to fall from the sky to prove the guest's words. Puck realized he wasn't kidding, and it really didn't cost him anything to put down everyone in the prison at that moment. He grabbed his sword and thrust it into the ground, commanding it to consume everything and protect the innocent people. The process immediately began, and inside himself, the schoolboy was only assuring himself that he could cope, and that such a trial would be within his power. There was no one else to protect those present, so all hope for thousands of lives now rested on the young man's shoulders. From his efforts, a blue aura began to emanate from him, which filled everything around him with its energy. Seeing that things were not going according to plan, he once again turned to his new friend Glotty. The boy begged him to protect all those who by some miracle managed to survive in these monstrous conditions. Puck realized he didn't have the energy to support the idea, let alone help Glotty. He looked around and realized that fighting in such a state was absolutely unthinkable, even though he had only managed to save his friend. The monster saw how the young man resisted him, and he liked it a lot, because no one had ever tried to fight him back like that before. Puck was lying on the floor, unable to regain his breath, and decided that this was also the work of his opponent. The guest crept closer and said with a smile that, compared to the Chinese, the guy was just a child, but still this fight was worth his time. He raised his head thoughtfully and said that he expected the young man to grow up and then show the world a fine example of violence. The monster whipped his head around and finally concluded that this time he was ready to grant him life, but next time, he wouldn't be so generous. He said he would now make his way to a place where he could fully enjoy what nourished. Puck was horrified by these words, for now people in some new place could be in terrible danger. Chinsen realized that the average person would not be able to handle him, and he himself was barely able to keep his friends alive. Looking after the leaving monster, he realized that all thoughts of others are in vain, because he himself will not be able to overcome such an attack. He reached into his pocket for his phone, thinking that he himself was no hero, and had nothing to do with saving humanity. But he had someone in mind who could help, so he hurriedly dialed the number. A disgruntled voice sounded on the other end of the line, reproaching the guy for the fact that it had been so many days and he hadn't called once. The monologue did not end, and the addressee continued to indignantly assure that now he would definitely move out of their shared apartment. Finally gathering his strength and struggling to hold back tears, Chinzung managed to mumble out Seyoung's name. From her concerned tone, she immediately realized that something had happened and began to immediately ask about what had happened. But the young man assured her that everything was fine and the purpose of his call was to hear her voice. She collapsed back onto her pillow and hummed that nice words wouldn't do her any favors since she hadn't heard from Puck in days. To somehow change the situation, the guy laughed into the phone, although in his head he thought that he was not ready to become the hero. He breathed in the cold air and said that thanks to the girl he realized something very important. But he wouldn't tell her about it, and only said he was ready to hang up when she suddenly interrupted. Putting the phone down, Seyoung yelled about how she didn't know what exactly happened. But either way, the guy had to come back alive. Chinsen exhaled, and remembering the departing monster, said that he would definitely fulfill his promise to the girl. The monster looked at Puck and asked snidely if he was going to go at him alone. The schoolboy had an answer to this question, because during a short conversation, he promised himself that despite everything, he would become even stronger. The young man realized the danger he was facing, and decided that he was now ready to guarantee that the monster wouldn't get to Seyoung. Focusing on his sensations, the guy decided that he would make every possible effort to stop the world's danger. Now his eyes lit up red, and his idea began to rapidly penetrate every cell in his body. Finally, he reached his most dangerous stage of self-destructive lust for murder. The monster watched in surprise as the schoolboy activated his idea in front of him, and noticed with interest that he now smelled just like himself. Puck looked at his enemy with loving eyes and said that since he was a friend of his past toy, he could surely fulfill his request. The monster was known to be the strongest of the four and could easily devour them. He always went where there was a smell of violence. Puck scrutinized the information he had discovered about his opponent, who was unusually strong. As he finished studying it, his eyes filled with playful sparkles, and he began to laugh like a child. He was glad that he was facing a really strong opponent who could help him finish what the last one didn't. The monster immediately realized that the guy was obviously not himself, but since he had no other opponent, there was no one to fight with. Before he could finish his thought, Puck was near his muzzle and slapped his enemy's face with force, shouting loudly for him to start fighting. Following him, the Black Veils rushed towards the guy's target and began to attack the monster that was expecting nothing. Despite all the power of the beast, the young man's energy was squeezed and he could not gather the strength to make a worthy reply. Chinsen himself rushed around the guest and teased him, assuring him that he was just another toy that couldn't kill him. He was throwing punches and quoting his uncle's words that were so firmly stuck in his head. All he heard all his childhood was that the useless waste should die. Through the dust, Chinsen could hear that the monster was delighted with the level of violence his opponent was displaying. Pulling his paw off the ground and preparing to strike, he assured that even that was not enough for such an extravaganza to begin. Gathering his strength and finally appearing at full height, the beast assured that the boy was still a long way from what he himself could do, But Puck's condition kept him from being afraid, and in response to the threats, he only laughed, saying that all those words were nothing. He began to prepare for the attack and warned of the rules of his game. Those who could not destroy him were the ones who would die. A black veil flowed towards the young man to protect him from the blow his opponent was preparing. It formed a sort of cocoon that prevented the monster from reaching Puck. Finally tearing his shield a bit, the monster laughed and said that now he was facing the very real violence. Shinsen stared mesmerized at his opponent, as if he wasn't going to take any action. The fourth once again swung and prepared to strike to finally settle accounts with the insolent schoolboy. It was with it that he shattered Shinsen's cocoon, causing a bright wave of light to form at the scene. But the young man himself didn't show, and then the monster insisted that the boy get up and continue the fight. From under one of the stones came the disgruntled voice of a schoolboy who was saying that despite all attempts, he was still alive. The lad stood up, shook himself off, and promised that his opponent would pay dearly for such a mistake of not finishing him off at once. This amused the monster, who thoughtfully said that since the schoolboy had managed to hit him, he should know something about him. He looked at his clawed paws and said that violence always begets more violence, and thus it is unrealistic to defeat it. Looking at Puck, the monster summoned his earth-shifting technique, causing the ground beneath the guy to crack. In another matter of seconds, a huge rock like an island torn from its original place loomed over his head. Puck's veil immediately rushed to protect him from potential danger and began to girdle him. Shinsen laughed and couldn't believe that someone would finally satisfy his lust for self-destruction and put his plan into action. But soon he raised his head and informed the satisfied monster that such a fate did not suit him. The guy swung his sword and lunged at his opponent, confident that things were about to get a lot more interesting. As he struck, he laughed and asked questions that had been bothering him for years. First of all, he wanted to know why he was born this way. The monster was pleased with the battle. Even though the fight was rough and brutal, he enjoyed all the moves and tricks. But Puck was not going to give up and attacked with renewed vigor, trying to finish off whoever didn't honor his request. He looked longingly into the monster's eyes and once again asked annoyingly why it couldn't get rid of him. Full of determination, he began to strike the fourth, wanting revenge for his weakness. The monster laughed at the strength with which the schoolboy fought, for all this served as a pleasure rather than a punishment for him. Puck looked angrily at his opponent and kindly asked him not to interfere, because it was his turn to attack. The fourth saw such a phenomenon for the first time, and all the young man's actions delighted him, and he urged him not to stop there. Soon the enemy disappeared, and Shinsen looked around and asked resentfully why it was so empty. The fourth crept up behind him and asked the guy to show what he could do, and assured him that if he needed to, he was willing to give him time to prepare. Puck turned to his opponent and asked resentfully for what such a reason his idea no longer obeyed him. But instead, only a small spark appeared in front of the guy that couldn't do any harm to either himself or the monster. This upset the monster, who had expected the young man to show something interesting that would truly delight him. He glared at his opponent and concluded that since he had nothing more to show, he didn't intend to linger. Puck grudgingly said that the situation was in his hands and he could finish himself, and in front of all those who denied him. The words infuriated the monster, and without comment, he decided to use the earth-altering technique again. Shinsen laughed and began to repeat, as if mesmerized that such a trick would not work twice with him, and the enemy would have to think of something else. But the villain smiled and covered his eyes in pleasure and assured his opponent that his technique was not the same at all. He uttered the cherished words again, and the earth began to split into several parts. Now 2 huge wrecks had formed on either side of the guy and were ready to clamp down on him. The monster laughed and shouted his spells over and over again, causing new flashes of light to appear around him. Puck's black veil was at the ready, and he himself was playfully teasing his opponent to finally make a decisive move. But now the opponent was determined and assured his opponent that it was pointless for him to defend himself now. The boy opened his eyes wide and froze in anticipation of what his opponent could do to him. The monster told me that true violence was that which could crush others. Shinsen at this time was safely hidden by a black veil, preventing his enemy from reaching him so easily. When the guy got out from under the shield, he saw that all living things in the area had died from the huge wave that literally blew everything out of its place. But apparently that wasn't the whole plan of the Mostra, and he decided to crush the schoolboy, thinking that he was the one who neutralized his attack. Shinsen was not afraid of such tricks, and armed himself with Glody and waited for the monster to attack him. The beast squealed in horror at the pain the sharp blow brought him. He wasn't used to anyone giving him any real discomfort. He shouted angrily, not believing that some schoolboy could give him a decent punch, and it made him even stronger. Suddenly, the fourth felt some kind of decline and noticed that most of his powers were now beyond his reach. Now he couldn't suppress the ideas of his opponents who were lower ranked and also couldn't use special abilities. Staring at the young man, he demanded an explanation as to how some boy had managed to leave him with almost no advantages. Puck put his hand over his heart, shrugged, and admitted that the whole point was that he didn't want to die, but at the same time, he had a thirst for self-destruction. That's why he decided that if he is destined to go to the other world, he will take his opponent with him. Steam used a new technique where the enemy's abilities were reduced to his own, but he took the same wounds. When he told the monster about it, he winked playfully and assured him that it was something new and especially cool, and not just for him. The conclusion was self-evident, but the monster smiled, realizing that the young man had managed to influence his powers. He looked at Shinsen with admiration and talked about the euphoria he gave him with his stunts. The enemy didn't believe that even that could affect the outcome of the battle, but Puck quoted him as saying that violence begets more violence. From the portal that opened, Puck obtained the Sword of Four Tigers, which was capable of weakening an idea. This once again raised the rank of Shinsen himself, who was now confident that this advantage would propel him into the lead. But the fourth refused to believe in such a thing, for he had never seen anyone who could defeat him. But Puck laughed and assured the waiting monster that this was not all he was capable of, and the most interesting things lay ahead. His sword could triple the wielder's abilities, all to quench his bloodthirst. The guy sliced the air with his new weapon, and the black veil seemed to change, becoming more and more material. A red glow hung over the guy, and now he was himself a large blob of energy that seemed impossible to resist. The beast sensed the danger and wondered where the monstrous odor that was so similar to his own was coming from. Puck laughed and took his time to give an explanation, muttering to himself that he was sure he could handle the new challenge. Finally, he decided to attack and check how tough was his opponent, who was already exhausted from the confrontation. Black and white ribbons began to shackle the enemy, depriving him of the ability to resist and retaliate. Puck himself also began to feel the red bracelets on his wrists and around his neck, which were clearly uncomfortable. He smiled, realizing that his tactics were working, and mutilations like those on the monster were appearing on his own body. But none of this frightened the beast. He looked into the schoolboy's eyes and assured him that he had a special advantage in the game of who could stand the longest. Shinsen decided that in this way, the enemy was expressing his willingness, and decided to begin his horrible torture. The guy decided to start at the feet, and at the same moment, explosions caused by the enveloping vines erupted at the feet of the enemy. Behemoth watched her opponent closely, and finally noticed that as wounds appeared on his body, the same ones appeared on Puck. Beast was sure that such a tactic was a loser in advance, and thus Shinsen would not be able to achieve anything. The schoolboy saw the fear in his victim's eyes, but he was not going to stop there. The animal struggled to get out, convincing both himself and Puck that suppressive violence was just as violent. But the guy was not deterred by all these exclamations and continued his bloodthirsty game with the fourth. Shinsen watched with amusement as his opponent's limbs became immobilized and completely useless in battle. The legs were followed by arms and paws, which were immediately covered with new wounds. Suddenly, Puck himself began to cough, and something about it all alerted himself, and he looked around questioningly for the cause. Seeing this, the monster smiled. He assumed that it was because his opponent was already exhausted and unable to do anything else. The words offended Shinsen, who had no thought of stopping there. He rushed forward, shouting that he was not easily knocked out by some monster. But to his surprise, he was prevented from jumping by the veils that bound his legs tightly. The boy landed and wondered what had happened to him, and how he could have fallen into his own trap. He looked at Glody and asked resentfully why he refused to help him in such an important matter. Puck glanced down at the weapon and said that in that case he wouldn't need it anymore. Finally freeing himself, he headed towards his target to strike her with his familiar blade. He used it to make cuts on the fourth man's face, causing him to howl in sudden pain. During this process, Puck grinned and caught himself thinking that it was important for him to keep himself alive after all. These words struck him as if by an electric shock, and he himself was confused by what he had just said. The monster laughed, claiming that he was not a great warrior, but a fool who regretted his action. Looking at the young man, the monster assured him that he still had a lot to learn, and now he was definitely no danger. He gave him a condescending look and promised that if he stopped now, he would give him life. Puck's eyes were still bloodshot, and he convinced his opponent that he would target his heart if he did. The monster bowed, and accepting his fate said goodbye to the young man while closing his eyes. It was the end for both of them, and now the heart-wounded Puck was flying down his opponent's muzzle. Kim Il-jong in his lair looked out the window and marveled at the marvelous weather outside. He thought back to the very day he had first met a chief, willing to set him on the right path. At first, the terrorist was surprised at the nonsense his new acquaintance was saying, but after a while he stopped giving it such importance. Through his efforts, Chen was given a gift of his abilities, and all through his service to the dark forces. Looking at him, the man had a distorted epiphany that prevented him from getting the right picture of the world. The chief assured that his name was Satan, and despite his hard fate, he would fulfill what he had planned. A quarter of a century had passed since Chen became his envoy. All that time, his master had spent in seclusion in the dungeon. He felt that very soon their meeting would happen again, and he was looking forward to that very moment. The chief himself was in the dungeon doing his black deeds and believed that the standards of good and evil would soon change. The world was to turn over, and in place of good would come evil, and vice versa, changing the usual course of history. So, he was able to raise his mate, the Purple Dragon of Revelations, who was the fourth monster from the Book of Daniel. The peaceful citizens of the city were going about their business when suddenly they heard a strange voice saying that he must find something. This voice was in everyone's head, and without exception, urged everyone to leave their business and rush to the search. In Pyongyang, the Sun Palace was restless, and even the outside environment indicated some tension. The monsters from the Book of Daniel had finally gathered at their master's house and were eagerly awaiting the appearance of the second one, who was still in no hurry. The Lion of Empathy couldn't stop repeating how sorry he was that his brother had been attacked and they were never destined to meet again. The Monster of Dominance insisted that the master grant him power, and then he could do his every bidding. The Monster of Violence was in charge and ordered his fellows to immediately shut up and listen attentively to their lord's speech. The head said that he expected a revelation to come upon him, but the disappearance of the other one changed his mind and his plan fell apart. This prevented him from unlocking all his abilities. But he couldn't wait any longer, because he felt his time had finally come. He boldly removed his hood and looked at the world around him already without his robe. Chen bowed his head and couldn't believe his happiness and began to greet the Lord. Bowing his head, he reported that he had gathered the citizens of the city, and now all of them, as well as the city, were under his direct command. The head placed his clawed paw on the man's head, satisfied that he was obeying his commands without question. Something unthinkable ran through Chen's body, and from the surprise, he even flinched without realizing what exactly was happening to him. His entire body became painted with red thin hieroglyphics that flowed to his feet, and he still couldn't get off his seat either. Having finished what he had started, Chen asked the Lord about the fate of the second, but he only waved it away, referring to his freedom-loving nature. He ordered everyone to consider him non-existent, because in any case his participation in the mission was of no use. The Lord looked around at his new subjects, and finally proclaimed loudly that it was time to turn the world upside down. From then on, Pyongyang was declared to be His Majesty's holy city. People begged for mercy, and felt only boundless torment far beyond the limits of their mind. The Lord reveled in the scene and told his subjects to rejoice, for they had all witnessed the birth of a new dragon. Now, while in the city, all of the creatures in Daniel's book were able to increase their power. At the same moment, the beasts felt that now they had become many times stronger and looked at each other and waited for new orders. The Lord continued his ritual and invoked the dark powers to ask permission to begin the second act. The Jade Emperor urged to forget all defeats and turn this page, for now was the time of his domination. By his order, the monsters were to stand in defense of the sacred city so that no one could disturb their peace. The Emperor looked at Kim Il-jong, who bowed his head and waited obediently for further instruction. Finally, he invited the boy to receive the revelation. The head crossed his arms and began to recite something that looked like a prayer, causing everything around him to glow red. The Lord was more pleased with himself than ever, for now his holy war had begun, and he was not going to turn from the path he had set out on. After the unfortunate fight with the fourth, Park was in the hospital. A nurse and Li Xin himself came to help him. Yoon said it was a great miracle that the guy managed to keep his life because he was barely breathing. Li Xin shook his head. He didn't know what to do in this situation because he had defeated the monster, and now the authorities were demanding that he be brought in. The nurse said that the moment she found Puck, half of him was already dead and still hadn't revived under the influence of her idea. The counselor did not imagine that there could be a disease that the girl could not cure because her talent was at its best. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to let him know when the hero woke up, and in the meantime, he would try to contain the interest of the authorities. Before he left, he also said that he knew that all the guys who came with him had somehow miraculously remained unharmed. Yoon nodded and assured that they were indeed fine, and their minor injuries had already been treated. Shin hurried out of the room and headed over to the guys to apologize for everything they had been through on this ill-fated trip. Just as suddenly, a pale hand in hospital garb grabbed the man's wrist, and in a hoarse voice began asking him to stop. Lee turned around in horror, not expecting such a development, and saw that in front of him was Chinsun, who had already begun to come to his senses. He was still unable to get out of bed due to weakness, and in a quiet voice he assured the counselor to stay, as he had a story to tell. The man rushed to the hospital bed, not believing that the schoolboy had regained his sanity and was now even recognizing him. Puck assured him that everything was fine, but Lee interrupted him by reminding him that his condition still raised a lot of questions. The guy tried to lift one of his arms, but it gave him a tremendous pain that sharply resonated in his limbs. He looked at his bandaged wrist and didn't understand why this had happened, because if the nurse was treating him, it wasn't necessary. Shin decided not to waste the young man's strength for nothing, and promised to return after the meeting. Then they would continue their conversation. But Shinsone couldn't rest. He insisted that he too must be present if it was to be about the monster. He tried to get off the bed, but halfway there his strength began to leave him, and a sudden cough finally stopped him. Puck landed right in the counselor's arms, and unable to say a word, just dangled on his arms like some kind of rag. As if from somewhere far away, he heard a strange voice telling him he could get up. Puck moved with the aid of a crutch. His wounds were still fresh, and it was hardly possible to recover so quickly. On shaky legs, he walked down the hospital corridor, certain that he had to attend the meeting. He remembered Sin's last words about his friends wishing him rest, but he himself didn't want to waste time lying in bed. Suddenly, his strength left him again. He stumbled and fell to the floor with a thud. But that didn't scare the guy, and he pulled himself together again and tried to stand up. Se-young watched these desperate attempts. She moved closer, and without saying a word helped her friend up, ignoring his moan. The guy's condition frightened her, and she didn't understand where Puck could be heading in such a weak state. Finally, Chinsun heard a familiar voice and raised his head in shock, obviously not expecting to see his friend in front of him. Right behind her stood the boys he had saved from certain death. They looked at their savior in horror, clearly glad that he had survived. Seeing them, Chinsun calmed down a bit, because now he was sure that his plan in the battle had worked, and none of his comrades were seriously injured. But putting sentimentality aside, Puck began to try to leave, saying that he had somewhere to go now, and they would all talk a little later. An indignant Se-young blocked the way and prevented the young man from going any further. Even though Puck was touched by this concern, the girl's behavior clearly upset him because he wanted to participate in the meeting at any cost. He began to assure her that he was fine, and that there was no need to worry about him. Pyong-gyun watched the whole scene with interest. The guy interrupted their argument and apologized for getting into their squabble at such a bad time. Looking at Pak and Se-young, he asked what the other trash who were just crumpling from side to side were doing. Chin-sung pointed at himself in surprise, and Pyong waved him off, saying he wasn't addressing him and his date that way. He turned to the big, narrow-eyed Yuk and Seung-hwa, who stood silently behind him and were in no hurry to express their gratitude. Pyong grabbed Pak under his arm and gestured for the three companions to help him with moving the sick man. But the guys were not in a hurry. They grumbled grudgingly that they had only recently come to their senses and would need help themselves. Byun got angry and began to help his savior alone under the astonished cries of Se-young, who couldn't believe her ears or eyes. Chinsun himself also did not understand what was going on and where his classmate, who by the way always disliked him, was carrying him. The annoyed Gi-young angrily mumbled for the young man to tell him exactly where to take him. It was a gesture no one expected from Pyong. Se-young looked worriedly behind her and didn't know what she should do in such a situation to avoid affecting her friend's condition. After a moment's thought, she came around to the other side and put her arms around him, helping him to find support with both hands. Puck looked at the girl with big eyes, and deep down was incredibly happy that she had decided to support him after all. The boy was ready to burst into tears of happiness, because now he felt real support. Finally, all three of them saw a male silhouette approaching them down the hallway. It was Lee Shin who was rushing to meet the hero, as he had promised him earlier. He smiled and said he was just waiting for Chinsun to come up himself, and his hunch had not failed him. Puck smiled and thanked his advisor for his continued faith in him. It was much more than a favor to him. Shin smiled, broadly waved his head, and invited all three of them to follow him. At last, they all stopped before the doors of some hall, and the counselor complimented them and asked them to wait a little while he and Puck attended the meeting. Chinsun looked at his friends and thanked them for their help, and promised that they would be back very soon. Before he went in, he approached Se-young and apologized in his ear for dropping the call first then. The girl giggled and, frowning her eyebrows, angrily added that For that incident, the guy still had to prepare for death. He waved to the guys again, and with slow steps began to follow Li Xing, who was getting farther and farther away. When they opened another door, they found themselves at the threshold of an auditorium similar to the one in which their first meeting in America had taken place. Everyone present turned around and studied the new arrivals with interest. Puck noticed that the atmosphere in the classroom was tense, and it literally gave him goosebumps. The people present looked questioningly at Li Xing, and didn't understand why he appeared at the meeting in the company of a child. The men argued and were at a loss to guess what exactly they were to discuss in the company of such a controversial figure. Ignoring the general noise and clamor, Shin pointed to an empty seat and ordered Chinsen to take it. Puck looked around and didn't even expect such a serious event to take place in such a run-down fashion. Shin looked at the people around him unhappily and thought that everyone here was pursuing their own interests, and no one cared about the common misfortune. The world situation was dire. The enemy was preparing to take over the world because Beijing and New York were in a deplorable state. The speaker talked about the fact that all members of the plague were gathered in North Korea, and that was where action had to be taken first. But Puck interrupted him and said apologetically that everyone present was sure that they would have no trouble defeating the monsters in Daniel's book. He stood up and said that they all greatly underestimated the enemy because the rank of the fourth was SS. People began to riot, saying that none of this was surprising at all, and Sharon's death was direct proof of that. Some people thought the child was lying. Shin could no longer sit still in frustration and decided to intercede for his ward. He convinced them that the situation was much more serious than they all thought, because all people on Earth had the same dream. Puck stared pensively at the floor. He had thought the organization was designed to fight unknown enemies, but in reality, it was different. The guy decided to ignore the loud arguments and, taking a pen, diligently began to write something on a piece of paper. The noise and clamor was unceasing, and everyone was shouting at each other, accusing that someone just didn't want to take responsibility and mess with the plague. Shin interrupted the argument and said that first they all needed to calm down and decide on function. The counselor saw that no one had any interest in efficiency, and all they cared about was power over foreign territories. Vlada walked over to Sin and quietly in his ear asked him to stop and not unleash more squabbles. The man frustratingly realized that Korea's infrastructure was still too weak, and that was why his opinion was hardly considered by anyone. Suddenly, Puck stood up and said loudly that he had everything ready, causing everyone present to turn their attention to the child. Without waiting for further conversation, he stood up and headed downstairs to where the speakers were sitting. Li Xing looked at the young man fearfully, not knowing what he was up to or what he wanted to accomplish with all of this. Finally, the guy reached the stage and climbed up on it and greeted those who were on it with a friendly hello, after which he took a swing of his arm and threw his sheet with force into the face of one of the representatives of the organization. In afterthought, he assured that now the proof of the existence of the monster's abilities was right in front of the man's nose. He began to hurriedly read the information provided, and as he read, a smile appeared on his face. Thanking the young man for such important information, the chief thought about the fact that Korea would have to pay a heavy price for hiding this guy. Looking at the young man, many in the audience became indignant, claiming that it was inappropriate to use the idea right in the audience. Finally, Puck had had enough of all this, and stood up from his seat and silently turned around and headed for the exit. Before leaving, the guy turned around and advised those present not to attack the plague first, or try so foolishly to self-destruct. Everyone, including Sin and Vlada, were shocked at such harsh words to everyone present, although he had essentially told the truth. With a loud slam of the door, the guy reminded that those who didn't understand Korean could use a translator to understand the full meaning of what was being said. Lee was horrified by the scene he had witnessed, and was ready to rush after the young hero. Along with him was Vlada, and after catching up with the guy, they began to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior. Park lowered his eyes and apologized, explaining his rudeness by saying that everyone present didn't give Korea any credit, and that was what had angered him so much. Chinsen felt guilty, because with his prank, he had only added to the problems of Sin, who had kindly agreed to his presence at the meeting. But on the other hand, he didn't say anything that wasn't true, and hoped he could open someone's eyes to the obvious. When he came to his senses after reflection, he saw the joyful faces of Sin and Vlada, who praised his act, saying that it was like a breath of fresh air. The counselor was sure that the corporation was already making plans to attack the plague despite the risks. Shin was afraid that the boy might be perceived as a threat, but the thought of both of them representing Korea pleased him, because it would strengthen their position. Puck was surprised, for all that was said was that the people present were just being nasty and making a big deal out of it. Lee was sure that the situation they were in was not just a world crisis, but a fierce struggle for supremacy. They could indeed fight back the plague, but it was more important to minimize losses to preserve rare talents. Finally, the counselor lowered himself to the young man and asked him to tell all that he himself knew about his ability. Puck thought about it. He had a lot of thoughts running through his head, but he couldn't decide where to start. Seeing the schoolboy's embarrassment, the man smiled warmly and assured him that he didn't need to know everything, and that only a part of it would be enough for him to start. Shinsen tried to find the words, but didn't understand how to explain to the counselor that his idea enjoyed and fed off of killing. At that moment, the guy realized that in return, he could ask for the right to fight alongside them against global evil. Shin put his hand on Puck's shoulder and agreed, realizing how difficult it was for him to make such an important decision. Finally, he stood up and said he was disappointed that the young man had told everyone the information about the fourth, but the boy assured him he was ready to meet him again. The young man was about to continue his speech, but the counselor understood him without words. He wanted to say that he could also die in the next battle. Shin patted the schoolboy on the head and said that this time he was really lucky to be alive. The man smiled lightly and added in a kind voice that Shinsen needed rest now. But instead of calming down, the young man jumped up from his seat and began to convince that the first and fourth were still alive. But the counselor didn't want to hear anything more about monsters and only stopped the guy from getting nervous. He looked him intently in the eyes and told him that he had already done enough and now he needed to recover. But for Puck, it was all unconvincing. Vlada intervened in the conversation and assured him that it was foolish to fight in such a state. She thanked the schoolboy and insisted that if he couldn't perform to the best of his ability, he could hardly be of any use. The girl was convinced that Shinsen didn't have to take full responsibility. Tepish patted the boy on the head and smiled, saying that now it was time for her and Sin to leave. Finally, she added meaningfully that the situation in America was no better. Now the two wanted to investigate the dream that everyone had. Puck was surprised because he had never known anything like that. Shin and Tepesh looked at each other. It was the first time they'd heard of anyone else not seeing what everyone else was talking about. Suddenly, at the other end of the corridor, they saw silhouettes that were discussing the fact that the general would definitely sort everything out. Shin remembered and with a smile asked Puck to gather the people he wanted to work with and trusted unconditionally. The young man was shocked and delighted at the same time. He couldn't believe his ears that the counselor himself had asked his ordinary schoolboy to put together a team. The man winked and smiled and said to leave it up to him and not to do it if he wouldn't want to do it himself. Now, Puck stood in the deserted corridor alone, with his thoughts that had not left him since Lee and Tepesh had left. He couldn't stop thinking about all that he had learned today as he was suddenly brought back to reality by someone's voice calling out to him. Shinsen raised his head and looked around fearfully, looking for whoever was addressing him. When he saw Seung, he calmed down and only said that he was a little worried because the girl had appeared quite unexpectedly. Kim rolled her eyes and told her friend that if he felt bad, he didn't need to be brave and could just cry out his pain. Wiping his wet eyes, Shinsen turned away and assured that there was no reason why he would want to do that. The girl didn't wait and turned her friend's face toward her. Puck was speechless with surprise. Instead of asking, she hugged her roommate, trying to calm him down a little. She whispered in his ear that the guy had done a great job lately, and not just on himself. Puck couldn't hold back the tears now, and they began to roll treacherously from his eyes, falling directly onto his friend's shoulder. They stood there embraced, and through tears, Shinsen talked about how he had really done his best. A few days passed, and already sitting in the airplane, the school children cheerfully talked with each other on distracted topics. But then Park decided that there was no better place to talk and invited Seunghwa to join his team. When Yuk heard that, he was upset. The big guy thought they had been a team all this time, but now they were talking about creating a new one. Seeing the fat man's sadness, Shinsen began to comfort him, assuring him that he didn't mean anything by it, and then offered him to become a part of the new team. Seeing the questions on his friend's face, he explained that this was all so they could work together. Seunghwa laughed nervously and said that he was flattered by such an offer, but now seemed like a bad time to make such decisions. Yuk supported the boy, but argued that as the eldest he couldn't follow someone younger. Puck couldn't believe his ears. He was terribly disappointed, because in his head he had envisioned the boys as members of his dream team. The guys tried to reassure their friend, saying that despite this, they would see each other often and still manage to get bored of each other. But Shinsen was not relieved, for he did not let go of the request that Shin had left. He realized that it was pointless to argue with the guys, and smiled and accepted their decision. A week later, strange people began to appear on the streets of Korea, shouting that the world had come to an end and only Lord Mana could save them. People noticed that something was really wrong because along with the general unrest, food prices rose. There were more robberies in the cities, and the general crime rate kept rising so that the police could hardly cope. Soldiers could be found everywhere, and many worried that with such sentiments the country was really preparing for war. Park and Se-young were patrolling the streets, and the young man was not happy about the fact that he never thought his team would serve to support the public. Kim, unlike her friend, saw nothing wrong with giving the townspeople confidence that everything would be all right. Judging from the conversations, the girl realized that everyone thought that she had defeated the first monster, for which she had already apologized to Chinsen more than once. Puck just laughed and said that it was really hard to believe that some high school loser could defeat a world threat. Today the boys were going to make a planned visit to one of the shelters in town. Kim was in a hurry and asked the young man to keep up, even though their destination was not far away. Children rushed excitedly to Se-young, who has been on the cover of magazines and news reports. Puck took a moment to look at the shelter building and realized that he didn't expect to come back here someday. At last, the children noticed that the girl had not come alone and began to ask with interest who was her companion. The kids called the guy Uncle, which amused Puck, who was not used to such treatment. Kim turned snidely to her buddy and asked him to leave them alone with the guys since they were afraid of him. Without waiting for Puck to act, she turned to the kids and offered to play a little game to lighten the mood. Chinsen watched the game and couldn't believe that, for someone he was already an uncle, even though he hadn't even finished high school yet. Puck scrutinized the kids and read their ideas. He grinned at the thought that some of them were cooler than his classmates. Suddenly, a little girl who was not playing with the others appeared in front of the guy and came up to ask what he was doing. The little girl introduced herself. Her name was Jin Jong-ok, and with a businesslike face, she struck a pose to show her interest in the guest. She thought Puck was just staring at the kids from afar, and her motives for doing so were genuinely unclear to her. The guy smiled and scratched the back of his head and said he hadn't done anything wrong and was just watching the game. But for some reason the girl didn't believe him and crossed her arms over her chest and landed near the fence of the orphanage. Park sat down next to him, and they watched in silence as Se-young had fun with the other kids. He said out loud that he had no idea that Se-young was so good with babies, and it surprised Jong-ok. Chinsen joked away, but the little one demanded to know who the beautiful guest was. Chan saw the schoolboy blush and continued to insist on answering with her most serious expression. She jumped up from her seat and began pelting the young man with questions about dating and the reciprocity of their feeling. Puck tapped the little girl on the head and said in a stern voice that he wasn't going to tell some stranger how he felt. Jong-ok resentfully stood up and said that she would tell Jade Goblin that some uncle dared to hit her. But Chinsen wouldn't let her do that, and grabbing the girl's arm, wouldn't let her leave the place. She turned around and resentfully began to tell him how much it hurt. Puck was frightened and apologized in fear that he might have really hurt the little girl. In the girl, he considered that she could control the moods of the children at the orphanage, and he couldn't wait to learn more about it. He appraised the children, but they all seemed too happy, despite the fact that a local star was now playing with them. The young lady was surprised and wide-eyed, and asked how the young man managed to find out. Chinsen shrugged his shoulders and said that he used to live in a shelter too, and he was familiar with everything here. Looking at the guy, Chung-ok continued to press on, insisting on an explanation as to why he thought she was the one doing it. Puck turned to the girl and said that his ability to see ideas gave him full insight into other people's talents. The young lady snorted and said that even jaded men like him could be talented. The schoolboy didn't know how else to diffuse the situation and offered the girl a yogurt. She immediately jumped up from her seat and grabbed the guy's finger as if to show her trust in him. Looking at him intently, she asked with childlike directness if he wanted a daughter. Jong-ok added that since he has a girlfriend, he won't touch her, and that she didn't need much else. In the blink of an eye, her mood changed from friendly to belligerent, and she shouted loudly that she wanted to fight right now. She looked at the young man and assured him that she had to fight the monster that had destroyed her parents. Puck couldn't believe his ears, but the girl continued. She believed that they had come for a reason and that they would help her leave the orphanage. Chinsen tried to calm the little girl, and taking her by the shoulders asked how old she was. Noticing the interest in her person, she answered one-wordedly that she was 11. The guy assured that the fight was impossible because she was still too young, and it made the babe angry because her bid for help didn't play out. At last, she looked into the young man's eyes and said that she had decided everything for herself long ago. The young man tried to make a strong argument as suddenly his speech was interrupted by a phone signal. Se-young was immediately interrupted from her game and noticed that something wrong had been going on behind her all this time. Puck smiled and apologized to the girl, telling her that he had to take an important call. The voice on the other end of the wire asked if Se-young was near him. It was a nurse, and she said that they had to report to her office because the plague demanded a meeting with the presidents of all countries. The International Crisis Management Association was working on the situation, but their work was interrupted by the sudden invasion of the Jade Emperor, who hailed and claimed that they were all the plague. The representatives of the association began to whisper, not realizing who exactly was in front of them and whether it was related to Kim Il-jong. The Jade Emperor said that as the head of the anti-human organization, he had an interesting suggestion, but the people did not want to hear anything and assured that they would only talk to the main representative of the plague and not to an unknown figure. The head laughed when he heard that no one knew him yet. He was sure it wouldn't take long for the situation to change. From the screen, he was saying that all people should have seen the revelation that had come upon them. The Emperor called himself the enemy of all enemies believed in by those present. The representative stubbornly refused to take seriously the words of a madman. The head watched intently from the screens and said it was foolish to reject the revelation, but it was so human. People didn't believe the words, and no one could even think that the unknown man could do any serious harm. The Jade Emperor then promised to show the seriousness of his intentions, and at this moment, an image of a globe appeared in front of him. Flares began to appear on the continents, indicating that something bad was happening in those places. The secretary flew into the president's office and shouted fearfully that something had happened in Chile that disrupted the routine. All over the world, unknown towers appeared that were inhabited by extinct creatures. People immediately realized that it was all the work of the Jade Emperor, who was enjoying the general madness and panic. He laughed and proudly said that he had warned of serious consequences, but no one had taken him seriously. The towers were created to disrupt and bring chaos to the townspeople's way of life. One of the representatives read the terrorists' demand letter and couldn't believe that this is exactly what he wanted. The head insisted that they should all gather their artifacts and proceed to the towers, and then perhaps revelation would come to them. From the screen, the general assured that he would not surrender without a fight and would not give up the artifacts for nothing. The emperor furrowed his brow and asked if the speaker was sure of his decision, but there was already a red button in his hands that only needed to be pressed. In front of the man's face appeared pictures of the monsters from Daniel's book that the world had already heard about. Looking at the confused representative, the head assured that the monsters had returned, and they were still strong and hardly defeatable. The head also reminded that entering the tower could solve many problems, and this option was still retained. He gave 7 days to make a choice. He promised that if they managed to enter the tower and reach the top, he himself would stay in his city. There were no options, and the chairman of the organization had only to accept the offer and try to fight for his right to live. The boys, together with Park and Se-young, found themselves at the gate of a new building whose doors were open. The young heroes couldn't wait to get in. Kim tried to stop the kids and told them not to do it because it could be dangerous, but they were unstoppable. The Jade Lord smiled and said that some little ones were already in the tower, which meant that the countdown had begun. Se-young tried to catch up with her charges, but noticed that the entrance was somehow strange, and she hardly managed to catch any of them. She stared at the portal in horror, and clearly realized only that it was damn dangerous on the other side, especially for kids. Kim turned to see Puck on the phone and said she would go there to retrieve the fugitives. Before he could react, the girl had disappeared behind the portal and had not heard what her friend wanted to tell her. Chinsun was at a loss and did not know how to do the right thing because, unlike her, he already had some information about what was going on. He put the phone down and frantically tried to make a decision, ignoring the fact that on the other end of the wire, someone was shouting loudly at him. He finally came to his senses and told the nurse Ah-young called that Se-young had entered the damn tower. He squeezed his eyes shut in horror and added that the girl had gone there not alone, but with the children from the orphanage. Chinsun decided that he would go to the tower himself and help the missing people get back before any trouble happened. But Ion tried to change his mind because it had been too little time and no one knew what might be behind the portal. The nurse urged the young man to calm down and try to believe in his friend by waiting for her return. Jong Oki walked over to the guy and silently took his finger as if she wanted to give him the moral support he needed. She looked at Puck and turned to him in a pitiful voice, wishing he would finally interrupt his phone call. Chinsun was shocked because the girl's hand was calm, and she was trying to influence him. Realizing this, he placed his hand on her head and thanked her for such a nice gesture. Then he took the baby in his arms and apologized to her. Jong Ok looked at her interlocutor and didn't understand why she was apologizing. He hugged her and told her she couldn't go with him because it might be too dangerous for the baby. But the orphan was indignant at the refusal, for she believed it was her duty to go with her uncle and save her friend. Unable to deal with the attack of anger, Jong-ok's leg hit Chinsun on the chin. Taking advantage of the confusion, she rushed to the portal, assuring that she couldn't wait any longer, like when she lost her parents. She didn't want to lose anyone else, and was sure that she was the one who could help the situation and bail out her comrade. Puck reacted in time, and was able to catch up to the girl by grabbing her clothes. She squealed loudly and resisted ordering the guy to let her go immediately. Puck finally agreed, but before the hike, he made her promise that she would stay by his side at all times. Chinsun informed the nurse that there would be 23 people in the tower with him, and it was not certain that communications would work there. Ion tried to convince the guy to stop, but he in turn smiled and promised that he would be back very soon. But it was too late for orders, for the schoolboy could no longer hear what the girl was trying to tell him. After going through the portal, Park and Jong-ok found themselves in the reptile tower and now followed the creepy paths inside. Soon they saw Se-young, who was bunching up the fleeing children and telling them something worriedly. When Kim noticed her friend, she was not happy, but indignant, because she did not understand why he had decided to follow her. When she saw the girl in the shadows, she was even more horrified because the boy had brought a child with. She asked Puck if his phone was working, since her own wasn't getting a signal. Chinsun looked carefully at the screen of his gadget and annoyingly noticed that it wasn't working at all. The door through which everyone had gotten into the tower no longer opened, and now everyone was trapped in it. Puck looked at the door and asked her friend if she had brought a weapon with her, assuming the lock could be picked. But before he could finish his thought, Kim turned into a white jade goblin and rushed toward the door. A sword appeared in her hands, and with a glance she began to try on her new target. Against her new immovable opponent, she decided to use the goblin swordsmanship technique. It didn't work on the first try, but Se-young kept thinking that she might be able to break through the confinement. The castle was still hanging unharmed, which made the girl incredibly angry because she had used her best attacks against it. She grabbed the handle, confident that since the target couldn't be broken, it could probably just be opened. Kim activated Duoxini mode and furiously began trying to overpower the door that wouldn't give up. But nothing came out and all her efforts just passed by without bringing the expected effect. At some point, Se-young's rage reached its peak and she haphazardly began to pound the door, ordering it to open immediately. Park tried to calm her down and asked her to finally stop when suddenly Jong-ok called out to him. Chinsun looked down at the girl, who was gently holding his hand and waiting for him to pay attention to her. The little girl's face expressed terror, for behind her in the shadows, hundreds of red burning eyes could be seen. These were the reptiles that were the rightful masters of this tower. Puck looked closer and was horrified to realize that they were in danger, and hundreds of lizards would be coming at them. He cautiously approached Se-young and called out to her quietly so as not to attract unnecessary attention. But the young lady was furious and did not expect to be threatened by anything but an unyielding door. Chinsun glanced at the glowing eyes of the lizards who were scrutinizing their new guests. There were really a lot of animals, and with such a crowd they were definitely a threat to the guys and kids. The babies began to cry. They saw that the door could not be opened, and the wave of reptiles did not bode well. While Se-young was calming the guys down, Chin-sung was thinking of a plan of action. He was afraid that in case of an attack, a stronger monster might appear. He once again estimated the number, and realized that fighting alone was not an option, because the reptiles were in absolute majority. There was no time to decide, and under Se-young's loud shouts, the guy activated Glody and rushed into the battle. His black veil that emanated from his sword energy immediately swirled around them, and he himself began to try to use his abilities, partly to protect the children and his girlfriend. The boys surrounded Se-young and talked excitedly about how scared they were, and why exactly they felt uncomfortable at the sight of the beasts. The black veil rushed forward, which frantically frightened the children, begging to be brought home immediately. Jong-ok noticed how her friends were literally losing their speech from fear, and thought that she could influence them with her powers. Eyes wide open, she concentrated and began to send her energy to others. Se-young watched the girl with interest, because the guys had really stopped crying, and now they weren't as scared as they were originally. Meanwhile, Puck's friend Glody continued to battle the advancing reptiles. Se-young was terribly afraid that the young man might not be able to cope because of his recent injuries, so she called out to him. But Chinsun himself assured that everything would be fine, because he had spoken to Ion before he went in, and she should be arriving soon with reinforcements. The children were fine, and it was all credit to Jong-ok, who managed to bring them back to normal with her skills. The girl noticed that Se-young was looking at her with curiosity, and turned around to wave at her, and called her mom. She pointed to Puck and said with childlike directness that he had promised to adopt her. Chinsun grudgingly approached the girl and began to argue with her, saying that he had not given any consent to such procedures. But while he was arguing, something caught Kim's eye, and she pointed to the side, wanting to show it to her friend as well. Puck fell at her feet and listened intently to the order, and Kim said that they should take such important matters with her as their wife. With the girl's laughter, Chinsun came to his senses. He could not believe what he was saying, for he had never known of any daughter or wife. Se-young laughed too, and nodded only to say that they all had to leave this creepy place first. The tower was home to a wide variety of reptile species. It was the first time the boys had seen such a variety of lizards, iguanas, and snakes. There were alligators here too, pressing with force against the shield formed by Glotti's black veil. Park didn't understand why backup never came to them, and then Se-young offered to scare the reptiles away with his lust for killing. Chinsun snorted unhappily. It was the first time he'd tried the idea on animals, and it hadn't worked. During their time in the tower, the boys noticed that the animals always appeared for an hour, after which they were given 10 minutes of silence to rest. But unfortunately, it didn't end there, and with each new wave came more powerful species. Rest was as necessary as air, because everyone had a limit of strength, and Puck would have it sooner or later. What worried the guy most was why they were still alone out here, and what to do if help didn't come. Se-young and the children looked tired. They hadn't been able to recover properly during all this time either. Now everything was in the hands of the young man, for it was he who stood on the general defense while the girl calmed the boys. The monsters relentlessly attacked the Black Veil cocoon, and it was almost impossible to keep up the resistance forever. Inside, Park worked tirelessly to maintain the level of defense, while Se-young and the children rested on the ground trying to regain their strength. There was a loud shout that woke the young man up. He had expended a lot of energy and hadn't even noticed that he had passed out. Rubbing his eyes, he saw that in front of him was Se-young, who was looking worriedly at her comrade. Looking to the side, he saw that the barrier was slightly gaunt, and so he immediately began to apologize for making such an oversight. The guy's strength was really at its limit, but despite his fatigue, he tried to do his best to protect everyone. Se-young praised the guy and said he did a great job, and now it was her turn to hold the defense. But Puck insisted he was fine and had no problem continuing to hold the barrier. Kim looked into the young man's eyes and said that she had to help as well, and only together would they be able to hold out until help arrived. She put her hand on Chinsun's head and said in a soft voice that he needed to sleep. Puck agreed. He realized he needed it himself. Se-young turned to Jeong-ok and asked her to help her uncle sleep, and she immediately got to work to the guy's own exclamation. But not a minute later, Chinsun fell asleep, lying directly on the damp floor of the tower. Kim appreciated the work and smiled, realizing that everything had gone according to her plan. She leaned over and gently kissed her lover, thus wishing him a good rest. Standing up, she immediately transformed into her armor and hurriedly took on a guarding role. Outside, the intelligence services were being run by Ion. One by one, the organizations reported on their progress. The girl could only guess at the fate of Park and Kim, and now she was busy making sure that no one else could fall into the trap so accidentally. To the rescue arrived Sono, who assured that he was ready to do everything in his power to save his friend. Along with him was a squad of zombies who were also willing to follow any order to rescue the commander. Byung-gyeong did not show any initiative and listened to the input from his commanders with a disgruntled look as usual. Ayun looked around at everyone gathered and first of all decided to start by thanking them for reacting so quickly. She confirmed that Jung and Jin-sung were in the tower and were in danger, so she asked what they knew about the place before going in. Sonyo said loudly that everyone knows that there is no way out of the tower, and they themselves are a trap that closes after entering. Ion nodded. She said that according to the information she had just received, the other countries' scouts were dead. Many countries have lost entire armies there, but information was not added, and all this happened in just one day. The only thing that was known for sure was that the towers were growing every hour, increasing in height by level. The girl assumed that the structure only returned to its usual state when everyone in the tower died. Sonyo raised his hand and asked the nurse how tall was the tower that Chinsun had entered. The girl smiled and said that, judging by the fact that she was 40 stories tall, the guys had managed to survive after all. This news pleased the guy because he believed that his partner will not be able to cope so easily, and he is probably unharmed. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Ion assured that the guys could refuse, because going into the unknown, they were heading for certain death. But the commander assured them that they had all made up their minds, and no one would want to look back. Ion assumed that the creator of the tower had an idea of an uncharted level, so predicting what was inside was nearly impossible. But Seong-ho didn't want to hear anymore. He went to the nurse and said that they weren't the only ones who had lost loved ones. His girlfriend stepped in too, She knew that a student had been there in the last attack, and it was thanks to him that they were all alive. The nurse nodded understandingly and reminded him that warning him of the danger was the least she could do in this situation. The commander looked the girl in the eye and assured her that they had no thoughts of loss in their plans and would be celebrating victory very soon. Songo himself assured that they were all going to save their families first and foremost, and were willing to sacrifice anything to do so. Lastly, he smiled at the new chapter and said that now was the time to prepare and gather his strength. The guy was sure that if he took the case, there was no chance of failure, and everything would be fine. As they made their way to the scene, Pyong noticed that not all of their squad had arrived for the operation, and decided to ask the narrow-eyed man about it. Seng Hua's absence seemed strange to him, because he assumed that after the trip to the US, they were all part of the same team. Park was deeply asleep, and there was no way he could wake up after Jong Ok shut him down to recuperate. The girl herself was shaking the boy and tearfully begging him to wake up. Finally, Chinsen stretched and stood up, asking how long he'd been asleep. But there was no answer. The little girl was in tears and only said that she was incredibly sorry for what had happened. Puck did not understand what was the matter and what exactly so frightened the crumb, which could not calm down. Chinsen stood up and looked around to see that all the children were crying loudly, and no one could explain what had happened. Chung Ok sobbed and apologized for not waking him up earlier, because her mother told her not to wake him up. From somewhere outside, the cocoon came the voice of Sejong, who confirmed that she was the one who had ordered the girl not to disturb his sleep. Finally, he looked up and saw Kim, who was bloody exhausted from the fight. She was on her feet with all her might and showed that she didn't know how much time had passed. Puck glanced at the screen of his phone and saw that his friend had been protecting them without rest for a full 10 hours. While he himself was recuperating. On shaky legs, the girl walked over to Chinsen and fell right into his arms with no strength. Park looked at the wounds that had appeared on Sejong's body and was now berating himself for sleeping for so long. The girl noticed this, and with a faint smile asked the guy not to make such a distressed expression on his face. The young man was furious because he should have been woken up and then no one would have been hurt. Kim was almost asleep, and through her sleep, she asked her friend if he would continue to be angry with her. The last thing she said was that she was leaving the children to Chinsen, and now he was responsible for their fates. Before the girl could close her eyes, a new monster appeared, which was already preparing to attack the guys behind the shield. Through the gap, the children saw a huge approaching Tyrannosaurus that seemed to have been extinct on Earth for 1,000,000 years. He started hitting the dome as hard as he could to get to the guys and destroy them. But Chinsen was ready to start the battle and had already partially activated his idea. Park realized that after using half of his strength, he would not be able to attack at full strength, so he turned to Jong Ok for help. The girl obediently crossed her arms and waited attentively for what her uncle would tell her to do. The request surprised the little girl, for he had asked that she make him feel very bad. Tiny didn't understand why it was necessary, but outside she was startled by the sounds of a Tyrannosaurus hitting the barrier, which was definitely a danger. Chinsen began to press her, and asked that she make a decision as soon as possible. Jong Ok finally weighed the pros and cons, and made sure that her new friend would be okay, and accepted his proposal. She put out her hand and began to concentrate her energy on Chinsen to fulfill his request as best as possible. Immediately, the guy began to feel a terrible malaise, as if he was in some absolutely hopeless situation. An unknown imaginary quagmire was pulling him down and preventing him from getting up, preventing his consciousness from making any attempt at recovery. Seeing the young man moaning, the girl ran up to him in fright, deciding that she had probably overdone the flow of her aura. But Puck calmly removed her hand from his body and in a husky voice asked her to continue. He assured them that it was necessary and their only chance for salvation. The words convinced the little girl, and she decided to obey the will of her potential parent. An incredible energy began to emanate from Puck himself, and it seemed that it was not suppressed, but only grew and filled the entire space. His eyes filled with blood, and he told himself that his mind was separating from his body and becoming serene. He saw a red aura hovering in the air, and realized that he was facing the same lust for killing that had consumed him for so many years. Finally, the guy reached the state he needed where he could control his mind but still have the same power. Young Ok saw something happening to the young man's body. At that moment, it was undergoing changes to accommodate the new abilities. Finally, the process was over, and the babe herself felt an incredible chill coming from the guy. She looked at him fearfully and didn't understand if he was okay and why such strange things were happening to him. Finally, Puck stood up and thanked the girl, saying that without her help, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cope. He walked resolutely to the edge of the barrier, and placing his hand on the wall, began to emit bloody energy. The Tyrannosaurus, which had been trying to break through the shield with its teeth all this time, immediately sensed something wrong. Spikes began to emerge from the barrier. It was the Kraken mode that activated Puck for more effective defense. The monster howled in pain, and immediately dropped its target, falling from not being able to recover from its wounds. The children watched with interest and were surprised that their defender managed to deal with him so quickly. Shinsen was now confident that he had the strength to clear the tower and free the little ones. Puck evaluated everything he had learned. There were 13 species of reptiles left. Jung Ok was frightened by the reincarnation and couldn't believe that Park was in front of her. Ignoring the girl, Shinsen snapped out of his seat and headed for the wall of the cocoon while calling for Glotty's help. As he left, he looked at Sejong's body lying senseless and hissed through his teeth that she should hold on and he would definitely save everyone. Finally, Puck left the shield and lastly ordered his sword not to abandon what he had started and continue to protect Kim and the children. Stepping back to a safe distance, Shinsen summoned a web of bone chains to his aid. This technique had the ability to restrain the movements of anyone other than the wielder and rendered the victim completely immobile. As a weapon, Shinsen decided to use a rib that became even heavier and sharper when attacked. The young man advanced through the tower and waited for more species to appear so he could end his confinement sooner. He decided that there was not a moment to lose and began to prepare for the next monster to appear. He soon discovered a skill called I Look at You, in which the enemy's wounds were made worse by staring. It didn't take long for Puck to see his new target. The creature looked like a dragon-snake mix. But the monster did not have time to attack, because the young man with one clear movement eliminated it before it even tried to attack. He dashingly dealt with all the monsters that got in his way, and with each of them, the number of levels decreased. Shinsen himself was enjoying his form, as all his stats had improved, and it was almost impossible to beat him. Outside, the school children were busily preparing for the start of the operation, and were now holding their way to the general assembly point. Suddenly, one of the 12th graders shouted, pointing sideways at something incomprehensible. Everyone raised their heads in horror and looked at what was happening. The whole thing looked more like devilry than something explicable. The nurse and Seongho were also surprised by such a phenomenon and looked around in horror at the tower they were approaching. Now a huge yellow eye appeared on top of it, and the structure itself became as if it were alive. This was the last level. Ayun stared in surprise and couldn't believe that Shinsen had managed to clear the tower and reach the final trial. The girl realized that this was the first tower where people had managed to hold out for so long. That's why she suggested speeding up to get to Shinsen's aid in time to keep him out of harm's way. Songo nodded obediently and took a step closer, hurrying to get to the epicenter of events as soon as possible. Finally, the silhouette of a daredevil, ready to join Puck, appeared in the background of the tower. Inside, Shinsen felt something strange, as his energy seemed to have changed even though he didn't feel tired. He looked around in surprise, trying to figure out what could have affected him so. A strange creature unlike anything the young man had seen before was coming down to him. His name was the Armored King Isaac. He was a great reptilian entity who previously resided in the bowels of the earth and never came to light. His distinguishing feature was his complete disregard for his opponent's strength and defense. He could only be influenced by psychological attack. As the entity approached Puck, he asked him in a calm voice if he was the master of the tower, if he could exist outside of it. The monster looked closely at the web of bone chains and said meaningfully that these bones were familiar to him. He insisted that Shinsen tell him about some place he kept talking about. The young man smiled and assured him that there was no need for him to find out information because he would soon be traveling to his predecessor. Shinsen then straightened up and called out to Glotty, expecting a simple fight. He immediately grabbed the weapon and lunged with it at Isaac, who didn't even try to dodge the approaching attack. Just before he flew up, the air seemed to close in front of him and prevented him from striking properly. Pak did not expect such a development because with the appearance of Glody in his life, he thought that he himself became a dangerous enemy. The king raised his head and said in a calm voice that the young man would not be able to destroy him because it was impossible. For Puck, such words sounded like a challenge, for he had never thought of surrendering. Shinsen grabbed his sword and one of the bones and told them to combine to form a new perfect weapon. The bones creaked and began to line up next to his opponent, who still had little interest in his opponent's attempts. Guy ordered his weapons to flog the king and thus end the battle, but that didn't have any effect either. Isaac calmly said that the boy's abilities were impressive, but still not enough to win. The king himself realized that any physical damage was ignored by his body, and the only chance of victory was a moral attack. Watching Puck's futile attempts, Isaac asked to be told where they were and how he ended up in this place. Puck figured he was only failing because his opponent was the type to slowly overwhelm an enemy. Suddenly, an interesting thought popped into his head, and he decided that this was what would help him defeat his new opponent. His happy expression was noticed by the king, and he was surprised that the young man was smiling, even though he was unsuccessful on the battlefield. This time, Pa decided to use the technique of willful destruction based on a bloody plan. Finally, Isaac lifted a finger and remembered exactly where he had seen those bones. They belonged to whoever was sealed in them now. Puck shrugged confusedly and said the weapon wasn't his, and he was only using it graciously. King could sense a lot of anger from his opponent, and it was getting even more interesting for him. Isaac assured me that they had chased away such a dangerous man once before, and now he was seeing something similar again. The king had the ability to change temperature within a small radius, and decided to use this against his opponent. So he wanted to show Chinsen what real pain was and how excruciating it could be. Puck realized he couldn't let this go unanswered, so he called on Glotty for help in the fight. The king shook his head and said he would not allow the young man to defend himself, for such a will was entirely up to him. Chinsen now realized that he was in great danger and could hardly remedy the situation in any way. He tried his best to hold his ground and thus prolong the time, even though he realized that the help would not help him. The king prepared for a decisive move, and in a calm voice advised his enemy to freeze. The icy needles began to grow towards Puck, who tried diligently to dodge them. The entire battlefield was now covered in ice, and Chinsen himself found himself chained in one place. Isaac stepped close to him and grabbed him by the throat, showing his undeniable advantage. But instead of beginning to destroy his enemy, the king insisted that the young man tell him exactly where they were. Puck smiled and assured his attacker that he had no need to know that. This made the king even more mad, because without knowing it, he could not get into the upper world. Chinsen calmly said that since the king himself was trapped here, he could die here, and thus free everyone. Isaac didn't want to have any more useless conversations, so he decided it was time to end the fruitless discussion. Enemies who fought the monster lost their immunity and could no longer resist. That's what happened to Puck. He pulled his feet out of the ice and, looking straight into his eyes, promised the guy would die right now. But something changed in Puck, and in a matter of seconds, his energy changed to a frightening, bloody one. The laughter that the young man emitted was unbearable to Isaac, who could not believe that his opponent was not afraid of such an outcome at all. Looking at the enemy, Puck saw that by applying the bloody plan, his probability of destroying Isaac was increasing, and at that moment had already reached 3%. The king demanded an explanation, but Chinsen only said that with each passing second, the monster's chances were fading, and he would soon be able to defeat it. Puck now turned his head to his sword and decided to address it, which made him give a loud growl. Taking advantage of the confusion, he tried the attack again, assuming the increased odds would help him in battle. The beast said it was useless, but against his expectations, Puck still managed to wound it. Isaac looked at his wound and couldn't believe it was bleeding, for no one had ever pulled off such a trick before. With his gaze, Puck found the weak points on the king that would be the key to his victory. In that short period of time, the percentage had grown to 10. Chinsen had chosen scales as his weak point, and Isaac knew it immediately based on his senses. The guy looked thoughtfully into the distance and said that he now knew how much time and effort it took to penetrate his armor. Pain literally flew around the monster and could not let him focus on the schoolboy who was already rejoicing in his small success. Seeing that the probability scale had reached 25%, the guy urged the king to accept his fate with honor. Li Xing learned that the high school students had gone to help Puck and immediately advanced to the scene. He was sure that the joint work of Korea, China, and the United States would bring more meaning than wasting human resources. He gathered a team of people who had an idea rank higher than ES and traveled with them to the insect tower. At the entrance to their surprise, they found a living man who was glad that someone had finally come to his rescue. The fighter assured that it was already too late, and no one but him had survived. Shin praised the soldier for his resilience and said he would do everything he could to make sure his friends' deaths were not in vain. Suddenly, Tipis noticed the appearance of a strange creature and commanded everyone present to get ready. She pointed to a human insect-like creature and said that it was the boss of the tower. Cien knew that this particular insect had wiped out a lot of fighters, and now it made him uncomfortable. Vlada realized she had to take the initiative and told everyone to get ready for battle. The ferocious false grasshopper had the ability to eat anything its mind identified as food. Shin couldn't come to his senses, and all the while tried to fight the gag reflex that haunted him from the surrounding picture. Finally, he managed to calm his mind, and he activated his idea of donning the gorgeous ancient armor. The entity looked at the hero with interest, and thought only about how to eat him. With his double-edged sword, he struck and chopped the creature down, shouting loudly that no one dare destroy innocent people. The members of Maestri were pleased with the performance of their boss, whom they personally did not doubt for a second. But before they could rejoice, they noticed something strange, and their conversation was immediately interrupted. The creature was not dying. Something inexplicable was happening at the site of its body. Li Xing also noticed that the monster kept moving, and now it didn't look much like it was dying. To the rescue came Vlada, who, realizing the real danger, ordered the troops to immediately regroup. No sooner had the rearrangements finished than the false grasshopper jumped up from his seat and rushed at the fighters. Shin watched in horror at what was happening, and for a moment caught himself thinking that he could hardly keep track of the monster. Having dealt with a part of the fighters, the animal greedily began to demand more, justifying its appetite. Tepes didn't wait, and to delay the entity released the bats. It was up to Li to finish the job. He struck again with a series of blows, but to avoid repeating past mistakes, everyone froze in anticipation. The entity coughed and seemed to recover again, similar to the first time it happened. Shin decided that the only option to defeat it was to attack it without respite so it couldn't regenerate. Vlada waved her arms to the side and in a loud commanding voice told her Gulas to rise up and come to her aid. Shin did not lose his optimism either, and realizing that only together they would be able to win, he attacked the false grasshopper. After another recovery, the monster became even faster as it was in the last attempt. The counselor realized that this could not continue, and together they had to come up with a plan that would help them deal with the enemy. The fighters tried their best to help their commander, but the animal's strength was great despite the fact that it was actually an insect. Tepes' subordinates arrived in time to save Sin from another strike. Once again, it didn't last long, after which the attacks were repeated with renewed vigor and intensity. Vlada managed to buy time, and she showed a sign to the counselor to use it correctly. At that moment, a turtle ship appeared in the air that would take the creature down and flatten it to the ground. The monster stared mesmerized at the approaching phantom and seemed completely unafraid of what might threaten it. Grasshopper raised his hand and began to increase his strength. His idea allowed him to become the strongest creature in the world. Shin couldn't believe his eyes because he never thought he would be fighting the strongest creature in the world. The insect had left no trace of the turtle ship and was now waiting with interest to see what else the humans would direct at it. It seemed that after what they had seen, there was no chance of salvation, and some were terrified to accept it. Soldiers were shouting from all sides, and everyone without exception tried to attack, to at least try to stop the monster. Due to shock and fear, the ranks of the fighters meant almost nothing now, and the creature could quickly wipe them all out. But Shin didn't want to believe that there was no chance, and continued to fight the bug, trying to get rid of it as soon as possible. Vlada said she would try to turn into a bat storm and stop the monster, but Shin should stop using her idea. The man grinned. It was the first time he'd ever been ordered to deactivate an idea. He looked at the bug and grudgingly said that the ship it held was actually dear to him. Tepes realized that the advantage was not on their side, and to win they would need a huge body of water, which unfortunately they didn't have. Shin reassured his friend and said that he would try to call the ocean here, because without water, his idea was almost useless. He began the process by telling me that his idea was originally a simple sailor's idea, but it did not upset him, and every day he fell asleep and woke up with the thought that he could become great. It was in this way and through great effort that he was able to overcome his limit and himself and become who he was now. Finished with the story of his idea, he added that now it was time to show its full power. In his hands was a war diary that kept records of past battles with all the details. Vlada looked dubiously at the book and asked what it was. Shin shrugged and said he had no choice but to drag it out. Shin turned to the vampiress and gave her one last request to take care of the rest of the fighting men. The girl nodded and scattered into thousands of bats, thus spreading out all over the battlefield. Shin opened the journal and urged the bear to come off its pages for a fight. At the same moment, the second monster from Daniel's book appeared, which Li Xin managed to defeat during the airport battle. The animal licked and said in a hungry voice, narrowing the meat quite close to him. The animal looked down and noticed that near his feet was the same bug that had caused a lot of trouble. She nuzzled into his paw and rolled her eyes happily, savoring the imminent opportunity to dine. The bear howled loudly and started screaming that some bug dared to bite him. He furiously started hitting the bug, shouting that he hated insects. As Sina Tipes flew by, she joked that it was good to have a pocket bear, But Lee didn't react and said he would explain everything later, but right now, he needed his girlfriend's faith more than ever. He warned his friend that there would soon be a lot of water in the tower, and she should try not to drown. In response, she only flapped her wings and winked in agreement, immediately departing the battlefield. Shin glared at the bear and told him to urgently summon water. The animal licked its paw unhappily and squealed how much it hated little bugs like this. Suddenly, his mouth opened and began spewing out ocean waters that filled everything around him. People had taken winning positions and were now preparing for the logical conclusion, because according to their predictions, Lee's victory was not far off. The grasshopper was floundering in the water and could not get on land to continue his favorite activity. At the same time, the bear mumbled unhappily how hungry he was and rubbed his furry belly lazily with his paw. Lee Sing turned to the beast and motioned for it to meet the rest of the ships in his flotilla. A new phantom ship lit up over Sin, which he immediately began preparing for another attack. Outside the reptilian tower, it was already getting dusk, and the boys were anxiously preparing to enter it, despite the smell of blood everywhere. Bayun spotted a guy near the tower. He was covered in blood, but it was unclear whose blood it was. There were two people beside them, but it was unclear who they were, and why the Jade Goblins didn't come to help. Pyong menacingly demanded explanations from the guests, who by the way were in no hurry to explain anything. A young stepped forward and, recognizing the guy, Sung Hwa, said that they were supposed to meet a group of people here, but for some reason it didn't happen. The guy was silent for a second, then smiled, and pointing at the bodies of the people, said that he had to destroy them all.